In the enchanting realm of Gu Xing, Gu Xing was destined to be the envy of all as the chosen one. His first summoned beast turned out to be an exceptionally rare, epic-level succubus. However, fate played a cruel trick in the midst of the crowd's anticipation. This succubus audaciously betrayed him. "Master, he offers far too much," she declared, abandoning him for the embrace of a wealthy heir, leaving behind a chorus of mockery. Yet, unbeknownst to all, Gu Xing awakened a system that could unveil the training paths of all summoned beasts. "If one cannot be tamed, then I shall summon another." Amidst the jeers of the crowd, he forged a contract with a silver-haired angel deemed Crippled. A useless beast master paired with a crippled angel, what a match. "You'll never rise again." But when the silver wings tore the heavens as divine light obliterated all beasts, the onlookers soon realized that Gu Xing's summoned beasts were all the more terrifying. Chapter 1. Betrayal by the succubus. At the outset in Lin Yuan City, shadows danced before the summoning altar. The summoning circle upon the altar shimmered with white light, illuminating the anxious and expectant faces of the students. "Outstanding. It's of exceptional quality. Why is my beast merely of ordinary quality?" "It's over." The students present exhibited a spectrum of emotions: gasps of surprise, joyful cheers, despondent sighs. The teacher overseeing the ceremony maintained a calm demeanor, scanning each student. The summoning of beasts is entirely random, with the probability of summoning a high-quality beast being less than 1 in 10,000. Even if the results are not ideal, you still have the opportunity to grow stronger through hard work. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Among the throng, a strikingly handsome young man surveyed his surroundings in bewilderment. In this unfamiliar world, with unfamiliar terminology and rules, he lowered his gaze to his palm, and then up at the altar, radiating mysterious energy, finally confirming one undeniable truth. He, Gu Xing, had traversed to another realm. Fortunately, as a transmigrator, he soon absorbed the memories of this body. However, as he processed the information coursing through his mind, he could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Invasion from another dimension? Universal beast-taming? Orphan parents? In his previous life, though impoverished, he had at least been free from existential threats. Yet in this world, a moment's carelessness could lead to being reduced to ashes by otherworldly monsters. Next, Gu Xing. Taking a deep breath, Gu Xing stepped onto the altar. The teacher marked him off the list and nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Gu Xing stood before the summoning array, his heart racing. This altar could connect to other dimensions and summon beasts. This was the sole opportunity for a common beast master to defy fate. If he could summon a beast of high quality, he could soar to great heights. Place your hand on the summoning array and relax. Following the teacher's guidance, Gu Xing slowly raised his hand and pressed his palm against the array. In an instant, a purple beam of light shot skyward. The venue fell into a hushed silence. The next moment, purple. Holy smokes, an epic-quality beast. The last epic-quality beast appeared in Lin Yuan City a year ago, didn't it? What luck does Gu Xing possess? Even the typically composed teacher's pupils constricted in astonishment. An epic-level beast. What did this signify? It meant that his summoning ritual would be etched into the annals of Lin Yuan City's history. His fame would resonate throughout the city with the birth of this beast. He suddenly lifted his gaze, fixated on the center of the altar. However, a more shocking scene unfolded before him: a humanoid beast pet. How is this possible? The forms of summoned beasts are myriad, yet humanoid beasts are among the rarest and most precious. Their humanoid nature signifies superior intelligence, greater potential, and perfect combat adaptability. Such beasts are the privilege of true prodigies. As the purple light gradually faded, a slender figure emerged. It was a maiden, her skin as white as snow, with a pair of small bat wings gently fluttering behind her, exuding an enchanting allure with every step. A succubus. The teacher immediately recognized the breed of this summoned beast. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his shock as he solemnly explained, "Succubus, an epic-level beast of the dark element. Although its direct combat power may slightly lag behind others of the same rank, its intelligence far surpasses that of ordinary beasts, with immense potential for growth. If you nurture it well, you could rank among the top 10 prodigies of Lin Yuan City." However, at that moment, Gu Xing had no mind to heed the teacher's analysis. For before him, a semi-transparent attribute panel suddenly materialized. Succubus unnamed status, uncontracted quality, epic 2 stars level, 0 attributes, dark element, mental element skills, desire absorption, enchanting gaze cultivation. Suggestions: use night crystals, fallen feathers that enhance this beast quality. Gu Xing stared at the attribute panel before him, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. This was a golden finger? As far as he knew, no one in this world could directly view the detailed data of beasts, let alone have a clear understanding of their cultivation plans. What did this mean? It meant that by following the panel's guidance, he could potentially elevate this succubus's quality to epic 9 stars, or even legendary. As he reveled in excitement, the succubus gently approached him, nuzzling against his side. The teacher, seemingly recalling something, urgently reminded him, Gu Xing, quickly contract with your beast to prevent any unforeseen delays. Just as Gu Xing was about to nod, a sharp bird call pierced the air. The crowd looked up to see a colossal blue bird with a wingspan exceeding 5 meters swooping down, the gale it stirred causing the banners surrounding the altar to flutter. Wildly as the giant bird landed, a middle-aged man clad in luxurious robes gracefully leaped down. His face bore a disingenuous smile, yet his gaze was fixed with intensity on the succubus beside Gu Xing. Teacher Wang, congratulations. You've summoned an epic quality beast during the ceremony. This is monumental news for Lin Yuan City. Chen Shan clasped his hands, his tone overly familiar as if they were longtime friends. Teacher Wang scoffed. Chen, you are quite busy. What brings you to this humble altar? Ah, the altar is the foundation of Lin Yuan City. I naturally must come to check on it regularly. Chen Shan smiled amiably, yet his steps did not falter as he approached Gu Xing. This student, he feigned friendliness, patting Gu Xing's shoulder. My son is in his final year of high school and is in need of a powerful beast. How about you transfer this epic beast to me? The dagger was drawn. Gu Xing's pupils constricted as he instantly comprehended the man's intentions. Chen Shan, the head of the largest merchant guild in Lin Yuan City, sought to forcibly seize his succubus. Gu Xing instinctively glanced at Teacher Wang. The laws of Longxia state that without the consent of the beast master, no one may forcibly take a summoned beast. In other words, as long as you do not agree, no one can take your beast today. With the teacher's assurance, Gu Xing felt somewhat reassured. He inhaled deeply and met Chen Shan's gaze squarely. I'm sorry, but I must decline. Don't be so quick to refuse. Chen Shan leisurely raised a finger. 10 million. This sum is sufficient for you to purchase a beast of excellent quality, with resources left over to nurture it. He narrowed his eyes, his tone persuasive. Training an epic quality beast incurs immense costs as an ordinary student. Why burden yourself? It is far better to exchange for tangible benefits. Were he anyone else, perhaps he might be swayed by such terms. But Gu Xing merely scoffed. What a jest! With the system in hand, the growth path of the succubus was crystal clear, with the potential to even breach legendary status. A mere 10 million. Not even a feather would be acquired. He was about to resolutely refuse once more when a faint voice suddenly emerged from his side. I believe what he said makes sense. The speaker turned out to be the succubus nestled beside him. Chapter 2, 20 million. No bargaining. As soon as the words left the succubus's lips, the entire altar fell into a profound silence. The gazes of the 3 individuals fixed squarely upon her. Under such scrutiny, a hint of embarrassment surfaced on the succubus's face, yet her body subtly shifted away from Gu Xing, inching closer to Chen Shan. Betrayal. Gu Xing felt as though struck by lightning, frozen in place. In this world, a beast betraying its master was more absurd than the sun rising from the west. The summoner was akin to a parent who bestowed life upon the beast. The vast majority of beasts would rather die in battle than forsake their master. Yet this succubus Gu Xing's eyes bore down on her. Her innocent and charming visage appeared harmless. However, at that moment, it seemed like a meticulously crafted facade, concealing nothing but schemes and greed. But in the next instant, Gu Xing suddenly chuckled. A blessing in disguise, perhaps? Rather than keep a ticking time bomb by my side, it is better to see her true colors early on. What an epic-level beast. My golden finger can nurture more than just this one. Even if I were to switch to an ordinary beast, with my cultivation, it could still reach the pinnacle in due time. Interesting, Gu Xing said with a light laugh, shaking his head. It seems that certain individuals, no, certain beasts do not even grasp the most fundamental concept of loyalty. On the other side, Chen Shan was momentarily taken aback, but then his smile grew even more radiant. I have long heard of the remarkable intellect of the succubus clan, and indeed, it is as the rumors say. Miss Succubus, as long as you are willing to follow my son, The Chun family will spare no resources in nurturing you. He then feigned concern as he glanced toward Gu Xing. This classmate, your beast has expressed such intentions you wouldn't. Make it difficult for her, would you? Utter nonsense. Wang Yi, who had been observing the scene, stepped forward, his voice laced with fury. As a retired warrior from the battlefield, he held an intense disdain for Chun Shan's coercive tactics. The Longxiao Beastmaster Law clearly stipulates that a beast's allegiance must be granted with the summoner's explicit consent. Since when did beasts have the authority to decide? He turned to Gu Xing, his gaze piercing. As long as you shake your head today, no one shall take her away. These words once again drew the attention of everyone to Gu Xing. The wind around the altar abruptly ceased. Gu Xing slowly turned to face the succubus, whose eyes were filled with longing and a desire for freedom. Did this beast yearn to leave him so desperately? A sardonic smile crept onto his face, tinged with a sense of relief. Boss Chun, Gu Xing's voice was chillingly calm. I accept this deal. Joy illuminated the faces of both Chun Shan and the succubus. But before they could exhale in relief, however, these two words caused their hearts to soar into their throats. The price doubles to 20 million. Boom. This figure struck like a thunderclap, causing Chun Shan's countenance to shift dramatically. A typical epic-level beast market value hovered around 8 million. He had already offered 1 million as an exorbitant acquisition, yet this young man dared to raise the price. Little brother, this price. Chun Shan suppressed his anger, attempting to negotiate. No bargaining. Gu Xing interrupted him, his voice as cold as ice. If Boss Chun is unwilling to pay this price, I would rather send her to her demise. Crack. The facade on the succubus's face crumbled instantly. As a spirit-type beast, she could keenly sense the murderous intent in Gu Xing's words. This man was serious. In the face of death, she could no longer maintain her pitiful appearance. Terror clouded her gaze as she looked to Chun Shan, her eyes filled with desperation. This was her only chance. Chun Shan's expression wavered between dark and light. 20 million was trivial for him, but being so thoroughly manipulated by a fledgling filled him with indignation. He narrowed his eyes, surveying the young man before him, whose posture suggested he had him completely at his mercy, igniting his ire further. Yet, thinking of his son, he repressed his frustration. First, he would secure this beast, the rest could be dealt with later. There would be more time ahead. Fine, I agree. Chun Shan practically spat out the words through gritted teeth. Gu Xing said nothing more, swiftly dissolving his temporary contract with the succubus. Once freed, the succubus immediately cast a grateful look towards Chun Shan, her voice dripping with sweetness. I will certainly assist your son diligently. Having achieved his aim, Chun Shan snorted coldly and turned to leave with the succubus. Meanwhile, Teacher Wang observed Gu Xing, who appeared somewhat dazed, and sighed as he patted his shoulder. I have seen many such things, but a beast betraying its master, this is indeed a first. However, this may not necessarily be a bad thing. At least it has allowed you to see her true nature. With this sum of money, you can entirely choose an exceptional beast and nurture it well. Thank you, Teacher Wang. After bidding farewell to Wang Yi, Gu Xing stepped out of the summoning altar alone. The setting sun elongated his shadow, and the peculiar architecture lining the streets, alongside the various beasts roaming about, served as a reminder that this was no longer the world he once knew. He took a deep breath, suppressing the complex emotions welling in his heart. The most pressing matter now was to contract a beast as quickly as possible, regardless of its qualifications. Without a beast, I cannot possibly participate in the upcoming school selection in 10 days. Gu Xing muttered softly, his brow furrowing involuntarily. The college entrance examination system in this world was drastically different from his previous life. A ruthless 3-tier elimination system, the first round being the school selection held in just 10 days. Only the top 100 from each academy would advance, and he was currently precariously close to losing his qualification to compete. Reflecting on this, Gu Xing clenched his fists. If that succubus had not betrayed him, 10 days would have been sufficient to gather materials and complete the first cultivation, and epic-level succubus further enhanced. Even if he could not secure first place in the internal assessment, he could still make it into the top 10. But now at least there's still 20 million. This substantial sum was enough for him to purchase a beast of excellent qualifications from the beast merchant. Though it could not compare to the epic-quality succubus, he had no other options left. Gu Xing raised his hand to hail a taxi drawn by a two-legged dragon, and, once inside, spoke in a low voice, "Driver, take me to the beast merchant, the largest one in Linyuan City." Chapter 3. The Winged Angel. The Yusho Merchant Guild stands as the largest trading establishment in Linyuan City, overseeing the circulation of resources from alternate dimensions. Here, not only are various beasts captured from these realms sold, but rare materials, evolution potions, and even extraordinary treasures are also offered. Gu Xing stood before the grand entrance of the Yusho Merchant Guild, gazing upwards. The entire structure was pyramid-shaped, comprising 5 levels, each corresponding to different ranks: ordinary, elite, excellent, epic, and legendary. Naturally, the topmost legendary zone remained perpetually vacant, showcasing only a handful of rare materials from the alternate dimensions on occasion for public admiration. The 4th floor, dedicated to epic-level resources, contained only a limited selection, with prices that were astonishingly exorbitant. Gu Xing did not linger on the 1st floor and ascended directly to the 3rd floor, the elite beast zone. Within the spacious hall, dozens of uniquely shaped beasts were confined in specially designed energy cages, each accompanied by detailed information and pricing. His gaze swept across, and their attribute panels materialized before him. Dark Serpent, quality, excellent 3 stars, level, 0, skill. Venomous Bite, Spirit Cat, quality, excellent 1 star, level, 0, skill. Agile Evasion. The prices of these beasts generally range from 500,000 to 1,000,000, with higher quality commanding greater costs. Gu Xing ultimately halted before a wolf-type beast. This was the highest quality beast on the entire 3rd floor. Azure Wolf, quality, excellent 3 stars, attribute. Wind, level, 0, skill. Gale Claw Strike, cultivation suggestion. Wind Spirit Grass. Hurricane Crystal. Observing these beasts with only a single skill each, Gu Xing furrowed his brow. Although an excellent level beast was indeed a commendable choice, the disparity compared to the epic-level succubus was far too vast. Moreover, with 2 million funds at his disposal, he could certainly aspire to attain a higher echelon. "Hello. Might there be other beasts available at the Yusho Merchant Guild?" he inquired, stopping a staff member, unwilling to relent. "Greetings, esteemed guest. The beasts displayed are all that our guild has acquired this year," the staff member replied. He fixated on the Azure Wolf. Its 3-star quality was indeed a rarity in the eyes of an ordinary beastmaster. However, having witnessed the attribute panel of the epic-level succubus, this beast held no allure for him. Furthermore, nurturing such a beast to the level of a succubus would likely exceed 2 million. Just as he was about to turn away in disappointment, the staff member suddenly called out to him, "Wait, there's another place." Gu Xing spun around quickly, causing the staff member to instinctively take a step back. "Where?" The staff member, startled, explained, "You see, we only display the newest beasts acquired each year. The unsold beasts from previous years are managed in the logistics department. However, I must caution you not to hold too much hope. Those beasts are merely the remnants picked over by others." Upon hearing this, the flicker of hope ignited within Gu Xing was extinguished once more. How could discarded remnants possess decent quality? Yet, adhering to the principle of having come all this way, he hesitated briefly before deciding to check the logistics department. "You must hurry, though. If you delay, they will be sent for disposal." The logistics department was dimly lit and oppressive. A silver-haired girl huddled in the corner, clutching her knees, burying her face deep within her arms. Surrounding her were several uniquely shaped beasts, quietly awaiting their fateful judgment. A shadow leopard missing a leg. A spirit fox born blind. These were the blemished remnants that had gone unchosen for an entire year. Time had arrived. The metallic door creaked ominously as a young man in uniform entered. Today marked the day of beast summoning in Linyuan City, and it was also the end for these creatures. The guild was not a charitable institution. Having cared for them for a year was already a deed of kindness. Hearing the footsteps, the beast stood up vacantly. Yet, the most striking presence was that of the silver-haired girl. As she lifted her head, her silvery locks cascaded like a waterfall, framing a delicate face adorned with a pair of amber eyes, making her appear as if she had descended from the heavens. "No, she is an angel," the staff member sighed. A year ago, when this epic-quality angel had arrived in Linyuan City, it had caused quite a stir. Unfortunately, her inherent flaws rendered her inferior even to ordinary beasts, making it impossible for her to upgrade through contract. "Let's go." Just as he prepared to lead the way, a hurried footfall approached from afar. "Wait." Gu Xing burst into the room, breathless, beads of sweat soaking his tousled hair. He had searched the labyrinthine Yusho Merchant Guild for half an hour before finally arriving at this secluded logistics department. His gaze swept across the room, instantly captivated by the silvery figure. The attribute interface flickered to life. Angel, Lioli. Status, uncontracted. Quality, epic 9 stars. Level, 0. Skills, Holy Light Judgment, Wings of Heaven. Sacred Anthem, special status. Innate flaw, missing wing, negative status. Unable to level up. Cultivation suggestion, use angel feathers, starlight dust. Holy Spirit Stones, to mend injuries. Gu Xing's pupils constricted. An epic 9-star quality beast. This was the highest quality beast he had ever encountered, merely a step away from the legendary tier. Moreover, epic level beasts typically possessed only 2 skills, while Lioli boasted 3. Yet, his gaze unconsciously drifted to her back. There should have been a pair of sacred wings there, now conspicuously absent. This was the reason she had been overlooked. However, the system provided a remedy. 1 angel feather, 3 starlight dust, and 1 Holy Spirit stone. Miraculously, all 3 materials were available within the Yusho Merchant Guild. Gu Xing's heart raced with fervor. This was it. This was the beast he'd been searching for. If he could heal her wounds, her talent would undoubtedly surpass that of the succubus. Drawing a deep breath, Gu Xing slowly approached the staff member. Hello, I would like to purchase that angel. How much does it cost? Upon hearing these words, Lioli's pupils dilated in shock. She slowly raised her head, her amber eyes reflecting the figure standing in the light. Was he speaking of her? For over 300 days and nights, she had curled up in this dim corner, filled with countless hopes and disappointments. Ultimately, she had grown numb, even afraid to wish for someone to spare her a glance. Yet at this moment, the stranger was pointing at her. Her heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, making it difficult to breathe. Did he truly understand the choice he was making? A discarded being incapable of flight? Her nails dug deep in her palms, yet she felt no pain. Lioli lowered her head, her silver hair cascading down to conceal her slightly reddened eyes. She knew she should harbor no more expectations. Yet why did her heart still ache? Chapter 4. He is like a deity. Gu Xing's act of selecting a beast from the remnant section left the staff member momentarily stunned. Pardon me, are you referring to the angel beast? Indeed, how much? Gu Xing reiterated. The staff member fidgeted nervously. I'm afraid I cannot make that decision. For just 10,000 Longxia coins, you could take this beast with you. Although it was a flawed specimen, it was still of epic quality. Gu Xing promptly completed the payment. Soon, the two found themselves in the contract room. Lioli stood at the edge of the contract formation, her silver hair cascading down, concealing her shoulders that trembled slightly. Do we really have to form a contract? Her fingertips unconsciously twisted the edge of her garment, the fabric crumpling in her grasp. A beast like her. Lioli bit her lip, a mist clouding her amber eyes. Soda. I cannot forge a contract with you. I am an incomplete beastmaster. The voice trembled with a hint of sorrow, reminiscent of a wronged little beast. Gu Xing, who was preparing the contract formation, looked up in astonishment. Upon seeing the tear-streaked face of Lu Li, he finally realized that he had overlooked the feelings of the beastmaster. Do not belittle yourself. You are an exceptional beastmaster. Gu Xing gazed firmly at Lu Li, attempting to convey a sense of belief to this despondent young girl. No, I am not. Lu Li, overwhelmed by emotion, covered her face. I cannot even achieve the most basic upgrade. I understand your predicament. Gu Xing stepped forward, gently resting his hands on her trembling shoulders. But I have a solution. Really? Lu Li suddenly paused, lifting her tear-filled eyes. If I lacked confidence, why would I choose you? Gu Xing pointed to the calendar on the wall, noting that the assessment would occur in 10 days. No one would joke about their future. Just as Gu Xing finished speaking, a knock resonated at the door. The staff brought in the materials he had just ordered, nearly exhausting his entire 20 million. I have retrieved the materials. Shall we give them a try? Upon hearing this, the little angel's body trembled slightly, her heart racing. Though she knew the possibility of healing was minimal, what if? Under Gu Xing's encouraging gaze, Lu Li followed his instructions, utilizing the 3 materials one by one. In the next moment, a rich purple light surged from her wound. This radiance was deeper than what he had witnessed when summoning the succubus at the altar, almost tangible, as if it sought to engulf the entire room. What was even more astonishing was that amidst the swirling purple light, a glimmer of golden brilliance faintly emerged. Gu Xing's pupils dilated, and before he could ponder further, the golden hue swiftly spread like a wildfire. Golden legendary aptitude. How could this be? Gu Xing's breath hitched. The materials provided by the system were meant solely for healing. Why would they trigger an aptitude evolution? Unless Lu Li's injuries were shackles restricting her potential. As his thoughts raced, the golden light completely enveloped the room. From the wound on Lu Li's back, a pair of pure white wings unfurled slowly, pristine as snow, untainted by dust. The wings gently folded, enveloping Lu Li tenderly, ultimately transforming into a massive cocoon of light. Boom! An invisible wave suddenly erupted, piercing through the roof and soaring into the skies. Within the city lord's residence, Lord Xiaoxiu of Lin Yuan leaned against a sandalwood chair, tapping the rim of his cup with his fingertip, savoring the rare moment of tranquility. In the absence of interdimensional incursions, even the aroma of tea was particularly crisp. However, the next moment, smash! The Celadon tea cup unexpectedly slipped from his fingers, shattering against the bluestone floor. Yet, Xiaoxiu remained oblivious, his pupils suddenly constricting as he stood up abruptly, gazing out the window. Just moments ago, he felt a vast, overwhelming aura descend from the heavens, enveloping the entire Lin Yuan city. That presence was sacred and majestic, as if a deity cast a fleeting glance, yet it vanished in an instant. Someone is coming. Xiaoxiu's voice sharpened as he immediately ordered a thorough investigation of all interdimensional rifts in the vicinity. The guards hastily complied, while Xiaoxiu's brow furrowed deeper. Such a celestial phenomenon could only indicate two possibilities. Either the barriers between dimensions were weakening, allowing a terrifying presence to leak through, or a legendary aptitude beastmaster was being born. As for a legendary aptitude beastmaster, how could that be? Xiaoxiu shook his head self-deprecatingly, dismissing the second hypothesis outright. In a remote city like Lin Yuan, even epic-tier beastmasters were immensely prized, let alone legendary ones. Unbeknownst to him, within the contract chamber of the Beastmaster Trading Company, Gu Xing stared in a daze at the luminous screen before him, unconsciously swallowing hard. Holy Angel, Lu Li, status, uncontracted, aptitude, legendary 1-star, level, 0 stage, skills, judgment, increases damage to demon-type creatures, divine protection, immunity to a fatal attack once. Seraphim form, boosts all attributes by 200, Dirge of the End, puts the angel into a slumber period after use. Cultivation suggestions, use radiant crystals, Holy Spirit essence, legendary tier. Indeed, it has come to pass. Gu Xing took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart. The distinction between legendary and epic tiers is entirely different. Yet, in the next moment, a thought draped over him like cold water. Would a legendary angel truly wish to become my beastmaster? After all, not long ago, he had just experienced the betrayal of a succubus. However, suddenly, a silvery white figure knelt on one knee, wings unfurling, scattering delicate light beneath the illumination. Lu Li lifted her head, her clear amber eyes brimming with unwavering determination. Holy Angel Lu Li requests to become your beastmaster. As that resolute voice rang out, Gu Xing felt something within his chest melt away. A gentle smile crept upon his lips, radiating warmth from his eyes. It was an unparalleled relief. Indeed, not all beastmasters in this world are as unfeeling as that succubus. The kneeling girl gazed upward, her pure white wings shimmering with a pearlescent luster under the light. Her golden eyes filled with resolve, yet tinged with a hint of cautious hope. Lu Li, I warmly welcome you as my first beastmaster. As Gu Xing's words fell, a crystalline tear slid silently down the porcelain-like cheek of the girl. At that moment, she had waited far too long, and now she had finally arrived. The pain she bore alone, the despair that remained unseen, transformed into the most precious of gifts. It turned out that deities truly do show mercy to angels forgotten by the world. Chapter 5. The Novice Trial. Gu Xing pushed open the door, and a familiar figure caught him off guard. Sister? Since Gu Qianqian was admitted to the National Academy, the siblings had not seen each other for half a year. At the dining table, her gaze fell upon the impeccably seated Lu Li, a hint of curiosity flickering in her eyes. Is this your beastmaster? At that moment, the little girl straightened her back, her hands neatly placed on her knees. Upon hearing Gu Qianqian's question, she suddenly executed a perfect 90-degree bow. her forehead thudding against the table. "Greetings, elder sister." Gu Xing was initially taken aback, then burst into laughter at the adorable reaction. "No need to be so formal. We'll be family from now on." Only then did Lu Li raise her head, her face flushed crimson, nodding repeatedly like a chick pecking at grains. As the laughter subsided, Gu Xing's expression grew serious. She set down her chopsticks and gazed intently into Gu Xing's eyes. "Xiao Xing, you must seize the opportunity in tomorrow's novice trial space. The military has isolated a safe zone in the interdimensional space, where the highest level monsters are only at stage 5. This is the best chance for newcomers. Moreover, the novice trial can only be entered once. It is the only buffer period granted by the military." Gu Xing silently nodded. Once he stepped into the true interdimensional space, even a commanding beastmaster could encounter peril. The world is divided into levels: awakening, transcendence, commanding, sovereign, with each major level further subdivided into 10 minor stages. Currently, he stood at the very bottom, merely an awakening level, necessitating utmost caution. Seizing every opportunity to grow swiftly is his foremost task. The meal concluded hastily amidst Gu Xing's admonitions. Seeing her younger brother was well, she felt relieved. Before long, the next day arrived. The entrance to the novice trial space was bustling with activity. Countless students surrounded the area, either seeking to form teams or looking for support. Although it was a novice trial space, a single misstep could cost them their lives. Thus, for commoners, teaming up was the wisest choice. "We need a damage-dealing beastmaster. Our team is currently 4-1. Is there a veteran willing to guide me? I have a healing-type beastmaster, and I am also a 36-week girl. I promise to be obedient once we enter the trial space." What the hell? The humanoid beastmaster. Where did this expert come from? Quickly, I seek a team. A humanoid beast signifies immense combat prowess. Gu Xing entered with Lu Li, instantly captivating the attention of countless onlookers. However, it didn't take long for the crowd to discern the identity of this humanoid beastmaster. Wasn't that Gu Xing? Hadn't he sold the summoned humanoid beast to the Chun family? Where did this new humanoid beast by his side come from? It dawned on me. This beast was summoned from last year's altar, and she seemed to be rather useless, contracting a beast that couldn't level up at all. Had he completely given up? As a result, no one dared to approach him for team formation, each hastily retreating. Having a useless beast in the team was akin to courting death. Yet, Gu Xing found joy in this development. The entrance to the novice trial was bustling, and newcomers like him found it nearly impossible to squeeze in. Now, however, the crowd parted, and the path ahead lay clear. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Gu Xing calmly approached the entrance. Truly, he was an oddity. Judging by his demeanor, he seemed disinclined to form a team, opting instead to enter the trial space alone. Wasn't that a recipe for disaster? Gu Xing completely disregarded the murmurs of the crowd, just as he was about to register with Lu Li to enter the trial space. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice echoed from behind. "Oh, isn't this someone we know?" Chun Zimming sauntered closer, draped an arm around a succubus, and pretended to ponder by rubbing his temples. What was his name again? The succubus in his arms quickly caught on and chimed in sweetly. "Master, his name is Gu Xing." "Ah yes, Gu Xing." Chun Zimming exaggeratedly slapped his forehead, disdain flashing in his eyes. "I must thank you. If it weren't for your generosity, how could I have contracted such an excellent beast?" As he spoke, he pinched the succubus's waist. "Yes, master." The succubus responded with a playful tone, secretly rolling her eyes, but quickly adopting a fawning smile. "Only by following a genius like you can I truly realize my value." The surrounding crowd echoed their agreement. How can a mere commoner compare to young Master Chen? An epic-level beast can only unleash its true potential in young Master Chen's hands. Besides, he has contracted a useless beast now, making him even less comparable. Indeed, during this trial, young Master Chen will undoubtedly outpace everyone and seize the first place. The novice trial space, a specially crafted training ground financed by the military, holds value far beyond a mere upgrading venue. All the magical beasts released within are embedded with special markers, automatically accumulating corresponding points each time a trialist successfully defeats one. Outside the trial space, the military has established a sophisticated monitoring system, tracking each trialist's point fluctuations in real time. This system not only records final scores, but also accurately assesses trialist combat talents and growth potential through the rate of point acquisition. All the gathered information will be compiled into the system, serving as a basis for the ultimate examination evaluation. Gu Xing, observing Chun Ziming's antics with an indifferent expression and a hint of a smile, remained unfazed. When an individual's strength vastly surpasses that of others, they tend to regard ridicule with calmness. Only the weak allow themselves to be provoked by such taunts. Clearly, Gu Xing, who had contracted a legendary level beast, was not among the weak. However, Lu Li, Gu Xing timely interjected, halting her. The novice trial was of utmost importance. They must not let the opinions of others sway their mindset. Lu Li gazed up at Gu Xing's tranquil eyes, the turmoil of anger within her gradually subsiding. Taking a deep breath, she nodded firmly. Yet, within her heart, she silently vowed to give her all in the upcoming challenges, determined to prove that her master was indeed the true champion, the genuine first. Chapter 6. Elite Tier 2 Magical Beast, Instant Kill. After departing the entrance, he and Lu Li passed through a blue portal, and the scenery before them abruptly shifted. At this moment, they found themselves in a vast forest. The sky was shrouded in gray, mist enveloping the surroundings, cold and desolate. Although all the students entered this same secret realm, they would be randomly assigned to different parts of the space unless they entered simultaneously. Gu Xing took out a timer, setting it for 4 hours. The novice trial space had a 4-hour time limit. Once time ran out, they would be teleported away. Time was of the essence, and the task was critical. They needed to locate and eliminate magical beasts as swiftly as possible to rapidly elevate Lu Li's level. At this moment, Lu Li unfurled her wings, hovering in the air, her small face a picture of seriousness, devoid of her usual carefree demeanor. Master, rest assured, with me here, you will face no issues. The awakened Beastmaster was, in essence, no different from ordinary individuals. In this space, a single misstep could cost one their life. Such risks would only ease upon reaching the extraordinary realm. At that point, the Beastmaster's physical attributes would significantly enhance, and they could contract a second beast. Moreover, upon breaking through to the extraordinary realm, they would awaken their unique innate abilities. This was the crucial distinction between the strong and the weak. For this reason, the extraordinary realm was universally acknowledged as the most significant watershed in a Beastmaster's journey. A powerful talent often enabled even a mediocre Beastmaster to undergo an astonishing transformation. Unfortunately, this path was far more brutal than imagined, with many Beastmasters spending their entire lives trapped in the awakening realm. Just then, the sound of snapping branches echoed from the depths of the thick fog. Master, be careful, a magical creature approaches. Lu Li's wings suddenly flared, swiftly positioning herself in front of Gu Xing. The mist gradually dissipated, revealing a magical beast standing 2 meters tall. It resembled a bison, but was entirely pitch black, its eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty red. Man-bone bull, magic, quality, elite tier 1, level, tier 2, strength, 22, constitution, 21, spirit, 11 speed, 17 skill, bull charge. Upon seeing the attributes of the man-bone bull, Gu Xing furrowed his brows. To encounter an elite tier 2 magical beast upon entering the novice trial space was hardly a stroke of luck. For an ordinary commoner S 5-person team, this was nearly a catastrophe. However, with Lu Li's legendary level beast's formidable combat strength, defeating this magical beast should pose little challenge. Lu Li, leave it to me, master. The little girl's eyes ignited with fierce battle intent, her slender frame exuding an astonishing aura. She had long awaited this moment. Judgment. With a commanding shout, dazzling golden flames erupted from Lu Li's palm, swiftly coalescing into a massive sword of holy flame. This was the innate combat instinct of the angelic lineage, a legacy etched in their bloodline. The man-bone bull, incensed by this sudden display of might, stomped its powerful hooves against the ground, nostrils flaring with steam, its bell-like eyes fixated on the diminutive figure before it. Moo, accompanied by a deafening roar. The man-bone bull executed its signature skill, brutal charge, hurtling forward like an out-of-control war chariot. Yet Lu Li remained motionless until the bull was nearly upon her. Swish! A perfect arc of golden light sliced through the mist. Time appeared to freeze in that instant. The man-bone bull, maintaining its charging posture, collapsed thunderously behind Lu Li. Its massive body cleaved cleanly in two. The judgment skill inflicted amplified damage on demonic creatures, coupled with the terrifying attributes of a legendary level beast. This battle was resolved in the blink of an eye. Immediately thereafter, a brilliant blue light emanated from the carcass of the man-bone bull, merging with Lu Li's brow. Witnessing this, Gu Xing promptly reviewed Lu Li's information. SHNGSH TNSH Liel. Quality, Legend 1 star. Level, 1st rank. Strength, 35. Constitution, 34. Spirit, 34. Speed, 37. Skills, Judgment, increases damage to demonic creatures. Divine Protection, immunity to a fatal attack once. Seraphim form, all attributes increase by 200. Final elegy, after use, the angel enters a dormant phase. Training suggestions, light crystals, Holy Spirit essence, angelic blood. Merely slaying a 2nd-rank bone bull allowed Liel's level to soar directly to the 1st rank. Simultaneously, Gu Xing felt a hum in his mind, his mental strength surging like a tide, his senses becoming extraordinarily acute. The level of a beastmaster depends on the level of their beast, and, at this moment, his level ascended to awakening 1st rank. Subsequently, Gu Xing focused on enhancing Liel's various attributes. At this juncture, he realized how terrifying a beast of legendary quality could be. Just having broken through to the 1st rank, Liel's attributes overwhelmingly surpassed those of the 2nd-rank bone bull. More alarmingly, this disparity would geometrically widen with each level increase. Master. Gu Xing looked up at the sound, seeing Liel standing beside the carcass of the bone bull, her delicate fingers trembling slightly. When she turned around, crystalline tears rolled down her cheeks. Did you see that? Her voice was choked yet sparkled with unprecedented brilliance. I truly am not useless. Gu Xing could comprehend Liel's feelings at this moment. For the past year, she had lived under the scorn of others, and now she had finally shattered all doubts with her strength. He quickly stepped forward, gently enveloping her petite figure in his embrace. You were never useless. You are an angel soaring in the heavens. Liel buried her face deep into her master's chest, her slender fingers tightly gripping his clothing. All the pent-up grievances and unwillingness transformed into scalding tears, soaking Gu Xing's garments. Time slowed at that moment. When Liel finally lifted her head, the tear stains had yet to dry, but the confusion and timidity in her eyes had vanished. In their stead was a resolute gleam, as steadfast as tempered steel. At that moment, the once timid girl had truly undergone a metamorphosis. Master, I am fine now. Liel wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Let's quickly level up. No, they not that. With Liel's current strength, ordinary 3rd-rank magical beasts would be utterly powerless before her. Even 4th-rank beasts would pose only a minimal threat. Thus, at this moment, what limited their leveling speed was not the strength of the magical beasts, but rather how to swiftly and accurately locate their traces within this trial space shrouded in dense fog. The entire novice trial space spanned dozens of square kilometers, with the magical beasts evenly distributed throughout. What made it more challenging was that high-ranking magical beasts, which could provide substantial experience, were pitifully scarce. Chapter 7. Seraphim Form. Unleash. Meanwhile, in a monitoring room of the trial space, the supervisor Xing stared intently at the central fluorescent screen, his brows knitting tighter with each passing moment. The screen displayed real-time score data for all the trial participants, alongside the potential ratings calculated by the system based on their scores. Is this the level of students from LNUN City? He shook his head in disappointment. Apart from CHNZMing, who barely reached rank, the others couldn't even meet the minimum requirements. Just as he was about to divert his gaze, his peripheral vision suddenly caught an anomalous data point. The score accompanying this name was rising at an almost terrifying pace. 200, 500, 2,000. Ultimately, amidst the watchful eyes of many, it broke through the 5,000 barrier. Xing's pupils constricted suddenly. It was known that other students had scores of only a few hundred. Even CHNZM barely exceeded 2,000. Yet this inconspicuous student had achieved a score of 5,000. How is this possible? Xing abruptly slammed his hand on the table. Why is his score increasing at such a terrifying rate? A nearby staff member cautiously suggested. Could it be that he is picking up the pieces? Perhaps he encountered 2 groups of beasts fighting and happened to be nearby. Clearly, such an explanation did not satisfy Xing. Absurd. He interrupted sharply. Bring me Gu Xing's data. The staff member dared not delay and promptly retrieved Gu Xing's information, handing it to Xing. After reviewing the data, his frown deepened. Gu Xing has contracted a beast deemed a cripple. How could he achieve such remarkable results? But the next moment, as if a realization dawned upon him, his pupils constricted again. Could it be that the angelic beast has recovered? When this angelic beast first appeared, it had caused quite a stir in Nun City, of which Xing had certainly heard. However, after learning of its inability to level up, he had lost interest in it. Now, Gu Xing's terrifying potential was evidently linked to this beast. The beast, once deemed a cripple, had likely made a complete recovery. On the screen, Gu Xing's score continued to ascend. The potential rating had already jumped to rank. Xing's hands involuntarily trembled. This level of genius was beyond his decision-making authority. Quick! He turned sharply to his assistant. Immediately notify the city lord. SHNGSHing TNSH Liel. Quality, Legend 1 star. Level, Awakening 3rd rank. Strength, 98. Constitution, 96. Spirit, 94. Speed, 107. Skills, Judgment, increases damage to demonic creatures. Divine Protection, immunity to a fatal attack once. Seraphim form, all attributes increase by 200. Final elegy, after use. The angel enters a dormant phase. After 3 hours of leveling up, Liel successfully reached Awakening 3rd rank, drawing infinitely closer to Awakening 4th rank. Moreover, her attributes were nearly 3 times that of a typical 3rd rank beast. Beside them, a golden arc flashed as several elite 3rd rank magical beasts attacking Liel were split in two. In the next moment, Gu Xing's body trembled as his mental strength surged once again. This also meant that Liel's level had reached Awakening 4th rank. There aren't enough magical beasts here. However, if more monsters appeared, it was possible that both he and Li could reach Awakening 5th rank right now. After all, for Liel at this moment, dispatching these low-ranking magical beasts required no effort whatsoever. After eliminating the enemies, Liel shook her wings, confirming that she had not been stained by the blood of her foes, and then she strolled over to Gu Xing's side. Master, just now during the battle, I sensed a large creature to the east. If my perception is correct, it should be a 5th rank awakened magical beast. Upon hearing this, Gu Xing immediately perked up. They had not encountered a single 5th rank beast in the past 3 hours. Now, they had finally spotted one. Liel, let's go and take it down. A 5th rank awakened magical beast would be enough for Liel's level to rise significantly. Following Liel's guidance, the two stealthily approached. Indeed, it was a 5th rank awakened magical beast, and its quality was quite high. Bloodthirsty Tiger, demonic, quality, excellent 9 stars, level, Awakening 5th rank, Strength, 71, Constitution, 74, Spirit, 52, Speed, 69, Skills, Blood Rage Bite, Fierce Tiger Assault. Gazing at the excellent quality 5th rank magical beast, Gu Xing couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. Compared to those elite quality, low-ranking magical beasts, this one was significantly stronger by more than 1.5 stars. Furthermore, due to the transformation, magical beasts of the same rank generally possessed greater strength than their contracted beasts. This is also one of the reasons for the difficulties in upgrading in this. However, in the present moment, facing this awakened 5th-tier beast, Gu Xing remains undeterred. With the attributes of Li surpassing 100, confronting this awakened 5th-tier creature would at most require just 2 strikes. Just as Gu Xing and Li stealthily approached, they discovered that this beast had already found its prey, rather than being ambushed. In the depths of the valley below, the bloodthirsty tiger was leading 3 awakened 4th-tier beasts, cornering a small team of 5 into a desperate situation. The strongest member of this team was merely a 3rd-tier beastmaster, and at this moment, all their faces were ashen. Class leader. One team member trembled as they gazed at the girl in the center of the group, their voice filled with despair. Faced with a formidable lineup of a 5th-tier and 3 4th-tier beasts, this novice team could hardly hope to escape. The delay in the beast attack was merely a twisted enjoyment of their prey's desperate struggles. Listen, we might not make it out of this valley, but even in death, we must tear off a piece of their flesh. Concentrate all our beasts and attack the 4th-tier beast on the left. Even if we cannot kill it, we must inflict heavy damage. Understood. The 4 gritted their teeth, fear of death palpable in their voices. The bloodthirsty tiger, with its crimson tongue licking its fangs, seemed to tire of this cat-and-mouse game. With a deafening roar, the four beasts surged forward simultaneously. Amidst the shrieking sound of claws tearing through the air, Shun Ruoxue could even smell the pungent wind of death closing in. And upon witnessing this scene, Gu Xing no longer hesitated, immediately commanding Lu Li to act. After all, he must acquire the experience from these beasts. Lu Li activates Seraphim form. In this critical moment, only Lu Li's Seraphim form, with its doubled attributes, possessed the ability to control the situation. The instant Lu Li received Gu Xing's command, she freed her body from its shackles. In that moment, the world around seemed to change in hue. Chapter 8. Students with Potential. The crimson, sacred flames erupted, evaporating the mist within a 100-meter radius, warping the very air in scorching distortion. In Gu Xing's astonished gaze, a breathtaking figure slowly ascended from the flames. For wings, ablaze with sacred fire, unfurled completely, each feather shimmering with resplendent golden symbols. Lu Li's once clear eyes transformed into burning golden vertical pupils, resembling a flame empress emerging from mythology. Under this divine pressure, the very air of the valley seemed to solidify. The three awakened fourth-tier beasts emitted mournful whimpers, terrified as they buried their heads deep into the earth. Although the bloodthirsty tiger was an awakened fifth-tier beast, even it, facing Lu Li's pressure directly, found itself in a precarious state. Its pouncing motion abruptly halted, its massive body bizarrely suspended in mid-air. Its crimson, beastly eyes contracted sharply, reflecting a figure that sent shivers through its very soul. "Class leader, is that a beast master?" murmured the youngest member of the team, her voice trembling. She opened her mouth, her throat dry and pained. It should be, right? Although even she found it hard to accept such a statement. In the novice trial space, there were only these rookie beast masters and the beasts. That divine figure was evidently not one of the latter, leaving only the absurd possibility. She is a beast of a rookie beast master. Amidst the astonished gazes of the others, Lu Li's golden vertical pupils coldly scanned the group of beasts cowering on the ground. With a casual wave of her holy sword, 3 crimson sword lights sliced through the air, and the 3 awakened fourth-tier beasts barely had time to wail before their massive bodies were neatly split in half. Sacred flames ignited at the cut, instantly reducing their remains to ashes. The bloodthirsty tiger let out a desperate roar, its body erupting with the last vestiges of ferocity. Lu Li merely raised her sword gently. With a swish, the path of the holy sword left a scorching afterimage in the air. The once proud, sturdy body of the bloodthirsty tiger crumbled before the legendary beast master's power like thin paper. Its pupils still frozen in fear, its body began to slide down along the smooth cut. A basketball-sized azure light orb ascended from the remains of the bloodthirsty tiger, slowly merging into Lu Li's brow. As the last wisp of sacred flame dissipated into the air, the golden symbols around her body receded like a tide, and the 4 burning wings transformed into sparks that scattered away. The figure that had hovered in mid-air gently landed, though her steps were noticeably unsteady. Although the seraphim form greatly enhanced her attributes, the consumption was equally terrifying. At Lu Li's awakened 4th-tier level, she could only maintain it for about 30 seconds at full strength. Once she confirmed there was no danger, Lu Li slightly turned her head, her gaze directed toward the shadows not far away. Shun Ruoxue and the others involuntarily held their breath, their eyes moving in tandem with Lu Li. What kind of beast master could possess such a powerful beast? However, when that familiar figure stepped out from the shadows, everyone was left in shock. Gu Xing. Shun Ruoxue's pupils contracted sharply, her voice involuntarily rising by an octave. As the class leader of Beastmaster Class 3, she certainly recognized this usually low-key classmate. Just recently, she had heard that this classmate had been robbed of his beast, and at that time, she had felt indignant. But now, as Gu Xing approached, she realized that Lu Li had saved several familiar faces. "Oh, class leader, what a coincidence." A usually inconspicuous student stood beside someone capable of effortlessly dispatching 5th-tier beasts, creating an intense sense of dissonance that made her temples throb. Gu Xing politely nodded, gesturing for Lu Li to depart. Time was running short, with less than half an hour remaining. He needed to seize this final opportunity to elevate Lu Li's level to awakened 5th tier. Lu Li obediently followed, not forgetting to give a slight bow to the others before leaving. This gesture caused the team members to collectively gasp in surprise. As soon as Gu Xing's figure vanished into the mist, the team members erupted in conversation. Wow, class leader, did you see that? When that beast bowed, I almost knelt. Didn't Gu Xing have his beast stolen? Why do I feel like he's even stronger now? Honestly, I feel like the epic beast Chen Ziming took is no match for this one. If we encounter Gu Xing during the assessment 10 days from now, one member weakly suggested, just surrender. The 5 exclaimed in unison. In the City Lord's mansion, Xiaoxiu stood respectfully to the side, a hint of unease in his eyes. Before him stood a middle-aged man clad in a deep blue Zhongshan suit, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Although the man's lips curled into a subtle smile, an invisible pressure enveloped the entire hall. He was Wei Yuan, the head of the Southern Military District. Director Wei, why have you come in person? Wei Yuan turned, his gaze lingering on Xiaoxiu for a moment. This former soldier who had once crawled and fought under his command was now a city lord. I just came from Lanyang City. They have a promising student with considerable potential this year. Although he spoke thus, Xiaoxiu keenly noticed a flicker of disappointment in Wei Yuan's eyes. As the highest authority in the Southern Military District, Wei Yuan's personal inspection of various cities clearly indicated his intention to seek out true top-tier talents. Evidently, he had found nothing thus far. Director Wei, the situation in Linyuan City this year is likely not much different from Lanyang City. Before the trial commenced, he had ordered a thorough investigation of all participants' backgrounds. Aside from the Chun family's wastrel, who contracted an epic-level succubus, the qualifications of the other participants were less than satisfactory. Wei Yuan let out a soft sigh, his disappointment barely concealed in his brow. It seems that the summoning of beast companions ultimately relies on fate. One cannot force it. He adjusted his collar and decided, I shall explore other cities instead. Allow me to escort you, Xiaoxiu insisted, but before he could proceed, the city lord's assistant stumbled in, causing quite an uproar. What is the meaning of this? Xiaoxiu's expression darkened, feeling embarrassed before his superior. How have I instructed you? One must remain composed in times of crisis. Only then did the assistant notice the esteemed figure in the hall, breaking into a cold sweat. Yet, disregarding his trepidation, he spoke with trembling excitement. City Lord, we have a student with extraordinary potential in Linyuan City. What? Xiaoxiu's voice suddenly rose, reverberating through the quiet city lord's residence. Even Wei Yuan, who had maintained a calm demeanor moments earlier, turned sharply, his expression one of astonishment. Chapter 9. Potential Rating. Within the city lord's estate, the atmosphere seemed to momentarily freeze. It is known that in the entire southern war zone, only a handful of geniuses could attain such a high potential rating. For a border town like Linyuan, it had been years since such talent had emerged. Wei Yuan, shall we go take a look? Seeing Wei Yuan's evident interest, Xiaoxiu cautiously proposed. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Wei Yuan's deep-set eyes as he straightened his Zhongshan suit and said solemnly, Let us proceed. The city lord's assistant, eager to comply, immediately bent forward to lead the way. Unbeknownst to them, the monitoring room was already in a frenzy. This is impossible. Has the score been tampered with? How could it rise so dramatically in an instant? Did he disturb a nest of magical beasts? Is this score truly achievable by a novice beastmaster? Could there be a malfunction with the equipment? Su Feng stared intently at the monitor, the coffee cup his hand tilted, brown liquid dripping onto his polished shoes. Oblivious to the mess. The striking number on the screen struck him like a heavy hammer to the heart. First place, Gu Xing, 25,000 points. The second place, Chen Ziming, remained at a pitiful 3,000 points. More suffocating was the fact that Gu Xing's score continued to soar at an astonishing rate. The highest record in the past decade was merely 3,500 points. Su Feng murmured, his throat involuntarily tightening. His gaze shifted slowly to the potential evaluation column, and his pupils constricted sharply. Potential rating. The 3 gilded characters on the screen shone brilliantly, blinding his eyes. In the trial space, the crystal white wings were splattered with the blood of magical beasts, and a small mountain of corpses lay at their feet. The suffocating stench of blood permeated the air, with thick plasma pooling into tiny streams on the ground. Master, they have become clever. Lu Li stood protectively behind Gu Xing, her breath slightly quickened. yet her grip on the sword remained as steady as a rock. Gu Xing squinted toward the entrance of the valley, where dozens of different types of magical beasts had astonishingly formed an alliance, baring their teeth and blocking all escape routes. Although most were merely second and third-tier low-level beasts, their combined presence was still formidable. It seems they are afraid of us. In the past half hour, he and Lu Li had slaughtered almost frantically. Ultimately, the remaining beasts had no choice but to unite and lure them into this valley. Gu Xing raised his hand to glance at the timer. Remaining time, 3 o'clock. Only 3 minutes remained. Just in time, we need not search anymore, Lu Li. Understood. Without needing Gu Xing to speak, Lu Li could already discern his thoughts. Seraphim form, activate. Golden patterns instantly spread across Lu Li's entire body, and 4 radiant wings burst forth. Judgment. The blinding white light surged through the valley like a tide, and the wails of the magical beasts echoed in response. As the head of the final 5th-tier magical wolf soared high, Lu Li erupted in a dazzling golden brilliance. Awakening to 5th tier achieved. Beside her, Gu Xing immediately checked Lu Li's various attributes. Holy Angel, Lu Li. Qualification, Legendary 1-star. Level, Awakened 5th tier. Strength, 148. Constitution, 150. Spirit, 142. Speed, 153. Skills, Judgment, increases damage to demonic creatures. Divine Protection, immunizes 1 fatal attack. Seraphim form, boosts all attributes by 200. Final Elegy, upon use, the angel enters a dormant state. Cultivation advice, use light crystals, Holy Spirit essence, and angelic blood to enhance beast master qualifications. The terrifying potential of the little angel's legendary qualification finally revealed itself. Although her level was merely awakened 5th tier, Lu Li's attributes had already surpassed those of ordinary awakened 7th and 8th tier beastmasters. Gu Xing gazed at the cultivation advice section of the system interface. He had a premonition that if he could gather the 3 materials, light crystals, Holy Spirit essence, and angelic blood, Lu Li's qualifications would undergo a transformative enhancement. However, the largest beastmaster shop in Linyuan City had no information regarding these 3 materials. Gu Xing chuckled wryly, shaking his head. He had previously researched the matter. At the top auction in Longxia country, a partial light crystal had been sold for a staggering price of 10 million. Meanwhile, the light crystal Lu Li required was a complete whole. As for Holy Spirit essence and angelic blood, even the records in the Longxia Country Beastmaster Association were merely vague mentions. Cultivating a legendary qualification was indeed a pursuit beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Gu Xing sighed softly. Even with a golden finger in hand and a clear understanding of the evolution path, he could only gaze longingly at the distant goal. Nevertheless, Gu Xing did not dwell on it. The boat will naturally reach the bridge when it comes to it. Someday, he would surely gather the required materials and complete Lu Li's first cultivation. At that moment, the restless energy surrounding Lu Li finally calmed. She instinctively wanted to approach Gu Xing, but froze in her tracks the moment she took a step. Her pristine white wings were stained with dark red blood, and her skirt dripped with a viscous liquid. Ugh! The little angel wrinkled her delicate nose, scrutinizing herself with disdain. With a light huff, a blaze of crimson golden holy fire ignited at her fingertips, flowing over her entire body like water. The filthy bloodstains dissipated into blue smoke the instant they touched the flames, leaving no trace behind. Once she confirmed that every feather had returned to its pristine state, Lu Li nodded in satisfaction and gracefully approached Gu Xing. Master, it is time for us to leave, is it not? Lu Li gently tugged at Gu Xing's sleeve, her small face frowning as she surveyed their surroundings. This valley soaked in blood was indeed uninviting. Gu Xing glanced down at the timer, the numbers hitting 0 just as he did. The next moment, a solemn mechanical voice echoed throughout the trial space. This novice trial has officially concluded. All participants, please prepare to exit. Countdown begins now. Hold on to me. Gu Xing naturally took Lu Li's small hand. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. A blinding white light engulfed the entire world. When Gu Xing opened his eyes, he found himself in the familiar outline of Linyuan City Square. Before he could fully adjust to the dizziness of the teleportation, he noticed a crowd of excited staff members surrounding him. Leading the group was Su Feng, the usually stern trial supervisor, who approached with a beaming smile. Gu Xing, Your performance in the novice trial was truly astonishing. The city lord has specifically requested a private audience with you. Gu Xing paused for a moment, quickly understanding that his performance in the novice trial had caught the city lord's attention. He had anticipated this outcome, thus he did not refuse. Very well. Chapter 10. The Frenzied Gu Xing. When Gu Xing embraced and made his entrance at the center of the square, he was immediately surrounded by a throng of sycophantic students. Chen Xiao, you must be the undisputed champion of this trial. An epic, you have truly outpaced all others. I wager you scored at least 3,000 points. Such a score would have placed you in a league of your own in previous years. 3,000 points? Does that mean your potential rating is nearly at the pinnacle? We are witnessing history here. Gu Xing, basking in their flattery, wore a grin that stretched from ear to ear. He tightened his hold on his fingers playfully tracing her waist. Previously, he had been synonymous with debauchery in Linyuan City. However, after forging a contract with this epic, he not only shed the label of a wastrel, but also garnered admiration wherever he went. Pleased with this turn of events, he looked at with greater satisfaction. Mayor, he whispered into her ear, lowering his voice, I shall reward you well tonight, and tomorrow I will take you to another realm to enhance your level. The blushed at his words, her long eyelashes fluttering downwards. I shall obey you, Brother Xing. Yet, as he gazed at the yet-to-be-released leaderboard, he suppressed his impulsive desires. After all, this was his moment of glory. Under the scrutiny of the masses, he could not let it slip away. It is worth noting that Gu Xing had put considerable effort into this trial. Not only did he rely on this power, but he had also secretly spent a fortune to hire a 5-member team. This team was specifically tasked with severely injuring magical beasts, allowing him to deliver the final blow. At this moment, feeling the surge of his newly awakened 4th-tier power, he smugly curled his lips. Although this underhanded method was frowned upon, its effectiveness was undeniable. Not only did his level soar, but his points also increased substantially. Look, the leaderboard is out. With a gasp, the entire square erupted in excitement. All eyes were instantly drawn to the large screen at the center of the square. The leaderboard began to unveil itself from the last position. 187th, Zhang Wei, points 85. Potential rating, 163rd. Li Na, points 112. Potential rating. Cheers and sighs erupted from the crowd intermittently. As the leaderboard rolled into the top 10, the atmosphere became increasingly tense. The announcement of the top 10 was distinctly different. Each name lingered momentarily, accompanied by a special sound effect. 10th, Wang Hao, points 890. Potential rating. 9th, Lu Feng, points 902. Potential rating. In the center of the square, Gu Xing embraced with a self-satisfied smile, confident of his victory. Surrounding him were the incessant praises. Chen Xiao is certainly secured in first place. Of course, who else has the strength to claim the top spot? Gu Xing reveled in the adulation, his fingers playfully entwined in his hair, already envisioning the moment he would receive accolades from the city lord. However, a voice suddenly pierced through the air. Am I seeing this wrong? Why is Chen Xiao in second place? This exclamation hit Gu Xing like a thunderbolt, shattering his dreams in an instant. He whirled around, his gaze fixed on the glaring data displayed on the screen. Second, Gu Xing, points 4100. Potential rating. This is impossible. Gu Xing's eyes widened with rage, his voice rising in pitch. Second? How could I be second? With a score of 4,100, he had set a record in Linyuan City. How could he still be in second place? His eyes reddened with fury. He stared at the large screen in the square. Who had stolen his first place? Meanwhile, the in his arms was equally rigid. She had been monitoring the leaderboard to check the ranking of her former master, but from the last position to the second, she had not spotted that familiar name. This realization plunged her heart into despair. In the next moment, a terrifying thought gripped her. Could it be that Gu Xing was in first place? She immediately shook her head, trying to dismiss this absurd possibility from her mind. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That person had merely contracted a defective angel. How could she possibly lose to such a substandard being? Yet, often what one fears materializes. Under the gaze of the crowd, the first place was slowly revealed. First, Gu Xing, points 44300. Potential rating. As this ranking was announced, it felt as though a bomb had detonated in the square. My heavens! Gu Xing's score is 44,003. That is truly a 5-digit number. Level potential? This must be a human-level cheat. Amidst the cacophony of gasps, Gu Xing stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. He stared at those two numbers, 44,300 and 4,100. A staggering tenfold difference. How could this be? His eyes blazed with fury, and his fingers gripped the staff member's shoulder tightly. Cheating. This is absolutely cheating. His voice was hoarse, like sandpaper grating. 40,000 points? What a joke. The staff member emotionlessly brushed aside his hand. Their voice eerily calm. This score has been personally verified by the City Lord. Young Master Chun, are you questioning the judgment of the City Lord? This statement fell upon him like a bucket of icy water. Gu Xing stumbled back, his ears ringing. The gazes directed at him felt like 1,000 sharp knives, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Ha ha! He suddenly erupted into a neurotic laugh, his nails digging deep into his palms. I understand now. That beggar must have used the 20 million my father gave him to hire people to boost his score. At this moment, Gu Xing had completely lost his grip on reason. His handsome features contorted into a near snarl, the veins on his forehead pulsing with every labored breath. The very thought that the once derided pauper had used the charity of the Chun family to humiliate him ignited a fury within him that threatened to consume him whole. Gu Xing, do you think you can surpass me using my family's money? He yanked this wrist with such force that it nearly crushed her delicate bones. They let out a muffled whimper, but dared not struggle, stumbling along as he dragged her forward. Now, immediately, Gu Xing's eyes burned with a wild frenzy. I will hire the most elite demon hunting team. If 10 are not enough, then 20. In 10 days for the academy assessment. I will make that worthless fool kneel before me, begging for mercy. At this moment, Gu Xing cared not for his image, consumed by a singular thought, at any cost. He would crush Gu Xing completely. It was roughly pulled along, but as she turned, her peripheral vision caught the name shining on the square screen. Gu Xing. A thought surged within her. Was her initial choice truly the right one? Chapter 11. The Abyssal Level Trial. Meanwhile, under Su Feng's guidance, Gu Xing entered a meticulously decorated conference room. After signaling Liu Li to wait outside, Gu Xing stepped inside. Upon entering, his gaze was immediately drawn to the figure seated prominently at the head of the table, clad in deep blue. The city lord, Xia Xiao, stood respectfully at his side. As Xia Xiao noticed Gu Xing enter the room, he promptly rose to introduce. Gu Xing, this is the chief officer of the Southern Military District, Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan? Gu Xing's pupils constricted. This name resonated powerfully within Longxia Kingdom. A king-level master, the steadfast anchor of the southern battle zone. A true savior, capable of turning the tide in times of national peril. Greetings, city lord and esteemed officer. Regaining his composure, Gu Xing offered his respects. Wei Yuan nodded slightly, his penetrating gaze appraising Gu Xing, and he spoke warmly. Gu Xing, congratulations on achieving a potential rating in your novice trial. Thank you, esteemed leader. However, your summons must pertain to a matter of greater significance. Upon observing Xia Xiao standing by like a specter, Gu Xing realized that the individual truly wishing to see him was none other than Wei Yuan, the chief commander of the Southern Military District. Yet, he found himself perplexed as to why a military district commander would seek him out personally, although he had distinguished himself during the novice trials. A genius who has not yet matured cannot truly be considered a genius. Upon witnessing Gu Xing's performance, a glimmer of admiration flickered in Wei Yuan's eyes. When he received news of Gu Xing's exceptional rating en route, his initial reaction was skepticism. After all, in Longxia Kingdom, those who achieve such a level of genius are exceedingly rare. It is almost inconceivable for a city as remote as Linyuan to produce a genius of such caliber. He had presumed that this prodigy had merely employed some clever tricks to attain such a rating. However, upon witnessing Gu Xing's beast companion in person, that notion evaporated instantly. The aura emanating from the beast was evidently beyond the realm of the epic tier. Possessing a legendary beast naturally qualified one for such a high rating. Gu Xing, I indeed have a request, Wei Yuan stated, his gaze casually sweeping over Xia Xiao. The city lord immediately grasped the implication and respectfully exited the room, his heart turbulent with questions about what sort of confidential matter could warrant such secrecy, even from him, the lord of the city. Once the door closed, Wei Yuan raised his hand and waved it lightly. A faint blue light curtain rippled like water, enveloping the two of them. Gu Xing's pupils constricted slightly. The foundational application of the domain will be mastered once you ascend to the commander level. This is primarily to ensure our conversation remains undisclosed to external parties. As Gu Xing regarded the undulating energy barrier before him, his expression gradually became grave. The caution exercised by a king-tier beastmaster, even resorting to the use of domain power to shield against external scrutiny, was certainly not trivial. It might pertain to the fate of Longsha Kingdom. Gu Xing, you should be aware that the other space is a realm that is merging with Blue Star. Nations are establishing defenses within this other space to provide a safe training environment for lower-tier beastmasters. However, Longsha Kingdom's defensive construction lags behind that of other nations. Wei Yuan suddenly shifted his tone. Do you know why? Gu Xing furrowed his brow in contemplation. Is it due to difficulties in constructing the defenses? Exactly. Wei Yuan's fingers traced an outline in the void, conjuring a luminous map. 3 years ago, we discovered a massive trial site at a pivotal location. A crimson dot on the map was situated precisely at the defense's nexus. Ordinarily, discovering a trial site is a positive occurrence. Yet, without breaching this site, the defense will always harbor a gap, leaving it vulnerable to incursions by the demonic entities. Gu Xing, upon hearing this, lifted his gaze to Wei Yuan. But I seem unable to assist in any meaningful way. Wei Yuan raised his hand to interrupt, tapping his fingertip in the air, and a three-dimensional projection unfolded. The projection clearly marked the various regions of the trial site, most of which were indicated in green, signifying completion, while only the core area flickered ominously in red. All other trial areas have been conquered by our forces. Only this final segment, he pointed to the red light, requires a team of 3 awakened individuals of Tier 5 or below to challenge. The projection suddenly magnified, displaying the detailed data of that region. Difficulty level, abyssal. The trial site is a special secret realm within the other space, and those who conquer it will receive substantial rewards. Based on the difficulty, the Longsha Kingdom officially categorizes it into 5 tiers: ordinary, difficult, nightmare, hell, and the highest, abyss. I need you. Wei Yuan locked eyes with Gu Xing to join 2 other tier geniuses to complete this ultimate challenge and assist Longsha Kingdom in fortifying its defenses. At that moment, Gu Xing finally grasped why a military district commander would seek out a novice beastmaster in the awakening phase. Just as he was processing this information, Wei Yuan misconstrued his silence as hesitation. This trial indeed harbors significant risks. Therefore, as long as you participate, you will be entitled to select 1 item from the Southern Military District's treasury. As Wei Yuan spoke, he raised his hand to unveil a luminous screen, where countless rare materials shimmered. Gu Xing's gaze inadvertently fell upon one particular item, captivated. Light crystal? A whole block of light crystal? Commander Wei. Gu Xing's voice trembled slightly. Is there truly a complete light crystal in the military treasury? He had not anticipated learning about the primary material for cultivating Liuli here. A flicker of surprise crossed Wei Yuan's eyes as he enlarged the projection of the crystal with a tap of his fingertip. It seems this item holds great significance for you. Gu Xing nodded. Very well, as long as you agree to participate in the trial. It shall be yours regardless of the outcome. Deal. Gu Xing accepted without hesitation. He had initially intended to contribute to his country, and the prospect of acquiring the light crystal was a delightful, unforeseen bonus. Upon witnessing Gu Xing's agreement, Wei Yuan let out a sigh of relief. He had pledged a military commitment to complete the entire defensive structure this year. Had it not been for Gu Xing, he would have thought fulfilling his mission was impossible this year. They had previously dispatched geniuses to participate in trials. Yet even the most promising had failed to make significant progress. Thus, he had been frantically searching within Longsha Kingdom for potential tier geniuses. At last, he had found one. Without delay, we must set off immediately. Every day we linger, the defense gap claims the lives of more Longsha beastmasters. Chapter 12. The trial commences. The commanding style of the military district leader was indeed swift and decisive. Before Gu Xing could fully comprehend the situation, he felt a tightening around his waist as Wei Yuan directly lifted him and Liuli into the sky. With a whoosh, a colossal bird blotted out the sun, tearing through the clouds. The 3 landed steadily upon its expansive back, and Gu Xing instinctively scanned the information of this beast. Cloud-swallowing sparrow, qualification, level, attribute, skill. The uniform question marks sent a shockwave through Gu Xing's heart. However, What astonished him further was that despite the clouds swallowing Sparrow's speed tearing through the air, they felt not a hint of wind pressure. This indicated that the beast beneath them was at least of commander level, and it was highly likely it had reached king level. Shortly thereafter, a twisted blue light curtain spanned the horizon. This was the spatial passage connecting the two realms. Traversing it and flying for a few more hours would bring them to the trial site. Wei Yuan's voice remained clear even amidst the howling wind. The cloud swallowing Sparrow let out a long cry and soared into the light curtain. Below them, over 20 teams clustered around Gu Xing and the alluring demon, like stars surrounding the moon. The leading captain flattered, "Rest assured, young Master Chun, with our elite teams assisting you, you're sure to break through to awakening Tier 7. Yet, Gu Xing remained oblivious, his gaze fixated on the spatial passage, his eyes swirling with a sinister cold light. Gu Xing's fist clenched tightly, veins bulging. Competing with the Chun family for resources? I will make you understand what despair truly means. With 20 teams aiding my ascension, what do you possess to compare with me?" 3 hours later, the cloud-swallowing Sparrow descended upon a military base surrounded by mountains. As Gu Xing leaped off the enormous bird's back, he immediately noticed 2 young individuals among the soldiers in the camp square. These 2 must be his companions for the trial, Ying Bing and Qin Tian. Hailing from the capital, both of tier potential. Gu Xing, from Linyuan City, also possesses tier potential. This trial will be undertaken by the 3 of you together. Wei Yuan briefly introduced the individuals. Standing on the left, Ying Bing donned a white garment, with a bird as translucent as ice perched upon her shoulder. Upon hearing Wei Yuan's introduction, she nodded slightly at Gu Xing. Her gaze lingered on Lu Li for a few seconds longer, a flicker of surprise dancing within her ice-blue pupils. Gu Xing, too, greeted her with polite acknowledgement before delving into the details of this woman's beast companion. Shuang Xian Bing Huang. Qualification, Legend 1 star. Level, Awakening Stage 5. Strength, 120. Constitution, 130. Spirit, 178. Speed, 150. Skills, Frost Spike Piercing, Frost Storm. Frost Ring Confinement. Upon use, the beast enters a weakened state. To the right stood Qin Tian, arms crossed, beside him a towering bronze treant 3 meters high. He cast a sidelong glance at Gu Xing, his expression tinged with disdain. Linyuan City? Never heard of it. Can there truly be geniuses emerging from such small town? Surely, they must have achieved their levels by merely grinding points. However, due to Wei Yuan's presence, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, opting instead to maintain an air of aloofness. Gu Xing observed Qin Tian's demeanor, remaining unfazed. His participation in this trial was not motivated by the desire for camaraderie. His objective was solely the luminous crystal. As for his companions during the trial, it would be preferable if they were compatible, yet it would not be of great consequence if they were not, for they would likely never meet again after this trial. That said, he still took a moment to examine the details of Qin Tian's beast. War Treant. Qualification, Legend 1 star. Level, Awakening Stage 5. Strength, 160. Constitution, 165. Spirit, 112. Speed, 105. Skills, Root Strangulation, Giant Wood Strike, Ironwood Barrier. Gu Xing meticulously compared the data of the 3 beasts, gradually forming his assessment. Despite all possessing a qualification of Legend 1 star, the disparities were glaring. Although Lu Li's attributes were not the pinnacle, they were commendably balanced, lacking any significant weaknesses. More crucially, she possessed 4 skills, one more than the other 2 beasts. Ying Bing's Shuang Xian Bing Huang was evidently superior to Qin Tian's War Treant, particularly with the skill Frost Ring Confinement, which piqued Gu Xing's interest. This skill, akin to Lu Li's End of Days chant, required a certain cost for activation. Gu Xing speculated that the greater the cost, the more formidable the skill would be. It seemed comparable to a beast's ultimate move, End of Days chant, upon release. The beast falls into slumber. Gazing at Lu Li's skill, he resolved not to unleash it unless faced with dire circumstances. Subsequently, he shifted his attention back to Qin Tian's War Treant. Besides its commendable strength and constitution, it appeared to lack any exceptional attributes. Its 3 skills were rather mundane, and it did not possess an ultimate move. Gu Xing silently surmised that this War Treant barely met the threshold of legend qualification. Having grasped the strengths of Ying Bing and Qin Tian's beasts, Gu Xing's gaze ultimately settled on Lu Li. In summary, his own little angel was the most satisfying choice. Master? Lu Li queried, tilting her head in confusion. His slender fingers unconsciously brushed against her silvery hair, the soft texture warming his heart. Master? Liu Li rapata. Her golden-hued eyes filled with bewilderment. She instinctively nuzzled Gu Xing's palm, a gesture of intimacy that caused a tremor within him. What a predicament. Fortunately, Wei Yuan's voice broke the moment, redirecting Lu Li's attention and sparing Gu Xing from further scrutiny. Do you have anything else to prepare? If not, I shall escort you to the trial site. Wei Yuan's gaze swept across the three. They were ready to depart. Ying Bing and Qin Tian also affirmed their preparedness. Soon, Wei Yuan led them to an ancient grand hall. This had once been a sanctuary for the elven tribe, but for reasons unknown, the entire tribe had vanished, leaving only this trial ground behind. By overcoming this trial, you should be able to earn commendable rewards. However, should you encounter danger, it is imperative to withdraw promptly, for your safety is paramount. Rest assured, Commander Wei, Qin Tian declared, thumping his chest with confidence. With me here, this trial is a guaranteed success. Wei Yuan regarded him with a deep gaze. Let us hope so. Without further ado, Wei Yuan gestured towards the stone platform at the center of the hall. Place your hands upon it to commence the trial. As his resonant voice echoed, all the soldiers stood at attention, saluting, wishing you triumph. Under the watchful eyes of the assembly, the trio simultaneously placed their hands upon the stone platform. In an instant, a blinding white light erupted skyward, completely engulfing their figures. Chapter 13. A Man Cannot Say No. As the trio vanished into the white light, an aide approached Wei Yuan and, lowering his voice, inquired, Commander, do you believe they will succeed this time? After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. With that girl, there is a 50-50 chance of passing the trial. After all, this is the highest level of trial, and even with their beasts being of legendary caliber, I am not entirely confident. The last participants included a genius with a peak potential rating and two others of considerable talent. However, they could not even surpass the second stage. With a sigh, he cast one last glance at the stone platform before turning to leave the grand hall. We have done all we can. The rest is up to fate. Inside the trial ground, the blackened soil appeared as if steeped in ink, with ruins scattered about, exuding an air of desolation. Hey, you country bumpkin! Qin Tian abruptly halted, the robust branches of the war treant rustling behind him. He lifted his chin, his face brimming with arrogance. With us around, at least your life is safe in case of danger. Gu Xing raised an intrigued eyebrow. This young master from the capital, while conceited, was not inherently malevolent. It was merely that he had not yet faced the harsh realities of society, leading to excessive self-assurance. Conveniently, the various monsters encountered during the trial would not enhance the beast levels upon defeat. There were those eager to engage. He was more than happy to oblige. No problem. You go ahead. I want to steal your thunder. As he spoke, he intentionally took a couple of steps back, making an exaggerated gesture for him to proceed first. Lu Li tilted her head in confusion, yet at Gu Xing's urgent glance, she obediently stepped aside. You're quite perceptive. Qin Tian huffed in satisfaction, striding confidently to the forefront of the group. Meanwhile, Ying Bing seemed entirely unconcerned by the ongoing banter, engrossed in her interaction with the ice phoenix perched upon her shoulder. Before long, the trio encountered three monsters. Trial puppet, balance type. Level, awakening stage 6, strength, 100 constitution, 100 spirit, 100 speed, 100 skills, 1000 machine heavy fist. Balanced field. Upon seeing the information of these three trial puppets, Gu Xing finally understood the difficulty of the Abyss trial. With all attributes at 100, these puppets possessed the level of exceptional 6th-tier magical beasts. Moreover, due to their balanced attributes, their strength likely exceeded that of comparable beasts of the same level. Even more daunting, this was merely the first wave of monsters in the trial. The strength of the subsequent monsters would progressively escalate. However, Qin Tian appeared oblivious to the gravity of the situation. He boldly stepped forward. Sister Bing, don't intervene. I'll handle these metal lumps. Ying Bing pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly in agreement. After all, given that Qin Tian had attained a peak potential rating, defeating these three trial puppets should pose no challenge. Treant, root strangulation. With Qin Tian's command, the war trent's robust roots erupted from the ground, coiling around the three puppets like giant serpents. The sound of wood fibers scraping against the metallic shell was jarring, and ultimately, with three resounding explosions, the puppet shattered into countless fragments. "How is it, my tree man?" Qin Tian turned with a proud smile, seeking praise from those around him. Gu Xing and Lu Li exchanged a knowing glance and unanimously gave him a thumbs up. Lu Li even added a thoughtful remark. "Amazing." Qin Tian, buoyed by their compliments, felt elated, his voice rising an octave. "Although your strengths may be somewhat lacking, observing my battle closely will surely impart you with valuable lessons." "Yes, yes." Gu Xing nodded vigorously, casually silencing Lu Li, who had been about to retort. From that point onward, Qin Tian took on the role of the pathfinder. However, as they ventured deeper, the trial puppets they faced grew increasingly formidable. When 5 awakened 7th-tier trial puppets blocked their way, Qin Tian's smile finally faded, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Trial puppet level, awakened 7th tier, strength, 120, vitality, 120, mentality, 120, speed, 120. These 5 trial puppets, each boasting an average of 120 points in attributes, proved to be an overwhelming challenge for the war tree man. Qin Tian's fists trembled slightly as he clenched them tightly, sweat trickling down his brow. "Qin Xiao, do you need a hand?" Gu Xing kindly inquired, leaning in. "No, no." Qin Tian gritted his teeth, but it was evident to all that he was struggling. Meanwhile, Ing Bing calmly placed a hand on the ice phoenix, her voice icy. "I will control, you will output." Gu Xing raised her eyebrows in surprise upon hearing Ing Bing speak. The icy beauty had finally uttered a word. The moment Qin Tian heard Ing Bing was ready to intervene, he felt an immense relief. He could handle these 5 trial puppets, but it would come at a considerable cost. Yet, this was merely the first trial. With Ing Bing joining the fray, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The war tree man seized this opportunity, lifting its sturdy branches to shatter the frozen puppets one by one. The journey ahead became a leisurely endeavor for Gu Xing. For a time, he and Lu Li found themselves as mere spectators. Before long, Qin Tian and Ing Bing broke through the first trial with remarkable ease. The trio arrived at the end of the first trial, where 3 deep, shadowy passages lay before them. This marked the second phase of the Abyss-level trials. According to the intel provided by Wei Yuan, each of them must choose a separate passage and independently complete the trials therein to advance to the third phase. As for the nature of the third phase, even Wei Yuan was unaware. Previously, the highest trial participants had only reached the second phase. At this moment, Qin Tian suddenly turned, his gaze lingering on Gu Xing for an extended period, his tone laced with suspicion. "Can you manage?" He had no concerns regarding Ing Bing's prowess. As the top performer in the novice trials of Jingdu City, her strength even surpassed his. However, he was apprehensive about this rural genius, fearing she might become a liability. Even if he and Ing Bing managed to pass the second phase, their trial would still be deemed a failure. After all, Gu Xing had not engaged in any combat thus far, leaving her capabilities uncertain. Faced with Qin Tian's skepticism, Gu Xing did not defend herself. Instead, she simply smiled slightly and confidently strode towards the central passage. A man must not be deemed incapable. Chapter 14, Second Phase cleared. The moment Gu Xing stepped into the passage, he felt as if he had entered another realm. Before him, a mechanical figure gradually took shape. Trial puppet enhanced type. Level, awakened 5th tier, strength, 90 vitality, 90 mentality, 90 speed, 90 skills, 1000 machine heavy fist, attribute enhancement, balance field stackable. An enhanced type? Gu Xing furrowed his brow. Compared to an ordinary balance type puppet, this one was clearly a cut above the rest. Not only did it possess an additional attribute enhancement skill, but the balance field was even more troublesome. If several enhanced trial puppets appeared simultaneously, it would become quite a challenge. Yet for now, it posed no significant issue. Lu Li eliminated before Gu Xing's words could fully settle. Lu Li's silver-white wings unfurled completely, and she conjured a long sword engulfed in blazing flames. With a swift flap of her wings, she appeared before the puppet in an instant. The golden sword light sliced through the air like a crescent moon. With a swift motion, the enhanced puppet was cleaved in two, collapsing into shattered remnants on the ground. Although this awakened 5th-tier puppet was formidable, it stood no chance against Lu Li, whose attributes had surpassed 150 points across the board. As the puppet disintegrated, The blue barrier blocking their path faded away. Gu Xing and Lu Li pressed onward. In the second chamber, another enhanced trial puppet awaited them, its level having risen to awakened 6th tier. Observing the enemy's attributes soaring to 120 points, Gu Xing couldn't help but frown. No wonder previous trial participants had struggled to clear this level. With each space traversed, the puppet's strength escalated exponentially. This awakened 6th tier enhanced puppet's attributes were even comparable to those of a 5th tier epic beast. And this was merely the second trial. Lu Li's sword light flashed once more, and the trial puppet fell. In the next space, 2 awakened 6th tier puppets appeared simultaneously, and the balance field began to exert its influence, suppressing Lu Li's attributes by approximately 10 points. Fortunately, even diminished, Lu Li still maintained a decisive advantage, quickly dispatching the 2 awakened 6th tier trial puppets. As the trial's difficulty continued to escalate, 3, 4, 5 awakened 7th tier, when Gu Xing and Lu Li reached the final chamber. 3 trial puppets exuding a terrifying aura stood ready for battle. Trial puppet enhanced type, level, awakened 7th tier, strength, 150, vitality, 150, mentality, 150, speed, 150, skills, 1000 machine heavy fist, attribute enhancement. Balance field, stackable. Confronted by the 3 enhanced trial puppets, Lu Li found her attributes suppressed by nearly 30 points due to the stacking balance fields. This meant that even with Lu Li's strength, without activating her seraphim form, overcoming these puppets would prove quite challenging. Yet at this moment, Gu Xing's concern was not for the battle at hand, but for whether the other 2 could truly clear this trial. Ying Bing's Ice Phoenix Spirit had an astonishing 170 points in mental attributes, coupled with her exceptional skills, making her passage likely assured. However, Qin Tian and his War Tree Man faced a daunting task against 3 awakened 7th tier enhanced puppets. As his thoughts raced, Gu Xing made a decisive choice. Lu Li, activate your seraphim form and finish this swiftly. Understood. The young girl responded in a clear voice, and in an instant, crimson flames erupted from her being. For luminous wings unfurled behind her, and the sacred, intense energy surged throughout the space. Attribute values doubled. An overwhelming force of 300 points. 3 golden sword lights streaked across the sky like meteors, and the 3 enhanced puppets barely had time to react before being neatly cleaved in 2. Their remains were incinerated to ashes in the blaze of the seraphim's flames, scattering into the wind. The barrier at the end of the passage slowly dissipated. Meanwhile, in the core monitoring room of the trial site, a massive stone platform floated at the center, displaying the real-time progress of the participants. Chief, they have entered the second phase. Wei Yuan nodded slightly, his gaze gravely fixed on the stone platform. He understood better than anyone that the true test of this trial began at the second phase. Last year's trial had seen only one exceptionally talented individual make it to the end, while the other 2 had been eliminated after barely completing 70 of the progress. If we fail this time, we will have to wait until next year. Relay the order to have the border troops enter a state of full combat readiness. After passing the second level, part of the trial ground will vanish, and at that time, the demonic creatures will undoubtedly surge in through the breach. Although we do not yet know if the 3 can pass the second level, it is always wise to prepare in advance. Yes, just as the adjutant was about to turn and leave, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the stone platform shimmering with dazzling light. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Commander, it seems someone has passed the second level. What? Wei Yuan turned abruptly, his gaze fixed on the stone platform. There, it clearly displayed the words, "One person has passed." Who is it? It should be noted that only half an hour has passed since the 3 entered the second level. From the previous trialist, he also learned that the final space contained 3 awakened 7th tier trial puppets. Awakened 5th tier, awakened 7th tier. Even if the 3 possess legendary level beasts, it would still be quite challenging to deal with. Commander, I think it must be Ying Bing, right? The adjutant, who had regained his composure, cautiously analyzed. After all, the winner's bloodline is special. One can only bond with one beast throughout their life. The adjutant's thoughts aligned perfectly with Wei Yuan's own suspicions. As one of the oldest families in Longxia, the winner's bloodline is exceptionally unique. Family members can bond with only one beast in their lifetime. Yet the power of their bloodline can gradually enhance the beast's potential. Because of this, the beasts of the winners are at least of epic quality. This girl, Ying Bing, is the most gifted one in nearly a century. It is only reasonable that she could pass so quickly. However, as he contemplated this, Wei Yuan's expression turned grave. The current issue is that if Gu Xing and Qin Tian cannot pass, no matter how strong Ying Bing is, it will be of no use. After all, this trial is a trinity. If even one person fails, the entire trial will be declared a failure. Yet just then, the adjutant suddenly exclaimed again, "Commander, another person has passed." What? Wei Yuan's gaze shifted back to the stone platform. The original one person has passed had now changed to two people have passed. Chapter 15. Saving the Day. In the central circular hall of the trial ground, as Ying Bing stepped out of the passage, her cool gaze swiftly swept across the surroundings. Just as she was about to find a corner to recuperate and wait for the other two, a clear voice suddenly rang out. "Hey!" Ying Bing's footsteps halted abruptly, a flicker of astonishment crossing her usually calm eyes. She turned around in surprise towards the source of the voice. There stood Gu Xing, casually leaning against a stone pillar, with Luli quietly floating beside him. That familiar angelic beast was curiously tilting its head, observing her. "You." The typically composed Ying Bing found herself momentarily at a loss for words. During the previous trial, she had exerted herself to the fullest, with the Ice Phoenix utilizing all its strength. Yet, despite this, she had still been one step behind this person. After a moment of silence, Ying Bing finally stepped forward, her cool voice tinged with hesitation. "How long have you been here?" Gu Xing looked up, meeting the frown of the icy beauty, and casually replied, "About 10 minutes." Ying Bing's pupils constricted. A 10-minute gap. This meant the strength of his beast far surpassed that of the Ice Phoenix. Perhaps sensing her master's thoughts, the Ice Phoenix on Ying Bing's shoulder flapped its wings in protest. After soothing the Ice Phoenix, Ying Bing nodded towards Gu Xing and turned to walk toward the other side of the hall. However, her cold gaze still occasionally drifted between Gu Xing and Luli. Time passed in silence, and the third passage remained still. Gu Xing's expression grew increasingly serious. It was likely that Qin Tian had encountered an unexpected situation. Otherwise, he would not take this long to pass. Ying Bing also furrowed her brows, her slender fingers unconsciously rubbing the Ice Phoenix's wings. This year, they had finally gathered 3-level geniuses. If they could not pass this trial, it would be a significant blow. Just then, Gu Xing suddenly stood up. "Liu Li, let us go." "Where are you going?" Ying Bing turned in shock. "To save the day." The simple phrase made Ying Bing's pupils contract sharply. She watched as Gu Xing strode towards the entrance of Qin Tian's passage, instantly realizing his intention. "Are you insane?" Her usually calm voice rose unusually high. The second level assesses individual ability. Once someone intervenes, the difficulty will increase threefold. If the final level features 10 awakened 7th-tier enhanced puppets, combined with overlapping equilibrium fields. Even if Gu Xing is stronger than her, passing would be impossible. Yet, Gu Xing's steps showed no hesitation. Although Wei Yuan had promised that regardless of whether they passed this trial, he would still hand over the light crystal, he did not want to owe anyone a favor. If he could do something, he must do it to the best of his ability. Liu Li. The little angel's eyes ignited with fervent battle intent. The master's will is the highest mission of the beast. As long as the master points the sword, even if the path ahead is a bottomless abyss or a mountain of swords and a sea of flames, she will clear all obstacles for her master. The seraphim fully unleashed. Under Ying Bing's astonished gaze, Luli transformed into a war angel bathed in sacred flames, the crimson light illuminating the entire hall. Liu Li. Once inside, you must deal with half of the puppets immediately. Otherwise, with 10 overlapping equilibrium fields, even you will be suppressed. Understood. Liu Li's response carried an unprecedented seriousness. Gu Xing took a deep breath and shouted, "Charge." Their figures instantly vanished into the dark passage. Ying Bing stood there, her ice blue eyes reflecting the gradually fading afterglow of the sacred flames. After a long moment, she gently stroked the Ice Phoenix on her shoulder and murmured, as if to herself, "Ice Phoenix, do you think we truly deserve to be called geniuses?" Within the dark passage, the gnarled branches of the war treant firmly shielded Qin Tian at its core. Bang! Another heavy punch struck the tree trunk, and as with chips flew, the awakened 7th-tier trial puppet's eyes glimmered with a scarlet light. Had it not been for the war trent's ironwood barrier skill, Qin Tian would have likely been eliminated by now. Damn it. The war trent's vine whip struck the puppet, leaving only shallow marks. Both sides fell into a peculiar stalemate. Damn it. Why is this trial puppet so strong? Can a mere human truly pass such a level? Watching the relentless attacks of the trial puppet against the war trent's trunk, Qin Tian's expression was grim. Trant, root strangulation. The war trent's gnarled roots burst from the earth, striking the puppet's chest like a giant python, yet only leaving a few shallow scratches on its metallic shell. The trial puppet merely staggered back a few steps, its scarlet eyes flashing twice before lunging forward again. The previous attack had inflicted no substantial damage to the trial puppet. Made of alloy, the trial puppet was the natural nemesis of physical-type beasts like the war trant. Moreover, after defeating this trial puppet, there were still 3 awakened 7th-tier trial puppets in the next room. With this thought, despair surged within Qin Tian. Should I give up? However, just as this thought crossed his mind, an ear-splitting explosion erupted from deep within the passage. Blinding white light surged like a tide, instantly engulfing the trial puppet. As the dust settled, Qin Tian's widened eyes reflected an impossible figure. How could it be you? His voice caught in his throat, his fingertips trembling uncontrollably. He never expected that the one coming to his rescue would be Gu Xing, whom he had initially looked down upon. And Gu Xing's presence here meant one thing that Qin Tian understood all too well. Gu Xing raised an eyebrow as she looked at the wood shavings covering Qin Tian, teasingly asking if the young master had been rendered foolish by the puppets, failing to recognize his life savior. Qin Tian, his face flushed with indignation, gestured in frustration but could not formulate a complete sentence. Enough, Gu Xing said, her playful demeanor subsiding. It is time to depart, young Master Qin. The last trial puppet in the space had been dealt with by Gu Xing, leaving the passage completely unobstructed. This country bumpkin had not only bested him, but might even surpass the top genius of Jingdu by a considerable margin. At this moment, Ying Bing's icy gaze was fixed firmly upon Gu Xing, as if she were observing an anomaly that defied reason. He had single-handedly cleared the trial at triple difficulty. He had truly defeated 10 awakened 7th-tier enhanced trial puppets. Chapter 16. The ultimate trial puppet. The 3 did not hastily initiate the final trial. The difficulty of the second stage was already exceedingly high, and the third stage promised to be even more formidable. To ensure absolute safety, they needed to restore their respective beasts to optimal condition before commencing the third trial. Once their beasts reached peak performance, Ying Bing slowly approached Gu Xing. She paused before him, her icy blue eyes unusually wavering. For the third stage, you shall be the main attacker. This proposal momentarily startled Gu Xing. Would Qin Tian, with his pride, accept such an arrangement? Turning to look, he found the typically arrogant young master showing no signs of dissent. If the disparity in strength were not so vast, Qin Tian might have contested the decision. However, having witnessed Gu Xing swiftly dispatch 10 awakened 7th-tier enhanced trial puppets, he had completely relinquished his pride. I concur with Sister Bing's suggestion, Qin Tian declared, thumping his chest. My trant is durable and will certainly help by some time. With both of them expressing agreement, Gu Xing nodded in acceptance. After all, judging by the skills of the Ice Phoenix and the trant, their offensive capabilities were indeed inferior to Lu Li's. Once the strategy was established, the 3 moved to the center of the circular hall, where the stone platform for initiating the third trial awaited. As their palms simultaneously touched the cold surface of the stone, the entire hall suddenly illuminated with a ghostly blue glow. A shimmering screen unfolded before them, with blood-red lettering glaringly apparent. Final trial warning. Rule 1. Once the trial is initiated, withdrawal is impossible. Rule 2. Only upon clearing the trial can one leave the trial space. Rule 3. Those who fail will remain here eternally. Please confirm. Yes or no. Gu Xing noted a nearly transparent line of text in the lower right corner. Since the establishment of the trial realm, the clearance rate for the final trial is 0. Seeing this message, Gu Xing's expression turned grave. It was crucial to understand that in the first 2 stages, one could retreat to a safe zone if feeling overwhelmed. The final trial, however, seemed to differ. Clearance was the only means of escape. This implied that should the 3 fail in the final trial, their lives would be forfeit. Gu Xing's gaze first landed on Qin Tian. To his surprise, the young master wore a serious expression. I will participate. Qin Tian suddenly spoke. Before embarking, the elder had made a statement. More importantly, with a fierce determination in his eyes, he declared, "I want that old stubborn man to know that his son is not a coward." Gu Xing was momentarily taken aback, but soon understood. The Qin family, like the Ying family, boasted a lineage spanning centuries. As the heir of the Qin family, Qin Tian could be proud and arrogant, but he must never appear cowardly. When her gaze shifted to Ying Bing, the composed young woman merely raised her eyelids. Her slender fingers brushed the feathers of the ice phoenix, and with a soft voice, she stated, "I will participate." Those two simple words were imbued with unwavering resolve. A smile involuntarily crept onto Gu Xing's face as she recognized the choices made by Qin Tian and Ying Bing. Taking a deep breath, she decisively selected yes. With a thunderous roar, a massive stone crashed down, sealing their only escape route completely. In the center of the hall, the space began to twist as a vague, colossal silhouette began to coalesce. With each increment of its manifestation, an oppressive force filled the air. Ultimate Trial Puppet, Qualification, Epic 9 stars, Level, Awakened 8th Tier, Strength, 301 Vitality, 340 Mentality, 256 Speed, 240 Skills, Complete Equilibrium Field, World-Crushing Hammer. Steady State Barrier. Upon witnessing the final trial target, even Gu Xing felt her lips twitch involuntarily. Strength and vitality attributes exceeding 300 points. And even the slightly weaker mentality and speed attributes reached 250 points. Was this truly something that a newly awakened 5th-tier Beastmaster could overcome? Naturally, Qin Tian and Ying Bing also sensed the imposing aura radiating from this gigantic puppet. Qin Tian instinctively took half a step back, his Adam's apple bobbing. "Xingge, can we really defeat this thing?" His gaze swept over his prideful treant, which now appeared as small as a chick in the presence of this trial puppet. Ying Bing, upon seeing the trial puppet, also furrowed her brow. The Xianshuang ice phoenix, perched on her shoulder, began to cry out anxiously, clearly sensing the puppet's terrifying presence. At this moment, Gu Xing scrutinized the fully formed trial puppet, rapidly calculating strategies to vanquish it. Divine Angel, Luli, Qualification, Legendary 1 star, Level, Awakened 5th Tier, Strength, 148, Vitality, 150, Mentality, 142, Speed, 153, Skills, Judgment, increases damage to demonic beings. Divine Protection, immunizes against a fatal attack once. Seraphorm, boosts all attributes by 200, Final Requiem, upon use. The angel enters a sleep phase. If Luli activated her Seraphorm, her attributes would rise to around 300 points. Although her vitality and strength still fell short compared to the puppet, the enhancement from Judgment should suffice to breach the puppet's daunting 340 vitality. However, the trial puppet would not remain passive while Luli struck. This required Ying Bing and Qin Tian's beasts to buy 3 seconds for Luli. Should the plan falter, Gu Xing's gaze fixated on the little girl's ultimate skill, Final Requiem. If the Seraphorm was already so potent, the even mightier Final Requiem would undoubtedly be capable of resolving the current ultimate trial puppet. Yet, Gu Xing truly wished to refrain from utilizing this skill unless absolutely necessary. Once activated, the little girl would enter a slumber phase. No one could predict how long that would last. With this thought, Gu Xing cleared her mind of distractions. "There's no problem. We can definitely do this. Ying Bing, Qin Tian, I need you both to buy at least 3 seconds for Luli." Upon hearing Gu Xing's voice, both Ying Bing and Qin Tian shuddered slightly. "Xingge, don't worry. We might not be able to kill this puppet, but the treant can still buy time." Qin Tian replied with conviction. Ying Bing nodded in agreement. Although the Xianshuang Ice Phoenix was not adept at attacking, it excelled at control. Together with Qin Tian, they should be able to hold the trial puppet for 3 seconds. However, looking at the beasts of the two, Gu Xing remained skeptical. The attributes of the trial puppet were nearly double those of their beasts. Given such a significant disparity, delaying for 3 seconds would be exceedingly challenging. Furthermore, this trial puppet also possessed skills. But at present, there are no other options left. It is time to take a gamble. Chapter 17, Frost Ring Confinement. Qin Tian, command the war tree to strangle the trial puppet with its roots. Qin Tian is undoubtedly one of the foremost geniuses in the capital. As soon as Gu Xing's order was given, Qin Tian immediately directed the war tree to launch its attack. War tree, release the ironwood shield to enhance the strength of your roots. Then use your roots to entangle and strangle the target's limbs. The war tree's dark and robust roots surged forth like a giant python, ensnaring the limbs of the trial puppet the moment it took shape. Those metallic-hued roots layered upon each other, enveloping the puppet in an impenetrable embrace. Meanwhile, as Qin Tian took action, Gu Xing was not idle. Almost simultaneously, flames of crimson ignited around Lu Li, fully activating her seraph form. She transformed into a blazing line of fire, shooting directly towards the puppet, warping the air in her wake. Understanding, the Xianshuang Ice Phoenix emitted a melodious cry, taking flight from Ying Bing's shoulder. As its wings unfurled, its form rapidly swelled, swiftly regaining its true stature of over 2 meters. Gu Xing's gaze remained fixed on Lu Li, for this was the only method he had devised to conquer the trial puppet. If the puppet were to unleash a stable barrier, its defensive capabilities would be further augmented. That would render their chances of defeating it exceedingly slim. Therefore, they had to resolve the situation swiftly before the puppet could react. Judgment. As she approached the puppet, the flames enveloping her burned with the brilliance of the rising sun. Witnessing this scene, Qin Tian and Ying Bing exchanged glances of elation. They could distinctly feel that. At this moment, the pressure emanating from Lu Li was nearly on par with that of the trial puppet. As long as their control did not falter, they were certain they could pass this trial. However, Gu Xing's expression darkened. His gaze was fixed on the trial puppet, and an unsettling tide of anxiety surged within him. Too easy. Everything was proceeding far too smoothly. According to his expectations, the probability of Qin Tian and Ying Bing successfully controlling the trial puppet was less than 30%. Yet in reality, they had effortlessly ensnared it. Something is amiss. At the moment the puppet's crimson light surged, Gu Xing's heart seized, an intense sense of crisis enveloping him. Lu Li retreat immediately. Hearing Gu Xing's urgent shout, Lu Li, though confused, obeyed her master's command without hesitation. She swiftly retracted her seraph wings and retreated. Boom! Almost simultaneously, the roots of the war tree shattered inch by inch. The Xianshuang Ice Phoenix's ice instantly melted away. The trial puppet clenched its fists, smashing down towards the ground like a falling star. World-breaking hammer. Boom! A violent shockwave erupted, cracking the ground and sending debris flying. Lu Li narrowly evaded the strike. The edges of her seraph wings were still brushed by the residual waves, causing the searing flames to flicker violently. Lu Li's heart raced. Had she been even half a second slower, the trial puppet's terrifying force of 340 points, coupled with the enhancement of its skills, would have been enough to severely injure her, even in her seraph form. Seeing Lu Li successfully dodge this attack, Gu Xing let out a sigh of relief. However, his heart immediately tightened again as he surveyed the battlefield. His suspicions were confirmed. This trial puppet was not a mere inanimate object. It possessed combat intelligence. The puppet's initial target had always been Lu Li. Thus, it had feigned being controlled by the war tree and Xianshuang Ice Phoenix, merely to lure Lu Li closer and then launch a surprise attack to eliminate the greatest threat on the field. Roar! The trial puppet, having missed its strike, suddenly turned its crimson mechanical eyes towards the war tree. Qin Tian, quickly command the war tree to retreat. But it was too late. The trial puppet moved with lightning speed, almost instantaneously becoming a blur and charging towards the war tree. World-breaking hammer. The war tree hastily erected the ironwood shield, yet the vast disparity in attributes rendered it unable to withstand the force. Bang! With a thunderous crash, the war tree was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, embedding itself deeply into the wall of the circular hall, its fate uncertain. Qin Tian's face turned pale, and he coughed up blood before losing consciousness. As a beastmaster, his mental connection with the war tree meant that its severe injury left him no better off. The trial puppet's gaze shifted once more, this time locking onto the Xianshuang Ice Phoenix. Lu Li, save the Ice Phoenix, Gu Xing commanded sharply. If the Xianshuang Ice Phoenix suffered further harm, this trial could practically be deemed a failure. Fortunately, at that moment, Lu Li's speed attribute exceeded that of the trial puppet by nearly 50 points. She transformed into a streak of crimson light, yanking the Xianshuang Ice Phoenix away from danger just before the puppet's colossal fist struck. Whoosh! The seraph wings stirred up a wave of scorching air as Lu Li safely landed beside Gu Xing with the Ice Phoenix. Subsequently, she extended her wings, shielding the two of them and the beast behind her, vigilantly watching the distant trial puppet. The situation took a dramatic turn. With Qin Tian unconscious and the war tree incapacitated, their original plan to encircle and eliminate the puppet crumbled before the instinct-driven trial puppet. Ying Bing's expression turned grave as he turned to Gu Xing, his voice low. Gu Xing, what should we do now? With a power rating of level 9 awakening and overwhelming attributes, it is nearly impossible to defeat it head-on unless we use Lu Li's finishing move. However, doing so would plunge his only beast into slumber, significantly delaying Lu Li's growth. While he weighed the pros and cons, Ying Bing suddenly spoke in a deep voice. If I can control it, do you have confidence in delivering a fatal blow? Gu Xing abruptly turned his head, surprise flashing in his eyes. As he noticed the Ice Phoenix's skills, he instantly grasped Ying Bing's intent. The Xianshuang Ice Phoenix's finishing move, although it would similarly leave the beast weakened, the cost would be far less than Lu Li's. As long as you can control it, Lu Li will surely be able to eliminate this trial puppet. Upon hearing this, Ying Bing's fighting spirit ignited. Xianshuang Ice Phoenix, unleash Frost Ring Confinement. Chapter 18, Master, I can do it. With Ying Bing's command, the Xianshuang Ice Phoenix suddenly radiated a blinding ice blue light. Gu Xing's pupils constricted as a new data panel appeared before him. Xianshuang Ice Phoenix, Special State. Qualification, Legendary 1-star. Level, Awakening Level 5, Strength, 120,220, Constitution, 130,230, Spirit, 178,378, Speed, 150,250, Skills, Ice Spike. Frost Storm, Frost Ring Confinement. Upon use, the beast enters a weakened state. Before the Ice Phoenix unleashed its finishing move, its spirit attribute skyrocketed by a full 200 points, while the other attributes surged by 100 points. It seemed that the beast's finishing move also relied on enhancing its various attributes to amplify the skill's effectiveness. However, achieving this special state came with certain aftereffects. A daring hypothesis suddenly emerged in Gu Xing's mind. If Lu Li, in her seraph state, executed her finishing move, could it achieve a secondary amplification based on the doubled attributes? Yet, the greater the enhancement, the higher the aftereffects for the beast. Nevertheless, this was not the time for such considerations. Lu Li, prepare. Upon hearing Gu Xing's command, Lu Li's fiery eyes locked onto the trial puppet, flames surging around her. Simultaneously, the Ice Phoenix's aura reached its peak state. In the trial space, two opposing energies, ice and fire, wreak havoc, intertwining frost and flames across the battlefield. The trial puppet, evidently sensing the imminent threat, flashed a crimson light in its eyes. A stable barrier materialized instantly, a black shield gleaming with metallic luster. However, the ultimate technique of Xianshuang Bing Huang did not commence with a simple external freeze. Rather, it was precisely the opposite. A crisp sound of shattering ice crystals echoed as the interior of the shield suddenly crystallized with glistening ice spikes, which rapidly spread across the puppet surface. As the body sustained damage, the stable barrier released by the trial puppet instantly crumbled. Gu Xing, hurry! The Ice Phoenix's explosive state can only last for 5 seconds. Gu Xing would not let such an opportunity slip by. Lu Li, now is the time. Understood. A streak of scarlet light pierced through space as Lu Li, wielding a blazing longsword, surged forward like a falling star. The sword's tip pointed directly at the mechanical head of the trial puppet. For the first time, a human-like panic emerged in the puppet's electronic eyes, but the ice crystals had completely confined it, rendering it incapable of moving even a finger. Forced to watch helplessly as the deadly red light approached. Judgment. The blade clashed against the alloy head, producing a piercing metallic screech. Bang! Lu Li felt a tingling in her palms, the recoil from the sword sending a jolt through her heart. It was hard. This was the sole thought occupying Lu Li's mind, even in the peak state of the seraph form. Facing a metallic creature with a physical attribute of 340 felt akin to slicing through diamond. Each inch gained was excruciatingly laborious. Fortunately, although slow, the crimson longsword gradually penetrated the puppet's head, a radiant spark erupting from the contact between the searing blade and the molten metal. Nonetheless, just when everyone assumed this trial would conclude in such a manner, the dying trial puppet's eyes suddenly burst forth with blinding blood-red light. Gu Xing and Ying Bing were taken aback, their pupils dilating in shock. What is this? In Gu Xing's line of sight, the attribute panel twisted and reconfigured frantically. Trial Puppet Ultimate, Demonized. Qualification, Epic 9 stars. Level, Awakening Stage 8. Strength, 301, 400. Constitution, 340, 450. Spirit, 256, 350. Speed, 240. 360. Skills, Complete Equilibrium Field, Collapse Hammer, Stable Barrier, Demon Transformation. Gu Xing and Ying Bing exchanged glances, both inhaling sharply. In that moment, all mysteries unraveled. Why was the difficulty of the Abyss-level trial so perverse? Clearly, the entry standard was Awakening Stage 5, yet they were forced to confront an adversary nearing the Transcendent level. It turned out that the entire trial space had long been permeated by demonic energy. Under the influence of this energy, the attributes of the trial puppets within the space were gradually enhancing. Had they not been lifeless objects, their growth would have been even more terrifying. With this revelation, both their hearts plummeted. They had struggled against the ultimate trial puppet in its ordinary state. Now, due to demonization, the puppet's attributes had surged by an additional 100 points. What should they do? Crack! Lu Li's sword emitted a sharp, scraping sound against the puppet's neck, the blade now unable to advance further. More critically, the extreme cold confinement of Xian Shuang Bing Huang was swiftly dissipating. The surface of the ice crystals now covered with spiderweb-like fissures. They both understood that if this attribute exceeding 400 creature regained its freedom, the possibility of passing this trial would indeed vanish. Crack! The ice crystals encasing the puppet's head began to fracture. Its head regained mobility. At this moment, its gaze slowly shifted, locking onto Gu Xing and Ying Bing. After demonization, its intelligence had evidently advanced further, regardless of how formidable the beast-tamers were. As long as they eliminated the beast masters, Gu Xing and Ying Bing felt a chilling dread. The puppet's gaze was fixated on them like a venomous snake. Crack! With a crisp, shattering sound, the ice crystals covering the puppet exploded violently. Its mechanical arm, moving with astonishing speed, grasped the flying ice shards and completed the aiming and loading process in an instant. Whoosh! The sharp sound of slicing air reverberated across the battlefield as the ice shard transformed into a lethal beam of cold light, aimed directly at Ying Bing's throat. Screech! Xian Shuang Bing Huang emitted a heart-wrenching cry, desperately attempting to flap its wings to intervene. Yet, having just executed its ultimate technique, it could barely stand, helplessly witnessing the approach of death towards its master. Ying Bing's mind went blank, the shadow of death enveloping him. The icy shard's cold radiance rapidly expanded in his vision. Lu Li, Divine Protection. Gu Xing's furious shout reverberated within the trial space. In an instant, a resplendent golden shield descended like a divine barrier, enveloping Ying Bing entirely. This was one of Lu Li's 4 core skills. Divine Protection. It could provide absolute defense against a single lethal attack. Boom! The ice shard collided violently with the golden shield, producing a deafening roar. Yet it ultimately failed to breach this seemingly fragile barrier. Ensuring Ying Bing was unharmed, Gu Xing turned, his gaze fixated on the trial puppet. Now, facing this creature with attributes soaring to 400, there was no choice but to unleash Lu Li's ultimate technique. At this moment, Lu Li seemed to sense the depths of Gu Xing's thoughts. She abruptly raised her golden eyes, resolutely declaring, "Master, I can do it." Chapter 19. Trial Completion. I can definitely do it. Lu Li's golden pupils suddenly constricted, fixating intently on the crack at the puppet's neck. The blade was a mere 3 inches away from severing it completely, yet it felt insurmountable. If only she could be just a bit stronger. The stubborn flames within her chest burned fiercely, hotter than the surrounding crimson blaze. She would not allow her master to wear such a troubled expression. She could no longer be the weak and powerless self. The trial puppet's scarlet electronic eyes suddenly shifted towards Lu Li, its mechanical arm emitting a screech of metallic friction. If it could not slay the Beastmaster, it would first destroy this most threatening angel. Lu Li, retrait. Gu Xing's cry was heart-wrenching. Yet this time, the girl did not budge. Her crimson hair danced wildly in the energy storm as she poured all her strength into the blade. This time, I will succeed. Boom! Crimson flames surged skyward, for wings of light unfurling to their fullest extent. Even more astonishingly, two illusory winged silhouettes manifested behind her. The phantom of a six-winged angel flickered amidst the sea of fire, both sacred and majestic. Lu Li, special state. Qualification, Legend 1 star. Level, Awakening Stage 5. Strength, 296. 446. Constitution, 300, 450. Spirit, 282, 432. Speed, 306, 456. Skills, Judgment, Divine Protection. Cooldown, 24 hours. Seraph Form, Final Chant. Upon perceiving Lu Li's attributes, Gu Xing's pupils constricted sharply. Like Xian Shuang Bing Huang, she was also in a special state. Yet Lu Li had clearly not activated her ultimate skill. Barely recovering from the brink of death, Ying Bing steadied himself, and when his gaze landed on Lu Li, his pupils shrank to pinpricks. Critical state. Gu Xing turned sharply, confusion etched upon his face. What critical state? Taking a deep breath, Ying Bing endeavored to steady his voice. This state should only be accessible to those at transcendent level. Beast-tamers in the awakening period can forcibly enter it through special skills, but doing so will incur significant side effects. Only upon reaching transcendent level will these side effects vanish. Hearing this explanation, Gu Xing furrowed his brow. He was certain that Lu Li had not yet utilized her ultimate skill, Final Chant. Is there any other way to enable the beast of the Emperor to enter such a state? Ying Bing pondered for a moment and slowly replied, there is another possibility. Our family's ancient texts record that when the beast of the Emperor's talent resonates perfectly with its beliefs, there is a certain probability of entering this state. This state is exceedingly rare. Moreover, it has nearly zero side effects, only a slight reduction in the amplification for the beast. Upon learning there are no side effects, Gu Xing's anxious heart finally settled, and his gaze refocused on the center of the battlefield. At this moment, the mechanical arm of the trial puppet abruptly halted just an inch away from Lu Li, firmly blocked by a crimson energy shield that resembled blood. The scarlet light in its eyes flickered violently, and the demonic energy within trembled uncontrollably. In the trial puppet's perception, the momentum of the beast of the Emperor before it had already equaled its own, even surpassing it. Danger. Extreme danger. Lu Li's golden pupils reflected the terror of the puppet's electronic eyes, while 6 radiant wings fully spread behind her, each feather flowing with liquid flames. At this moment, a single thought burned in her mind. I must win. Die for me. Accompanied by this earth-shattering roar, the halted sword suddenly erupted with blinding red light. As the sword's edge sliced through the air, time seemed to freeze. The crimson sword light fell like a meteor, and the trial puppet's alloy body was effortlessly torn apart like thin paper before absolute power. The flames dancing along the blade melted the metal at the cut into molten red iron, which dripped to the ground with a hissing sound. Boom! With a deafening crash, the massive mechanical body of the trial puppet crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Just as its core extinguished, a pure blue energy sphere rose from the wreckage, splitting into two in midair. Only by slaying a demonic creature can the beast of the Emperor's level be elevated. This trial puppet, having transformed into a demonic creature, also belonged to the demonic race, perhaps due to the minimal contribution of Qin Tian's war treant in this battle. The lowest distribution standard was not triggered. Upon receiving this blue energy sphere, Lu Li was enveloped in dazzling golden light. Gu Xing also felt his mental strength strengthen once more. Level up. Divine Angel, Lu Li. Qualification, Legendary 1 star. Level, Awakening 6 stage. Strength, 175. Constitution, 177. Spirit, 173. Speed, 181. Skills, Judgment, Divine Protection. Cooldown, 24 hours. Seraphim Form. Final Elegy. Gu Xing gazed at the skyrocketing data on the panel, his fingertips trembling slightly. Truly monstrous. The peak attributes of an ordinary Awakening 8-stage Beast of the Emperor are only around 150, while Lu Li's attributes approached 180 points. Not to mention that Lu Li also possessed the even more formidable Seraphim Form. Although both had legendary qualifications, Gu Xing cast a glance at the war treant embedded in the wall and suddenly comprehended the meaning of different fates for the same rank in textbooks. Despite both the war treant and Lu Li having a qualification of legendary 1 star, the disparity in strength was vast. Shaking his head, Gu Xing turned his gaze to Lu Li. However, Lu Li stood frozen in place, as if under a paralysis spell, her silver wings fully spread, yet utterly motionless. Lu Li? His heart skipped a beat, and the worst possible scenarios flashed through his mind. Has something happened? Without further hesitation, he dashed forward. Yet, as he approached, he discovered that little Lu Li was simply grinning foolishly at the air, her cheeks flushed with an unusual hue. Master will surely be pleased. Gu Xing, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation at Lu Li's silly grin, suddenly heard a rumbling sound from the stone wall ahead, which slowly parted to the sides. Congratulations to all for passing the ancient trial. The blessing of the elven race is with you, brilliant green light intertwined in the air, coalescing into 3 shimmering rating crystals. Final evaluation, Gu Xing. Level, historical highest. Ying Bing. Level, excellent. Qin Tian. Level, good. Immediately afterward, 3 beams of different colored light descended from above. Gu Xing was enveloped by a dazzling golden beam, and a series of prompt sounds echoed in his mind. Acquired, Beast of the Emperor Qualification Enhancement Potion, Legendary. Acquired, Beast of the Emperor Space Condensation Core. Acquired, Key to the Ancestral Land of Elves 1, can open the secret passage. Ying Bing's Silver Beam contained a potion and a key. Acquired, Beast of the Emperor Qualification Enhancement Potion, Epic. Acquired, Key to the Ancestral Land of Elves 1. In front of Qin Tian was a beam of emerald healing light. Acquired, Essence of the Spring of Life, can completely restore the injuries of the Beast of the Emperor. Chapter 20, Qualification Enhancement. Beast of the Emperor Space Condensation. Gazing at the 3 floating items before him, Gu Xing concentrated on the bottle of golden potion. Beast of the Emperor Qualification Enhancement Potion, Legendary. Effect, enhances the qualification of a legendary Beast of the Emperor by 2 stars upon seeing the effects of this potion. Gu Xing's breath quickened. A leap of 2 stars in qualification would be sufficient to elevate Lu Li's attributes significantly. Currently, Lu Li's average attributes were at 180 points. If she were to consume this potion, her attributes might surpass the 200 mark. Such a reward is indeed befitting the difficulty of this trial. The Beast of the Emperor Space Condensation Core was a translucent diamond crystal with starry points of light flowing within. Beast of the Emperor Space Condensation Core, Legendary. Effect, helps the Beast Master construct a complete Beast of the Emperor Space in advance, upon understanding its description. Gu Xing was taken aback. To construct a complete Beast of the Emperor Space in advance. It is known that only upon reaching the extraordinary realm can one condense a personal Beast of the Emperor Space. Yet through this core, it was possible for a Beast Master to achieve this during the awakening period. Unbelievable. As for the last item, Gu Xing felt a bit puzzled. He could not view the information regarding this key. He cautiously reached out to touch it. Buzz! The key transformed into a stream of light and entered his forehead, causing a torrent of information to flood in. Secret Realm of the Ancestral Land of Elves. Admission requirement. Collect 3 keys. Remaining time, 49 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Note, failure to enter by the deadline will result in permanent closure. The Ancestral Land of Elves? After deciphering all the information about this key, Gu Xing began to comprehend its purpose. This trial was akin to an assessment. Only geniuses who passed this assessment would be allowed to enter the burial ground of the elven race and acquire the legacies they left behind. However, entry into the secret realm requires 3 keys. Currently, he held one, and Ying Bing possessed another. As for the last key, its whereabouts seemed unknown. Nevertheless, as long as the remaining individual wished to enter this secret realm, they must meet at the entrance within these 50 days. With that thought, Gu Xing raised his head to look at Ying Bing, just as their gazes met. She must have grasped this information as well. However, with 50 days remaining, there was no rush regarding entering the secret realm. Gu Xing reached for the Beast of the Emperor Qualification Enhancement Potion, intending to hand it to Lu Li, only to find that the little girl's gaze was fixated on the potion. He playfully twirled the potion bottle on his fingertips, and Lu Li's golden pupils immediately traced an arc. When Gu Xing shifted his gaze, the little girl quickly pretended to look away, yet her furtive glances betrayed her thoughts. Seeing his little angel in this state, Gu Xing decided to tease her. Lu Li, what do you think about saving this potion for the second contracted beast? Her qualifications are certainly not as commendable as yours. Perhaps we should relinquish this to her. Liu Li's wings suddenly stiffened. She mechanically turned her neck, her lips twitching as she forced out a smile. You're absolutely right, master. The tremor in the young girl's voice was unmistakable, and tears began to well in her eyes. Gu Xing could no longer contain his laughter and casually tossed the potion over. Liuli clumsily caught the vial, blinking in a dazed manner. It was only when she saw her master's mischievous smile that she realized she had been teased. Instantly, her cheeks puffed up as she glared at her master in discontent. However, when she lowered her gaze to the potion, her fingers unconsciously tightened around it. She was acutely aware of the value of this legendary grade potion. Yet, Gu Xing showed not a hint of hesitation as he handed the vial to her. With her master's unwavering trust in her, she felt compelled to excel and strive even harder. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Xing was oblivious to her thoughts. To him, the value of the Beast Master Qualification Enhancement Potion was not as significant as Liuli imagined. He could see through the training path of the beasts. As long as he procured the necessary materials, the strength increment through the system's training plan would far surpass that of this potion. Therefore, the beast potion was merely an embellishment for him. More importantly, Gu Xing's gaze ultimately fixed upon the translucent core of the Beast Master Space. This core would usher in a transformative change. Once the Beast Master Space was successfully condensed, Liuli's growth would no longer be constrained by hunting demonic creatures. She could remain within the Beast Master Space, enhancing her abilities at any time and place. Furthermore, this would enable Gu Xing and her to develop entirely new tactical synergies, achieving a profound connection of minds. Without hesitation, Gu Xing activated the shimmering core in his hand. The crystalline orb instantly transformed into a streak of light, diving straight into his brow. In that moment, a surge of overwhelming mental energy surged through his consciousness like a tidal wave. Simultaneously, Liuli tilted her head back and drank from the vial of golden-enhanced qualification potion. The dazzling golden cocoon enveloped her entirely, and a powerful wave of energy reverberated throughout the circular hall. The metamorphosis began. At the periphery of the trial grounds, twilight bled into the sky. Wei Yuan stood at the forefront of the defense line, arms folded behind him, flanked by hundreds of soldiers standing at the ready. Following the unsealing of the breach after the second challenge, he had fortified it with meticulous defense. Now, only one final step remained. Once the three of them succeeded, the entire defense line of the Longxia Kingdom would become one cohesive unit. At that point, the difficulty of upgrading for novice beastmasters would drastically diminish. Commander, it has been half a day, and the third challenge has yet to be completed. Could it be a failure? The adjutant spoke in a hushed tone, hesitating. However, Wei Yuan's gaze remained unyielding, fixed intently on the array. I believe in them. The 5 succinct words resonated with conviction. The adjutant, taken aback, soon grasped the meaning. Indeed, this year's contenders were the strongest lineup in recent years. If they could not break through, the possibility of passing the trial would be bleak. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound shattered the silence. Hearing it, Wei Yuan and the adjutant turned simultaneously. It was the sound of the barrier shattering. This indicated that the three of them had succeeded. All personnel, attention, Wei Yuan bellowed, his voice echoing across the expanse. The barrier is breached. Prepare for battle. Hundreds of soldiers responded in unison. Received. The roar was thunderous. With a final crack, the barrier completely collapsed. At the immense gap, countless demonic creatures emitted piercing roars. Surging forth like a tide, Wei Yuan surveyed the oncoming wave of demons, the presence of a king-level beast master dominating the battlefield. If even one of these demonic creatures escaped, it would be dealt with under military law. The battle was imminent. Chapter 21. We are exempt. The demonic creatures charged fearlessly. But the soldiers led by Wei Yuan were equally the elite of the Longxia Kingdom. In order to seal this breach and unite the entire defense line of the Longxia Kingdom, the war had persisted for several days. In stark contrast to the front line's chaos, the trial grounds were enveloped in profound silence. Within Gu Xing's consciousness, the outline of the Beastmaster space had fully solidified, and an immense wave of mental energy surged like the tide. This core not only aided him in constructing the Beastmaster space, but also propelled his mental prowess to a qualitative leap. Beside him, the golden cocoon enveloping Liuli began to crack like a spider's web, exuding a chilling aura. The enhancement of Liuli's qualifications was nearing completion. Elsewhere, Qin Tian's injuries had healed under the nurturing of the Fountain of Life. Meanwhile, Yingbing's Xian Shuang Ice Phoenix successfully ascended to legendary 2-star rank, her power surging. Sister Bing, how much longer do you think Xinggu will take to awaken? It has been 9 days. Qin Tian scratched his head, his tone devoid of the initial arrogance. Since learning that Gu Xing had almost single-handedly defeated the ultimate trial puppet, his pride had been utterly shattered, and he had become a devoted admirer of Gu Xing. Yet, her ice-blue eyes would unconsciously glance in Gu Xing's direction. Qin Tian awkwardly touched his nose, about to turn away. Suddenly, the air trembled. Gu Xing's mental energy erupted, sweeping through the surroundings like a tempest. Yingbing felt the surge of mental energy, her ice-blue eyes narrowing, astonished. Transcendent level mental energy. Although Gu Xing's level still lingered at awakening level 6, the intensity of his mental energy was now comparable to that of a true transcendent level beast master. He was only one talent away from achieving true transcendent level status. Clutching her Xian Shuang Ice Phoenix, her arms tightened, her gaze fixed firmly upon Gu Xing. At that moment, within Gu Xing's consciousness, the pure white beast master space had been fully formed through his mental energy. Now, only one final step remained: to completely merge his mental energy with the beast master space. Fusion. Without hesitation, Gu Xing poured all his mental energy into it. Boom! In an instant, his consciousness seemed to transcend a boundary, entering an unprecedentedly profound state. Even with his eyes closed, he could perceptively sense everything around him. Within the cracked golden cocoon, the enhancement of qualifications for Liuli was complete. Gu Xing suddenly opened his eyes, directing his gaze toward Liuli. Crack! The fissures on the golden cocoon abruptly expanded, and crimson flames burst forth from its seams. In the next moment, a thunderous explosion. The golden cocoon shattered entirely. Within the blazing storm of flames, sacred wings unfurled, and a divine figure stood majestically in the air. Divine Angel, Liuli. Qualification, Legendary 3-star. Level, Awakening Level 6. Strength, 205. Physique, 207. Mental, 213. Speed, 211. Skills, Judgment. Divine Protection. Seraphim Form, Lament of the End. Training Recommendations. Use Light Crystal's Holy Spirit Essence. Angelic Blood to enhance Beast Master qualifications. The 2-star enhancement had propelled Liuli's attributes beyond the 200 threshold. Now, should she face the ultimate trial puppet again, she would not even need to enter a special state. Merely relying on the full attribute doubling from the Seraphim form would be sufficient to overwhelm her opponent. As Liuli adapted to her transformed body, her golden eyes immediately locked onto Gu Xing Master. Gu Xing felt a sudden rush, as a warm little creature nestled against him. Liuli clung to him like a fledgling bird, her soft cheek affectionately rubbing against his chest. "Master, I missed you." Her sweet voice brimmed with joy, warming Gu Xing's heart. He gently reached out to caress the girl's silky hair. As the warmth descended from above, Liuli suddenly froze, belatedly comprehending the gravity of her actions. Her fair cheeks flushed a visible crimson, and even the tips of her ears transformed into a charming shade of pink. In a flurry of embarrassment, she hastily withdrew her hand, her pristine wings folding around her to envelop herself in a fluffy cocoon. What had she done? How utterly mortifying! With the beast mastery space at her disposal, Liuli could escape the confines of the mundane world. After ensuring the little girl was settled within the beast mastery space, Gu Xing sauntered towards Yingbing and Qin Tian, offering an apologetic remark. "I apologize for keeping you waiting. It's of no consequence." Yingbing's cold voice resonated. As this trial was intended for the trio, Qin Tian abruptly turned his head, his mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg inside. Was this truly the Ice Queen who had previously ignored everyone? Sensing the intense gaze beside him, Yingbing furrowed her brow slightly. "Is there a problem?" "And no, not at all." Qin Tian quickly waved his hands, nearly biting his tongue. "It's just that I believe we should be setting off. It has already been 9 days. Indeed, just as Gu Xing took a step forward, he abruptly halted, spinning around to fixate on Qin Tian. "Did you say how long it has been?" "In 9 days. Qin Tian stammered, startled by the sudden reaction. "Xinggu, is something amiss?" Gu Xing's heart raced as he calculated swiftly. Wei Yuan had taken half a day to bring him here, plus these 9 days. This meant today was the day of the school-level assessment. Realizing this, Gu Xing could no longer remain calm. However, He turned to the unfazed Ing Bing and Qin Tian. Aren't you two participating in the school-level assessment? Exchanging glances, Qin Tian and Ing Bing grasped what Gu Xing referred to and shook their heads in unison. We have direct admission. Gu Xing mused. Indeed, there's a vast difference among individuals. While he needed to toil through the college entrance examination, these two had effortlessly bypassed that step. With time pressing, Gu Xing wasted no words and exited the trial immediately. A blinding white light flickered, and the three figures instantaneously appeared outside the trial grounds. Fantastic! You are finally out. The anxious aide rushed forward, concern etched on his face. After 9 days without a word, Commander Wei was on the verge of dispatching a rescue team. Yet, Gu Xing was in a hurry. He needed to participate in the entrance examination to gain access to more resources. Lu Li also deserved the opportunity for advancement. What? The aide's expression shifted dramatically before he swiftly reacted. Let us set off immediately. Chapter 22. The school-level assessment begins. In Lin Yuan City, at the assessment square. Sunlight bathed the granite-paved ground where 200 candidates stood in neat rows. Today marked the first round of the college entrance examination in Longxia country. Only those who ranked within the top 50 would qualify for the next round. Attention candidates, the assessment is about to commence. Please take the stage in order according to the drawing of lots. This assessment consists of 2 rounds, selecting the top 50 competitors. Those who advance must participate in subsequent contests, with the final results serving as a crucial basis for the comprehensive evaluation of the entrance examination. All candidates must treat this seriously and perform at their best. As the staff concluded reading the rules, the list of candidates began to scroll rapidly on the large screen. Among the crowd, Shen Ruo Shui clutched the hem of her school uniform, her gaze darting between the screen and the entrance passage. A conspicuous gap was evident in the class formation behind her. Class monitor, why hasn't Gu Xing arrived yet? Could he have missed the assessment? Yes. With Gu Xing's prowess, securing first place is a mere formality. It would be dreadful if you were disqualified for tardiness. Class monitor, can you contact Gu Xing? Please urge him. The individuals speaking were all classmates, save by Gu Xing during the novice trial. Hearing their concerns, Shen Ruo Shui felt equally troubled. Since the trial concluded, she had been searching for Gu Xing, eager to express her gratitude in person, yet his whereabouts remained elusive. Everyone, please remain calm. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to regain composure. I believe Gu Xing will arrive on time. During the match, we should strive to buy as much time as possible. Exchanging glances, her companions could only nod in reluctant agreement. Battles among low-tier beast masters often concluded swiftly, with outcomes determined within 30 seconds. Despite Shen Ruo Shui's insistence on stalling for time, the battle list on the large screen continued to scroll rapidly. Gu Xing versus Wang Wu. When this line appeared, Wang Wu, standing on the stage, turned as pale as a ghost. Though rumors circulated in Lin Yuan City that Gu Xing's high rating was purchased, a mere awakened third-tier beastmaster dared not challenge him. Gu Xing, please take the stage. Time ticked by, and the opposite side of the stage remained empty. The referee frowned at the timer and raised his voice. Is Gu Xing present? If he does not appear, he will be deemed to have forfeited this match. Scanning the crowd, the referee still failed to spot Gu Xing. Since Gu Xing is not present, I declare Shen Ruo Shui was about to interject when a casual voice interrupted. Hold on. Chun Zi-ming sauntered in, draped with an alluring succubus, whose tail playfully entwined around his waist. Referee, how about we save this match for the finale? After all, he deliberately elongated his tone. We are all eager to witness this so-called genius in action. For the past 10 days, he had practically resided in another realm, striving to elevate the succubus's level, all to overshadow the boy who had stolen his limelight today. But now, the protagonist was absent. This was simply intolerable. A sheen of sweat formed on the referee's forehead. The rules clearly stated that tardiness equated to disqualification. However, he was caught off guard by Chun Zi and Ming's mention of the vice principal. I will explain the situation to Vice Principal Chun. Chun Zi-ming added nonchalantly, his fingers caressing the succubus's waist suggestively. Upon hearing Chun Zi-ming invoke the vice principal's name, the referee exhaled in relief. Very well, this match will be postponed. The contest between Gu Xing and Wang Wu will be held last. As the referee's voice echoed, the crowd erupted in chaos. Didn't he receive a high rating? Is he afraid of failing this assessment? Did you not know? Gu Xing reportedly spent 20 million just to become the top scorer in the novice trial. Moreover, his contracted beast is a useless angel. He is likely too afraid to show up and risk exposure. She longed to stand and proclaim to everyone that the boy who had descended like a deity to save her during the novice trial was a true genius. But ultimately, she could only release her clenched fists in despair. Her voice was too soft. Even if she spoke, no one would believe her. Essentially, the entirety of Lin Yuan City had accepted that Gu Xing's high rating was a result of cheating. Moreover, since Gu Xing had not appeared since the novice trial to clarify the matter, it led everyone to accept this as the truth. Next match, Chen Ziming vs. Li Si. As the referee announced, Chen Ziming strolled onto the stage with the succubus in tow. His opponent, Li Si, appeared as pale as a ghost. Although awakened to fourth-tier strength, he felt like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Si Chen Shao, please show mercy. Li Si's voice trembled. A cruel smile played at the corners of Chen Ziming's lips, while the succubus licked her fangs seductively. Xian Jia, turtle. Water burst. Li Si commanded, steeling himself. A torrent of water erupted, yet mysteriously halted just 3 feet from the succubus. The succubus lazily raised her delicate hand, and the water column disintegrated as if it had collided with an invisible barrier. The succubus's eyes gleamed with violet light as a visible wave of mental energy surged forth. The Xuanjia turtle let out a cry of despair before collapsing onto the ground. Li Si, struck as if by lightning, lost consciousness with blood oozing from his mouth and nose. The audience collectively gasped in astonishment. How could a beast master at the 4th awakening level be defeated by Chen Ziming's beast in a single strike? What level had he attained? Could it be that he had already awakened to the 6th level? It seemed impossible. He might have even reached the 7th level. Unbelievable. Only 10 days had passed since the novice trial, and he had already reached the 7th level. How could we possibly compete with him? Surely, he hadn't truly fled. Had he? If that were the case, the meticulously prepared gift for Gu Xing would go to waste. It was worth noting that during these 10 days, he had spared no expense in hiring 20 professional leveling teams to elevate the succubus to the 8th awakening level. With the epic quality of his beast, he was confident of overpowering everyone, particularly that Gu Xing, who had relied on cheating to obtain his evaluation. The subsequent matches were uneventful until Shun Ruoxue took the stage. This 5th awakening level girl deliberately refrained from defeating her opponent, dragging the match out for a full 10 minutes. Chen Ziming narrowed his eyes, observing her time-wasting antics, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The next match would feature Gu Xing against Wang Wu. The referee's voice brought a hush over the crowd. As Gu Xing still did not appear, Chen Ziming's smile grew increasingly frigid. This time, he would not grant any chances. However, the referee's sentence was left unfinished. Suddenly, a golden meteor descended from the sky, crashing heavily into the center of the arena. As the dust settled, Gu Xing's figure gradually became clear under the sunlight. His crystalline wings gently folded, and his porcelain-white hands slowly released from his waist. Just moments ago, he had nearly missed the announcement of his elimination and had arrived at the last possible moment. The announcement of Gu Xing's arrival sent the audience into a frenzy, with discussions erupting everywhere. How had Gu Xing suddenly appeared? He had indeed come to participate in the assessment. This promised to be an exciting spectacle. Chen Ziming would certainly not let him off easily. Although many claimed Gu Xing had achieved his rating through deceit, his strength was undeniable, and he might even hold his own against Chen Ziming. Hold his own? What nonsense! Did you not witness Chen's earlier performance? He possessed at least the strength of the 6th awakening level. Do you grasp what that implies? Amidst the audience's chatter, Wang Wu's legs felt weak, and beads of sweat dotted his forehead. Initially, he thought he could advance based on luck alone, believing Gu Xing would not show. Yet, unexpectedly, Gu Xing had arrived in such a grand manner. Gu. Wang Wu's voice trembled. Please show mercy. Regardless of the rumors circulating, Gu Xing was undeniably a genuine potential contender. This indicated that Gu Xing's level was at least the 5th awakening level. Meanwhile, Wang Wu, paralyzed by fear of dying in the alternate realm, had not dared to improve his own level over the past 10 days, leaving him at a mere 3rd awakening level. Rest assured, it will be over soon. Before Wang Wu could comprehend the meaning of this statement, a white shadow flashed before his eyes. His beast. at the third awakening level, could only emit a cry of despair before collapsing heavily to the ground. I concede. Wang Wu raised his hands without hesitation, his face paling instantly. Below the stage, Chen Ziming's eyes narrowed slightly. He absent-mindedly stroked the hair of the succubus, asking, heir, what awakening level do you think your former master S, contracted beast, has reached? The succubus glanced at Liu Li and hesitated before responding, Brother Ziming. Judging by that beast's earlier performance, it is at most at the 6th awakening level. A cold smile crept across Chen Ziming's lips. The 6th awakening level? Before his 8th awakening level succubus, it was merely an ant. The matches proceeded swiftly. 2 hours later, the top 50 students had been determined. Only those who made it to this top 50 would qualify for the second assessment organized by the military. The entire examination consisted of 3 assessments. The first was organized by the school, scoring based on the novice trial space and school-level evaluations. The second was organized by the military, similarly scoring students' performances. The final assessment was conducted collectively by all universities nationwide, also based on the students' performances. Ultimately, the scores from these 3 assessments would be combined for a comprehensive ranking. At this moment, the 50 advancing students were about to enter the school-level ranking assessment. Silence fell over the crowd as the referee called for order. The ranking competition for the top 50 would continue using a draw-based duel format. In the first round, 50 contestants would draw lots to compete, with 25 advancing. In the second round, 24 would draw lots, 1 would be given a bye, and 13 would advance. In the third round, 12 would draw lots. 1 would be given a bye, and 7 would advance. In the fourth round, 6 would draw lots, 1 would be given a bye, and 4 would advance. Finally, the semifinals and finals would also be determined by draw. Now, the competition was officially underway. The matches progressed fervently, with each contestant vying for advancement in their own way. Some relied on formidable strength to crush their opponents, while others triumphed through sheer luck. However, Gu Xing's path to advancement became the hottest topic in the arena. His luck seemed almost supernatural, drawing 2 bye opportunities out of 3. The audience buzzed with excitement, with many starting to refer to Gu Xing as the chosen one. Even more astonishingly, in the remaining 2 matches, Gu Xing faced members of the team he had saved during the novice trial space. Gu, we concede. Without your earlier rescue, we would have. 2 teammates unhesitatingly chose to forfeit, their eyes filled with gratitude. Thus, after 4 rounds of competition, Gu Xing advanced effortlessly into the top 4 without lifting a finger. Alongside him were the formidable Chen Ziming, the capable Shen Ruoxue, and the dark horse, Li Yan, a 5th awakening level beastmaster. The next morning, the entire Lin Yuan city was abuzz. The assessment square was packed to the brim with spectators, with even the rooftops of surrounding buildings filled with onlookers. Look, that President Chen, the vice principal, is here too. Oh my, even the city lord has personally arrived. In the VIP section, the most powerful figures in Lin Yuan city took their seats. Chen Shan, Chen Ziming's father and the president of the largest chamber of commerce in Lin Yuan city, was engaged in quiet conversation with the vice principal, a knowing smile on his face. I heard your son's succubus has reached the 8th awakening level? The vice principal inquired tentatively. Chen Shan feigned modesty, waving his hand dismissively. Just a child playing around. But that Gu Xing. He paused meaningfully. His level rating is quite intriguing. He had initially believed that the impoverished student who had bought his beast would never rise again. Yet, surprisingly, after the novice trial concluded, he had become a figure of prominence in Lin Yuan city. However, he was unaware of the murky depths behind it all. Chen Shan narrowed his eyes, gently tapping the armrest of his chair with his fingers. He had long since dispatched someone to investigate Gu Xing's background. Feudal angel? He scoffed internally. Even if that angel regained its strength, it would at most be of epic caliber. In contrast, his son's contracted succubus not only belonged to the epic level, but had also reached the 8th awakening level. What chance did Gu Xing have against such a disparity in levels? The vice principal sensed the tension in the atmosphere and quickly intervened. Brother Chun is too humble. Let us focus on the competition. With that, he redirected his gaze back to the arena. At this moment, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as though one could wring water from it. Amidst the fervent attention of the crowd, the draw results for the inaugural match triumphantly appeared on the grand screen. In the semifinals, Gu Xing faced off against Li Yan. As the referee announced the commencement, The awakened fifth-tier beast master approached the stage with heavy footsteps. Li Yin gazed at the composed Gu Xing across from him, involuntarily swallowing hard. Gu Xing forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears, silently pleading for leniency. Chapter 24. Gu Xing's Fury. Although Gu Xing had scarcely made a move, as a fifth-tier beast master, Li Yin astutely sensed that the rumors surrounding his opponent might be erroneous. This boy, rumored to have achieved his standing through deceit, was likely not so simple. The match began. Li Yin took a deep breath, his gaze resolutely fixed on Gu Xing. He knew full well the odds were against him. Yet as a beastmaster, he felt compelled to uphold his dignity. Rock Turtle, erect a rock wall. A wall of earthy hues manifested before him. He set a mental target to endure at least 3 minutes. However, the chasm between aspiration and reality unveiled itself in that instant. Lu Li's attributes had long surpassed those of her peers. If she unleashed her full potential, not even an 8th-tier defensive beast could withstand her onslaught. Gu Xing observed Li Yan's readiness with a glimmer of admiration. At least this beastmaster, aware of the vast disparity in strength, still summoned the courage to fight. Lu Li, just a gentle touch. No sooner had he spoken than a flash of white zipped through the air. The fully defensive rock turtle had no time to react before its hefty body collapsed, rendered unconscious. With a bitter smile, Li Yan shook his head and raised his right hand. Referee, I concede. Gu Xing wins. The referee's declaration sent the audience into an uproar. What just happened? Li Yan is a 5th-tier beastmaster. That was too swift. I barely saw a flash of light before it ended. Gu Xing's prowess seemed scarcely inferior to Chen Ziming's. Conversations erupted in the stands, with many reassessing Gu Xing's capabilities. Below the stage, Chen Ziming's lips curled into a cruel smirk. Others may have failed to grasp what transpired in that fleeting moment, but his demon, as a spirit-type beast, had witnessed everything. Brother Ziming, his demon whispered in his ear. It has been confirmed that the angel's spiritual fluctuations are indeed of the 6th tier. Upon hearing this, Chen Ziming's eyes gleamed with the certainty of victory. The second match, Chen Ziming versus Shen Ruoxue. Chen Ziming adjusted his collar and strode confidently toward the stage. As he passed by Gu Xing, he deliberately slowed his pace, casting a meaningful glance. Perceiving this look, Gu Xing furrowed his brow. What does Chen Ziming mean? His gaze swept over the demon. Demon, qualification, epic 2 stars, level, awakened 8th tier. Attributes, dark, spirit, strength 110, physique, 108, spirit, 184, speed, 120 skills, desire drain, enchanting gaze, awakened 8th tier. No wonder Chen Ziming was so confident. He had cultivated the demon to this extent. However, does he really believe that an 8th tier demon can secure victory over him? How intriguing. Master, I shall teach that scoundrel a lesson. Lu Li fumed, her little fists waving, her silver wings fluttering restlessly behind her. Ever since learning of the demon's betrayal, she had kept that score in mind. Gu Xing chuckled, gently ruffling her soft silver hair. All right, I shall heed your wishes. Lu Li instantly narrowed her eyes like a contented cat, instinctively nuzzling his palm. Yet, she soon recalled something and straightened her little face. Master, that sister is likely no match for the demon. Gu Xing followed her gaze to the stage. Shen Ruoxue stood there, biting her lip, her black hair billowing in the wind. The fur of her snow shadow wolf bristled, yet its quivering limbs betrayed its fear. At least an awakened 7th tier. The 2-tier level disparity, compounded by the suppression of epic qualifications, rendered the outcome of this contest nearly inevitable. However, when she caught a glimpse of Gu Xing's gaze from the sidelines, she straightened her back. Snow Shadow, prepare for battle. Even knowing she would lose, she would not concede. Especially not now. With the referee's voice signaling the start of the match, the demon's form vanished in an instant. A sharp slap echoed on the stage. Shen Ruoxue staggered back a few steps, a vivid red handprint blossoming on her left cheek. The audience erupted in chaos. What is happening? The beast has turned against its master? Is that allowed? It appears there are indeed no stipulations forbidding beasts from attacking their masters. But this hardly seems like a match. It feels more like an affront. Chen Ziming's lips twisted into a cruel smile. Oh dear, my apologies, I slipped. He feigned innocence, yet his eyes glimmered with cold malice. That wretched woman had previously delayed Gu Xing, implying a close relationship between them. Since Gu Xing was temporarily out of reach, he would take aim at his friend instead. Continue. heir. He ordered nonchalantly, but his voice radiated a chilling intent. The demon's scarlet tongue languidly traced her fingertips, reveling in the malicious delight. For the next 3 minutes, the stage transformed into Shun Ruoshue's inferno. Shun Ruoshue curled her body in agony, each attempt to concede interrupted by the demon's mental onslaught. The snow shadow wolf desperately tried to shield its master, but a mere glance from the demon rendered it immobile, only able to emit helpless whimpers. Another cry of pain escaped as the demon's claws raked 3 bloody gashes across Shun Ruoshue's right shoulder. Blood dripped down her pale arm, blooming like glaring red plum blossoms upon stage. Just as the referee prepared to intervene, he was pinned in place by Gu Xing's menacing glare. Faced with this scion of the Chen family, he ultimately lacked the courage to step forward. Meanwhile, Gu Xing's brow furrowed deeply at the scene unfolding before him. This could hardly be called a contest. It resembled a humiliation. What enmity existed between Gu Xing and Shun Ruoshue? Wait, a sudden suspicion surfaced in his mind. Could it be because of him? He raised his eyes, locking onto Gu Xing's triumphant expression. It truly was because of him. Shun Ruoshue was suffering unjustly. As Luli witnessed this, her eyes turned red. Master, how can that beast behave so? Why attack the Beastmaster during a match? Is this not a battle between beasts? Why hasn't the referee called it off? That sister has clearly lost. Hesitating for a moment, Gu Xing gently pulled Luli into his embrace, his gaze icy as it locked on Gu Xing on the stage. Is this your way of inciting my wrath? A dangerous smile curved Gu Xing's lips. Congratulations, you have indeed succeeded. But can you bear the consequences of your actions? Gu Xing. Chapter 25. Shun Ruoshue's severe injuries. On the high platform, Lord Xiaoxiu of Linyuan City could no longer restrain himself as he witnessed Shun Ruoshue stagger from yet another mental blow from the demon. He finally spoke up. Vice Principal Chun, this match has gone too far. His voice, neither too loud nor too soft, rendered the entire platform silent. This contest seems to have exceeded the limits, does it not? Chun Yan's smile faltered for an instant before reappearing with an even brighter facade. Lord Xia, you exaggerate. Youngsters often struggle to rein in their enthusiasm during sparring. Ximing is always measured. Would you not agree, old brother Qin? Chun Shan stroked his beard, a glimmer of pride shining in his eyes. That is only natural. My son has always known to exercise restraint. Lord City Master, you worry too much. Xiaoxiu observed the two engaging in their banter, his gaze gradually darkening. The contest on the arena had lost all semblance of necessity. However, judging by their demeanor, it was evident they sought to indulge Gu Xing in continuing to humiliate that girl on stage. Xiaoxiu's fist clenched slightly, yet he ultimately refrained from voicing any objections. The ironclad laws of Longxia would dictate a separation of military and political affairs and an independent educational system. Even as the esteemed lord of Linyuan City, he had no authority to interfere with the examination matters. He did not need to be present at the examination site. It was merely curiosity about the prodigy personally taken by Wei Yuan that had compelled him to attend the event. To his dismay, before he could witness Gu Xing's prowess, he encountered this pair of individuals intent on undermining him. Witnessing Chen Ximing and his father's brazen complicity, Xiaoxiu scoffed coldly, choosing to remain silent. Nevertheless, his gaze toward Chen Ximing grew increasingly frigid. On the arena, Chen Ximing appeared fatigued. He dismissively waved his hand, and the succubus immediately ceased her assault. At that moment, her alluring form trembled slightly, an unnatural flush coloring her pale cheeks. As a contracted beast, she was not permitted to attack humans. Yet, Chen Ximing's command had compelled her to breach this taboo. Previously, when she had struck Shun Ruoshue, she felt a certain longing within her suddenly unleashed. Observing Shun Ruoshue, utterly defenseless in her grasp, an unprecedented thrill surged within her. Abruptly halted, she licked her lips in reluctant discontent. Ultimately, she suppressed the rampant impulse and obediently retreated to the side. Chen Ximing leisurely approached Shun Ruoshue, scrutinizing the girl sprawled on the ground, bloodied and defeated. Speak. He crouched down, his voice laced with menace. What is your relationship with Gu Xing? Why were you willing to buy him time earlier? Shun Ruoshue struggled to lift her head, blood trickling from her brow and staining her vision. Yet, her eyes remained fiercely defiant, glinting with unabashed scorn. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Why should I tell you? The smile on Chen Ziming's face deepened abruptly, evoking an unsettling chill. It matters not. Your relationship is of little consequence to me. Noticing Shan Ruoshua's continued cold demeanor, he continued, deliberately emphasizing his last few words, confident she would grasp the implications. However, Shan Ruoshua suddenly laughed. Blood dripped from her chin, yet it could not conceal the derision in her eyes. Chen Ziming, how pitiable you are. Is this all you amount to? Each word was enunciated with precision. You are far inferior to Gu Xing. Those 3 words pierced through Chen Ziming's facade like a dagger. His pupils constricted sharply. His expression twisted momentarily. Very well. He straightened abruptly, snapping his fingers at the succubus. The succubus, her crimson tongue gliding over her fangs, displayed an unhealthy excitement in her eyes. Crack! The sharp sound of bones breaking echoed throughout the arena. Large beads of sweat mingled with blood, forming a dark crimson pool beneath her. Howl! The Shuiying Lang struggled violently, its pure white fur marred by splotches of blood. Yet under the terrifying mental pressure exerted by the succubus, it could only emit a mournful whine, ultimately pinned down on the arena, its limbs twitching uncontrollably. The disparity between a Shuiying Lang with awakened 5th-tier excellent aptitude and an 8th-tier epic qualified succubus was akin to an insurmountable chasm. The succubus, relying solely on her mental attributes, was able to completely subjugate the Shuiying Lang. Chen Ziming leisurely adjusted his sleeve, his boot nudging Shen Ruoshua's face. You should count yourself fortunate. This is the arena. He turned away, nonchalantly issuing an order. Succubus, kill that wolf. Upon hearing this command, even Shen Ruoshua, trembling from excruciating pain, froze. But in the next moment, overwhelming dread engulfed her. Her contracted beast was to be slain? Despite having endured the succubus's relentless assault without uttering a sound of pain, tears suddenly streamed from her eyes. In that instant, fear gripped her heart. Chen Ziming, please don't. Yet, Chen Ziming's departing footsteps showed no signs of hesitation. It was too late. The succubus licked her lips, and in the next moment, she appeared before the Shuiying Lang. No. In Shen Ruoshua's despairing gaze, the slender tip of the succubus's tail pierced through the wolf's brow, releasing a spray of crimson blood. The beast contract abruptly severed, compounded by the shock of its death. Shen Ruoshua violently coughed up blood, collapsing like a marionette with severed strings upon the arena. The audience was momentarily stunned by the sight. It appeared that Chen Ziming had slain the contracted beast. Such an act must surely violate the rules. Yet, the referee remained silent, failing to intervene until the very end. Was there not something amiss? Had they not noticed that every opponent Chen Ziming faced seemed to suffer terribly? It seems that not a single contracted beast had exited the arena unscathed. Shen Ruoshua must have fared the worst, even losing her beast to Chen Ziming. Hush! Keep your voice down. The vice principal of Linyuan High also bears the surname Chen. Do you wish to forfeit your chance to participate in the next assessment? Amidst the cacophony of murmurs, Chen Ziming slowly turned, his gaze piercing through the crowd to lock onto Gu Xing. A victorious smirk graced his lips as he silently mouthed, Do you think you are worthy to oppose me? However, in the face of Chen Ziming's provocation, Gu Xing remained remarkably composed. Yet, Liu Li, standing beside him, could keenly sense the chilling aura emanating from her master, as if it could freeze the very air around them. Liu Li, Gu Xing's voice was eerily calm. When it is your turn, give it your all. The little angel nodded earnestly. Even with her inherently gentle nature, a rare fire of fury ignited in her eyes at that moment. Chapter 26. This wager, I accept. The match concluded. Chen Ziming emerged victorious. The referee's voice was tinged with urgency, and before the announcement was complete, he hurriedly signaled for the medical team to enter. Shen Ruoshua, her complexion ashen and blood still staining her lips, was swiftly carried away on a stretcher by the medical personnel, leaving the blood-stained arena behind. The finals would be held in 1 hour. Contestants were to make necessary adjustments. The referee hastily concluded the announcement and quickly exited the scene, his retreating figure appearing somewhat flustered. The public execution of Shen Ruoshua's contracted beast had ignited considerable discontent among the students. At this moment, he must urgently report the incident for handling. Meanwhile, in the stands, Chun Yin was lavishing praise upon Chen Shan. Brother Chun, Ziming has made remarkable progress. At this rate, he will soon break through to the extraordinary. Chun Shan feigned modesty, waving his hand. He still has a long way to go. He has merely awakened to the 8th tier. Yet, despite his words, the pride etched on his brow was unmistakable. Xiaoxiu observed the performance of the Chun brothers with a cold gaze. Finally, unable to restrain himself, Vice Principal Chun, deliberately slaying an opponent's contracted beast during the assessment should warrant disqualification, should it not? Upon hearing Xiaoxiu's words, Chun Yin immediately displayed a troubled expression. Clearly, he was reluctant to handle the matter according to the rules. Meanwhile, Chun Shan quickly interjected. My son made an unfortunate mistake in the heat of the moment, resulting in this painful outcome. However, City Master Xia, rest assured, we will fully compensate the affected student. City Master Xia, young people's sparring inevitably leads to unforeseen accidents. Xiaoxiu's gaze grew increasingly frigid. What a convenient accident. To publicly slay a defenseless contracted beast was an act of brazen brutality. Yet these two spoke of it as if it were merely an oversight. Did they take him, the city master, for a fool? Or did they consider the entire populace of Linyuan City to be fools? However, at that moment, the previously departed referee rushed back. He respectfully bowed to the 3 individuals, Lord Chung, President Chun, and Vice Principal. Chun Yin, with a feigned casualness, lifted his eyelids. Is there something you need? The referee glanced around nervously, his throat bobbing before he spoke haltingly. Many students have raised objections regarding the last match. Chun Yin exchanged a meaningful glance with Chun Shan. After a brief pause, Chun Yin pretended to realize something and clapped his knee. Indeed, the previous assessment rules had certain oversights, which led to this unfortunate incident. Let me propose this. He smoothed out non-existent wrinkles on his clothing. For the next match, we shall introduce 2 new rules. First, summoned beasts are prohibited from attacking their summoners. Second, if a situation arises that may lead to the death of a summoned beast, the referee has the authority to intervene. He wanted to express that the students' protest was not about the rules, but rather about Chun Ziming's blatant acts of cruelty. However, seeing the sinister glint in Chun Yan's eyes, he merely bowed deeply. I shall announce this at once. As this evasive new regulation was broadcasted, the audience erupted in boos. Was there a cover-up? Would this matter simply be glossed over? What about Shun Ruoshue's injuries? What would happen to the summoned beast she lost? The situation concerning the class leader could not be dismissed so easily. We must demand an explanation from the vice principal. Yes, this cannot be overlooked. We demand an explanation. Members of Shun Ruoshue's team stood up with reddened eyes, their fists clenched tightly. But just as they took a few steps forward, a calm yet terrifying voice halted them in their tracks. Gu Xing? The youth's dark eyes brewed with a tempest. Yet his voice was remarkably gentle. There is no need to go. The school is clearly covering for Chun Ziming, and your efforts would be futile. Are we just to let this go? Gu Xing slowly lifted his eyelids, his gaze sweeping over the bloodstains remaining on the arena. It will not be forgotten. Rest assured, Chun Ziming will pay the price. I guarantee it. His tone carried an unprecedented seriousness. As the last grain of sand fell in the hourglass, the referee ascended the arena once more. Now, let the final assessment commence. Gu Xing versus Chun Ziming. The two figures leapt onto the stage almost simultaneously. Gu Xing's gaze scrutinized the succubus in Chun Ziming's arms. Everything began with this succubus. The creature squirmed uneasily, its scarlet eyes avoiding his gaze. What? Chun Ziming tightened his hold on the succubus. Staring at another summoned beast is hardly polite. He frivolously lifted the succubus's chin. Although this succubus was summoned from your hand, do not forget, she now bears the surname Chun. Gu Xing slowly diverted his gaze, fixing it upon this wealthy heir. Such a summoned beast, and a summoner like you make quite the match. Chun Ziming's expression darkened, but he suppressed his fury and sneered. Gu Xing, on the arena. Strength speaks volumes. Mere words carry no weight. Gu Xing chose silence. Arguing with such a person was merely a waste of breath. However, regarding the newly introduced rule, Gu Xing's gaze shifted slowly to Chun Yin, seated on the high platform. This rule certainly favored Chun Ziming, prohibiting summoned beasts from attacking their summoners. No matter. Are both parties prepared? The referee stood in the center of the arena, inquiring of the two. Gu Xing slightly nodded, only to see Chun Ziming suddenly raise his hand for attention. Reluctantly, the referee allowed Chun Ziming to speak. Chen Ziming stepped forward, his eyes glinting with calculation. Gu Xing was momentarily taken aback, catching a glimpse of Liu Li from the corner of his eye. He understood. It seemed the Chen family had once again set their sights on Liu Li. How about we add a wager to this match? The loser shall dissolve their contract with their summoned beast. What say you? Surely you are not afraid? Chen Ziming pressed forward. This was something Chen Shan had specifically instructed him before the match. This angel's potential was at least epic level. He was on the verge of reaching extraordinary rank and was exactly what he needed for a summoned beast. Facing Chen Ziming's display, Gu Xing couldn't help but chuckle, finding it utterly ridiculous. The once partnered summoned beast had become a wager. He was about to refuse when unexpectedly, a clear, ringing voice echoed across the arena. All right, we accept. Gu Xing turned in astonishment. He saw the usually gentle little angel now wore a serious expression, her amber eyes shimmering with an unprecedented fighting spirit. Master, please trust me. I will not let you down. Moreover, that traitor deserves your judgment. Sensing the little girl's unwavering determination, Gu Xing smiled. With his little angel speaking up, he, as her summoner, could not back down. He met Chen Ziming's provocative gaze and articulated each word deliberately. I accept this wager. Chapter 27. Unforgivable. Good. With Gu Xing's agreement to the wager, that summoned beast would undoubtedly fall into his grasp. A triumphant smile spread across Chen Ziming's face as he eagerly snapped his fingers. A professionally dressed female secretary promptly ascended the arena, holding a gilded document that gleamed in the sunlight with the words wager agreement prominently displayed. Once signed, no party may retract. Chen Ziming's gaze towards Liu Li was filled with greed. Having already sampled the succubus, what would the taste of this angel be like? He eagerly anticipated it. Meanwhile, Gu Xing scanned the document with a cold expression, a smirk of derision forming at the corner of his mouth. So meticulously prepared? You truly believe I will lose this match? Gu Xing's eyes swept over the succubus. Awakened to level 8. Is that impressive? With this thought, Gu Xing no longer hesitated. He waved a hand decisively and signed his name. Subsequently, the contract was respectfully handed to the lord of the city by the referee. Xiaoxiu toyed with the freshly acquired contract, his gaze flicking over to the smug Chen Shan. This fool likely had no idea that Gu Xing was personally valued by Wei Yuan, although the boy was merely at level 6. The aura emanating from that angel was beyond even that of an awakened level 9 summoned beast. Additionally, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Xiaoxiu's eyes. Just 10 minutes prior, he had received a message on his communicator. Wei Yuan was not far from Linyuan City and seemed to have come for Gu Xing. If this iron-willed commander learned of these events, the name of the first merchant guild in Linyuan City might change hands. This wager would be notarized by the Lord's office, and a violator would face the utmost penalties. Upon hearing this, Chen Shan instantly relaxed. Originally, student gambling, especially with summoned beasts at stake, was strictly prohibited. However, with the endorsement of the Lord of Linyuan City, the matter was practically foolproof. Even if Gu Xing wished to backtrack later, there would be no opportunity. Begin the match. Gu Xing, you truly dared to sign this wager agreement. Should I commend your confidence in your abilities or deem you foolish? Do you believe that a mere awakened level 6 summoned beast could secure you the top spot in this assessment? How naive. My succubus is awakened to level 8. Before his words could fade, a chilling aura erupted. Dark purple energy rippled around the succubus, and the pressure of level 8 awoke as if it were a tangible force sweeping across the arena. The students in the audience were instantly in an uproar. What? Awakened to level 8? Such a level practically guarantees the top spot in this assessment. Goodness, how can an awakened level 6 compete against an awakened level 8? Gu Xing might as well concede now. It's over. Gu Xing has been tricked into signing the wager. It's truly over. Chen Ziming reveled in the astonished gasps of the crowd, nonchalantly whistling. You must surrender obediently now and offer up your beast, so that my adorable little angel remains unharmed. After all, such a beautiful angel, if marred by scars, would be a most unfortunate sight. As he spoke, he licked his lips suggestively. Gu Xing's gaze turned utterly frigid. Not only was Shen Ruoxue an innocent, entangled in this matter, but Chen Ziming also harbored inappropriate thoughts towards Liu Li. Chen Ziming had completely crossed his line. Liu Li, Gu Xing's voice was eerily calm. The demoness is in your hands. Ensure she comprehends how to behave like a beast. Just as Chen Ziming was about to mock, his pupils abruptly constricted. Bang! A powerful punch struck the demoness' abdomen with such speed that not even an afterimage remained. The awakened 8th tier demoness crumpled to the ground like a rag doll, crimson blood spilling from her mouth. Impossible. The demoness' pupils quivered violently. As a mental-type beast, she was unable to perceive Lu Li's movements at all. Wasn't he this angel only at the 6th tier? How could she be so formidable? Boom! A second blow followed swiftly. Lu Li's toes descended like a hammer of judgment, embedding the demoness' head deeply into the arena, spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward. With Lu Li's strength exceeding 200 points, had she not deliberately restrained her power, this strike would have been enough to kill the demoness on the spot. The entire venue fell into a profound silence. Gu Xing stood in stunned disbelief, his expression shifting from smugness to shock, ultimately contorting into twisted rage. He kicked the demoness furiously. Useless. Get up. Trembling, the demoness pulled her head free, only to be met with her master's ferocious visage. Useless. Use your skills. Yet the demoness trembled violently, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Gu Xing's words became inaudible to her. Her physique barely exceeded 100 points, and after withstanding Lu Li's 2 heavy blows, she was essentially rendered powerless. Can't you hear me? Gu Xing kicked the demoness at her waist, eliciting only a weak groan in response. Observing Gu Xing descend into madness, Gu Xing slowly approached, standing before him. He regarded the disheveled pair with an icy tone. Gu Xing, the 8th tier beast you take pride in, seems to be utterly useless. Gu Xing whipped his head around, his bloodshot eyes filled with madness. What the hell did you say, Bang? A heavy punch landed squarely on his face, sending 2 bloody teeth flying. It seems you have yet to grasp the situation. Gu Xing staggered backward, incredulity etched on his face as he touched his dented cheek. This pampered young master was experiencing the taste of blood for the first time. How dare you, Bang? A second punch followed, and Gu Xing collapsed to the ground. After a moment of dazed silence, he frantically turned to the demoness. Kill them. Kill them for me. At this moment, he had completely disregarded the rules. His singular thought was to send this person before him to hell. The demoness, forced by the contract, weakly raised her hand, attempting to attack Gu Xing. But Lu Li's speed was evidently swifter. Boom! The silver angel pressed down firmly on the demoness' head, smashing it into the arena. Fury flickered in Lu Li's amber eyes as her silver wings fully unfurled. This beast dared to lay a hand on her master. Unforgivable, between her slender fingers. The judgmental fire of crimson gold slowly took shape. Please no. The demoness' pupils constricted sharply. She could sense that this was no ordinary flame. It was the sacred fire capable of directly burning the soul. Yet Lu Li's gaze remained unwavering. The moment the demoness attempted to harm Gu Xing, she had already touched Lu Li's reverse scale. In the demoness' terrified gaze, the crimson gold flames slowly descended. Chapter 28. The demoness realized her mistake. Oh! The pain inflicted by this flame, which directly affected the soul, was 1,000-fold, a myriad times more intense than physical agony. At this moment, the demoness convulsed, twisting her body like a fish out of water on the ground. She foolishly imagined that such writhing could alleviate the fire's torment, but alas, it was of no use. In the audience, everyone held their breath. Had the awakened 8th tier, Gu Xing, truly lost? Gu Xing was ruthless. He directly struck the beast master. But how satisfying it was to watch. He deserved it. Someone like Gu Xing ought to be thoroughly educated. Gu Xing, well done. Beat him to a pulp. On the arena, Gu Xing's fist fell like a torrential downpour. On Gu Xing's swollen face, madness was gradually replaced by fear. When the 10th punch descended, he trembled, attempting to concede. However, a voice slowly penetrated his ears. Remember how Shan Ruoxue also wished to concede? Did you not prevent her from doing so? Now it is your turn. Wishing to concede is not so simple. The suffering you inflicted on Shan Ruoxue, I shall return to you manifold. This declaration hung over Gu Xing like a death sentence, causing him to tremble violently. He struggled desperately, his misshapen jaw producing muffled pleas for mercy. No, it's not allowed, the rules. Gu Xing let out a cold laugh, his grip tightening further. Indeed, there are rules. Beasts cannot strike against their masters. So I'm not technically laying a hand upon you, am I? Crack! The sickening sound of bones fracturing resonated throughout the arena. It is worth noting that through that core, Gu Xing had not only enhanced his mental power. Once the beast space was established, the mental power would reciprocate. His attributes had multiplied several times over, rendering him comparable even to lower-tier beasts. In contrast, Chen Ziming's body, hollowed out by indulgence, felt like a mere toy in his hands. Blood mingled with saliva trickled from Chen Ziming's distorted mouth. This once arrogant young master was now terrified. The man before him showed no inclination to spare him. As he sensed the impending continuation of Gu Xing's assault, he dropped to his knees, his forehead striking the stone floor with a dull thud. At that moment, both dignity and honor were cast aside. He only wished to survive. Yet Gu Xing's gaze remained as cold as iron. Chen Ziming's actions held no sway over him. On the high platform, bang! Chen Shan smashed the armrest of his chair, standing up with bloodshot eyes, just as he completed the summoning array for his beast. Xiao's icy voice poured over him like a bucket of ice water. President Chen, are you intent on breaching this wager? He distinctly felt an extremely powerful aura locking onto him. Should he dare to summon a beast, blood would surely spill in the next instant. Chen Shan's face flushed with anger as he sensed the source of this aura. Mayor Xiaoxiu tapped the armrest lightly with his fingertip. President Chen, the wager was sought by you to be notarized by the city lord's mansion. Do you now wish to go back on it? As he spoke, the pressure of a commander-level beast master emanated from Xiaoxiu. Chen Shan, merely an extraordinary high tier, felt his knees buckle under the weight of this pressure. He struggled to turn toward Chen Yin for assistance. Upon sensing this gaze, Chen Yin, with a stiff expression, stood up. Mayor Xia, this is a formal assessment. Your interference. Each sharp rap of Xiaoxiu's finger against the armrest sent a shudder through Chen Yin's heart. This city lord is maintaining the integrity of the wager. Do you believe my actions to be questionable? Following Xiaoxiu's words, the entire observation platform fell into a silence so profound that a pin drop could be heard. During Shen Ruoxiu's match, as the city lord, he had no grounds to intervene. But now, Xiaoxiu held the contract tightly in his grasp. These two had practically delivered the justification into his hands. Moreover, Gu Xing was a genius personally brought forth by Wei Yuan. Even without this wager today, Xiaoxiu would have ensured his protection. Chen Yin felt the piercing gaze of Xiaoxiu being akin to a thorn in his back, yet he was compelled to speak. Lord Xia, it is evident that Zi Ming is in no condition to continue. There is no need for this assessment to proceed any further. At this moment, Xiaoxiu seized the initiative, responding with calmness. Has he not yet conceded? As long as he has not admitted defeat, it signifies that the competition must continue. Of course, if you have any objections, feel free to discuss it with my beast. Before his words fully left his lips, a flash of yellow light erupted, and the 3-meter-tall light Di Xiong crashed onto the observation platform, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Chen Yan's mouth, which had just opened, immediately shut tight, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Chen Shan, however, still sought one final attempt. Lord Xia, that is enough. Xiaoxiu suddenly bellowed, shattering the sandalwood table before him with a single palm strike. The Lai Di Xiong, sensing its master's intent, gazed at the two with increasingly dangerous eyes. I have made my stance clear today. As long as Gu Xing operates within reasonable rules, even if he were to pierce the heavens, I shall bear the consequences. An awakened 6th tier can render Chen Ziming of the 8th tier utterly powerless. What is such a prodigy if I choose to protect him? If you wish to intervene, you must first defeat me. Feeling Xiaoxiu's resolute attitude, Chen Yin tugged at Chen Shan's sleeve, and the two could only swallow their frustration. Since there are no objections, focus on this duel. The two, feeling immensely aggrieved, could only direct their gaze to the arena. At that moment, the sounds of the Maimaw's wails intertwined with Chen Ziming's cries of despair. The Maimaw, scorched by the holy flames, had transformed from a once enchanting figure into something grotesque. She struggled to crawl to Gu Xing's feet, her charred fingertips trembling as they grasped the tip of his boot. And master, her voice was a hoarse whisper, barely recognizable. Mayor realizes her mistake. I beseech you. Gu Xing lowered his gaze, his cold stare resting upon the Maimaw's lacerated face. The eyes that once brimmed with scheming now held nothing but a pitiful plea. Without a shred of mercy, Gu Xing withdrew his foot. Did this wretched creature dare to follow him? What a delusion. Liu Li, she still has the strength to speak. It seems she is not yet finished. Luli nodded heavily at this. This beast was unworthy of her pity. She clasped her hands together, and the crimson gold flames surged violently, enveloping the Maimaw entirely in a pillar of fire. In the midst of excruciating agony, the Maimaw finally succumbed, falling into a complete unconsciousness. Gu Xing, observing this, exchanged a knowing glance with Luli. After all, this was in the public eye. To strike down the Maimaw in front of everyone would undoubtedly invite criticism. Moreover, it would be a pity to destroy an epic-level Maimaw so easily. He gazed down at the unconscious figure of the Maimaw, contemplating. According to the betting agreement, Chun Ziming had already suffered a crushing defeat. Thus, the authority to deal with this Maimaw naturally fell to him. To reclaim a beast that had once betrayed him, he had no such morbid inclination. However, due to his actions, Shen Ruoxue had lost her beast. Was this not the perfect opportunity for restitution? Although this Maimaw possessed a treacherous heart, her talent was still considerable. By allowing Shen Ruoxue to sign a servant contract with her, not only could he compensate for her loss, but he could also ensure that this Maimaw would never harbor any impure thoughts again. Ordinary beast contracts emphasized mutual assistance, while servant contracts were entirely different. Once signed, the life, soul, and even thoughts of the beast would be completely under the master's control. Although such contracts had been prohibited, given the Maimaw's unique situation, Xiaoxiu would likely not refuse. Having settled the fate of the Maimaw, Gu Xing's gaze returned to Chun Ziming, who remained kneeling on the ground. His forehead pressed against the rough surface of the arena, his voice hoarse as he pleaded, "Gu, please show mercy." Gu Xing's expression darkened. He had promised multiple times to repay, and he must honor that promise. From the members of Shen Ruoxue's team, he had only just learned the full story. Merely because Shen Ruoxue had delayed him for a few minutes, Chun Ziming had resorted to such cruel measures against her. Gu Xing strode forward, his boots echoing ominously on the arena floor. This ends now. Inflicting torment was never his intention. The previous punishment had already sufficed to vent his fury. Gu Xing looked down from his elevated position at the trembling Chun Ziming. Chun Ziming, our account is settled. Now, it is time to address the debt you owe Shen Ruoxue. He flexed his wrist, and as she was currently unable to collect her debt, he would do so on her behalf. Chun Ziming abruptly raised his head, terror flashing in his eyes. If you break her leg, I shall break all your limbs. Before his words could fully register, for distinct cracks of bone echoed in succession. The intense pain surged like a tidal wave. And Chun Ziming barely had time to scream before his eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness. His limbs twisted at unnatural angles, resembling a marionette that had been disassembled. The spectators, witnessing this scene, collectively gasped in shock. Gu Xing is ruthless. He actually crippled Chun Ziming before everyone. Did he not fear the retribution of the Chun family? Open your eyes and see that Chun Shan has remained seated throughout. It is evident that the lord of the city has intervened. Indeed, had it not been for the intervention of the city lord, the referee would have acted long ago to stop this. How could it have reached this point? At the edge of the arena, the referee stumbled, the terrifying aura that had enveloped him dissipating. He glanced in fear at Xiaoxiu, who was meditating atop the platform, and immediately announced, "In this duel, Gu Xing is the victor." The entire square fell into a brief silence before erupting into a cacophony of cheers. In stark contrast, the esteemed seats on the platform were a picture of tension. Chun Shan's fingers dug deeply into the armrest, the solid wood bearing the marks of his grip. His son had been publicly crippled, yet he could not even lift a finger in response. This was intolerable. Chun Shan's eyes reddened, an overwhelming fury surging within him. Seeing that the outcome had been decided, Xiaoxiu leisurely spoke, "Vice Principal Chun, it is time to announce Gu Xing as the champion of this assessment." Xiaoxiu's gentle tone concealed a sharp warning. Should they fail to recognize the gravity of the situation, he would not hesitate to eliminate a guild leader and a vice principal from Linyuan City. However, Chun Shan suddenly turned, his eyes bloodshot. "Lord Xia, do you think this will allow him to pass unscathed?" "Oh." Xiaoxiu's gaze turned icy, the atmosphere around him swelling like an ocean. As a dignified city lord, he had been repeatedly provoked by Chun Shan, an extraordinary beast master. Even with his composure, anger began to ignite within him. Yet, Chun Shan had completely lost his rationality. The only son he had was publicly crippled, and all that remained in his eyes was a frenzied obsession. Gu Xing has no right to compete. He arrived over half an hour late. According to the rules, he should be disqualified. This is the Longxia regulation, even as city lord. You cannot alter the fact that Gu Xing is to be eliminated. Xiaoxiu furrowed his brow, and after his attendant verified the information, his expression turned grave. He had indeed overlooked this detail. When he had arrived to find Gu Xing already on the platform, he did not delve into the matter of participation qualifications. He had not anticipated this complication. Chunyan, realizing the situation, seized the opportunity to strike. Lord Xia, rules are rules. No matter how talented one may be, they cannot rise above the regulations. Thus, Gu Xing's qualification for the assessment must be revoked. Xiaoxiu found himself in a dilemma. This was a matter of varying significance. The school could easily overlook it. However, at this moment, Chun Shan and his son stubbornly clung to the Longxia regulations, elevating a simple tardiness issue to a matter of national law. Even as the lord of Linyuan City, he could not claim any privilege. What a predicament! The champion's results, delayed in announcement, began to stir the crowd. Could there be a mishap? Gu Xing had adhered to all the rules throughout. Wait, did Gu Xing arrive late before the competition? In the center of the arena, Gu Xing frowned. In this world teeming with exotic beasts, the Longxia Kingdom enforced wartime management regulations, where rules triumphed over all. Precisely for this reason, he had diligently followed all regulations during the competition, leaving no room for criticism. Yet now, he raised his gaze to the high platform, locking eyes with Chun Shan's twisted smile. After a moment of contemplation, he grasped where the issue lay. Nevertheless, the corners of Gu Xing's mouth curled into a cold smirk. Even if his qualification were truly revoked, so what? With Lu Li's prowess in the special recruitment channels, as well as military recommendations, there were ample avenues to enter a prestigious academy. It would merely require some extra effort. On the high platform, Chun Yin was slowly rising, meticulously adjusting his refined cuffs. A victorious smile graced his face as he began to speak. After our discussion, he deliberately elongated his tone, drawing the attention of the entire audience. The candidate Gu Xing is disqualified due to severe tardiness. Before the final word had fully escaped his lips, a piercing sound of something slicing through the air reverberated from the heavens. The crowd looked upwards to witness a colossal bird with a wingspan exceeding 30 meters tearing through the clouds, casting an immense shadow over the entire square. What audacity! A thunderous roar of anger erupted from above. Chapter 30. What are you even worth? Before the echo of the voice faded, Wei Yuan's figure appeared before the gathered crowd like a specter. The imposing aura of a monarch-level powerhouse instantly enveloped the square, rendering the air itself stagnant. Upon seeing the newcomer, Chun Yan's pupils constricted, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This individual was the supreme commander of the Southern Military District. He could disregard Xiaoxiu, but he dared not offend Wei Yuan. My lord, Chun Yan hastily approached, bending nearly in half. How could you personally? Wei Yuan cast him a fleeting glance, striding directly towards Xiaoxiu. In that moment, Xiaoxiu was processing the implications of Wei Yuan's earlier statement. Only those who made significant contributions to the Longxia Kingdom could receive such acknowledgement. But Gu Xing, how young was he? Suppressing his shock, he began recounting the events that had transpired, and with each word, Wei Yuan's expression darkened further. Competing for the Beastmaster? Covering up cheating? Thunderclouds brewed in his gaze. Upon hearing that the Chun family intended to revoke Gu Xing's qualification, an overwhelming killing intent erupted from Wei Yuan. Not long ago, he had learned from Qin Tian and Ying Bing that the entire Abyss trial had been surmounted largely due to Gu Xing's efforts alone. Therefore, he had hurriedly attended to military affairs and come here personally to commend this young hero. Yet now, the hero was being insulted. You intend to revoke Gu Xing's examination qualification. Wei Yuan's voice was as frigid as the depths of hell, each word laced with a bone-chilling malice. Thud! Chun Yan's knees crashed heavily to the ground, cold sweat cascading from his forehead. However, noticing Wei Yuan's ominous expression, he quickly altered his words. Given the special circumstances, we must handle this matter accordingly. Gu Xing's examination qualification is hereby restored. In that moment, Chun Yan dared not harbor any ulterior motives. After all, Wei Yuan's name resonated throughout the entire southern region. Without such an influence, he would not have been able to become the head of the Southern Military District. Yet, Qin Shan remained unwilling to concede. Thus, he mustered the courage to speak. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan's gaze shifted in fear. Chen Shan had lingered in Linyuan City for too long, living by the rules for many years. It seemed he had forgotten that some individuals were not bound by rules. They were the very architects of them. What are you worth? Do you even dare to speak of rules with me? Boom! A thunderous kick echoed like the roar of thunder, sending Chen Shan flying through the air like a discarded sack, crashing heavily into the center of the arena, instantly rendering him unconscious. Witnessing Chen Shan's plight, Chen Yan's body weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. Wei, the commander, I understand. Chen Yan's voice trembled as he struggled to rise, announcing, "The champion of this assessment is Gu Xing." The crowd was instantly engulfed in an eerie silence, which was swiftly followed by an explosive cheer. Gu Xing had triumphed over an awakened 8th-tier opponent despite being an awakened 6th tier himself, yet he faced disqualification. Then, the head of the Southern Military District had personally arrived, flipping the situation once more. Today had been nothing short of extraordinary for these individuals. Unlike the excitement of others, Chen Yan felt as though he were plunging into an icy abyss. He was uncertain what fate awaited him next. However, Wei Yuan did not cast a glance in his direction, instead turning toward the arena, just as he believed he had narrowly escaped. Wei Yuan's voice resonated. "Individuals like you are unworthy to educate others. Submit your resignation to the military and report to the Vanguard unit by tomorrow." This statement struck Chen Yan like a bolt of lightning. The Vanguard unit, also known as the Cannon Fodder Regiment, it was notorious for housing serious offenders and negligent officers, with a mortality rate soaring to 70%. Chen Yan's face turned as pale as a sheet, yet he dared not utter a single word of protest. "Thank you, Commander Wei, for your mercy. I shall report tomorrow." His voice was hoarse, as though he had aged a decade in an instant. Wei Yuan nodded indifferently. Were it not for his regard for the old principal, he would have long since ended this disgraceful figure's life on the spot. Soon, Wei Yuan ascended to the arena. A smile immediately graced his face. "Gu Xing, my dear student, I thank you. You have assisted Longxia in resolving a dire internal crisis." At this moment, Gu Xing remained somewhat dazed. After all, he had just been considering entering university through military recommendation. Yet, unexpectedly, the situation had flipped in an instant. "Commander Wei, what brings you back to Linyuan City? Has there been an issue with the trial?" "Young man, from your tone, do you mean to say that I cannot visit Linyuan City for any other reason?" Wei Yuan feigned a stern expression. No. Gu Xing quickly waved his hands. Given his current status, how could he dare to disdain Wei Yuan? Observing Gu Xing's demeanor, Wei Yuan chuckled and tossed an object toward him. "You left in such haste that you forgot to take this. I have brought it for you." Gu Xing hurriedly caught it. Crystal of Radiance contains the utmost power of the light attribute. Upon seeing the palm-sized crystal, Gu Xing finally comprehended. "Thank you, Commander Wei." Gu Xing expressed his gratitude sincerely. "No need for such formality," Wei Yuan replied with a hearty laugh, then shifted the topic. "By the way, after graduation, would you be interested in developing within our military district?" This visit to Linyuan City had two purposes. One was to express gratitude for Gu Xing's contributions, and the other was to secure this genius for the Southern Military District ahead of time. Should Gu Xing showcase his talents at university, his competitors would multiply. Gu Xing was momentarily taken aback. He had yet to even enroll in university, and this commander was already planning 4 years into the future. "Commander Wei, isn't it a bit premature to discuss this when I haven't even completed my college entrance examination?" "Premature? With your abilities? Securing the top spot in the entrance examination is a foregone conclusion, isn't it? Young people should plan early." Observing Wei Yuan's earnest expression, Gu Xing's lips twitched slightly. "4 years is a long time, and who can predict what the future holds? I apologize, Commander Wei, but I currently have no intentions in that regard." Seeing Gu Xing's resolute attitude, Wei Yuan had no choice but to compromise. "Then, should you consider joining the military in the future, you must prioritize our Southern Military District." "Absolutely." Wei Yuan finally revealed a satisfied smile. Initially, he had doubted his ability to succeed, yet the outcome now was indeed commendable. Subsequently, Wei Yuan raised his hand, pointing at the Chen father and son, who lay on the ground like lifeless dogs. "How do you intend to handle them?" Chapter 31. Stench of the Demonic Charm. "Who do you call master?" Gu Xing's gaze followed Wei Yuan's finger. On the arena, the once proud Chen family was now in a wretched state, sprawled on the ground like 2 dead dogs. Chen Shan's usually stern and unyielding visage appeared ashen, while Chen Ziming, with blood at the corner of his mouth and limbs twisted, had lost all semblance of his former arrogance. Gu Xing regarded them coldly, his heart devoid of any fluctuation. For years, Chen Shan had leveraged his power, coercing and luring countless students into surrendering their beast-tamers. Chen Ziming, emboldened by his father's authority, had tyrannized his classmates and acted with impunity. Their current predicament was entirely of their own making. Commander Wei, please handle them according to the law. Upon hearing this, Wei Yuan nodded slightly. He had intentionally left the Chen father and son for Gu Xing, aiming to provide him an opportunity for retribution. However, it was evident that Gu Xing harbored no such intentions. After a brief contemplation, his gaze swept over the unconscious Chen family. Chen Shan will be integrated into the vanguard team. He deliberately slowed his speech when mentioning Chen Ziming. As for the deliberate harm to a fellow student and the brutal killing of beasts, Wei Yuan articulated each word deliberately. Imprison him for life in the dungeons of Lin Yuan City. With the pronouncement of Wei Yuan's judgment, the fate of the Chen father and son was sealed. Soon, specialized personnel arrived to carry away the unconscious Chen family. Before departing, a spirit beast-tamer summoned a ghostly blue light in his palm, swiftly severing the mental link between Chen Ziming and the demonic charm. They had not forgotten that this demonic charm now belonged to Gu Xing. Wei Yuan scanned the surroundings, ensuring that all matters had been appropriately addressed. I must take my leave due to military duties. Remember to prioritize the Southern Military District after graduation. Gu Xing nodded solemnly. Satisfied, Wei Yuan turned to depart. After taking a few steps, he seemed to recall something significant. Considering you and Ying Bing are about to venture into the Elven Secret Realm, you may choose not to participate in this 1.5-month assessment. Your results will be exempt from examination. You are the top scorer of this assessment. Wei Yuan's decision illuminated Gu Xing's mind. Previously, he had been uncertain about how to resolve the conflict between the second assessment results and the timing of the Elven Secret Realm. Now, with the exemption from the military assessment, he had circumvented a troublesome issue. The military leader departed like the wind, leaving Lin Yuan City in the blink of an eye. Along with 2 precious gifts, these are truly remarkable items. After being reminded by Xia Xiu, Gu Xing realized the value of what he held and hastily secured them. Seeing Gu Xing stow them away, Xia Xiu continued, "By the way, I have dispatched the best healer to tend to that injured girl. She should recover shortly." "Thank you, Lord City Master." Xia Xiu waved dismissively. Gu Xing's gaze inadvertently fell upon the bound demonic charm, his expression turning icy. "City Master Xia, I wish for Shun Ruoxue to sign a slave contract with this demonic charm." "A slave contract?" Xia Xiu raised an eyebrow, then nodded in understanding. Indeed, such a beast, which could devour its master, should be bound by the strictest contract. "I agree." Having become familiar with Gu Xing, Xia Xiu turned and left the arena. Leaving the scene to Gu Xing suddenly, an uproarious cheer erupted around the arena, a tidal wave of sound surging forth. In that moment, Gu Xing's name resonated throughout Lin Yuan City. Amidst the cheers, the demonic charm gradually regained consciousness. Her dark purple pupils reflected the figure standing in the sunlight. Gu Xing, draped in glory, was enveloped by the chorus of cheers and praises. Beside him, a silver-haired maiden tightly grasped his hand, the two appearing remarkably well-matched. A sudden pang of regret gripped her heart. An unprecedented remorse surged within her. If she had not betrayed Gu Xing back then, if she had upheld the contract, would she now be standing in that position? Yet it seemed all was not lost. As the spoils of the wager, she had already been lost to Gu Xing by Chen Ziming. This meant she still had a chance, a possibility to once again become Gu Xing's beast, to enjoy all that the angelic being savored. In the infirmary, Captain, Gu Xing avenged you. Chen Ziming was crippled in the arena, and Commander Wei personally intervened. The Chen family is utterly finished. Captain, don't be disheartened. Our entire team has pulled together to buy you an even better beast. Yes, Captain. The second assessment awaits your leadership. Captain, cheer up quickly. Upon reaching the infirmary door, Gu Xing heard the comforting voices of Shun Ruoxue's teammates from within. Gu Xing turned his head to glance at the demonic charm. Master, why have you brought me here? At that moment, the demonic charm's voice trembled, her crimson pupils slightly constricting. A foreboding sense of dread surged within her. Stench of the demonic charm. Who do you call master? The little girl, standing beside Gu Xing, immediately objected. Even if her master intended to contract a beast, it must be with her consent. This demonic charm clearly fell short of her expectations. You mustn't call him that. Lioli glared, her eyes wide, as a cluster of crimson flames slowly flickered in her palm. The demonic charm trembled at the sight of the flames, memories of excruciating pain flooding back to her. The agony of having her soul scorched was an experience she never wished to endure again. I'm sorry. She hurriedly lowered her head in contrition. Only then did Lioli, satisfied, retract the flames with a haughty hum. Gu Xing looked on, both amused and exasperated by his little angel. She was delightful in every way, save for her tendency to become jealous. With a resigned shake of his head, Gu Xing gently knocked on the infirmary door. Knock, knock, knock. The conversation within abruptly ceased. Moments later, the door opened a crack, revealing a familiar face. Gu Xing. The opening team member's eyes widened, quickly stepping aside in a flurry. Please come in. Gu Xing nodded politely and stepped inside. Instantly, the room erupted into chaos at the sight of him. Gu Xing, please take a seat. Gu Xing, would you like some fruit? I'll help you. Most notably, the attention was drawn to Shen Ruoxue on the sickbed. Her previously vacant gaze gradually regained focus upon recognizing the visitor, a noticeable blush coloring her pale cheeks. Chapter 32. Master, is that sister's hand soft? Inside the infirmary, a clever female teammate was the first to react, promptly shooing everyone out. Out, out. Everyone, please leave. She ushered the teammates out like a mother hen, ensuring no one lingered to disrupt. After the last teammate was pushed outside, she turned and winked at Gu Xing. Gu Xing, we entrust our captain to you. With a thumbs-up gesture, she gently closed the door. As the door shut, silence enveloped the room. Shen Ruoxue clutched the blanket tightly, her fingertips trembling slightly. Gu Xing, what brings you here? Although she had long wished to express her gratitude to Gu Xing, now that he stood before her, she felt so nervous that her voice quivered. Gu Xing calmly picked up an apple and began peeling it. Your injury was caused by me. Is it not appropriate for me to visit? Her face flushed deeper, the flimsy excuse even unconvincing to herself. Noticing her reaction, Gu Xing chose not to press the issue. In addition to visiting you, there's another matter. With that statement, Gu Xing turned his gaze towards the demonic charm. At that moment, the ominous feeling within the demonic charm intensified. Apologize. Gu Xing's voice suddenly turned sharp. The charm demon, startled by the abrupt sound, immediately fell to the ground. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The charm demon repeatedly uttered apologies, yet her gaze remained fixed on Gu Xing, devoid of any sincerity. Observing this, Gu Xing shook his head, the last remnants of hesitation dissipating entirely. It was evident that one's nature is hard to change. He had been wavering on whether to employ a slave contract with the beast, but now, that decision seemed exceedingly sound. Upon witnessing the charm demon's actions, Shen Ruoxue was taken aback, yet she quickly regained her composure. Gu Xing, there's no need for this. It was merely due to Chen Ziming's orders that she acted thus. From her teammates, Shen Ruoxue had already learned that this charm demon now belonged to Gu Xing, which implied that she would henceforth be his beast. Even though she harbored some reservations about the charm demon, it was time to let go. Gu Xing, please let her rise. She is not at fault. However, Gu Xing ignored her plea and instead handed a perfectly peeled apple to Shen Ruoxue. This incident involved her, as she needed to apologize. As Shen Ruoxue gazed into Gu Xing's earnest eyes, her heart skipped a beat. Since the time he saved her in the novice trial space, she seemed to have developed a peculiar affection for him. Thus, even though she had lost her beast, she felt no regret. Call me master. Gu Xing's sudden command froze the atmosphere in the medical room. The apple in Shen Ruoxue's hand fell to the ground with a thud. Disbelief etched across her face as she looked at Gu Xing, questioning her own hearing. Wasn't your beast killed by Chen Ziming because of me? Now, I return you one. No, no, no. This cannot be. Upon comprehending Gu Xing's words, Shen Ruoxue hastily waved her hands in refusal, her eyes reddening with urgency. Although she currently had no beast, she could never accept Gu Xing's beast. If she took this epic-level beast, what would Gu Xing contract with upon reaching the extraordinary level? I have made up my mind. Your refusal is futile. Gu Xing's tone was unyielding, leaving no room for Shen Ruoxue to decline. Meanwhile, the kneeling charm demon felt an icy chill envelop her. She could accept defeat, even face death with composure, but she could not fathom being assigned to an ordinary human. No, I refused to follow her. The charmed demon sprang up, her dark purple eyes glowing red, filled with confusion. Gu Xing, even if I once betrayed you, you should not humiliate me like this. I may not compare to this angel, but I am indeed a genuine epic-level beast. You intend to give me to... Casting a cold smirk at the emotionally compromised charm demon, Gu Xing's gaze was frigid. Epic level? Is that truly impressive? And do you believe you have a choice in this matter? Before she could respond, Lu Li swiftly restrained the charm demon in place. Gu Xing slowly raised his hand, a blood-tinged pentagram manifesting in the void. The slave contract. The charm demon's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks, her voice distorted with fear. She struggled fiercely, her dark purple magic surging around her, yet she was entirely unable to escape Lu Li's grasp. Gu Xing, expressionless, took Shun Ruoshue's hand, lightly slicing her fingertip. As a drop of crimson blood fell into the center of the formation, the entire contract array erupted with a surge of bloodlight. I refuse the contract. I refuse. Nevertheless, Gu Xing's actions did not waver. As the charm demon's desperate gaze met his, the blood-red runes ruthlessly embedded themselves into her brow. Charm demon, master, Shun Ruoshue status, slave contract, qualification, epic 2 stars, level, awakening stage 5, attributes, dark system. Spiritual system, strength, 70, physique, 72, spirit, 137, speed, 81, skills, desire absorption, enchantment. Seeing the contract successfully completed, Gu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. This was his first time executing a slave contract, and he had not anticipated such immediate success. However, due to Shun Ruoshue's awakening stage 5 strength, the originally awakening stage 8 charm demon S level dropped accordingly. At this, Shun Ruoshue finally came to her senses, staring incredulously at her palm. An epic-level beast had just become her contracted beast, and under an absolute obedience slave contract. The charmed demon knelt on the ground, her face etched with resentment. Yet she was unable to resist due to the constraints of the contract. Tears of humiliation shimmered in her dark purple eyes, but she dared not utter a single word of complaint. All right, the matter is settled. Gu Xing clapped his hands and stood up. With this concluded, he could finally enjoy a 2-day respite. Thus, after careful consideration, he planned to participate in the second assessment to elevate his level, intending to leave midway. Class monitor. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave. After bidding farewell to Shun Ruoshue, Gu Xing announced his departure. Observing Gu Xing's retreating figure, Shun Ruoshue instinctively reached out, wishing to retain him, yet ultimately remained silent, her arm falling dejectedly. Bang! As the medical room door swung open, several figures tumbled in like a stack of pancakes, having attempted to eavesdrop on the gossip between the captain and Gu Xing, only to be caught red-handed. Shun Ruoshue's teammates scrambled to their feet, awkward smiles plastered on their faces. Gu Xing, however, paid them no mind, nodding slightly before departing with Lu Li. Yet, the moment he stepped out of the medical room, Gu Xing felt a chill emanating from behind. Master, is that sister's hand soft? The apple you peeled, I have never tasted. Chapter 33. Farewell, Yingbing. Ultimately, after Gu Xing repeatedly assured her, the little girl returned to normal. Over the next 2 days, Gu Xing rarely took Lu Li for a leisurely tour around Lin Yuan City, indulging in the local delicacies and culture. This continued until the day of the second assessment arrived. As Gu Xing arrived at the assembly square with Lu Li, he was met by an unexpected figure. Yingbing, the girl dressed in white, as pure as snow, approached gracefully, accompanied by a spirited elder. What brings you here? Upon seeing Gu Xing, Yingbing paused momentarily, a fleeting look of panic flashing in her cold eyes. Yingbing pursed her lips, hesitating for a while before softly replying, "The secret realm." Her voice was faint, and Gu Xing failed to perceive her unusual demeanor, as he always remembered Yingbing as being taciturn. However, Xinghe, standing beside her, narrowed his eyes. As a guardian who had watched Yingbing grow up, he keenly sensed something amiss with her. Previously, she had devoted herself entirely to her beast, showing no distraction from external matters. And now, she was insistent on coming to Lin Yuan City. Could it be for this young man? Yet, upon further reflection, he reminded himself that his duty was merely to ensure Yingbing's safety. As for her emotional affairs, that was the clan leader's concern. With over 40 days remaining until the secret realm's closure, I plan to participate in the military assessment first, aiming to elevate my strength to awakening stage 9 before entering. Therefore, I wish to take part in the second assessment organized by the military. What about you? Gu Xing's gaze landed on Yingbing. The intent behind his words was to suggest that she arrange her affairs and meet later when the time was right. However, she interjected, I will participate too. Gu Xing. Momentarily at a loss for words, Gu Xing opened his mouth to say something, but looking at Yingbing's expression, which suggested it was a matter of course, he could only sigh in resignation. If you wish to participate, then so be it. With Yingbing's strength, combined with the hidden prowess of the elder, there would surely be no danger. Moreover, he could not dictate Yingbing's decisions. Thus, he acquiesced. Soon, the deputy principal's speech came to an end, and the crowd promptly formed ranks, advancing towards the second assessment point. This examination, established by the military, was situated in an alternate space. Its purpose was to acclimatize novice beast-tamers to the brutality of the battlefield with utmost expedience. Although the military had conducted a preliminary sweep of the area to eliminate demonic creatures, numerous students still met their demise each year. In the second assessment area, Gu Qianqian gazed intently at the venue, momentarily lost in thought. Despite the military providing the location for this examination, the performance of each student would be evaluated by appointed representatives from various universities. As a prodigious student of the esteemed State Academy, she was not required to partake in such foundational assessment duties. However, upon thinking of Gu Xing, she voluntarily applied to be an evaluator. Qianqian, are you still worried about your brother? Gu Qianqian turned to meet the concerned gaze of her close friend, Tang Xinro, and shook her head. Tang Xinzu, noticing Gu Qianqian's demeanor, understood that her friend was merely putting on a brave face. Qianqian, don't fret. With a sister as exceptional as you, how could your brother fare poorly? Besides, you have me. I've already spoken to the younger students and instructed them to pay special attention to Gu Xing's safety. Rest assured. Gu Qianqian looked at her friend's worried expression and nodded gently. Thank you, Xinro. Seeing her friend's mood improve, Tang Xinro finally felt relieved. She then glanced around mysteriously before leaning closer to Gu Qianqian and lowering her voice. Actually, I not only instructed them to protect your brother, but also emphasized that even if he performs slightly below par, he will be given due consideration for high scores. Gu Qianqian smiled at her friend's words. Xinro, there is truly no need for that. I believe he can gain admission to the State Academy on his own merit. Tang Xinro scoffed lightly. Is it that easy to enter the State Academy? It is the most prestigious institution in the Longxia Kingdom. Back in the day, you barely scraped by the admission line, only to shine after your extraordinary talent awakened. Her brother had remained in a small city, making his chances of passing less than 10%. Of course, she would never voice these thoughts. All right, I must head to my designated assessment area. Tang Xinro waved her hand, but suddenly turned serious. By the way, the military mentioned that 2 extraordinary-level demonic creatures were missed during the previous sweep of this area. Qianqian, do be careful. Understood. On the other side, after experiencing a familiar sense of vertigo, the 50 students who passed the initial assessment found themselves in an entirely new world. Towering ancient trees rose from the ground, and a faint mist hung in the air. In the distance, the temporary command post of the military fluttered in the unique breeze of the alternate space beneath the flag of Longxia Kingdom. Last time, when accompanied by Wei Yuan, Gu Xing had been unable to discern the entrance to the alternate space. For Gu Xing, this marked his first official step into the alternate realm. Upon entering, their group of over 50 attracted considerable attention. Is this the team from Linyuan City? As expected, they are the last to arrive again. Their assessment scores have always been at the bottom, yet they make quite the spectacle. Indeed, how many students from them can even pass this assessment? What are they even doing here? Amidst the whispers, Gu Xing furrowed his brow. Historically, Linyuan City's assessment results had been dismal, often ranking at the bottom. However, with you here this year, it seems Linyuan City may finally secure the top spot in this assessment. Just then, Shen Ruoxue approached with her team, dispelling his doubts. The succubus beside Shen Ruoxue immediately shrank back and lowered her head upon seeing Gu Xing, no longer daring to act out of line. I should not participate in this assessment. Shen Ruoxue paused in surprise before understanding. Given Gu Xing's strength, there was indeed no need for him to prove himself through such assessments. However, her gaze shifted to the beautiful girl beside Gu Xing, What a lovely girl. They seemed so well matched. Although she had anticipated this scene, it did little to mask the disappointment in her heart. She forced a stiff smile and tentatively inquired, "And who might this be?" Just as Gu Xing was about to respond, Bing introduced herself coolly. "I am Bing." Shun Ruoxue politely nodded before sensing it was best to depart. "I shall take my leave then. It would be inappropriate to continue interrupting you two." "Then we shall take our leave. The assessment is about to commence." She maintained a strained smile, but the disappointment in her tone was palpable, even to the oblivious Liu Li. Suddenly, the little girl reached out and pinched Gu Xing's waist hard. It seemed that her master was unexpectedly quite popular. Chapter 34. Not merely average, but a veritable monster. Liu Li's sudden movement caused Gu Xing to gasp in surprise. He turned to meet his beast's dangerous gaze and immediately conveyed a plea for mercy. Liu Li proudly turned her head away, finally granting Gu Xing his reprieve. Witnessing this, Gu Xing felt quite helpless. Ever since their last encounter with Shun Ruoxue, his little angel seemed to have awakened a jealous disposition. Whenever she felt jealousy, it was his waist that bore the brunt of her affections. Alas, the well-behaved little angel of the past had vanished, replaced by one who had learned to be a bit handsy with her master. As Gu Xing lamented, an officer emerged. The assessment begins. With the command given, the students surged towards the assessment area like arrows released from a bow. Entering the assessment area earlier indicated a greater likelihood of achieving higher rankings. Instinctively, Gu Xing surveyed his surroundings and noticed that Shun Ruoxue's succubus appeared to rank among the top 5 beasts present. Coupled with her tactical prowess, which far surpassed Chen Ziming's, it seemed that even without his participation, Linyuan City was poised to secure first place this time. Watching the students enter the assessment area in succession, Gu Xing then turned to Bing. "Are you coming with me?" Indeed. Gu Xing felt a twinge of helplessness at Bing's insistence on accompanying him. If he weren't aware that Xinghe was lurking nearby, he might have felt as though he were abducting an unsuspecting girl. According to Xinghe, he would only intervene in life-threatening situations. Yet Gu Xing knew that Xinghe was likely concealed nearby. However, with his current extraordinary level spiritual energy, he was unable to sense Xinghe's presence. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Xing acquiesced to Bing's company. With her ice phoenix assisting in control, Liu Li's leveling efficiency would undoubtedly increase significantly. Resolving this, he led Bing straight into the assessment area. The entire assessment area was divided into 3 tiers: low, medium, and high. Gu Xing and Bing proceeded directly into the high-tier area. Here, nearly all demonic creatures were awakened to level 6 or above. This area was typically reserved for the latter stages of the assessment, yet the two brazenly entered. Coincidentally, this area was managed by Tang Xinro, who at that moment was munching on potato chips, idly amusing her beast. As an extraordinary level beast-tamer, she would never have come here if not to accompany Gu Qianqian. Moreover, the assessment had just begun, so it was improbable that anyone would enter this area. "How am I going to endure this month?" she muttered to herself when suddenly her beast emitted an alarm. 2 students have entered the high-tier area. What? Tang Xinro's potato chips fell to the ground with a thud. Which reckless individual dares to charge in here right off the bat? Though she grumbled, her movements were as swift as lightning. As an examiner and safety officer, she had to immediately investigate the situation. In an instant, she dashed towards the direction of the 2 students. Gu Xing and Bing had barely ventured into the high-level area when they were confronted by 3 massive ogres. These awakened 9th-tier demonic creatures exuded a nauseating stench, their dark purple skin marred by grotesque demonic patterns. Ogre, level, awakened 9th-tier, qualification, Demon General, Strength 193, Constitution 182, Spirit 102, Speed 132, Skills, Frenzied Bite, Mighty Slam. Gu Xing's gaze sharpened. Unlike magical beasts, which are transformed by the taint of demonic energy, these beings were born directly from it. Their origins remain a mystery, but they are known to be the common nemesis of all intelligent races. Demons are categorized into 6 ranks based on their qualifications: Demon Soldier, Demon Officer, Demon General, Demon Lord, Demon King, and Demon God, corresponding sequentially to the ranks of Beast Master, Ordinary, Elite, Excellent, Epic, Legendary, and Mythical. The three ogres before him were all at the level of demon generals. However, upon seeing them, Gu Xing felt a surge of excitement. The purpose of entering the high-level area was to eliminate demons and elevate his rank. Now that they had come to him, it was indeed fortuitous. Yet, when Tang Xinro arrived at the scene, her pupils dilated in disbelief. Three awakened ninth-tier demon general ogres. These were not adversaries a newly graduated beastmaster could handle. Her gaze swept to the young man in the arena, and he suddenly appeared familiar. Hastily, she pulled out a photograph given by Gu Qianqian for comparison. Wasn't this Qianqian's younger brother? Tang Xinro gasped in shock. Why was this boy rushing into the high-level area on his first day of assessment? She immediately assumed a combat stance. If her friend's brother were to be harmed under her watch, she would never be able to face Gu Qianqian again. However, just as she prepared to intervene, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The two individuals in the arena did not retreat, but instead assumed an offensive posture. At that moment, Gu Xing and Ying Bing exchanged a knowing glance. You control, I will output. Good. Before Ying Bing's voice faded, Xian Shuang Bing Huang had already spread its wings and let out a resounding cry. Frost storm. A biting chill engulfed the area, instantly encasing the three ogres in ice crystals. Slowing their movements, Gu Xing seized this opportunity. Liuli, judgment. The crimson sword light erupted like thunder, and before the central ogre could break free from the frost, it was cleaved in two by a single strike. The remaining two demons roared in fury, but were met by Liuli's ghostly figure in an instant. Though merely at the awakened 6th tier, her attributes far surpassed those of these 9th-tier demons. The sword light flashed again, and the two ogres fell to the ground. As three orbs of blue radiance merged into her forehead, Liuli's aura surged dramatically. She had leveled up. Holy Angel, Liuli. Qualification, Legendary 3 stars. Level, Awakened 7th tier. Strength, 237. Constitution, 240. Spirit, 241. Speed, 236. Skills, Judgment, Divine Protection, Seraphim Form. Final Elegy, Cultivation Advice. Use light crystals, Holy Spirit Essence, and Angelic Blood to enhance Beast Master qualifications. Upon reaching the awakened 7th tier, Liuli's attributes experienced another enhancement. Gu Xing estimated Liuli's attributes and realized that typical awakened 9th tier beasts would pale in comparison. Meanwhile, Xian Shuang Bing Huang also managed to break through to the awakened 7th tier during this battle. Nearby, Tang Xinro, who had witnessed the entire spectacle, rubbed her eyes in disbelief. She had jokingly told Gu Qianqian that her genius brother would surely be impressive, but witnessing it firsthand, she realized how vastly mistaken she had been. This was not merely impressive, it was monstrous. Two awakened 6th-tier beast masters, in collaboration, had easily dispatched three awakened 9th-tier demon generals as if slicing through vegetables. It was worth remembering that when she awakened at the 6th tier, facing a single awakened 8th-tier demon general had been an arduous task. Gunping, Tang Sindu Involuta Swalao. She needed to apologize for her earlier judgments. With such strength, it was likely that the National Academy would fight tooth and nail to recruit him. Watching the two continue deeper into the area, Tang Xinro suddenly looked forward to witnessing Gu Qianqian's expression upon realizing her brother's prowess. Chapter 35, Evaluation, Perfect Score. In the following days, Tang Xinro felt as if her worldview had been completely reshaped. Before these two, no matter the tier of demon, they seemed as fragile as paper in their hands. Under such circumstances, their strength surged at an astonishing pace, and within just 2 days, they both broke through to the awakened 8th tier. She stood in a daze for a long time, ultimately marking a perfect score in Gu Xing's evaluation column. However, unbeknownst to her, at the headquarters of the Southern Military District, Wei Yuan was personally drafting a recommendation letter. With Gu Xing's strength, participating in the exams was nothing short of a waste of time. The ink was barely dry on the recommendation letter, addressed to the principal of the National Academy, Long Jinghua personally. Simultaneously, in the innermost region of the assessment area, Gu Qianqian furrowed her brow. As the strongest student dispatched by the National Academy, she was tasked with overseeing the most perilous zone. At that moment, her senses clearly detected the presence of an extraordinary level demon. Xing Lai Di, Yu Mianhu. With a soft command, the two summoned beasts appeared. Xing Dai was the result of her efforts to exchange for an epic tier beast at the academy, and it had now reached extraordinary level 2. As for the other, it was her first beast, which had accompanied her since her awakening phase. Now, at the awakened 9th tier, looking at her two beasts, she understood that she had to eliminate this extraordinary demon before the candidates arrived. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. If an extraordinary level demon were to attack this group of awakening candidates, it would be a massacre. With this in mind, she hurried toward the source of the energy she sensed. However, she was unaware that Gu Xing and Ying Bing had already stealthily entered this area. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before they reached the awakened 9th tier. Gu Xing glanced sideways at the ice beauty beside him, suggesting that they would head directly to the secret realm once they reached that level. The days spent together had allowed him to gradually discern Ying Bing's personality. Instead of being cold, she seemed indifferent to most matters. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling. Perhaps it was merely his perception that this frost-like girl was slightly gentler towards him than towards others. Ying Bing gently brushed her fingers across the wings of the ice phoenix perched on her shoulder, subtly nodding. The days they had spent together often left her in a daze. It was the first time in her life that she had spent such a length of time in the company of a male peer. Stealing a glance, her gaze swept over the young man's handsome profile. This inexplicable emotional fluctuation puzzled her. Unable to comprehend its origin, she turned her attention back to her ice phoenix. Perhaps it was simply because they were about to explore the secret realm together that she was particularly attentive to him. However, in that very moment, a warning rang out. Be careful. Gu Xing's voice had barely left his lips when Liuli's figure appeared before Ying Bing, her snow-white wings slicing through the air like silver light, accurately deflecting the incoming black-bone spike. Ying Bing's pupils constricted, a bead of cold sweat trickling down her temple. Had it not been for Liuli's timely intervention, that strike would have surely pierced her chest. Screech. The Xianshuang Bing Huang let out an enraged cry, its ice-blue wings fully unfurling, its sharp gaze locking onto the shadows within the depths of the forest. Gu Xing's expression turned grave as well. The speed of that previous attack was astonishing. Even with his extraordinary level spirit, he could only perceive it as it approached Ying Bing. At that moment, he could only instinctively shout a warning. Fortunately, Lu Li's reaction speed was remarkably swift. In the very instant he alerted her, she deftly dodged and blocked the impending attack. The demon capable of launching such an assault could not possibly be of the awakened tier. Just as Gu Xing had surmised, with a series of eerie rustling sounds, two bizarre figures gradually took shape. The skeletal demon on the left was enveloped in black mist, its stark white skeleton adorned with menacing spikes. As for the demon on the right, it was entirely shrouded in a black robe, rendering it nearly indistinguishable. Gu Xing dared not underestimate the situation and promptly scrutinized the information regarding the two demons. Skeletal demon, level, extraordinary tier 2, talent, demon general, power, 482, physique, 511, mentality, 358, speed, 493, talent, bone restoration, skills, bone barrier, 1,000 thorns, imposter, level, awakened tier 9, impersonation, talent, demon general, power, physique, mentality, speed, talent, deceptive disguise, skills. Upon observing these two demons, Gu Xing's expression tightened. An extraordinary level demon, merely the skeletal demon's attributes, approaching 500 points in 3 categories, instilled in him a sense of overwhelming pressure. Presently, Lu Li's attributes hovered around 270 points, even in her seraph form. Victory was not guaranteed. After all, there exists a qualitative difference between extraordinary and awakened levels. However, what truly sent chills down his spine was the bizarre imposter beside it. Although its displayed level was awakened tier 9, all its attributes were marked as, coupled with its talent for deceptive disguise. A sense of unease gnawed at Gu Xing's heart. Ying Bing quietly retreated to his side, a grave expression flickering in her ice-blue eyes. What should we do? It seems one of them is an extraordinary level demon. After weighing his options, Gu Xing resolved to withdraw. With the current fighting capabilities of himself and Ying Bing, they could likely handle the skeletal demon together. Yet, the presence of an unknown imposter posed a significant risk for a direct confrontation. We should retreat first. Gu Xing lowered his voice to speak. Ying Bing nodded slightly. Although Ying Xing was guarding from the shadows, they could not act recklessly. Just as the two prepared to retreat in unison, the two demons suddenly erupted into action. The skeletal demon swung its bone claws, sending numerous sharp bone spikes crashing into the ground, instantaneously blocking all escape routes. They had been lurking in this area for days, ravenous and eager, and would not let their prey slip away. Gu Xing and Ying Bing exchanged glances, understanding without words that there was no evading this battle. In the shadows, Ying Xing had concentrated his ice-blue energy, poised to lend assistance. Facing an extraordinary level foe with awakened capabilities was undoubtedly a daunting challenge. However, just as he was about to make his move, a sudden rush of air cut through the distance, heralding the approach of a figure at astonishing speed. The figure arrived in the blink of an eye, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Xing Lei Dai, Cage of Light. With a clarion call, a cascade of starlight fell, transforming into a resplendent cage that ensnared the two demons within. Gu Qianqian gracefully appeared, with Xing Lei Dai swirling around her. Sister? Gu Xing's eyes widened in disbelief at the sudden appearance of the enchanting figure. The reckless intruder into this perilous zone was, astonishingly, his own sister. She instinctively adopted a stern demeanor, reprimanding words poised on her lips. However, she reconsidered, deciding to spare him some dignity in front of others. Yet, upon hearing Gu Xing address her as sister, Ying Bing visibly stiffened, a hint of awkwardness creeping into her usually composed visage. Fortunately, Gu Xing remained entirely focused on the battlefield, oblivious to her unease. I'll deal with you later. Gu Qianqian shot Gu Xing a glare before turning her attention to the skeletal demon. As long as she dealt with this extraordinary level demon, the battle could be deemed concluded. The other awakened Tier 9 demon could be handled by the Yu Mian with ease. Step back. These two demons are beyond your capabilities, Gu Qianqian asserted, positioning herself defiantly in front of them. Gu Xing gazed at Gu Qianqian's retreating figure, hesitating before ultimately falling silent. He had already examined the attributes of Xing Lei Dai and was confident in her ability to handle the extraordinary Tier 2 skeletal demon. As for the other demon, Yu Mian awakened Tier 9, talent, excellent 9 stars, power, 153, physique, 142, mentality, 186, speed, 177, skills, fox spirit substitute, fox spirit clone, spirit fox claw. Gu Xing swiftly compared the values on the data panel, noting that the attributes of the Yu Mian fell short of Lu Li's. The other demon's capabilities remained entirely indeterminate, heightening his wariness. He subtly leaned closer to Lu Li, whispering in her ear, Lu Li, if anything seems amiss, strike immediately. Lu Li's small face tightened with resolve as she nodded earnestly. This was in front of her esteemed sister, and she must perform admirably. The battle was about to commence. Xing Lei Dai took the initiative, her resplendent wings shimmering as starlight coalesced into sharp blades, cascading down like a torrential downpour. The skeletal demon emitted a piercing shriek as a strange black aura enveloped its bony frame, deflecting most of the light blades away. Star chains, Gu Qianqian called out. In an instant, a dazzling radiance erupted from Xing Lei Dai, and 7 chains forged from pure starlight shot forth, coiling around the skeletal demon's form. The starry light coursing through the chains eroded the skeletal structure, emitting a disconcerting hissing sound. Meanwhile, the Yu Mian nimbly leaped, leaving behind 3 indistinct afterimages. It seemed a swift resolution was imminent. Observing the situation under control, Gu Qianqian gradually exhaled in relief. However, Gu Xing's frown deepened. The imposter's exhibited power was alarmingly weak. Moreover, its performance seemed overly contrived, akin to a theatrical act. As if to corroborate his suspicions, the imposter unleashed a thunderous roar, its form swelling dramatically, with waves of black, demonic energy surging forth. In an instant, it seized the Yu Mian by the throat, crashing it violently to the ground. The tide of battle shifted in an instant. In a critical moment, the Yu Mian activated its fox spirit substitute just in time to escape. Yet, it had exhausted its energy, leaving it utterly powerless. Imposter, level, extraordinary tier 3, talent, demon lord, power, 589, physique, 482, mentality, 612, speed, 554, talent, deceptive disguise, skills, perfect disguise, mental shock. Shadow of the demon. Only when the imposter revealed its true power did Gu Xing finally comprehend the full extent of this demon's attributes. With a staggering 612 points in mentality, coupled with the dual effects of its talent and skills, it had successfully deceived everyone's perception. This realization prompted Gu Xing to regard extraordinary level talents with newfound gravity. Even when utilizing its talent, this demon's displayed level remained awakened tier 9. Upon witnessing the imposter's true strength, Gu Qianqian's complexion drained of color. An extraordinary tier 3 demon lord imposter. Her voice trembled slightly from shock. In that moment, she understood why the military's meticulous trap had failed to contain these two demons. It was all due to the presence of this imposter. Gu Xing, take that girl and leave immediately. The farther, the better. Gu Qianqian nearly shouted this sentence, simultaneously commanding Xing Lidi to shatter the bone spikes that blocked their retreat. Although Xing Lidi was formidable, it was utterly impossible to contend with two extraordinary level demon creatures. However, her younger brother and the candidates were right behind her. At this moment, she could not retreat, both emotionally and rationally. In the shadows, Ing Xinghe was equally shaken. Even with his experience, he had not foreseen that this impersonator had reached the level of a demon lord. Due to the impersonator's innate talent, it was impossible to gauge its true power until it revealed itself. Thus, while he had suspected it might be an impersonator based on his experience, he never imagined that it was a demon lord at the extraordinary 3rd tier. Under such circumstances, it seemed that the young girl from the Zhenghua Academy would also struggle to handle the situation. Just as he prepared to take action, a sudden change unfolded on the scene. At this moment, Gu Xing and Ing Bing not only did not retreat, but instead assumed a combat stance. Ing Bing, can you hold it for a moment? Gu Xing's voice was remarkably composed. Ing Bing nodded resolutely, determination shining in her ice-blue eyes. Although she did not fully comprehend Gu Xing's plan, she chose to trust him unconditionally. To control an extraordinary 3rd-tier impersonator at the awakened 8th tier, there was only one way. The ultimate skill. Xin Shuang Bing Huang. Frost Ring Restriction. The ice phoenix, already charged with energy, let out a clear, resonant cry, its chilling aura surging. The full force of the awakened 8th tier was a far cry from her previous 5th tier. Instantly, crystalline ice formed around the impersonator, its movements clearly hindered. No more than 3 seconds, Ing Bing's forehead beaded with fine sweat. However, the demon lord, bound in frost, flashed a hint of disdain in its eyes. Even though it was among the weaker demon lords, its extraordinary 3rd-tier power was not something an awakened level could shake. Nevertheless, at that moment, Gu Xing immersed all his mental energy into the Beastmaster space. This was a special technique he had discovered after acquiring the Beastmaster space, allowing him to establish deep resonance to help Liu Li stabilize at the critical state. Liu Li, seraphim form. Silver-white wings suddenly unfurled, and crimson flames erupted like a volcanic eruption, enveloping her youthful figure. For pairs of burning wings gradually expanded behind her. The 4-winged seraphim form activated. Yet, Liu Li's transformation did not cease. Gu Xing's mental energy resonated perfectly with Liu Li through the Beastmaster space, their powers merging flawlessly at the soul level. Critical state activated. As Gu Xing's mental energy continuously surged, the holy flames surrounding Liu Li erupted dramatically. New strands of light began to manifest along the edges of her 6 wings, accompanied by the sound of breaking air. As a pair of even more resplendent wings burst forth from the flames, the 6-winged seraphim descended. Chapter 37. Extraordinary 3rd Tier. Instant Kill. Holy Angel, Liu Li. Status, 6-winged seraphim. Critical. Qualification, Legendary 3 stars. Level, Awakened 8th Tier. Power, 252,654. Physique, 253,656. Mentality, 259,668. Speed, 260,670. Skills, Judgment, Divine Protection, Seraphim Form. Final Lament. Entering the critical state through the Seraphim Form, the attribute enhancement left Gu Xing astounded. A total increase of 400 points across all attributes. This meant that Liu Li, at the awakened 8th tier, now possessed combat capabilities that dwarfed many low-qualification extraordinary beasts. Yet, this power was not without its cost. Gu Xing could distinctly feel his mental energy depleting at an alarming rate. Even with his extraordinary mental reserves, he could maintain this state for at most 60 seconds. Meanwhile, Gu Xing, her gaze fixed intently on the battlefield, suddenly froze. She sensed an exceedingly terrifying wave of energy emanating from behind her. The pressure exuded surpassed even that of Xing. Could be a new demon lord. The crimson six-winged angel abruptly invaded her line of sight. Upon recognizing the figure enveloped in holy flames, Gu Xing's pupils constricted sharply. Luli? How could this be possible? How could her brother's beast unleash such a terrifying aura? Wasn't her level at the awakened tier? In the shadows, Xinghe was equally astounded, his old eyes widening in disbelief, his frail fingers trembling involuntarily. An awakened 8th tier possessing combat power close to that of an extraordinary 3rd tier. Although it was achieved through a critical state, such talent was unprecedented. In the center of the battlefield, the impersonator was shaken to its core. Under Li's oppressive presence, it felt an unprecedented threat of death. If that beast were to strike, it would die. It would surely perish. The impersonator's pupils constricted like pinpricks. Its entire body engulfed in a maelstrom of demonic energy akin to boiling black lava. Driven by an instinctual desire to survive, it struggled with all its might. The ice crystals on its surface finally cracking under the strain with a sharp sound. Now was the moment. Mental shock. The violent mental force erupted from within like a tsunami, instantly shattering the ice crystals into a flurry of icy particles. The frost ring restriction was forcibly torn apart. The aura of Xian Shuang Bing Huang dwindling dramatically, the ice blue sheen on its wings rapidly dimming. Ying Bing let out a muffled groan, her face turning pale. The backlash. To forcibly restrain an extraordinary 3rd-tier demon with awakened 8th-tier strength was ultimately too much to bear. The freed impersonator wasted no time, immediately invoking its life-saving skill. Shadow of the demon. Dense black mist surged like a living entity, swiftly engulfing it. Within this black mist domain, it could change its form at will, completely concealing its presence. Gu Xing furrowed his brows tightly, inwardly lamenting the situation. Had the impersonator failed to escape earlier, with Li's current critical state, perhaps a single strike could have ended it. But now trouble loomed. After all, it was an extraordinary 3rd-tier creature. If it chose to evade battle, even with Li's current attributes, a swift resolution would be difficult. Most critically, Li's critical state could not withstand any delays. Swish! Li's holy sword sliced through the black mist, but only shattered a fragment of an illusion. Physical attacks were nearly ineffective. Just as Gu Xing prepared to have Li incinerate the black mist with holy flames, Xiaoxing, Gu Qianqian's icy voice suddenly resounded. If I can restrain it, can Li deliver a fatal blow? Gu Xing instinctively nodded. The jade-faced fox had already lost combat capability, and Xing was locked in a stalemate with the bone demon. What could Gu Qianqian use to restrain the extraordinary 3rd-tier impersonator? Upon receiving Gu Xing's affirmation, Gu Qianqian's eyes narrowed slightly as an astonishing wave of mental energy erupted around her. Reappear. Chains of the stars. In Gu Xing's astonished gaze, the golden chains, which should have been in cooldown, shot forth once more from Xing, piercing through the black mist like a meteor, binding the impersonator tightly. The double release of a Beastmaster skill, this completely defied the conventional logic of Beastmaster combat. Yet at this moment, Gu Qianqian's Xing had astonishingly activated the chains of the stars twice. Gu Xing's pupils constricted, but he quickly realized this was Gu Qianqian's innate ability. At this moment, he finally understood why the Zhenghua Academy had rewarded her with an epic-level beast. Skill double activation. Such a talent was tailor-made for a controlling Beastmaster. As Gu Xing turned his head, his gaze pierced through the black mist, locking eyes with the impersonator. In those crimson eyes reflected was the terror of being trapped with nowhere to escape, just as it thought it had escaped the clutches. It found itself once again at the mercy of its captors. Li, finish it. The little angel's holy flames surged dramatically, a wave of guilt washing over her as she realized she had failed in front of her sister. This was utterly unforgivable. This time, it must be a decisive strike. Her crimson figure transformed into a blazing meteor, tearing through the fabric of space in an instant to stand before the pseudomorph. Judgment. with a clear and resonant shout. The holy sword erupted in resplendent brilliance. The pseudomorph, bound by golden chains, could neither struggle nor escape, forced to watch helplessly as the holy sword descended. The flash of the blade sent tremors through the earth, creating a colossal pit with a diameter of 10 meters from the terrifying shockwave. Amidst the crimson flames, the body of the demonic entity disintegrated inch by inch, ultimately transforming into drifting black ash. Bathed in golden light, Lu Li's aura surged once more. Having slain a third-tier demonic being, her level ascended anew. Divine Angel, Lu Li, qualification, legendary 3 stars, level, awakening 9th stage, strength, 302, constitution, 301, spirit, 307, speed, 314, skills, judgment, divine protection, seraphim form. Finale chant. With Lu Li successfully advancing to the awakening 9th stage, all her fundamental attributes surged past the threshold of 300. This figure far surpassed those of the same tier beast-tamers, even approaching some extraordinary beast-tamers. Boom! Gu Xing suddenly felt a thunderous roar in his mind, a surge of mental energy flooding in like a tidal wave. This enhancement was a result of the beast-tamer's nurturing, propelling his mental prowess to new heights. At the other end of the battlefield, the skeletal demon, having witnessed the fall of the pseudomorph, trembled in its skeletal frame. After exhausting all its strength to break free from the chains of the stars, this demon turned and fled without hesitation. Attempting to escape, Gu Qianqian's cold gaze sharpened, and the star-tier butterfly transformed into a silver streak of light, instantly piercing through the skeletal demon's body. The second-tier skeletal demon was struck down, crashing to the ground and shattering into a pile of bones. Thus, the second-tier demonic entity met its demise. Once the dust settled, Gu Qianqian turned to regard her brother. As her gaze fell upon the obedient little angel standing beside Gu Xing, even the usually composed Gu Qianqian momentarily lost her focus. Her brother's beast-tamer was astonishingly gifted. Chapter 38, Correction. First place, Gu Xing. As Gu Qianqian approached, Lu Li dutifully bowed. Before her owner, the ferocity she had displayed earlier vanished without a trace, replaced by a demeanor as gentle as a well-behaved child. Noticing Gu Qianqian's stern expression, Gu Xing hastily clarified the situation regarding the secret realm. What? The entrance to the secret realm is outside the defense line? Gu Qianqian exclaimed in shock. It must be noted that the Longsha Kingdom had merely constructed a defense line around the entrance to the alternate space, occupying only a minuscule portion of this realm. The area beyond the defense line of the Longsha Kingdom is exceedingly perilous. Absolutely not. Gu Qianqian firmly rejected the idea. With their current awakening strength, venturing into such territories would be tantamount to courting death. However, just as Gu Qianqian was about to enumerate the pros and cons to dissuade them, a reassuring voice resonated. Rest assured, their safety is my responsibility. The deep voice suddenly echoed. Xinghe stood with his hands clasped behind his back, having arrived at their side unbeknownst to them. Teacher Ing. Gu Qianqian's pupils constricted, and she promptly offered a respectful bow. Xinghe, a senior mentor from the National Academy, leading high-tier beast-tamer experts. With his personal guarantee, Gu Qianqian had no grounds for further objection. Seeing her acquiescence, Xinghe produced a vial of shimmering azure potion from his sleeve and handed it to Bing, a spirit restorative capable of accelerating recovery. As the potion slid down her throat, Bing's previously pallid complexion rapidly regained its color, her damaged mental power swiftly restored. She exhaled deeply, suppressing the inexplicable sensation within her, and nodded in acknowledgement to Gu Qianqian. Senior Gu. Gu Qianqian's gaze swept between Bing and Gu Xing, a flicker of understanding passing through her eyes. The look in Miss Ying's eyes toward her brother was somewhat extraordinary. However, she sighed inwardly, reflecting on the disparity in status. Such a noble lineage, her foolish brother likely could not measure up. Time was of the essence. Xinghe's wide sleeves fluttered without wind, and a colossal eagle adorned in azure feathers materialized from nowhere. Its wingspan reached over 10 meters, stirring up fierce winds. The journey ahead is long, so I shall lead them onward. Gu Qianqian watched the 3 figures leap onto the eagle's back, hesitating to speak. Ultimately, she simply offered a solemn bow. Teacher Ing, I entrust this to you. With a piercing cry, the eagle took flight, soaring high into the sky, quickly becoming a mere black dot on the horizon. Time flew by, and the month-long assessment period was drawing to a close. Among the trials, the most unexpected was the meteoric rise of Shun Ruoxue. She had maximized the capabilities of the succubus, leading her team with unstoppable momentum through the assessment zone. Have you noticed? The captain's been acting differently this month. Could it be that she was rejected after confessing to Gu Xing? Hush. But given her relentless drive, it might just be possible. Shun Ruoxue's icy gaze swept over the whispering team members. During this month, she had devoted nearly all her time to hunting demons. Even the members of her team were overwhelmed. Finally, just before the trial concluded, Shun Ruoxue successfully broke through to the awakening 9th stage. This time, the first place should belong to our Yi Xiao from Haishi City, right? Indeed, over the course of this month, Yi Xiao had reached the awakening 9th stage. With such strength, who among the younger generation could rival him? As Shun Ruoxue and her team entered the gathering area, they found a crowd surrounding a youth clad in splendid attire, akin to stars encircling the moon. A student from Linyuan City, who had arrived early, whispered an explanation, but had Gu Xing from our Linyuan City participated, first place would surely have been his. Though the student's voice was low, it was still clearly heard by those from Haishi City. The news quickly reached Yi Tao's ears. The pride of Haishi City smirked. The black serpent coiled around his neck, flicking its scarlet tongue, as he sauntered towards Shun Ruoxue's group. As the focal point of the gathering area, the attention of everyone quickly gravitated towards him. Oh! Yi Tao halted before Shun Ruoxue, the black serpent around his neck continuously flicking its tongue. So, you're talking about that Gu Xing? His intonation rose playfully, suggesting a hint of mockery. Very strong? The boy who had spoken earlier immediately lowered his head, not daring to utter a word. However, the members of Shun Ruoxue's team cared little for such matters. In their hearts, Gu Xing was the strongest. A boy exclaimed impulsively, "Of course Gu Xing is strong. At least stronger than you." Yi Tao's smile abruptly turned cold. Hiss! The serpent around his neck lashed out like black lightning, its venomous fangs aimed directly at the boy who had spoken. Enchanting gaze. Realizing the danger, Shun Ruoxue swiftly commanded her succubus to act. A mental shock struck the serpent with precision. The menacing serpent's head froze mid-air, its crimson tongue drooping limply. Seizing the opportunity, Shun Ruoxue shielded the boy behind her. Enough! Yi Tao gently caressed his still-dazed serpent, surprise flickering in his eyes. His gaze was fixated on the woman before him. This woman was remarkable. Observing the growing crowd around them, he snorted coldly and turned away. First place will undoubtedly be his. There can be no surprises. Soon, a military officer in uniform strode onto the high platform. Now, let the proctor from the National Academy render the final assessment of this trial. The audience erupted in a clamor. What? The rules have changed this year? Aren't rankings automatically based on levels? How have we not noticed the proctor? Shun Ruoxue remained composed during the assessment. She had utilized the succubus's formidable mental perception to detect the hidden proctor. Therefore, she had already speculated on the changes in the assessment rules. Just then, Gu Xing, dressed in white, gracefully ascended the platform. Her gaze swept across the entire venue, and then a chilling voice gradually resonated. 150th place, 149th place. As the ranks approached the top 10, the atmosphere in the hall became taut. 9th place, 8th place, 2nd place, Yi Tao. How could this be? He had awakened at the 9th tier, yet only ranked 2nd? Who could possibly be first? Wait, he suddenly thought of someone. Could it be that woman? Yi Tao's expression darkened significantly. First place, Shun Ruoxue. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. Yi Xiao is not first. I thought he was exceptionally formidable. Turns out he's merely 2nd. Yi Tao's temples throbbed with rage, but he suppressed his fury. Losing to a woman? This is an utter disgrace. Meanwhile, Shun Ruoxue stood frozen, her gaze drifting over to the seductive demon. Had it not been for Gu Xing gifting her this demon, she could never have achieved such a result. However, when Gu Xing announced the final rankings, the officer slowly stepped forward. To clarify, all rankings have been adjusted by 1 position. First place, Gu Xing. Boom! The venue erupted in chaos. Who is Gu Xing? He doesn't even seem to be here. Isn't Gu Xing absent from this assessment? How could he still be first? Chapter 39. Unparalleled Potential. Handwritten by Wei Yuan. Boom! It felt as if thunder erupted in Yi Tao's mind. Losing to Shun Ruoxue, a woman, was one thing. But losing to someone who didn't even participate in the assessment? How is that possible? On what grounds? His eyes burned with rage as he pushed past obstructing classmates, demanding, why should an absentee take first place? The officer merely cast him a cold glance. His voice as frigid as the northern ice. Yi Tao disqualified. The hall fell into an immediate silence. Yi Tao felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. Whispers erupted from the audience. What is Gu Xing's background? Did Yi Tao just question him and get disqualified? The officer surveyed the crowd, his voice booming. Yi Tao neglected to save his classmates during the assessment, resulting in injuries to 7 of them. Furthermore, due to his obstinacy, he nearly caused a student's death. Such a person does not deserve to pass our established assessment. He then shifted his tone, his presence suddenly rising. As for Gu Xing's ranking, this is a military order personally signed by Lord Wei Yuan. Now, is there anyone who dares to voice dissent? Wei Yuan, the name of the southern military district's steadfast pillar, struck a chord in the hearts of all present. Since the esteemed commander has issued a military order, Gu Xing's first place must indeed be justified. Yi Tao tried to dispute it, but upon meeting the officer's icy gaze, he felt as if plunging into an abyss of frost. Immediately, 2 iron-willed soldiers seized him from either side. Having erred, one must naturally face the consequences. In stark contrast to Yi Tao, Shun Ruo Shui received the news without any anger over losing the first position. Quite the opposite. She believed Gu Xing to be the rightful first place. On the platform, the officer held the evaluation book, his voice like steel. The following students are eliminated. As the last name was read, this assessment, spanning over a month, finally came to a close. Subsequently, all evaluation results were sealed and sent to the admissions offices of various universities. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away at the Zhenghua Academy, in the principal's office, Long Zhenghua toyed with a gilded letter, raising an eyebrow upon seeing the signature of Wei Yuan. How curious. This fellow actually wrote a recommendation letter for a student? As he spoke, he opened the letter. Upon reading its contents, Long Zhenghua's expression gradually turned grave. Legendary Beastmaster. Almost a direct passageway to the Abyss-level trial. These terms combined left him feeling somewhat dazed. Have the awakened newcomers reached such heights? Fu Director. He activated the communicator, requesting Gu Xing's previous 2 assessment records. Upon receiving the principal's command, Fu Yin Jie quickly sent over Gu Xing's information. After examining the data, Long Zhenghua raised his eyebrows. Both assessments ranked first. Wait, his sister is Gu Qianqian? Such talent must surely be recruited into Zhenghua Academy. Long Zhenghua slammed his palm on the sandalwood desk, causing the teacup to clink. Fu Director, prepare. In half a month, I'll personally go to the assessment site to recruit him. Fu Yin Jie felt a tremor of shock. The last time the principal mobilized such forces was 5 years ago. Simultaneously, the admissions offices of top universities across the nation were fixated on that gilded evaluation form. In the potential assessment section for Gu Xing, Wei Yuan's powerful calligraphy bled through the paper. Comprehensive evaluation, unparalleled potential. Handwritten by Wei Yuan. At the same time, Ying Xing, he had brought Gu Xing and Ying Bing to the journey's end. This was a valley surrounded by mountains on all sides. Within the valley, many collapsed structures were scattered about. Ying Xing, he raised his hand to eliminate the demons swirling around, directing the giant eagle to land. I recall you mentioned that to unlock this secret realm, it seems we need a 3rd key. Gu Xing nodded. According to the information in his mind regarding the elven secret realm, activating this realm required all 3 keys to be activated simultaneously. However, as Gu Xing surveyed the area, he noticed the absence of others. The other person might not have arrived yet. Let's wait a bit. Ying Xing, he nodded in agreement. The individual holding the final key must come here if they wish to enter the elven secret realm. While waiting, Gu Xing seized the opportunity to inquire about the materials for cultivating Lioli. Teacher Ying, have you heard of the Holy Spirit Essence and Angel's Holy Blood? Ying Xing, his brow furrowed, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he replied slowly, I do know about the Holy Spirit Essence. It seems to exist in the treasury of Zhenghua Academy. As for Angel's Holy Blood, I have yet to hear of it. Upon hearing Ying Xing his words, Gu Xing's heart soared with joy. The whereabouts of the Holy Spirit Essence had finally been discovered, and it was located within Zhenghua Academy. It seemed that a visit to Zhenghua Academy was imperative. As for the Angel's Holy Blood, it would be a case of taking it step by step. However, just then, an unexpected change occurred. "Who goes there?" "Gu Xing," he suddenly shouted, his sharp gaze fixed on the ruins to the right. His wide sleeves billowed without wind, and his eyes were filled with vigilance. Just moments ago, he had sensed that there was no one present there. "I apologize." A timid voice emerged from behind the ruins. A golden-haired girl stepped forward, her appearance unremarkable, but possessing exceptionally bright emerald-green eyes. The girl nervously twisted the hem of her clothing, her voice barely above a whisper. "I'm the holder of the third key. My name is Lan and I come from the council. One must know that since the invasion of the otherworldly space, global forces have divided into 3 factions, led by Longxia country. The council dominated by the Eagle Nation and the Western Church. While there are occasional frictions, the 3 maintain a delicate balance." Gu Xing, he frowned deeply. As a leader-level powerhouse, he had not detected the girl's presence until now. This girl is not simple. Gu Xing keenly noticed that a pitch-black cat followed closely at the girl's feet. That must be her beast. Yin Mingling Bao. Qualification: Legendary 5 stars. Level: Awakening 9th tier. Strength: 311. Constitution: 285. Spirit: 284. Speed: 350. Skill: Yin Ming Instant Kill. The moment the data of this beast appeared before Gu Xing's eyes, his pupils constricted sharply. Legendary 5 stars. This qualification made Gu Xing's heart tighten. The terrifying speed of 350 points surpassed that of Liuli, while the other 3 attributes also approached 300 points. Such a beast master is undoubtedly in existence beyond the reach of ordinary beast masters. The golden-haired girl seemed to notice Gu Xing's gaze and awkwardly concealed her spirit cat behind her. "This is my beast." After a few simple inquiries, the girl responded fluently. Seeing that no further information could be extracted, Gu Xing decided to relent. Although the girl's identity was suspicious, she was the bearer of the third key, and Gu Xing and Ing Bing needed to collaborate with her to unlock the secret realm of the elf clan. "Remember," Gu Xing lowered his voice as he turned away. "Be cautious once we enter the secret realm. Trust no one but the 2 of you." Gu Xing and Ing Bing nodded in agreement. Chapter 40. The Seraphim Clan. With Gu Xing's approval, the girl stepped forward slowly and offered a slight nod to the 2. The 3 of them simultaneously summoned their thoughts, activating the hidden keys to the secret realm buried deep in their consciousness. In an instant, 3 uniquely designed keys materialized from their foreheads, swirling gracefully in the air before perfectly fitting together to form an ancient token. The ground trembled violently, and a verdant light gate gradually emerged from the void. The floating token then disassembled, transforming into 3 streams of light that re-entered the foreheads of the trio. At that moment, a golden sunwheel mark glimmered on Gu Xing's forehead. A crescent moon symbol shimmered on Ing Bing's, and a star insignia illuminated Lanny's brow. Subsequently, the 3 stepped through the mysterious, glowing portal. Their figures were gradually engulfed by the green light, and as the last person entered, the emerald portal closed slowly, sending a brilliant beam of light soaring into the heavens. At that very moment, at the Angel Clan's stronghold atop Yun-Kei, a golden-haired angel suddenly opened his eyes, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "The ancestral land of the elf clan has been opened? How intriguing." He flapped his wings lightly and instantly appeared in the center of the palace. The elders stationed there immediately knelt on one knee. "Greetings, young clan leader." Miller waved his hand dismissively. "I need to step out for a moment. You know what to tell my father." The elders exchanged glances, and one of them, mustering courage, advised, "Young clan leader, you've just entered the extraordinary realm. If you encounter danger outside, my safety is my own concern." Miller interrupted impatiently. "How could I miss out on such a significant event as the opening of the elf secret realm?" Although the elf clan was once on par with the angel clan, they had chosen to ally with humans, even assigning the ancestral land key to be obtainable only by humans. However, the angel clan possessed their own means to enter the elf ancestral land, but had long struggled to locate it. Now that it had been discovered, Miller was determined to partake in this opportunity. Moreover, as he was aware, during that cataclysm, the elf queen seemed to have paid a considerable price to preserve her daughter. The daughter of the elf queen. Miller's lips curled into a smile. Regaining his composure, he shifted the subject. "What is the situation with the Seraphim? Has that girl been located? However, we have already severed her wings. Even if she is released, she cannot pose a threat." Miller nodded with satisfaction. As long as the bloodline of the Seraphim royal family cannot flourish, my father's position as clan leader will remain secure. I must take my leave now. Remember, he spread his wings and spoke coldly. Do not inform my father of this. Once Miller's figure vanished into the horizon, the elders exchanged glances. Should we not report to the clan leader? It matters not. Someone will protect the young clan leader in secret. But isn't the elf secret realm restricted to those of commander rank and above? One elder scoffed. Do you think those lowly savages and a few awakened humans in the secret realm can harm the young clan leader? Indeed, we should focus on the Seraphim prisoners instead. At this moment, in the palace dungeon, a group of ragged angels sat huddled together, with a stunning yet weary female angel at the center. Lucia, an elder whispered. Where have you sent Lioli? The battle angels haven't discovered her, have they? The girl known as Lucia slowly shook her head. They will never find Lioli. She should be able to live safely. As Gu Xing and the others stepped into the secret realm, the scene before them abruptly transformed. They found themselves directly in the midst of a brutal battlefield. The scorched earth was littered with shattered structures and corpses, and the air was thick with the stench of blood and demonic energy. Just ahead, a heart-wrenching scene unfolded. 5 enormous demons surrounded a petite figure, viciously attacking her. That figure was a cat clan girl. She was drenched in blood, her white fur stained crimson, her left arm hanging limply, clearly broken. Yet, she gritted her teeth, clutching a half-broken dagger in her right hand, her emerald vertical pupils filled with defiance. Get away, you filthy monsters! The cat girl screamed, swinging her blade at the nearest wolf-like demon. The blade left a gash on the demon's chest, enraging it. With a sinister grin, the wolf demon struck down with its claws, enveloped in a foul wind. Lioli, save her! Gu Xing commanded without hesitation. In an instant, silver wings unfurled in the void, and Lioli's figure darted across the battlefield like lightning. Her speed was unparalleled, leaving only a series of afterimages in the air. Judgment! Lioli swung her right hand, the sword's edge sweeping through the air. In an instant, 3 gruesome demon heads soared into the sky. The remaining 2 demons were caught off guard, as Lioli had already appeared behind them. The battlefield fell silent. The cat clan girl stood frozen, staring in disbelief at the angel who had suddenly appeared before her. Igriga Yuare. Before she could finish her sentence, her body collapsed forward from blood loss. Lioli rushed forward and caught her. Meanwhile, Gu Xing and Ing Bing approached as well. Observing the cat ears atop the girl's head and the tail behind her, Gu Xing was taken aback. He decided to check her information. Beastman Cat Clan. Level. Awakening Stage 7. Talent. Excellent 4 stars. Skill. Beast Transformation. Seeing the astonished expressions on Gu Xing and Ing Bing's faces, Lanny explained. This is a beastman. They are quite common in our country. Given her features, she should belong to the Cat Clan. This race is relatively weak. Gu Xing nodded and turned to the 2. Now that we have just entered the secret realm, shall we wait for her to awaken and grasp the situation before taking action? Ing Bing and Lanny both nodded in agreement. After all, the information obtained in their minds had only instructed a few on how to enter the secret realm, without detailing how to navigate within it. Thus, having someone familiar with the secret realm was vital. Gu Xing's gaze fell upon the unconscious beastman, his eyes scanning the surroundings. It was not difficult to guess what had transpired. Several awakened stage 9 demons had invaded this place, and these lower-tier awakened Cat Clan beastmen were utterly defenseless against 5 awakened stage 9 demons. Ing Bing took out a vial of pale green potion from her pocket and cautiously administered it to the Cat Clan girl. As the potion went down, the Cat Clan girl's pale complexion slightly improved. She weakly opened her eyes, and upon seeing who her savior was, her pupils constricted, and she exclaimed, Prophet. Chapter 41. Special Secret Realm. Attribute Enhancement. The Cat Clan girl's exclamation left Gu Xing and the others momentarily stunned. What on earth is a prophet? After an explanation from the Cat Clan girl, they finally understood what she meant by prophet. This secret realm is essentially a world unto itself. The Elf Clan was once a great clan, possessing many affiliated races. In the midst of the turmoil, the Elven Clan and its numerous subordinate races sought refuge from calamity by collectively migrating into this secret realm. Although the sanctuary shielded them from the ravages of war, it had also become an inescapable prison. The feline girl bore a sorrowful expression. Within this clandestine domain, the laws of heaven and earth were far from perfect. rendering it nearly impossible to enhance one's level. The strength of the new generation had dwindled, and now even the extraordinary tier of orcs was alarmingly scarce. Moreover, aside from the inability to progress, she bit her lip, a flicker of fear glimmering in her eyes. The dire situation was exacerbated by the infiltration of the demon clan 6 months prior. As she spoke, her voice trembled slightly, and she suddenly knelt upon the ground. "Sally implores you, esteemed lords, to save this place. The demon clan is gathering towards the holy city at the center of the secret realm. Should the holy city fall, the legacy of the elven clan will be utterly severed." Her eyes brimmed with tears, her voice choking as she added, "And my father is there too." Gu Xing reached out to steady Sally's shoulder, preventing her from continuing to kneel. Realizing that the elven clan's heritage was tied to the holy city, it was imperative for them to venture there. Gu Xing turned to seek the opinions of Bing and Lanny. Bing nodded. "I have no objections." Both were from the Long Xia kingdom, so she would naturally choose to accompany Gu Xing. However, Lanny shook her head. "I am truly sorry. I may need to depart from here. My purpose this time is not the heritage of the elven clan, so I shall take my leave." Gu Xing and Bing exchanged a glance, silently agreeing with a nod. They were merely temporary companions, and there was no need to insist on traveling together. After bidding farewell to the two, Lanny turned to leave, disappearing from their sight. Once she was gone, this mysterious young lady stretched languidly, her graceful silhouette tracing a beautiful arc in the sunlight. With a crisp snap of her fingers, her disguise washed away like a receding tide. "I am utterly exhausted." Veronica rubbed her sore shoulders. Disguising oneself is truly no easy feat. The black cat in her arms gracefully landed, its form swelling in an instant into a magnificent black panther. A hint of helplessness flickered in its dark golden eyes. "Miss Veronica, you still love to play so much." "Just call me Lanny," Veronica pouted, twirling a strand of hair around her finger. "What a lovely name." The black panther sighed, its robust tail swaying gently. As the guardian beast of the Veronica family for generations, it understood this young lady's disposition all too well. Her bloodline was unmatched among her predecessors, and her talents were extraordinary. Yet, such traits had led everyone to indulge her playful nature. All right, I won't tease you anymore." Veronica suddenly became serious, a sharp glint flashing in her emerald eyes. "It's time to find the token left by my grandfather." But how on earth did that old man manage to slip in here? Upon hearing the young lady's affectionate reference to the family patriarch, the panther's whiskers twitched. "Miss Veronica, you should still exercise caution. What if you encounter danger?" "Oh, relax. If danger arises, I still have you, don't I?" Meanwhile, Sally was leading Gu Xing and Bing swiftly towards the holy city at the heart of the secret realm. As they ventured deeper, the number of demons they encountered increased significantly. However, before Lu Li, these demons were as fragile as paper, vanishing in an instant. Yet after vanquishing dozens of demons, Gu Xing keenly sensed something amiss. He furrowed his brow and glanced at Bing, discovering the same confusion reflected in her eyes. "Strange," Gu Xing muttered softly. Under normal circumstances, Lu Li should have already advanced to the extraordinary tier after defeating so many demons. Noticing the uncertainty in the two, Sally quickly explained, "Esteemed lords, due to the unique rules of this secret realm, defeating demons here does not enhance one's level. However," she paused, "the energy gained will convert into attribute enhancements, albeit with limited effectiveness." Attribute enhancement? Gu Xing's eyes brightened as he promptly summoned Lu Li's attribute panel. Holy Angel, Lu Li, qualification, legendary 3 stars, level, awakening stage 9, strength, 302,312, constitution, 301,311, spirit, 307,317, speed, 314,324, skills, judgment, divine protection. Seraphim form, finale lament. Upon observing Lu Li's attributes, Gu Xing's pupils constricted slightly. Each foundational attribute had increased by approximately 10 points. Thus, it seemed that within this secret realm, the demons were the greatest treasure. Out of curiosity, he also examined Sally's attributes. Feline Beastman, Sally. Level, Awakening Stage 7, Qualification, Excellent 4 stars, Strength, 212, Constitution, 213, Spirit, 201, Speed, 232, Skills, Beast Transformation. The moment the data met his eyes, Gu Xing gasped in astonishment. he realized just how extraordinary Sally's attributes were. Typically, an excellent tier beast at Awakening Stage 7 would possess attributes around 120 points. Yet, Sally's attributes exceeded those of ordinary beasts by nearly 100 points. No wonder she could survive amidst the assault of 5 Awakening Stage 9 demons. Meanwhile, Yingbing also noticed that the attributes of her Ice Phoenix had improved. Turning to exchange a glance with Gu Xing, their eyes met, and an unspoken understanding was reached. In addition to their original mission of seeking the Elven clan's heritage, they now had another objective: to hunt demons and enhance their attributes. Gu Xing calculated roughly. If Lu Li could increase her attributes by nearly 100 points within the Secret Realm, combined with the system's qualification enhancement feature, what terrifying extent would her attributes reach upon breaking through to the extraordinary tier? An ordinary beast at the 3rd or even 4th tier of the extraordinary class might not even compare to Lu Li. Furthermore, with the boost from the Seraphim form, challenging extraordinary tier 5 opponents might become a trivial task. With this thought, Gu Xing's gaze toward those menacing demons grew fervent. These were not merely ruthless foes. They were walking points of attributes. Lu Li, we cannot afford to let a single demon escape today. Upon realizing the benefits of slaying these demons, Lu Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. Strengthening oneself was the pursuit of every beast. Moreover, in this place, the path to becoming stronger was so straightforward. At your command, Master. When Lu Li truly became serious, every demon they encountered along the way faced dire consequences. Whether they were Awakening Stage 5-foot soldiers or Awakening Stage 9 elites, they crumbled before her like fragile paper. Thus, Lu Li's attributes soared at a visibly rapid pace. Chapter 42. The Second-Tier Demon King. The Holy City. Dark clouds loomed over the city, and demonic energy surged ominously. On the towering stone walls, the claws of the feline clan leader, Ron, dug deeply into the crevices, his brown eyes narrowing into slits. The number of demons was overwhelming, constantly surging towards the Holy City like a relentless tide. Were it not for the barrier left by the Elven clan, the Holy City would have already been shattered by the demons. Report to the leader. A feline beastman approached, his expression grave as he relayed. The barrier has developed cracks and can hold out for at most half an hour. Furthermore, the walls defended by other races are in a dire state. Hearing this string of dire news, Ron sighed. It seemed they were indeed facing an unexpected crisis. Just then, an earth-shattering tremor shook the entire Holy City. Damn it, it's the Demon King. The swirling dark clouds were suddenly torn apart by a terrifying force, revealing a towering humanoid figure with skeletal wings descending slowly. His dark purple skin bore molten-like patterns, and the twisted horns atop his head glimmered with a metallic sheen in the lightning. Merely hovering in midair caused the soldiers on the walls to weaken at the knees. Upon witnessing this Demon King, Ron's expression turned grim. Had it not been for this Demon King, the barrier would have undoubtedly held strong. Now, although he is also of extraordinary caliber, the disparity when compared to a Demon Lord is simply insurmountable. The Demon Lord Carlos hovers in midair, his skeletal wings slowly unfurling, casting a shadow over half of the Holy City like a curtain. He does not rush to attack. Instead, he surveys the orcs atop the city walls from his lofty vantage point, as if savoring the final struggles of his prey. However, should he manage to assimilate the daughter left behind by the Elven Queen, the demon race would at least gain another combatant of Demon Lord caliber. There is even a significant possibility of acquiring a being of divine caliber. You vermin of the orc race, tell me the location of the Elven Princess. Carlos's voice is like a blunt knife scraping against bone. Never. The orc race would rather die in battle than bow to the demon clan. Carlos's lips contort into a grotesque smile, revealing his amusement. Raising his right hand, he clenches his fingers. Boom! The sky suddenly darkens, black clouds swirling, transforming into a colossal demonic claw that descends menacingly upon the Holy City. Maintain the barrier with all your might. Ron roars. The orc warriors bite their fingertips and smear their blood upon the ancient runes. The barrier glows brightly, barely sustaining a faint golden shield. However, crack. The demonic claw merely grasps, and the barrier shatters like fragile glass, fissures spreading across its surface. Then another strike. Bang! The entire barrier crumbles like shards of glass. This is bad. Ron's pupils dilate. With the barrier broken, he must engage the demon lord at once. Yet he is too slow. A chilling voice echoes in his ear, and before he can react, a hand covered in dark purple scales has already seized his throat. Chief, the orcs on the walls are filled with rage, yet none dare to advance. With a powerful throw, Ron's body is smashed into the city wall like a cannonball, rocks shattering and dust rising. Chief, amidst the orcs' cries, Carlos slowly descends to the highest point of the city wall, retracting his skeletal wings, exuding an overwhelming demonic presence. One last chance. Tell me the location of the elven princess. A flicker of impatience flashes in Carlos's eyes as he slowly raises his hand, a dark purple energy sphere coalescing in his palm. The sphere crackles with black lightning, radiating a suffocating pressure. Foolish, let them all be buried together. A terrifying wave emanates from above the holy city. However, at that critical moment, a crimson streak hurtles toward them. Sensing the momentum, the demon lord furrows his brow, discarding the energy sphere and turning to evade. This figure is Lioli. When Gu Xing and the others arrive, they witness the demon lord breaching the city. Without hesitation, Gu Xing commands Lioli to unleash her seraphim form. At this moment, Gu Xing gazes upward at the demon lord. Carlos, qualification, demon lord, level, extraordinary tier 2, strength, 821, constitution, 834, spirit, 812, speed, 842, talent, control of demonic energy, skill, claw of the demon lord, observing Carlos's attributes. Gu Xing's expression turns grave. It must be said that this adversary is the most formidable he has encountered since contracting Lioli. Although merely at extraordinary tier 2, each of his attributes approaches 1,000. Had it not been for Lioli's enhancement of attributes along their journey through the demon realm, facing this foe would have been utterly hopeless. But now, Divine Seraph Lioli, qualification, legendary 3 stars, level, awakening tier 9, strength, 423,846, constitution, 428,856, spirit, 421,842, speed, 430,860, skills, judgment, divine protection, seraphim form, elegy of the end. With her seraphim form activated, Lioli's attributes barely reach parity with this demon lord. However, with the attributes now at this level, the slight difference of a few dozen points cannot dictate the outcome of the battle. More importantly, it is the demon lord's talent that concerns Gu Xing the most. This sudden turn of events leaves the orcs momentarily stunned before erupting into cheers. The prophecy from our ancestors has indeed come to pass. It is the great prophet. We are saved. In the ruins, Ron, supported by Sally, gazes at Lioli, who stands valiantly against the demon lord, murmuring, "The holy city is saved." The legacy of the elven race will not fall into the hands of the demon clan. Upon recognizing his opponent, Carlos's brow furrows slightly. An angelic lineage? How could such a highborn race appear here? His gaze lands on Gu Xing. So, it is a human beastmaster. Yet, a being of awakening tier dares to obstruct me? Utterly laughable. Carlos's lips twist into a sinister arc as his bone wings flare open, unleashing a gust of rancid wind. His claws, covered in dark scales, surge toward Lioli with astonishing speed, fingertips entwined with suffocating demonic energy. Lioli gracefully sidesteps, though the sharp winds from his claws slice through several strands of her hair. Her pristine wings now bear scorch marks, indicating that their previous encounter was far from easy. Gu Xing's pupils contract as he perceives the disparity between Lioli and the demon lord. Although the attribute panel shows Lioli at an advantage, the enhancement from Carlos's innate talent grants him superiority on the battlefield. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gu Xing no longer hesitates. He cannot afford to delay any longer. Activate Critical State. Chapter 43. Premature Awakening. Talent Ascendant. In Critical State, flames of red engulf Lioli. The six-winged seraphim form emerges. This is her strongest form. The numbers on her attribute panel surge wildly, ultimately breaking through the 4-digit threshold. Strength, 1023. Constitution, 1045. Spirit, 1018. Speed, 1052. In the ruins, Ron senses this rising momentum. Yet his expression grows increasingly solemn. Although the prophet's beastmaster exudes an aura that surpasses that of the demon lord, The gap between awakening tier and extraordinary level is ultimately insurmountable. Moreover, this demon lord's talent is among the finest within the demon race. Indeed, Asron Surmiset. Carlos discerns Lioli's escalating power, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. To attain such strength at awakening tier certainly attests to your exceptional nature. However, extraordinary is still extraordinary. Before he finishes speaking, amidst the swirling demonic energy, Carlos's figure flashes before Lioli like a wraith. Lioli, with attributes surpassing 1,000, reacts instantly, wielding the holy sword and striking downward at the demon lord. Clang! The holy sword collides with the demonic energy, producing a clear metallic clang. The sword's momentum is blocked outright. I said awakening tier is merely awakening tier. Carlos's skeletal wings sweep fiercely, striking Lioli with tremendous force. Her petite form plummets like a meteor, crashing heavily into the ground before Gu Xing cough. The little angel furrows her brow, her pristine wings dusted with debris. Yet she stubbornly lifts her body. Master, I am fine. Gu Xing gazes at Lioli's pale face and slightly trembling wings. For the first time, he feels the overwhelming strength of the demon race. A demon lord-level demon is equivalent to a legendary qualified beastmaster. Lioli, with her awakening tier strength, is already nearing her limits in her struggle against the demon lord. Meanwhile, the surrounding orcs witness Lioli's defeat, their faces reflecting despair. Could it be that even the great prophet cannot vanquish this demon lord? Damn it, if only the great prophet were not merely at awakening tier. This demon lord would surely be no match. The hateful demon race, having annihilated the elven clan 1,000 years ago, is it now our turn? At this moment, Sally bites her lip, gripping her father's arm, her knuckles turning white from the strain. Fingernails deeply embedded in the palm, yet there is no awareness of pain. Why is that? Despite having located the esteemed prophet, the annihilation of the Beast clan remains unpreventable, and the fall of the holy city cannot be averted. Luo perceives the trembling form of his daughter and forces a faint smile. Sally, you have done your utmost. Even the queen, I fear, could not have anticipated the invasion of the demonic forces into this secret realm. His rough hand gently caresses his daughter's hair, his voice low. Soon, I shall gather all the warriors of the Beast clan to hold off the Demon King. You must leave with the esteemed prophet. Gazing upon his daughter's innocent visage, a resolute glimmer flashes in Luo's eyes. To him, death is not frightening. As long as Sally survives, dying on the battlefield today is worth it. However, at that moment when despair envelopes everyone, is the chasm between awakening and the extraordinary truly insurmountable? Even if Luli activates her ultimate skill, without breaking that damn talent, the odds remain bleak. An unprecedented sense of helplessness washes over him. Yet, just then, Gu Xing suddenly feels a peculiar power surging from within, converging into the beast mastery space like rivers returning to the sea. He gazes in astonishment at the familiar azure orbs, energy obtained from slaying the demonic forces. In this secret realm, each time Luli absorbed demonic energy to strengthen herself, a portion of that energy quietly settled within him. This energy had long lain dormant deep within his veins, and now it is finally fully awakened. With a hum, as the energy is completely unleashed, the world abruptly descends into an eerie stillness. Time seems to elongate. Everything becomes slow and distorted. Gu Xing slowly lifts his gaze. Witnessing the Demon King's grotesque smile frozen on his face, the despairing expressions of the beastmen captured in that moment. In his line of sight, the Demon King gradually raises his arm, a pitch-black energy sphere coalescing in his palm, advancing slowly towards him. He sees Luli struggling to turn her head, her lips moving desperately as she attempts to rush over to protect him. In those golden eyes, panic is palpable, her pupils reflecting his figure clearly. This girl, whose heart and mind are filled with thoughts of him, at this moment is not worried for her own safety, but rather whether she can shield him. Master, Luli's voice seems to come from underwater, vague and distant. Gu Xing knows that with this strike, she will surely activate her divine protection skill, erecting the final barrier for him with her body. But what of her own fate? His heart feels as if gripped tightly by an invisible hand. Heartache, resentment, intense emotions surge within his mind. Boom! A silvery mental force suddenly erupts within his consciousness. The overwhelming mental power surges forth like a flood breaking a dam. Gu Xing slowly raises his gaze, revealing eyes shimmering with a silvery glow, golden patterns spreading from the corners of his eyes down to his neck like a sacred seal. His gaze is hollow yet profound, as if penetrating everything before him. Master. In that instant when Lu Li meets his gaze, her body stiffens abruptly, her mind blank. In a daze, she seems to see a sovereign seated upon a throne, wielding the sword of supreme authority. This is the Emperor's gaze. Everything unfolds in a flash. The Demon King's attack continues to approach, yet at this moment, Gu Xing remains disturbingly calm. Ascend. With that low utterance, an invisible chessboard seems to unfold before him, with Lu Li as the most crucial piece, and he, the ruler of the entire game. Bestow. Slay. The vast mental power transforms into a tangible stream of crimson light, surging forth from him, enveloping Lu Li's form. Under the infusion of this power, an unprecedented quality begins to emerge around Lu Li. Divine Angel, Lu Li. Qualification, Legendary 3 stars, Special Status, Slaughter, Ignores all defenses. Level, Awakening 9th stage. Strength 1000, Constitution 1000, Spirit 1000, Speed 1000, Skills, Judgment. Divine Protection, Seraphim Form, Final Requiem. The crimson aura of Slaughter wraps around Lu Li like a sanguine battle robe, staining her 6 wings a scarlet hue. She incredulously senses the power surging within her, her entire being trembling slightly. This is the Master's talent. In Lu Li's golden pupils, an unprecedented fighting spirit ignites. She absolutely cannot betray the Master's expectations. Just a Demon King. How could he possibly compare to the bond between her and her Master? She gazes upwards at the shadow suspended within the demonic clouds, her heart resolute and unwavering. Judgment. The holy sword suddenly bursts forth with blood-red radiance. The aura of Slaughter wrapping around the blade, warping the very fabric of space. Facing the overwhelming tide of demonic energy, Lu Li does not retreat, but advances. Her 6 wings flaring as she transforms into a crimson meteor soaring upwards. Seeking death, the Demon King snarls, urging the demonic energy. Yet, the crimson sword light rends the pitch-black demonic aura asunder, and Lu Li's figure bursts through the barrier. Carlos's pupils constrict in disbelief as he watches his attack split in two. How is this possible? Chapter 44. Instantaneous Slaying of the Demon King. Shock ripples through the crowd. Ying Bing maneuvers the Ice Phoenix, circling atop the city walls, the biting cold freezing the encroaching demonic forces into ice sculptures. Just as she prepares to unleash the next wave of frost storms, her peripheral vision catches an unusual silver glow radiating from Gu Xing. A premature awakening. She gasps in shock. As a member of the winning lineage, she understands better than anyone what this signifies. Throughout the history of Long Xia Kingdom, there are but a few beast masters who have forcibly awakened their talents in battle. Those recorded in the annals of history were all prodigies of extraordinary caliber, and their awakened talents were immensely powerful. Yet at this moment, Ying Bing feels that the records in the history books pale in comparison. The aura emanating from Gu Xing is far deeper and more unfathomable than described in the texts. In the sky, with Gu Xing's talent bestowed upon her, Lu Li now stands unafraid of the Demon King, ignores defenses. This signifies that the demonic energy representing this Demon King is utterly ineffective against her. Judgment. Accompanied by the clear ringing of the sword, the holy sword in Lu Li's grasp radiates an unprecedented blood-red brilliance. The aura of Slaughter seamlessly intertwines with blazing flames, distorting space wherever the sword's edge passes. Carlos's hastily formed barrier of demonic energy is torn apart like thin paper. His scarlet demonic eyes narrow in shock. No, this cannot be. As his bone wings flap frantically, dozens of barriers of demonic energy manifest in succession. Yet Lu Li's 6 wings merely flap gently. And as the sound barrier bursts behind her, the blood-red sword light is already upon him. Just in the nick of time, Carlos barely manages to evade, his dark bone wing severed in the process. As demonic blood gushes forth, he roars and unleashes all his demonic energy, finally creating distance. Why? Why are you unaffected by my talent? Roaring, Carlos's gaze falls upon Gu Xing. Upon seeing those silver-white eyes that look down upon all beings, he realizes, it is you. His grotesque visage contorts in fury as the demonic energy surrounding Carlos suddenly retracts. In the next moment, his body lunges toward Gu Xing. You shall die. However, Luli will not grant him the opportunity. With a flick of her 6 wings, a crimson stream of light stands resolutely between the Demon King and Gu Xing. Deprived of the support of demonic energy, Carlos now appears as a lamb destined for slaughter before Luli. Cold light fills Luli's eyes. A beast master is the reverse scale of their beasts. This Demon King has clearly crossed Luli's bottom line. The crimson flames surge violently, and Luli's aura reaches its zenith. In the next moment, Luli's figure vanishes. When she reappears, she is already behind the Demon King. The Demon King's body eerily stiffens in midair. His lips tremble slightly, as if he wishes to say something, but only a stream of black blood surges forth. A slender line of blood slowly emerges from his brow, extending straight downward. First, there was the forehead, then the bridge of the nose, and finally that mouth perpetually twisted in a sinister grin. The line of blood continued downward, tracing the neck, piercing the chest, and ultimately halting at the abdomen. Carlos gazed down at his own body, trembling as he raised his hand, seemingly intent on touching that sanguine line. Just as his fingertips were about to make contact, a loud crash echoed. The demon lord's body shattered like fragile porcelain, splitting in two. The inky demon blood, on the verge of gushing forth, was instantaneously evaporated by crimson flames, dissipating into wisps of black smoke in the air. His severed remains slowly descended, beginning to crumble into fine black ashes before they could even touch the ground. Those scarlet eyes remained wide open until death, frozen in a look of disbelief. He could not fathom that he would fall beneath the blade of an awakening period angel. The battlefield fell into a profound silence. The orcs stared blankly at this scene, forgetting even to breathe. Until we won. Sally's trembling voice broke the stillness, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring up waves. In the next moment, deafening cheers erupted, resonating through the heavens. The holy city was saved. Long live the prophet. However, after utilizing this talent, he discovered that his golden finger was indeed capable of enhancing his own abilities. Gu Xing, Beastmaster, Sacred Angel. Number of contracted beasts. Level. Awakening level 9. First talent. Sovereignty can bestow various states such as slaughter and protection upon contracted beasts. Second talent. Unawakened. Can awaken upon reaching the extraordinary level. Upon seeing his talents, Gu Xing's pupils constricted. He had just experienced the might of the sovereignty talent firsthand. It was immensely powerful. By endowing contracted beasts with various special states, it could yield nearly unfathomable enhancements. For instance, the slaughter state completely disregarded defensive properties, signifying that henceforth, Luli could effortlessly slay any high-defense adversary, as if cutting through tofu. As for the other states, Gu Xing had not tested them, but he surmised they would not be inferior to the slaughter state. Yet what truly astonished him was the second talent displayed prominently on the attribute panel. In this world, regardless of the talent's strength, each individual could only awaken a single talent. There were no exceptions, yet he possessed the existence of a second talent. Gu Xing swallowed hard, a peculiar premonition spreading within his heart. This unawakened second talent might be more formidable than sovereignty, thus remaining concealed during the awakening period. With this thought, Gu Xing longed to reach the extraordinary level immediately. However, he soon realized that he would also need to contract a second beast, and at present, he had no inkling of how to proceed. It was still too early to contemplate such matters. The most pressing concern now was obtaining the legacy of the Elven clan. After all, having expended such great effort to arrive at this secret realm, if he left empty-handed, it would indeed be a tremendous loss. With the fall of the demon lord Carlos, the remaining demon clan plunged into chaos. Ying Bing seized the opportunity, directing the Ice Phoenix to collaborate with the orc warriors in a full-scale counterattack. Under the combined assault, the remnants of the demon clan were swiftly eradicated. As the smoke began to dissipate, Ron, supported by Sally, approached Gu Xing and the others, dragging his injured body. The orc chieftain bowed deeply, his voice trembling with emotion. "Your grace, I shall never forget your kindness." Had it not been for Gu Xing, Both the Holy City and the Orc clan would have perished at the hands of the Demon clan. Gu Xing waved his hand dismissively. Regardless of whether or not he possessed the elven legacy, he could not remain indifferent while witnessing the orcs being besieged by demons. After expressing his gratitude repeatedly, Ron began to recount the legacy of the elven clan. My lords, you have surely come here for the legacy of the elven clan. However, there's only one such legacy. As Ron spoke, Ying Bing, who had just approached, interjected without hesitation. Gu Xing, you should go? Her tone was crisp and decisive, with not a trace of hesitation in her eyes. Once, she had been a prodigy admired by many, but after witnessing Gu Xing's prowess, she truly understood what it meant for there to be greater heights beyond. To slay a second-tier extraordinary demon at the awakening stage was an achievement that defied comprehension. It was well known that demons were inherently more powerful than contracted beasts of the same tier, yet Carlos had still fallen at Gu Xing's hands. Contemplating this, Ying Bing regarded Gu Xing with newfound reverence. Just how powerful would his contracted beast become once he stepped into the extraordinary realm? Observing Ying Bing's willingness to step back, Ron visibly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly added, although Lady Ying Bing cannot obtain the elven legacy, the elven queen left behind a place for bloodline purification. Upon hearing this, her eyes brightened. After all, the bloodline of victors was unique. They could only contract one beast, but could nurture it through the power of their bloodline. The higher the purity of the bloodline, the stronger the beast would become. This bloodline purification site was tailor-made for her. After instructing someone to escort Ying Bing away, Ron respectfully bowed deeply to Gu Xing. My lord, please follow me. I will take you to the location of the Elven clan's legacy. Chapter 45. The Elven Legacy. Mythical Beasts. Under Ron's guidance, Gu Xing traversed through the central square of the Holy City, arriving at an ancient grand hall. On the ancient stone slab floor, a teleportation array composed of silver runes emitted a faint glow. Ron stepped back slightly and bowed. My lord, this is the place. Through here, you can enter the sacred ground of the Elven clan, which is also the birthplace of the Elven race. Upon hearing Ron's explanation, Gu Xing took a deep breath and stepped into the center of the array. A flash of white light enveloped him, and in the next moment, his figure vanished from that spot. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in another world. Gu Xing slowly opened his eyes, and the sight before him took his breath away. A colossal tree towered majestically, its thick trunk resembling an ancient mountain, with its withered bark etched with the scars of time. Standing at the foot of the giant tree, Gu Xing felt as minuscule as a speck of dust. He instinctively reached out, his fingertips brushing against the rough bark. It was cold and dry. Clearly, this giant tree had long since lost all signs of life. Master, are you all right? Lu Li's anxious voice echoed in the beast space. Gu Xing attempted several times to summon Lu Li back, but to no avail, so he ultimately gave up. I am fine. After reassuring Lu Li, Gu Xing began to examine the giant tree closely. In this space, there was nothing besides this tree. What was the legacy of the Elven clan? Was it this tree? Just as Gu Xing pondered, a gentle light suddenly illuminated the withered trunk. The light gradually coalesced, transforming into the ethereal image of a graceful woman. She possessed delicate elven ears, long golden hair, cascading like a waterfall, and emanated a comforting warmth. Yet, her emerald-like eyes brimmed with an unshakable sorrow. After 1,000 years, the ethereal figure whispered, carrying the weight of time, I have finally waited for you. Gu Xing instinctively took a half-step back, his gaze wary. But soon, he realized that this figure was likely the legendary Elven Queen. However, had she not perished? Perhaps sensing Gu Xing's doubts, the ethereal figure slowly spoke. You guessed correctly. I'm the last queen of the Elven clan, having died 1,000 years ago. What you're conversing with now is merely a fragment of my consciousness sustained by the life tree. Gu Xing's pupils constricted. Consciousness? To maintain awareness for a millennium with just a fragment of consciousness. How terrifying must the Elven Queen's power have been in life? Even a king-tier contracted beast could not possibly retain consciousness after death for 1,000 years. Thus, the Elven Queen is undoubtedly a being above all monarchs. Yet, a sudden chill enveloped his heart. Such a formidable existence had fallen in that cataclysmic war a millennium ago. What then of the strength of the Demon Clan? The emerald gaze of the Elven Empress seemed to pierce through Gu Xing's innermost thoughts. Fear not, for the demon clan has long since diminished from its former glory. She paused, her tone laden with significance. The human race possesses an unparalleled potential that no other race can rival. To the beings of other dimensions, humans are akin to those who can become beast-tamers, uniting various clans. Furthermore, upon reaching a certain level, they also possess remarkable combat prowess. They are truly the darlings of this world. However, she continued, it is curious that, to this day, no human has arisen above the status of a monarch. Consequently, before her demise, she had established nearly insurmountable trials to select the prodigies among humanity capable of ascending to divinity. Through his dialogue with the Elven Queen, Gu Xing gleaned a glimpse of the iceberg that is this world. The realm in which they currently resided was less a world and more a battlefield, where myriad clans competed fiercely. The demon clan stood as a common adversary to all. Ironically, it is often the powerful races that disdain alliances with the weaker ones. The once proud elven race also looked down upon others, ultimately paying a grievous price for their arrogance. Thankfully, the elven race still bore the last spark of hope. The ethereal figure reached out slightly, and a verdant glow began to rise from the roots of the ancient tree, accompanied by the crackling sounds of the aged bark. A passage emitting a gentle luminescence slowly opened in the center of the trunk. Go forth. The voice of the figure became increasingly ethereal. May you treat her kindly. Before the final words were uttered, the apparition had completely vanished. Its mission was accomplished. Gu Xing, gazing at the passage before him, did not hesitate to step inside. If the elven race harbored ill intentions towards him, they would not have gone to such lengths to lead him here. Soon, he found himself at the end of the passage. A natural spring, less than 2 meters in square size, came into view, its waters shimmering with an unusual silvery light. Beside the spring, a small tree, barely reaching human height, grew tenaciously, its tender green leaves adorned with glistening dew. At the center of the spring floated a green cocoon, composed entirely of pure life energy. Through the translucent wall of the cocoon, a diminutive figure could be faintly discerned, curled within. Is this a beast? As Gu Xing's gaze fell upon the green cocoon in the spring, a data panel appeared before him. Nature spirit, Wela, qualities, mythical 1-star, level, awakening 0 stage, status, sleeping, contract impossible, solution, enter the beast-tamer's sacred pool for awakening, mythical level qualities. Gu Xing inhaled sharply, his pupils contracting in astonishment. Such a caliber of beast had never been contracted throughout human history. Observing the spirit closely, he noted strands of silvery white hair interspersed within her light golden locks. It appeared the millennium of sealing had indeed taken its toll on her. Beast-tamer's sacred pool. Gu Xing murmured softly, a location flashing through his mind. Zhengguo Shui Fu. As the highest institution of learning for humanity, it indeed housed the only beast-tamer's sacred pool. With the nurturing materials from Liuli and the sacred pool, it seemed a visit to Zhengguo Shui Fu was imperative. Taking a deep breath, Gu Xing sensed the beast space within him. Though he had yet to transcend the extraordinary, he had already constructed the beast space in advance. Cautiously, he extended his hand, attempting to draw the cocoon into the beast space. Fortunately, there were no unforeseen complications. If he could not contain this little one within the beast space, carrying a mythical level beast out would surely attract undue attention. Within the beast space, Liuli noticed the appearance of another beast. She was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood this was her master's second beast. Though she longed to monopolize her master, that was evidently unrealistic. Observing the small figure enveloped in the green cocoon, Liuli leaned forward slightly, feeling a faint sense of pressure emanating from within. Her expression shifted. The newcomer seemed to possess quite formidable talent. The status of her first beast was at stake. Instantly, a sense of urgency surged within Liuli. She had to strive harder. Outside the beast space, Gu Xing intended to turn and leave. Yet, as he did, his gaze fell upon the spring. Fountain of life, sacred object of the Elven clan. Effects: accelerates beast growth and repairs injuries. A treasure. Gu Xing's eyes brightened as he attempted to absorb it into the beast space. With a wave of spatial fluctuation, the entire spring was indeed successfully contained. Subsequently, his gaze shifted to the small tree beside it. Since he had already absorbed the spring, a tree would not make much difference. Absorb. Chapter 46. The Celestial Angel Miller. Meanwhile, Veronica was experiencing the greatest crisis of her life. She was sprawled across the back of the Yingling Bo, her hands tightly clasped around the panther's neck. Not far behind, a six-winged angel radiating golden light was relentlessly pursuing them, each flap of its wings unleashing blinding holy light. Miss Veronica! The voice of the Yingling Bo was filled with exasperation as its agile form darted through the dense forest. I warned you not to provoke that angel. Things could have gone smoothly. They had already found the treasure left by Veronica's grandfather and could have departed the secret realm without incident. Yet, this young lady, in her exuberance, insisted on further exploring the depths of the realm. As a result, they encountered Miller, who had just entered the secret realm. The Yingling Bo sensed danger immediately, for the pressure emanating from that angel far surpassed the ordinary. It was undoubtedly an extraordinary being. Just as she intended to discreetly retreat with her master, Veronica boldly stepped forward and asked, "Would you be willing to become my beast?" Miller, initially intending to spare this naive human, was taken aback by her audacity. The Angel clan, one of the pinnacle races in this world, would never demean itself to become a human's beast. A death wish. The Yingling Bo reacted swiftly, seizing the back of Veronica's collar at the moment Miller's fury ignited and fled. This only served to infuriate the proud angel further. Never in its life had anyone escaped its grasp. Observing the direction in which the human and beast fled, it was conveniently towards the center of the secret realm, exactly where Miller intended to go. Bo, I know I was wrong. Next time, I will definitely listen to you. I just wanted to find a powerful beast in advance to break through the extraordinary. The Yingling Bo shook her head in resignation. Although she knew this was merely an excuse, she could not bring herself to scold her. As the heir of the Whalef family, Veronica had no cause for concern regarding the beast she contracted. The family had long arranged everything for her. However, at this point, blaming her was futile. Once again dodging an attack from behind, the Yingling Bo accelerated. If it were an ordinary awakening-level beast being pursued by this extraordinary angel, it would have already met its demise. However, she had actively entered into a contract with Veronica, which limited her level to Awakening 9 stage. Thus, relying on years of combat experience and the speed of the Yingling Bo, she barely managed to maintain distance from the pursuing angel. "Miss, hold tight." A glint of determination flashed in the Yingling Bo's eyes as her limbs tightened, increasing her speed once more. Veronica tightly embraced the neck of the Black Panther as the fierce wind made her long hair flutter. Suddenly, a grand city silhouette emerged on the horizon. Upon seeing the city, a spark of joy lit up in the panther's eyes. However, Veronica hesitated at the sight of the urban landscape. "Wait, Bao. They must be innocent, right?" The angel behind us could push Bao to such an extent, indicating that the angel's power is formidable. If they choose to rush into the city, it could very well bring about catastrophic consequences. Yet, the Black Panther did not pause for a moment, his tone strikingly serious. "Miss, as you are destined to inherit the Whalef family, you must learn to make decisions at critical moments." "Miss," the panther interrupted sharply, his voice imbued with a sternness akin to that of an elder, warning her of the costs associated with hidden cards. If there is a chance to avoid conflict, why squander it? Without allowing Veronica a moment to ponder, the panther charged towards the sacred city. At that moment, the beast folk, having just emerged from battle, sensed something amiss. "Look up. What is that? A new demon race?" "No, wait. It's not the demon race. It appears to be the angelic race." "The angelic race? Could it be a companion of the Prophet Lord?" Just then, Veronica, perched on the panther's back, came into their view. The leading orc captain's pupils constricted sharply. "No. That angel is chasing the person in front." "Wait, that seems to be another Prophet Lord. All units, be on guard." As the barrier cracked open, the Black Panther seized the opportunity to leap forward, landing steadily within the city. Before they could catch their breath, a group of fully armed beast folk surrounded them, not as a threat, but as protectors. Veronica blinked in disbelief, pointing at herself when the beast folk addressed her as the Prophet Lord. "Me?" The Black Panther, equally bewildered, perked up his ears. Outside the city, Miller hovered above the sacred city, looking down disdainfully at the rising protective barrier, a smirk playing on his lips. Such a barrier, truly befitting of the natives. Just as he intended to shatter the barrier casually, he suddenly sensed an incredibly familiar aura in the air. This aura, His pupils abruptly shrank to pinpoints. The aura of the seraphim? How could that be? His father had clearly imprisoned the entire seraphim race within the dungeons. Miller was certain that apart from the angelic race's stronghold, there could not possibly be any seraphim wandering freely. Wait, Miller suddenly recalled something. A flicker of wild joy flashing in his eyes. The daughter of the former clan leader. That little one who had been desperately sent away by the remnants of the seraphim. Luli. In his relentless pursuit, Miller's lips twisted into a sinister grin. His father had long been worried, concerned about this young seraphim's growth. After all, although the seraphim matured slowly once they reached adulthood, their combat prowess far surpassed that of their battle angel race. Now, he had stumbled upon the whereabouts of this hidden threat. Miller gazed down at the vigilant beast folk, slowly extending his right hand. A long sword, entirely gilded, materialized in his palm, its blade entwined with ancient battle angel runes. With a mere flick of the sword's tip, the seemingly sturdy barrier was rent asunder like thin paper. It was with this sword that he could effortlessly enter this secret realm. This sword was one of the treasures of the angelic race, capable of disregarding all restrictions and barriers. Upon witnessing Miller's effortless entrance into the sacred city, the beast folk were filled with trepidation. The warriors of the beast folk formed a protective circle around Veronica and the Black Panther. "My lord, you must flee. I will hold him off." Seeing the beast folk's resolve, Veronica shot an angry glare at the Black Panther. They intended to use these brave warriors as shields, yet they regarded them as their own. Observing this, even the seasoned Black Panther felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Bow Bow, are you still running? Can you live with yourself?" The Black Panther remained silent, though she did not wish for Veronica to bear the cost. It was merely a small price to pay. Noticing Veronica's unwavering determination, the Black Panther slowly stepped forward. After all, it was just an extraordinary level angel. In her past, such beings were unworthy of her attention. She moved forward, preparing to take action. Just then, Gu Xing emerged from the place of inheritance. Chapter 47. How did your wings recover? As Gu Xing stepped out of the inheritance site, he immediately sensed that something was amiss. The entire city was under martial law, and all the beast folk had entered a state of readiness. "You inferior race, surrender the angels hidden within the city. If you refuse, do not blame me for slaughtering the city." Miller's voice, imbued with spiritual energy, echoed throughout the sacred city. Angels? Upon hearing this term, Gu Xing finally realized that the newcomer was not of the demon race. Moreover, currently, there was only Luli among the angels in the entire sacred city. This meant that this adversary was here for him. Although puzzled, he immediately summoned Luli. Since the enemy outside sought him, he could not possibly retreat. After all, he had benefited from the elven race and naturally had to protect the subordinate races of the elves. When Luli appeared from the beast familiar space, she shot a glance of reproach at her master. "Aren't you fickle? You could have summoned me from the beast familiar space long ago, yet you waited until now. Truly, all men are the same, loving one after another." Nevertheless, despite her grievances, Luli's actions were swift. Wrapping her arms around Gu Xing's waist, she propelled him toward the battlefield. At this moment, Miller loomed above, his gaze growing colder as he surveyed the beast folk. Among the myriad races in the other world, the beast folk were considered weak. Furthermore, those standing before him were among the weakest of their kind. "Hand over that angel and the elven princess, and I may spare your lives." Yet, the beast folk showed no sign of fear. Though they were a weak race, their loyalty was unwavering. Following the directives left by the elven race, encountering a prophet was akin to meeting an elven kin. Moreover, that prophet lord had recently saved them from the demon race. The thought of betrayal was utterly inconceivable. Seeking death, Miller's expression darkened. As a higher race, stopping to warn these natives had already been his utmost mercy. Yet, these natives not only failed to express gratitude, but dared to resist him. "Bow Bow." Veronica turned to the YMLingBO. She did not wish for these valiant beast folk to come to harm. Understood. The YMLingBO tensed, locking its gaze on Miller. To confront an extraordinary level angel at the awakening stage, blood would surely be shed today. However, before Miller could make a move, it was Gu Xing and Luli who arrived first. After placing Gu Xing down, Luli immediately directed her gaze toward Miller in the sky. This was her first encounter with a kindred spirit. Yet, why did this fellow seem intent on harming her? Gu Xing, observing the angel, also frowned slightly. Sacred Angel, Miller. Qualification, Legendary 7 stars, level, Extraordinary 3rd rank, Strength, 1054, Constitution, 1063, Spirit, 862, Speed, 1024, Skills, Battle Angel Form, enhances attributes by 15 times. Angelic Holy Shield, Angelic Holy Sword. Like Lu Li, he too belonged to the Sacred Angel race. However, Liu Li is a seraph, while this is merely a battle angel. However, when examining the abilities of both, it appears that the seraph lineage is indeed superior. After all, Liu Li's seraph form can enhance her attributes by twofold. Nevertheless, the fundamental disparity between the two remains apparent. Even though Liu Li's attributes increased by an additional 50 points after vanquishing that demon lord. Her current stats are as follows. Holy Angel, Liu Li. Qualification, Legendary 3 stars, level, Awakening 9th stage, Strength, 473, Constitution, 478, Spirit, 481, Speed, 490, Skills, Judgment, Divine Protection. Seraph Form, Final Elegy. Even if Liu Li activated her Seraph Form in advance and benefited from the critical state, her total attributes would amount to around 1,200 points. Given this situation, it seems that only one option remains. Final Elegy. This is the skill she has refrained from using until now due to its side effects. However, if it comes to dire necessity, at this moment, Miller observes the mockery etched across Liu Li's face. As a member of the Seraph lineage, how could she willingly become a human's beast companion? It is indeed a disgrace to the angelic race. Yet, Miller's words hold no sway over Liu Li. Having been rescued from the abyss by Gu Xing, how could she disdain her master? Furthermore, she does not perceive her angelic lineage as particularly noble. Nevertheless, Liu Li's indifference towards Miller caused his expression to darken before the former leader of the angelic race, who was also Liu Li's father, vanished. This girl seemed to exhibit a similar haughty demeanor. Now, she continues to look down upon him so disdainfully. However, he is no longer the humble angel who could only envy Liu Li's status from the shadows. Presently, he is the young patriarch of the angelic lineage. It must be said that Miller has successfully captured Liu Li's attention. Besides her, Gu Xing also perked up, eager to uncover the girl's background. Noticing Liu Li's interest, Miller leisurely remarked, "If you wish to learn about your origins, then you must first tell me how your wings were restored. Everything in the angelic lineage derives from the wings on their backs. Losing one's wings signifies the loss of hope for growth, the potential for battle, and everything else. Yet, Liu Li's wings were clearly severed entirely. Why do they appear whole now? The method that allows the wings of the angelic lineage to regenerate." Miller greedily licked his lips. If he were to obtain such knowledge and improve upon it, could it not lead to an enhancement of his own power? Liu Li, taken aback by the inquiry regarding her wings, instinctively turned to look at Gu Xing. However, this small gesture immediately alerted Miller to the possibility that the instigator was this human. A human. How could that be? A race scorned by all, possessing low combat prowess, managing to wield such power merely by relying on others? Miller's gaze swept across the crowd, and besides 2 or 3 useless super beasts, only Liu Li was worth noting. Liu Li, given that you have chosen to step forward to meet your demise, I have decided to spare this group of beasts and those 2 humans. Upon hearing this, the Yuming spirit leopard nearly exploded with rage. Spare her. Leopard, remain calm. Remain calm. Veronica wrapped her arms around the Yuming spirit leopardess neck, holding her back until her fury subsided. Leopard, we shouldn't lower ourselves to this angel's level. You once said that as the heir of the Varen family, I must understand decisive action. I believe, Leopard, that this is not your moment. Chapter 48, Final Elegy. Their actions drew Gu Xing's attention. Turning his head, he beheld a foreign girl with golden hair and emerald eyes. In terms of appearance, she was on par with Ying Bing. Aware that Gu Xing was watching her, Veronica quickly released the Yuming spirit leopard, elegantly adjusted her skirt, and extended her hand, saying, "Hello, let me reintroduce myself. My name is Veronica." Following her words, Veronica mischievously winked. Witnessing this scene, Gu Xing's lips twitched. Although he had sensed that this girl was extraordinary, he did not anticipate such a stark contrast in her demeanor. Initially, when she met him and Ying Bing, she appeared shy and innocent, yet now, had he not been certain that the leopard was the same cat Lan and I had held, He would never have believed that such a disparity could exist within one individual. Gu Xing refrained from extending his hand, merely offering a polite nod. However, Veronica, noticing his lack of response, pouted in discontent. What a petty man. Did she not merely conceal her identity for a moment? How could he still hold a grudge? However, Gu Xing's attention was wholly captivated by Miller. I could tell you about your origins. Miller wore a smug smile. For not only could he address the lingering issues of the Seraph lineage, but he had also discovered a potential path to power. In a lighter mood, he found even the Seraph before him more agreeable. More importantly, he was eager to witness Lioli's reaction upon learning the truth. You are the princess of the Seraph lineage. How could you forget such an important matter? Miller's mocking tone rang out, but given that the Seraph lineage was on the brink of extinction, it seemed only natural that she would forget her identity. Extinction. Gu Xing frowned at this revelation. Although he was unaware of the relationship between the Seraphs and battle angels, it was evident that Lioli belonged to the Seraph lineage, which was nearing annihilation. At this moment, Veronica interjected. Both Seraphs and battle angels belong to the angelic lineage. The Seraphs are the royal family of the angels, exceedingly rare in number. However, not long ago, the king of the Seraphs vanished, and the battle angels seized power. Those with Seraph blood are likely in grave danger. Of course, this is merely what I have heard. You must discern the truth for yourself. Veronica added as a final note. Though Gu Xing had previously ignored her, Miss Veronica took no offense. Upon hearing Veronica's explanation, Gu Xing finally grasped why Lioli had lost her wings. It was all the doing of the battle angels. Immediately, Gu Xing cast a worried glance at Lioli. At this moment, the young girl bore the heaviest burden within her heart. Lioli stared blankly at Miller. As she gazed at the wings behind him, memories began to resurface in her mind. The massacre of the Seraphs, the shattering of her wings. Images flooded her consciousness. Uncontrollably, tears began to stream from the corners of her eyes. The Seraph lineage? A princess? Observing Lioli's distressed state, Miller appeared exceedingly satisfied. Aha, you remember now. Those connected to you are suffering, and you remain oblivious to it all. As a princess of the Seraph lineage, do you truly deserve this title? This statement struck deeply at Lioli's heart. At this moment, the young girl gazed at her trembling hands, her body quaking incessantly. Her kin were in agony. Yet what of her? Did she truly merit this identity? Witnessing Lioli's condition, Gu Xing's brow furrowed tightly. If this continued, there would be no need for Miller to act. Lioli would collapse on her own. This could not go on. Junlin, without the slightest hesitation, Gu Xing decisively activated his talent. The Emperor's eyes re-emerged. At this juncture, attempting to counsel Lioli was evidently the least effective approach, since persuasion proved futile. Let the young girl perceive his innermost feelings. His mental energy surged forth, intertwining tightly with Lu Li. This mental force serves not only for combat, but also for delving into the depths of another's heart. Within the realm of thoughts, Gu Xing beheld a small figure huddled in a corner, clutching her knees. This was a true reflection of Lu Li's soul. Despite her formidable strength and countless battles endured, at her core, she remained but a little girl. Observing the girl burying her head in her knees, desperately evading reality, Gu Xing's heart ached intensely. This was unavoidably cruel for her. Drawing a deep breath, he approached slowly and extended his hand resolutely towards Lu Li. Lu Li, rise. Whatever may happen, I will stand by your side. The girl lifted her tear-streaked face, her pale countenance marked by traces of sorrow. Master, Lu Li whispered, her tear-filled golden eyes reflecting Gu Xing's unwavering visage. Lu Li, regardless of the circumstances, I will steadfastly choose you. With the War Angel clan obstructing her path, he vowed to crush them alongside her. Through her tears, Lu Li beheld that outstretched hand, as resolute as when they forged their pact in Linyuan City. Yes, she now had a master to rely upon. No matter what, her master would resolutely choose her. Above the holy city, Miller had lost all patience. It is time to end this. Lu Li, I shall send you to meet your kin below. A long sword gradually materialized in Miller's grasp, and in the next instant, he lunged fiercely towards Lu Li. However, within the realm of hearts, a delicate hand firmly clasped Gu Xing's palm. How could she continue to flee? She was an angel chosen by the divine. How could she fall here? Bestow slay. The seraphim form activated. Two voices resonated almost simultaneously. In the next moment, Crimson killing intent intertwined with flames, enveloping Lu Li entirely. Miller's assault was effortlessly rebuffed. Gu Xing observed Lu Li, whose attributes soared into the thousands, his expression sharpening. It was still insufficient. This degree was inadequate to vanquish the war angel. Liu Li, without needing Gu Xing's command, the minds of the two, united in spirit, synchronized with one another, and Gu Xing's thoughts reached her heart instantaneously. To advance further, there was but one way, the final elegy. 4 wings ignited behind Lu Li in crimson golden flames, and as the searing tongues of fire flickered, for brand new light wings emerged abruptly. The 8-winged seraphim. Miller's pupils constricted violently, and the sacred sword in his hand began to tremble uncontrollably. How is this possible? How can one become an 8-winged seraphim without reaching the divine level? It is impossible. An illusion. Miller's eyes glowed crimson, filled with madness. How could a crippled angel reach such heights? The war angel form. 6 wings unfurled instantaneously. Today, even if you are an 8-winged seraphim, you shall perish. In Gu Xing's perspective, Miller's attributes surged dramatically. Holy Angel Miller, qualification, legendary 7 stars, level, extraordinary 3rd tier, strength, 10, 541, 581, constitution, 10, 631, 594, spirit, 8, 621, 293, speed, 10, 241, 536, skills, war angel form, increases own attributes by 15 times, angelic holy shield, angelic holy sword, with the enhancement of the war angel form. Miller's attributes reached a terrifying level. His strength, constitution, and speed each surpassed 500 points. Witnessing this, Gu Xing instinctively clenched his fists. Lu Li, you must die today. Miller's 6 wings flared violently, and a golden-hued sacred sword coalesced in his grasp. The golden radiance enveloping his body surged, dyeing the clouds within 100 meters in gold. Holy Sword of Judgment. Without any unnecessary movements, Miller descended like a golden lightning bolt. The space warped subtly wherever the sacred sword passed. Simultaneously, Holy Angel, Lu Li. Qualification, legendary 3 stars, level, awakening 9th tier, strength 4731, 446, constitution, 4781, 456, spirit, 4811, 462, speed, 4901, 480, skills, condemnation, divine protection, seraphim form, final elegy. The seraphim form doubled Lu Li's attributes, and then using the ultimate skill on top of the seraphim form, her attributes increased by an additional 500 points. Thus, Lu Li's attributes approached 500 points, although there remained a disparity compared to Miller, Bestow, Protect. Gu Xing gritted his teeth, unleashing his mental energy like a flood breaking through a dam. An ice-blue protective force coalesced around Lu Li, forming a tangible suit of light. If killing intent is the sharpest spear, then protection is the sturdiest shield. Ugh! Gu Xing groaned, veins throbbing at his temples. Maintaining 2 supreme states simultaneously brought him close to the brink of collapse. Yet, gazing at the petite figure before him, he forced himself to endure this battle. No matter what, Lu Li must win. Lu Li. This bellow seemed to trigger a switch. The last trace of hesitation in Lu Li's golden pupils vanished entirely. Boom! The 8 wings fully unfurled, and Lu Li transformed into a crimson fire line soaring skyward. Wherever she passed, the space burned, leaving behind distorted trails. As Miller witnessed Lu Li charging towards him, his pupils constricted violently, terror etched upon his face for the first time. You are insane. He clearly saw that Lu Li had completely abandoned her defensive posture, pouring all her strength into this strike. Should Gu Xing falter and the protective state dissipate, her delicate form would be instantly torn to shreds by the sacred sword. Yet, there was no glimmer of fear in Lu Li's golden eyes. She trusted Gu Xing, trusted her master. The golden holy radiance met the crimson fire line. Boom! Boom! As the golden holy radiance and the crimson fire line collided, time seemed to freeze for an instant. Immediately after, an explosion of light, more brilliant than the sun, erupted from the center of the collision. An invisible energy ripple spread outward in a perfect arc. Upon the ground, the rampant energy storm whipped Veronica's light golden hair into a frenzy. The massive form of the Yu Ming Ling Bao shielded her, yet she could still feel the searing heat wave approaching. Is it true that he is merely in the awakening phase? Veronica's voice trembled with disbelief. The Yu Ming Ling Bao's pupils constricted violently, its jet black fur standing on end amidst the chaotic energy. Once a king-level beast, even now, having fallen to the awakening phase due to the constraints of the contract, her combat prowess in full eruption still far exceeded her peers. However, the scene before her surpassed her understanding. It was undoubtedly true. The Yu Ming Ling Bao's voice, rarely serious, conveyed the weight of the moment. That boy and that angel are still at the 9th tier of awakening. Had any other beast claimed that an awakened being could withstand a war angel of the extraordinary 3rd tier, she would have dismissed it with a swipe. Yet, at this moment, this absurd scene unfolded before her very eyes. Even more astonishing was that the boy had awakened his innate talent. One must note that even a genius like Veronica must wait until reaching the extraordinary tier to awaken their talent. Yet this boy had accomplished it at the 9th tier of awakening. Miss, the Yu Ming Ling Bao lowered its voice. That boy will likely become your greatest rival in the future. Should I take advantage of this moment? Its sharp claws extended slightly. Veronica abruptly turned her head, her emerald-like eyes devoid of their usual playfulness, replaced instead by an eerie calmness. The Ym spirit leopard fell silent in an instant. She understood this gaze all too well. Whenever Veronica displayed such an expression, it signified that this young lady was genuinely incensed. I comprehended her sentiment. Veronica redirected her gaze towards the heart of the battlefield, a flicker of complexity passing through her eyes. Meanwhile, in the sky, the confrontation between the two was nearing its conclusion. Despite a slight disadvantage in attributes, the dual enhancement of slaughter and protection rendered each of her strikes a formidable threat to Miller. The state of slaughter completely disregarded defenses, meaning that Miller's defensive skills were rendered utterly ineffectual in the presence of Lioli. Bang! After countless collisions between the holy sword and the light blade, Miller finally managed to send Lioli's weapon flying. Yet at that moment, the arrogance had vanished from the battle angel's eyes, replaced solely by a profound dread. Madman! You are all madmen. Miller's voice trembled uncontrollably as his 6 wings flapped in panic, turning to flee. All notions of eliminating a lingering threat and seizing the power of human beastmasters were eclipsed by the instinct to survive. However, could one simply come and go as they pleased? The end. Lioli unfurled her 8 wings in fury, enveloping the entire space in a blazing crimson inferno. Miller crashed into the fiery barrier, horrified to discover that the flames were scorching his spiritual power. Was this the end barrier of the Seraphim? As Miller turned, a glimmer of desperation flickered in his eyes. Lioli, you cannot kill me. Your kin are still. Before he could finish, Lioli's judgment had already descended. With a whisper, the crimson barrier, spanning 100 meters in diameter, abruptly collapsed. Miller's anguished screams were consumed by the intensely compressed flames, ultimately transforming into a dazzling crimson star. Boom! Amidst the earth-shattering explosion, the hastily erected barrier of the orcs trembled violently. With a shockwave passed, the very fabric of space exhibited fine black cracks. As the radiance dissipated, only golden feathers floated in the sky, alongside the majestic figure of the 8-winged being. At that moment, the holy city was shrouded in a deathly silence. All orcs held their breath, gazing upward at this breathtaking spectacle. The once mighty battle angel had vanished without a trace. In the aftermath, 2 items floated silently in the air. Angel's holy blood. Category: legendary material. Effect: significantly enhances the qualification level of angelic beastmasters. Note: the core essence of the battle angel clan. Imbued with pure divine power. Blade of breaking boundaries. Category: sacred artifact of the angelic clan. Effect: can break worldly barriers and restrictions. Note: a treasured artifact passed down through generations of the angelic lineage. Chapter 50. The End of the Secret Realm. Upon seeing the angel's holy blood, Gu Xing's pupils constricted sharply. This was the second material required for Lioli's advancement. He already possessed the light crystal and the angel's holy blood, leaving only the Holy Spirit essence. However, according to Ing Xinghe, the Holy Spirit essence was located within the treasury of the National Academy. As long as he joined the National Academy, he would undoubtedly acquire this final material. At that time, Could the combination of these three materials elevate Lioli's level to the mythical tier? As for the other item, since it was a sacred artifact of the angelic race, it would be entrusted to Lioli, the princess of the angelic clan. Just then, the figure of the eight-winged angel in the sky suddenly swayed violently, the crimson flames visibly receding, and the 8 resplendent wings shattered piece by piece. Lioli's body seemed drained of all strength, plummeting from the sky. The aftereffects of using her ultimate skill, Gu Xing's heart tightened, and he disregarded his own condition, rushing forward. Yet, at that moment, a wave of dizziness suddenly assailed him. The overexertion of his spiritual power had finally reached its limit, plunging his world into darkness. His body leaned forward uncontrollably, but just as he was about to hit the ground, he was gently caught by a pair of soft arms. In his dazed state, a faint fragrance reminiscent of orchids enveloped his senses. At this moment, outside the secret realm. After all, this was an entirely new secret realm, and no one knew what existed within. If Ying Bing and Gu Xing encountered any misfortune, how would he explain it to the Ying family and the nation? With this thought, Ying Xing's back was drenched in cold sweat. One was the heir of the Ying family, while the other was a rare beastmaster genius of Longxia. Such a loss was unbearable. Just then, the space rippled like water. They emerged. Ying Xing suddenly looked up but froze in place. He beheld a multitude of orcs appearing on the once empty plain. Hundreds of orc warriors marched forth, bearing the scars of battle, but standing tall. At the forefront of the procession was Ying Bing, cradling the unconscious Gu Xing. Observing this formidable assembly, Ying Xing's lips twitched. These individuals. However, Ying Bing had no time to consider this. She rushed to the battlefield immediately after completing her bloodline enhancement, witnessing Gu Xing collapsing from exhaustion. Acting on instinct, she dashed forward, overtaking Veronica, to catch the young man securely in her arms. Grandpa Xinghe, please check on Gu Xing. The usually composed young lady of the Ying family spoke with an unprecedented alarm. He seems to have fainted from overexerting his talent. Ying Bing was unaware that her arms trembled slightly as she held Gu Xing, her usually icy gaze filled with anxiety. Meanwhile, Ying Xinghe stood frozen, severely doubting his own hearing. He couldn't have heard wrong, could he? Had his young lady just mentioned that Gu Xing had overexerted his talent? Ying Xinghe quickly verified Gu Xing's level. Indeed, it was the awakening of the 9th tier. This meant that Gu Xing had awakened his talent ahead of time. Ying Xinghe's throat constricted wildly as he forcefully suppressed the turmoil within. This situation must be reported to the principal immediately. Allowing such an unparalleled genius to slip through their fingers was unthinkable. Grandpa Xinghe. Only then did Ying Xinghe snap back to reality, hastily bending down to assess Gu Xing's condition. His body suffered no significant harm. He had merely fainted from excessive use of spiritual power. His condition is stable. Ying Xinghe noted, shifting his gaze to Lioli, who was being carefully cradled by Sally. As for his beast, it's clear that this is the aftereffect of using its ultimate skill. However, could the aftereffects of this beast's ultimate skill be so severe? It was known that the greater the aftereffects, the more powerful the ultimate skill. The Ice Phoenix's ultimate skill merely caused it to faint, while this beast, it seemed, had lapsed into a deep slumber. Ying Xinghe couldn't help but twitch his lips. As expected, a prodigious beastmaster must possess an extraordinary beast. Hearing that Gu Xing was not in serious condition, Ying Bing's tense shoulders finally relaxed slightly. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the orc tribe behind her and seemed to realize something, slowly explaining. These orcs were previously fleeing within the secret realm. Now that the realm has been invaded by the demon race, and since Gu Xing saved them, they have chosen to accompany us. With Ying Bing's explanation, Ying Xinghe finally understood. Longxia did not reject foreign races. Within the otherworldly space, numerous races sought the protection of Longxia. The nation embraced all without discrimination. Therefore, having one more orc tribe was not a significant issue. However, the journey back to Longxia was long, and the leader of the Ran tribe stepped forward respectfully, performing the highest tribute of the orc race. Ying Xinghe nodded approvingly. Although Longxia welcomed all, it would not provide unconditional support to every race. The capability of this band of orcs to traverse perilous obstacles and reach Longxia itself serves as the ultimate test of their mettle. Just before their departure, Ran earnestly implored Ying Xinghe to take his daughter, Sally, along. Considering that the unconscious Gu Xing indeed required care, he did not decline. Meanwhile, upon exiting the secret realm, Veronica was confronted by a shadowy figure that knelt before her like a specter. The voice of the man clad in black was deep and respectful, yet imbued with an undeniable firmness. A flicker of impatience crossed Veronica's emerald eyes as her delicate hand waved dismissively. "Old man, there's so many matters to attend to." She disdainfully glanced at the kneeling beast master, adding, "And you, heir, must not appear before me again. Your face irks me." The beast master, known as heir, remained in a humble posture, not daring to lift his head. "Understood, miss." Seeing his subservience, Veronica felt an immediate sense of ennui. With a soft sigh, her tones softened slightly. "Very well, I shall not make things difficult for you." She then turned her gaze to the Yuming spirit leopard, a glimmer of inspiration igniting within her. "Leopard, what do you think about my enrolling in Longxia Kingdom?" The Yuming spirit leopard twitched at the corners of its eyes. This young lady truly was spontaneous. Given her status, her admission to Longxia would undoubtedly stir a considerable uproar. However, upon reflection, such matters would be left to others to ponder. "I see no problem. Miss Veronica, excellent. Then let us joyfully resolve it this way." Chapter 51. Stepping into the extraordinary. The second talent. Blood red. Gu Xing found himself engulfed in a sea of crimson within his mental realm, a hue reminiscent of blood that left him breathless with oppression. Yet, surrounded by this sanguine ocean, his spiritual power surged upwards with fervor. Inside the room, upon sensing Gu Xing's state, Xingha quickly called out, "Miss, it appears that Gu Xing is about to step into the realm of the extraordinary." "Extraordinary?" Upon hearing this, Bing's pupils constricted sharply as she turned her head abruptly to look at Gu Xing on the bed. The young man was enveloped in an eerie bloodlight, his very breath becoming searing. He truly was breaking through to the extraordinary. But why was it blood-colored? Bing recalled that when Gu Xing awakened his talent, it had been silver. Yet now, Xingha scrutinized the bloodlight enveloping Gu Xing, his brow furrowing in contemplation. If he was not mistaken, Gu Xing was not merely breaking through to the extraordinary. He was simultaneously awakening a talent. But hadn't Bing stated that Gu Xing had already awakened early? At that moment, a jolt of realization surged through Xingha, an unsettling hypothesis forming in his mind. The second talent. Meanwhile, Gu Xing's beast mastery space was undergoing a profound transformation. The surge in spiritual power accompanying his breakthrough to the extraordinary nearly doubled the size of his beast mastery space. Within the confines of this space, a long dormant green cocoon suddenly began to vibrate violently. It instinctively drew upon Gu Xing's escalating spiritual power, tracing contract patterns within the cocoon. A voluntary contract. As the final contract pattern was etched, Gu Xing distinctly sensed an additional dormant consciousness within his spiritual sea. Following the completion of the contract, the green cocoon returned to tranquility, as if nothing had occurred. Simultaneously, his second talent, Soul Devour, awakened completely. The effect of this talent was straightforward, yet formidable. It unconditionally doubled all attributes of his beasts. For instance, upon entering the Seraph state, Lioli's attributes would double. With the Soul Devour talent, her attributes would surge once more, resulting in an astonishing fourfold increase in her overall combat power. However, Gu Xing realized that he could not simultaneously utilize both Junlin and Soul Devour. Otherwise, relying on the state provided by Junlin coupled with the Soul Devour talent, Lioli would be capable of dominating even at the extraordinary level. As Gu Xing gradually mastered the newly awakened power and slowly opened his eyes, he was met with the complex expressions of Bing and Xingha. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Gu Xing inquired, perplexed as he touched his face. Xingha's facial muscles twitched slightly, but he ultimately refrained from asking whether Gu Xing had awakened a second talent. After all, he had already reported on Gu Xing's condition, and the principal would certainly have made a decision regarding it. "How long have I been asleep?" Bing calculated briefly before responding. "From the moment we exited the secret realm until now, you have been unconscious for half a month. You are currently in the imperial capital of the Ing family, which is my home." Upon hearing that he had been unconscious for half a month, Gu Xing furrowed his brow. The aftereffects of his depleted spiritual power were indeed severe. Nevertheless, the outcome was nevertheless gratifying. Noticing the two materials within the beast mastery space, he realized that he had nearly collected all the materials required for Liuli's evolution. Wait, Liuli, after employing the ultimate skill, what has become of that little girl? Gu Xing immediately reached out through the contract to sense her. At that moment, it seemed that the little girl was just next door and was on the verge of completing her transformation from the awakening stage to the extraordinary level. With this thought, Gu Xing promptly leapt from the bed. Transitioning from the awakening stage to the extraordinary level, he felt remarkably invigorated, as if he had not been bettered in for half a month at all. In a few swift strides, he burst into the next room, only to be greeted by a rush of scarlet flames. Liuli's petite figure was entirely enveloped by the sacred fire, her four wings unfurling amidst the flames. As Gu Xing watched, all the flames suddenly imploded inward, transforming into streams of light that melded into Liuli's body. Divine Angel. Liuli. Qualification, Legendary 3 stars. Level, Extraordinary First Stage. Strength, 820. Constitution, 810. Mentality, 800. Speed, 830. Skills, Judgment, Divine Protection, Seraph Form. Final Elegy, Evolution, Angelic Holy Blood. Owned, Crystal of Light. Owned, Sacred Marrow Spirit Liquid. Not obtained. Liuli's attributes experienced a qualitative leap. After stepping into the extraordinary realm, her attributes surged from below 500 points to above 800 points. Gu Xing felt the powerful fluctuations emanating from their contract and could not help but smile. Now, if Liuli were to face the war angel Miller, she would likely not need to employ the final elegy to vanquish him. Even more delightfully, there was the contract with the nature spirit Wayla. Although she had fallen back into slumber after the contract was forged, she was a genuine mythical quality beast. Gu Xing speculated that the surge of spiritual power he emitted while breaking through to the extraordinary had triggered Wayla's instinctive reaction, enabling the contract to be completed. If he could find a way to awaken her and assist her in breaking through to the extraordinary level, excitement flickered in Gu Xing's eyes. If he could successfully enter the National Academy to obtain the sacred marrow spirit liquid, allowing Liuli's qualification to rise to the mythical level, two beasts with mythical qualifications. This thought caused Gu Xing's heart to race. When the time came, even against high-level extraordinary beastmasters, he would possess the strength to fight back. At that moment, Liuli slowly opened her brilliant golden eyes. The instant her gaze focused, she unhesitatingly launched herself at Gu Xing. Gu Xing instinctively opened his arms, and the little girl immediately burrowed into his embrace like a fledgling returning to its nest. No one noticed the glimmer of cunning in Liuli's eyes. Through their contract connection, she had long sensed that her master had formed a new contract with the nature spirit. This instilled within her a profound sense of urgency. The time for waiting was over. Liuli silently vowed to make her master realize the truth. She must take the initiative. She subtly tightened her embrace around Gu Xing, burying her small face into his chest. Observing this scene, Ying Bing felt an inexplicable pang of bitterness rising within her. She furrowed her brows in confusion, unable to comprehend the source of this emotion. In an effort to mask her unease, she lightly coughed and remarked, "Gu Xing, the third assessment is about to commence." This statement struck Gu Xing like a bucket of cold water, abruptly awakening him from his reverie. The Sheng Sui Lingyi. He must pass the evaluation to gain entry into the Zhen Guo Shui Fu. What if he misses this opportunity and is unable to join? However, such concerns were entirely unfounded. At this moment, Long Zhenguo, the headmaster of the Zhen Guo Shui Fu, along with the prominent leaders for various academies, had already gathered at the assessment venue. These elusive figures, rarely seen, had a singular purpose for their visit: to witness the extraordinary prodigy, Gu Xing, personally recommended by Wei Yuan. Chapter 52. The Assessment Venue, Headmaster's Presence. At the residence of the Angel clan, several elders tasked with suppressing the seraphs sensed something amiss. Could there be trouble? One elder turned to inquire of his companion. Is it possible that the young clan leader is unaccompanied? Suddenly, the holy flames within the grand hall flickered. A towering figure materialized, unfurling 8 pairs of resplendent golden wings. It was Mi Zhan, the leader of the battle angels. "Miller is dead." Mi Zhan's voice rang out like ancient ice. "Investigate who is responsible." The elders exchanged glances, fully aware that the leader's concern was not genuinely for the life of his son. Mi Zhan had many offspring and could easily appoint another young clan leader. What truly incensed him was the Jian Jieji run. The clan's treasure artifact had been stolen by Miller and subsequently lost. We shall investigate at once. The four elders knelt, their eyes filled with disbelief. How could Miller, with his strength, have fallen in such a trivial secret realm? Once the elders departed, Mijan turned towards the underground prison. At the end of the dim corridor lay the last batch of imprisoned seraphs. Mitsan, you traitor! An aged seraph erupted in a tirade upon seeing him. The leader has shown your clan immense favor, and yet you dare to betray him. Ignoring the outburst, Mijan's icy gaze fixed upon the center of the throng, where Lu Xia stood, battered yet unbowed. Lu Xia, this is your final chance. Reveal to me the whereabouts of Lioli, or else. Lu Xia suddenly smiled, her expression laced with scorn. You lack the courage to kill us. My brother is merely missing, not dead. Mijan's pupils constricted. Indeed, it was this very apprehension that had spared their lives thus far. Nevertheless, witnessing the derision in Lu Xia's eyes caused his own to darken. You are correct. I do not dare to slay you. He slowly raised his hand, and moments later, several battle angels approached, brandishing glistening implements of torture. But I can make your lives a living hell. At the third assessment venue, throngs of people gathered. Various media outlets converged here to report on the annual examination spectacle. Each year, these institutions unveil new innovations. What could this year's assessment entail? Who cares? We only need to see who the champion of this year's examination will be. He shall be the strongest among all. Impossible. The true geniuses have long been specially recruited by the esteemed academies. As for the remaining candidates, well, 5 years ago, the headmaster of Zhengguo Shuefu was personally present for special recruitment. You mentioned 5 years ago. The assessment was not as refined then. Hence the oversight of that genius. As for now, special recruitment is utterly impossible. Amidst the crowd's discourse, the candidates who had passed the first 2 assessments filed into the venue, including Shenrua Shui. At this moment, her gaze frantically swept the area, searching for that familiar figure, yet she found nothing. Captain, stop searching. Gu Xing is not here. I suspect he hasn't arrived yet. If we spot Gu Xing, we will notify you immediately. Indeed, Captain, with us around, as soon as Gu Xing enters, we will recognize him at once. Hearing her teammates' playful banter, Shenrua Shui felt her cheeks flush. The teasing from her companions left her feeling quite embarrassed. Meanwhile, the succubus beside her, having overheard the conversation, silently bowed her head. She had come to fully comprehend the situation and dared not harbor any hopes of Gu Xing becoming her master. Perhaps, from the day she betrayed Gu Xing, her fate was sealed. Nonetheless, Gu Xing had at least spared her life. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened. A multitude of flying beasts materialized above the examination venue. As the crowd gazed in astonishment, the headmasters of various academies began to descend. Among them, a silver-haired elder stood out prominently. It was Long Zhenghua, the headmaster of Zhengguo Shuefu, the very pillar of the Long Xia kingdom, a monarch-level beast master. What? The headmaster of Zhengguo Shuefu has come to the assessment venue? Not only Zhengguo Shuefu, but it seemed the headmasters of renowned academies, such as Hei Long Shuefu and Huang Long Shuefu, had also arrived. What could their purpose be? Surely, they are not here to proctor the examination. Fool! There must be a true genius present. Their presence here can only signify one goal: special recruitment. Special recruitment? No way. Who could warrant such a grand display? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, sparks seemed to fly among the headmasters. They had all received word. Yet, their greatest competitor now captured everyone's attention, all eyes fixated on the silhouette at the forefront of the gathering. Zhen Guo Xuifu. They had not anticipated the headmaster's personal attendance. Long Lao, what brings you here? Li Bo, the headmaster of Hei Long Shuefu, hesitated before stepping forward. As one of the 2 monarch-level beast masters present, he deemed himself worthy of conversing with Long Zhenghua. What do you think? Long Zhenghua shot him a sidelong glance, offering no courtesy to Li Bo. Everyone is aware of the purpose of our presence here. There is no need for pretense. Li Bo's facial muscles twitched slightly, yet he dared not retaliate. He had no means to contend with Long Zhenghua. While he respected Long Zhenghua, he felt compelled to vie for Gu Xing as a student. Taking a deep breath, he clasped his hands and stated, Long Lao, please forgive me, but we at Hei Long Shuefu also wish to contend for this talented student. This declaration ignited a firestorm among the other headmasters. My Tian Huang Shui Fu also wishes to participate. We at Z Xiao Academy. The scene erupted into chaos. In a corner, a headmaster adorned with gold-rimmed glasses timidly suggested, "Shouldn't we first locate the main person of interest?" We're arguing heatedly. Yet what if they haven't even arrived? Before he could finish, an abrupt silence fell over the crowd. As the attendees regained their composure, they could not deny the validity of his point. Long Zhenghua furrowed his brow, his formidable mental energy enveloping the entire assessment venue. The other headmasters followed suit, intertwining their mental energies to sweep through the throng of candidates. Strange, die Brustfrauen deepened. Why am I unable to sense that lad Wei Yuan mentioned? The atmosphere shifted ominously. The once commanding headmasters exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with confusion. The genius is missing? Could it be? One headmaster suddenly had a thought, his expression turning peculiar. That lad never showed up. Chapter 53. The Academy's Fight for Talent. The venue in shock. At this moment, Gu Xing, realizing he would miss the assessment, chose to let go of his inhibitions. He inquired of Xing whether he could still gain entry into Zhenghua Shui Fu if he missed this assessment. Absolutely no problem. After all, for a prodigy like Gu Xing, who had awakened early, it would indeed be a grave mistake for Zhenghua Shui Fu to overlook him. With Xing, he's assurance. Gu Xing felt a wave of relief wash over him. On the way to the examination venue, he took the opportunity to purchase a large assortment of snacks. Liuli, being quite the foodie herself, wholeheartedly supported Gu Xing's decision. When the two appeared at the examination site, laden with bags and with skewers of grilled meat in their mouths, the atmosphere fell silent. Everyone was taken aback. Tens of thousands of students, along with the principals of various esteemed institutions, were waiting for him. How could he still find time to eat? Reacting swiftly, Gu Xing hastily stowed away all the food from his hands and the snacks from Liuli's embrace into the beast space. Where's my Tonghalu? Liuli blinked in confusion, until she followed Gu Xing's pointed gaze and realized she had become the center of attention. After letting out an adorable gasp, the little girl transformed into a streak of light and darted into the beast space. However, this left Gu Xing in a predicament. He had no place to hide. Standing alone in the center of the arena, he bore the weight of countless gazes. Fortunately, in the next moment, a gentle force suddenly lifted him. Long Zhenghua waved his sleeve and directly brought him to the podium. The principals, all glaring at him with resentful eyes, resembled a group of jilted lovers. They had been waiting there, exchanging glances for a full half hour. Gracias, hasta principals. Thank you for your hard work. Gu Xing reacted swiftly, offering a deep bow, his voice resonant enough for the entire venue to hear. The speed of his transformation caused Long Zhenghua's eyes to twitch. This lad certainly changes his demeanor rather quickly. Yet, being a genius, such eccentricities are to be expected. Gu Xing, would you be interested in joining our Zhenghua Academy? Upon hearing this question, Gu Xing turned to find an elderly man with silver hair smiling warmly at him. Realizing this elder was the principal of Zhenghua Academy, Gu Xing was not prepared to agree immediately. After all, for what he gathered from Xingha, Wei Yuan had sent his information to all the admissions offices of various universities. Wei Yuan's intention was clear, to incite a frenzy among the institutions, thereby securing the greatest benefits for himself. Principal Long, I have yet to decide on which school to join. My talent is somewhat unique, and I am unsure why it awakened during the awakening phase. As he spoke, Gu Xing activated Junlin. His silver-white eyes struck the hearts of the assembled principals. Early awakening. Gu Xing's value soared once more. Those present, all possessing keen insight, could easily discern the immense worth of Gu Xing's awakened talent. Moreover, they sensed that Gu Xing's mental strength seemed to far surpass that of an ordinary beast master. Though he was merely at the first level of the extraordinary, his mental strength appeared comparable to that of a fifth-level beast master. Gu Xing, our Tianwang Academy. Gu Xing, our Xuanwu Academy. The principals scrambled to present their institutions. Only Li Fu and a few other top-tier principals stood silently in place. They had discerned the underlying message in Gu Xing's words. If they wished for him to join, they must lay all the advantages before him. Long Zhenghua could only chuckle softly. He had not anticipated that Gu Xing would voluntarily reveal his early awakening. However, he understood Gu Xing's desire to seek benefits for himself. as the resources were all hard-earned. Noticing that Gu Xing's gaze remained fixed on him, he knew the lad was awaiting his cue. However, having confirmed that Gu Xing wished to join Zhanghua Academy, he was in no rush to present his terms. At that moment, Li Fu stepped forward and sincerely addressed Gu Xing. Gu Xing, should you choose to join our Heilong Academy, we will dedicate all our resources to cultivate you. You will receive the highest treatment our academy has ever offered. Gu Xing was momentarily flustered. Faced with the earnest gaze of this monarch-class powerhouse, the words of refusal danced on his lips, but he found himself unable to utter them. His peripheral vision kept darting towards Long Xinghua, his eyes pleading for him to speak up. Clearing his throat, Long Xinghua, concerned that Gu Xing might impulsively accept Li Fu's offer, interjected. Gu Xing, should you wish to join Zhanghua Academy, I can fulfill one of your requests. Though the statement seemed light, it caused an instant hush to fall over the room. While it appeared that Long Xinghua's offer was rather modest, one must remember that he was among the strongest in the entire Longxia kingdom. A single request from Long Xinghua held the power to accomplish nearly anything within the kingdom. Finally, with Long Xinghua having spoken, Gu Xing let out a sigh of relief. I am truly sorry, Principal Li, but I would like to learn more about Zhanghua Academy first. Li Fu had anticipated such a response. Despite his Heilong Academy ranking second, the disparity between it and Zhanghua Academy was likely greater than that between him and a last-ranked institution. The name Zhanghua carried immense weight. Upon perceiving Long Zhenggua's discerning gaze, Gu Xing immediately understood that his intentions had been seen through. Consequently, he boldly articulated his demands. Principal Long, I have two requests. The first is that I wish for the Shang Suiling. As for the second, under Long Zhenggua's scrutinizing gaze, Gu Xing mustered the courage to continue. I wish for my beast to enter the Shangqi. Upon hearing Gu Xing's request, Long Zhenggua's brow furrowed slightly. The first request posed no issue, even if it were precious. Shang Suiling was merely a material, far less valuable than a genius. However, the Shangqi was the cornerstone of Zhanghua Academy. Generally, it was only awarded to king-level beast masters who made significant contributions. Yet Gu Xing was merely an extraordinary-level beast master. Long Zhenghua fixed his gaze on Gu Xing, slowly inquiring, what is your purpose in wanting to enter the Shangqi? I have a beast that requires healing from the Shangqi. Seeing the pleading look in Gu Xing's eyes, he finally spoke. I can grant the first condition, but as for the second. Upon hearing this, disappointment flickered in Gu Xing's eyes. Long Zhenggua's tone indicated that this condition was unlikely to be met. However, Long Zhenghua then shifted his stance. As long as you can prove your worth at the freshman ceremony, I will grant you that condition. Chapter 54. Angelic Evolution Mythical Beasts. With Long Zhenggua's words, the entire venue erupted in astonishment. What did the Shangqi represent? It was the foundation upon which Zhanghua Academy had stood for a millennium. How many king-level powerhouses had sought this opportunity in vain? The old principal had genuinely relented. Gu Xing, who had prepared for the worst, now found a glimmer of hope to enter the Shangqi. Yet the deeper meaning behind Long Zhenggua's words led him into contemplation. Why emphasize the need to prove oneself at the freshman ceremony? Gu Xing, sensing something, looked up and met the old principal's significant gaze. In that instant, he understood. Although Long Zhenghua was the principal of Zhanghua Academy, the institution was not solely under his authority. Even if he agreed to let Gu Xing enter the Shangqi, the other king-level elders would never readily allow a newcomer to access it. The only way to silence those king-level beast masters was to prove oneself, to demonstrate one's potential, to showcase the ability to surpass all contemporaries. Long Zhenggua's insistence on the freshman ceremony had but one purpose: to ensure that all new students joining Zhanghua Academy would be present at that event. What he needed to do was to defeat the thousands of students joining Zhanghua Academy in front of everyone. Principal Long, I understand. Gu Xing nodded earnestly at Long Zhenghua. Long Zhenghua observed the scene, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. This young man indeed grasped the essence immediately. Gu Xing's conjecture was not mistaken. In principle, not to mention extraordinary-level beast masters, even commanding-level beast masters would find it impossible to approach the sacred beast pool. However, if Gu Xing could subdue all his peers, what harm would it be to grant him qualification for the sacred pool? A prodigy unparalleled through the ages, possessing certain privileges, who would dare to utter a word against him? The strength of his old bones is not to be underestimated. I eagerly anticipate your performance at the freshman's ceremony. As for the holy essence elixir, someone shall deliver it to you shortly. With that, the old principal waved his sleeve and turned to leave. The other principals, witnessing Gu Xing's chosen path, were etched with regret. To miss a prodigy like Gu Xing, they pondered how long it would take to encounter such talent again. Nevertheless, having come this far, these principals were determined to scout the scene thoroughly. Although they could not recruit Gu Xing, selecting some brilliant talents would still be worthwhile. Soon, their attention was drawn to a young woman who, relying solely on an epic-level enchantress, had achieved a commendable top 10 rank among the candidates. Such exquisite control, Li Fu could not help but exclaim. The ability to develop beast mastery to this extent indicated that the girl possessed extraordinary combat talent, with a high likelihood of awakening powerful abilities in the future. Several principals exchanged glances and immediately surrounded her. I apologize, esteemed principals, but I must join the Zhangguo Academy. Shinruo Xue slightly bowed, her gaze unwaveringly following Gu Xing's departing figure. The girl's voice was filled with determination. There is someone I must pursue there. Upon leaving the examination site, Gu Xing realized that he had nowhere to go in the imperial capital. Living off others is quite pleasant. Naturally, Yingbing welcomed Gu Xing's arrival warmly. She promptly arranged accommodation for him. Shortly after settling in, the holy essence elixir promised by Long Zhonghua was delivered to Gu Xing. At this moment, Gu Xing gazed at the three materials before him, his fingertips trembling slightly. Only he understood the hardships involved in collecting these materials. Light crystal enhances the holy angel race's control over their innate abilities. Holy angel blood purifies the bloodline of the holy angel race. Holy essence elixir contains vast amounts of energy, providing the necessary energy for the evolution of the holy angel race. Each item radiated a golden aura, shimmering in the dimly lit room. Any one of these materials would incite a frenzy in the outside world. Yet now, all three would be expended on cultivating Lu Li. Gu Xing's heart ached painfully. It hurts, but there was no alternative. He had to take responsibility for his own beast. Liu Li, come fort. The contract's light flickered, and the little angel gradually appeared. Upon seeing the materials on the table, her golden pupils constricted sharply. Once, Gu Xing had used these three materials to mend her wings. Now, the same three materials lay before her. It was evident what her master intended. The little girl gazed at Gu Xing with deep gratitude. Thank you, master. Gu Xing waved his hand dismissively. However, he noticed that the little girl often entered the beast space to enhance herself whenever she had the chance. Her intense desire to grow stronger proved that the previous remarks about the seraphim race had deeply affected her. Lu Li, close your eyes. Lu Li obediently shut her eyes, her long eyelashes casting delicate shadows in the light. Taking a deep breath, Gu Xing slowly lifted the three treasures, allowing them to float above the little angel's head. In an instant, a pure, radiant light cascaded down like a waterfall, enveloping Lu Li's petite figure completely. The three materials transformed into brilliant streams of light, orbiting around the little angel like planets. With a resonant hum, Lu Li instantly entered her seraphim form. For pairs of resplendent wings unfurled with a thunderous sound, each feather glowing with a dazzling crimson light. The three treasures seemed to respond to a call, seamlessly merging into her four central primary feathers. Boom! A pillar of divine fire surged into the sky, transforming into a beam of light that pierced the heavens and the earth. The pure, mythic-level pressure radiated outward like a tide, causing all creatures within 100 miles to tremble in submission. Within the Zhangguo Academy, Longjing's teacup shattered with a crack. He rose abruptly, his king-level aura erupting fiercely. Mythic level? His reaction was as swift as lightning, and his vast mental energy swiftly wove a net to firmly seal the mythic presence. As a few other king-level experts attempted to investigate, they were forced to retreat under this overwhelming pressure. Once he confirmed that the aura was completely concealed, Long Zhonghua finally relaxed. However, his pupils remained slightly constricted. From the earlier aura, he sensed a familiar presence. It was Gu Xing's beast. Mythic level, Long Zhonghua murmured, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing his sleeve. A mythic level beast, never before seen in the history of the Longsha Kingdom, had emerged just like that. What was even more shocking was that the owner of this mythic level beast possessed a prodigious talent, with an early awakening and seemingly dual abilities. He suddenly threw his head back and laughed heartily. Excellent, excellent, excellent. I truly did not misjudge. Chapter 55. Rapid rise in power, storm clouds gather. Meanwhile, influenced by the three materials, Lu Li's wings once again unfolded. 6 dazzling light wings fully spread, each one ablaze with crimson holy fire. A tempest of raging energy encircled her, illuminating the area as if it were a furnace. Under Gu Xing's watchful gaze, Lu Li's momentum continued to escalate. Soon, she reached a critical point. Seeing this, Gu Xing clenched his fist. He could sense that if Lu Li could break through this barrier, her level would ascend to the mythic tier. If she could not, her potential would stagnate at the legendary 9-star level. But at this moment, everything depended on her own efforts. Boom! The crimson flames suddenly erupted, transforming into a tidal wave of fire that engulfed the entire room. Remarkably, these flames appeared to possess a life of their own, parting automatically as they approached Gu Xing. Yet the violent explosion still alerted the entire Ying clan. By the clan leader's command, no one was allowed to approach. Gu Xing's authoritative voice echoed through the skies. A brilliant blue barrier descended instantly, firmly containing the surging energy. The members of the Ying clan, who were preparing to investigate, halted in their tracks. The clan leader had given a direct order. Who would dare defy it? However, a slender figure defied the flow, racing towards the barrier. Ying Bing bit her lip, her eyes filled with concern. As she touched the barrier, the azure light curtain parted like rippling water, offering her no resistance whatsoever. Deep within the Ying clan's ancestral grounds, the clan leader stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze piercing. He was acutely aware of what was transpiring within the barrier. That boy was actually enhancing the beast potential. This was unprecedented in the millennia-long history of beast mastery in the Longxia kingdom. Binger, the clan leader murmured softly, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. Perhaps the flaws in our Ying bloodline could be completely resolved through this young man. Inside the barrier, Ying Bing was rendered speechless by the sight before her. The crimson sea of flames surged, yet it uniquely avoided Gu Xing at the center, the Xianshuang Ice Phoenix. Witnessing this, instantly conjured an ice crystal shield. Observing the 8-winged angel at the heart of the blazing inferno, her eyes were filled with vigilance, even tinged with a hint of fear. Ying Bing sensed the emotions of the Xianshuang Ice Phoenix, her pupils constricting. It was essential to note that during the bloodline purification in the Elven Secret Realm, coupled with her breakthrough to the extraordinary level, relying on the bloodline of the victor, the Xianshuang Bing Huang's aptitude has reached a legendary 7 stars. Yet even in this state, the Bing Huang still feels a twinge of fear. To what terrifying realm has that 8-winged angel ascended? At this moment, Lu Li's breakthrough has also reached its final stage. Lu Li suddenly opens her eyes. Within those golden pupils, mysterious divine patterns emerge. Break! With a clear shout, the sky, full of crimson flames, suddenly solidifies. In the next second, all the flames, as if guided by a divine hand, transform instantaneously into a dazzling crimson gold. The terrifying heat even causes the ice shield formed by Xianshuang Bing Huang to begin to crack, intricate fissures spreading like a spider's web. Shoo! The Bing Huang lets out a hurried cry as the ice crystals on its wings begin to melt. Ying Bing's heart trembles violently, and after casting a deep glance at Gu Xing, decisively retreats with the Bing Huang from the barrier. Inside the barrier, the crimson gold divine fire dances like a living creature. Lu Li hovers in the center of the sea of flames, the divine patterns on her 8 wings illuminating one by one. When the final divine pattern lights up, boom, a pillar of light that pierces the heavens and earth breaks through the clouds, and Lu Li's aura finally breaks free from its shackles, stepping into an entirely new realm. Gu Xing gazes blankly at the scene before him. Holy Angel, Lu Li, aptitude, mythical 1 star, level, extraordinary first order, strength, 1020, physique, 1010 spirit, 1000, speed, 1030, skills, seraphim form, 8-winged state, apocalyptic angel form, 10-winged state, falls into weakness after use, divine fire domain, initial stage, evolution, angelic divine blood, holy crystal of light. Gu Xing fixates on the data dancing on the luminous screen, his pupils slightly constricting. Although Lu Li's attributes have only increased by 200 points, Her skills have undergone a complete transformation. She now possesses two forms, Seraphim and Apocalyptic Angel. The current Seraphim form has reached 8 wings. Meanwhile, the Apocalyptic Angel form allows Lu Li to surpass the threshold of 10-winged Apocalyptic Angel. According to what Miller previously mentioned, it seems Lu Li's father only reached the level of an 8-winged angel. Yet, at this moment, his little angel has touched the threshold of 10 wings. As for the final divine fire domain, the inclusion of the term domain signifies that it no longer belongs to the realm of extraordinary powers. In summary, Lu Li's current strength is such that only a peak extraordinary beastmaster could contend with her. Otherwise, she can easily dominate the entire extraordinary level. The elevation of the little girl's aptitude to mythical has finally fulfilled one of Gu Xing's concerns. Next, Gu Xing's gaze shifts to the green cocoon within the beastmaster space. It is time to awaken this little fellow, to acquire a second mythical-level beast. Within the Zhanghua Academy, several king-level beastmasters burst into the principal's office. Principal Long, why did you agree to such an outrageous request from that student? The Beastmaster's sacred pool requires even us king-level beastmasters to queue for applications. Yet you agreed to grant access to an extraordinary-level child? Indeed, having set this precedent, what will happen when other prodigies come to imitate? Long Zhenghua slowly sets down the teacup in his hand, his gaze cutting through the crowd like a blade. These king-level individuals from prestigious families are all consumed by their family interests, aside from the Qin family and the Ying family, who genuinely serve the nation. The rest are nothing but parasites. Are you questioning my decision? His voice suddenly turns icy. Dare not. The several king-level beastmasters quickly lower their heads. It is important to note that there are disparities even among kings. Those who have just stepped into the king level cannot be compared to a peak king like Long Zhenghua. However, although they respect Long Zhenghua, the Beastmaster's sacred pool pertains to their immediate interests. They cannot relent. This is not just our opinion. Over 70% of the king level in the academy agree. Long Zhenghua snorts coldly, causing the glass in the office to hum. It is decided. If Gu Xing can intimidate all new students at the orientation ceremony, he may enter the sacred pool. Otherwise, this matter is off the table. The others, seeing Long Zhenghua's unyielding gaze, understand that this is his bottom line. After a moment's contemplation, they agree. After all, no matter how talented Gu Xing is, he is still just one person. And how many new students are there at Zhanghua Academy? Over 1,000. Moreover, many exceptionally talented individuals are among them. No matter how strong Gu Xing is, he is still just a human. To intimidate thousands of students alone? A mere dream. Chapter 56. The Opening Ceremony, a Majestic Entrance. Soon, the day of the entrance ceremony arrives. The central training ground has been transformed into a gigantic venue, teeming with people in the stands, voices buzzing with discussion. Have you heard? There seems to be something unusual about this year's new student ceremony. Unusual? What kind of unusual? Isn't it the same every year? The principal gives a speech, then the representative of the new students shares some words. And that's it? Moreover, Principal Long will set an assessment during the ceremony. As long as the new student passes, they can enter the Beastmaster's sacred pool. What? The Beastmaster's sacred pool? Isn't that reserved for king-level Beastmasters? Gu Qianqian stands among the crowd, her lips twitching slightly. She did not expect her brother to stir up such a commotion. This year's new student ceremony not only sees all new students present, but even many old students are drawn in by the excitement. Qianqian, your brother is amazing. Plus, he looks quite handsome. Why not introduce him to me? Tang Xinro nudges Gu Qianqian with her elbow, leaning in with sparkling eyes. He is both handsome and powerful, and he is my best friend's brother. Why should the good fortune go to someone else? Gu Qianqian, expressionless, pushes her friend's face away. No, why not? You're too old. Tang Xinro's body suddenly stiffens. That hit hard. As the entrance bell rings, the new students begin to enter the venue one after another. In the special invitation area, Qin Tian immediately spots Ying Bing and rushes over with a few underlings. Sister Bing. Qin Tian scratches his head. Whereas Xingge. Why isn't he with you? Ying Bing offers a brief explanation, and Qin Tian nods. The little brothers behind Qin Tian exchange glances, then muster their courage to ask. Boss, who is this Xingge you speak of? Yeah, boss, with your strength, why do you still call someone else Go? Aside from Sister Bing, who else in this group could be your opponent? Qin Tian suddenly turns around, his fierce gaze silencing the group of little brothers. Listen closely. Gu Xing is my brother. From now on, whenever you see him, treat him like you would treat me. These little brothers know Qin Tian's character well. For him to say such a thing indicates that Gu Xing's strength must surpass his, and by a considerable margin. Understood. The group replies in unison, already engraving the name Gu Xing in their hearts. Just then, a harsh voice interrupts from the side. Oh, isn't this young Master Qin? Wang Ting struts over with a few lackeys, a mocking smile on his face. When did you take in a while, brother? Or is it that foolish one who dreams of entering the Beastmaster's sacred pool? He has received orders from the family ancestor to ensure that Gu Xing is thoroughly defeated at the new student ceremony. He has also received news that this orientation ceremony may see Gu Xing challenge all the new students single-handedly. Such a fool is not worth his disdain. The Beastmaster's sacred pool? Does a mere extraordinary-level individual even qualify? Whoosh! A green vine suddenly slices through the air, halting just inches from Wang Tong's throat. The massive figure of a war tree emerges behind Qin Tian, looming like a shadow. If you dare insult Xinggu again, Qin Tian's eyes glint with cold light. This vine will pierce right through your mouth. Wang Tong felt a cold sweat bead on his forehead, his mouth opening in silence as he dared not utter another word. Qin Tian was a man of his word. Moreover, in terms of strength and family background, he was slightly inferior to Qin Tian. His expression shifted repeatedly, ultimately turning into a grimace as he gritted his teeth and declared, "Let us go." As he turned, all his pent-up fury was directed towards the unfamiliar Gu Xing. Unable to defeat Qin Tian, could he not handle a mere clown who had ascended through ostentation? Although this was a special invitation from Long Jinghua to the assessment site, it implied that this individual had not even met the requirements for special admission prior to the entrance examination. Special admission? It merely indicated the awakening of a formidable talent. Talent alone does not suffice for controlling beasts. Could he truly be outdone by such a student? At this moment, Long Jinghua had already ascended the podium, recounting the history of the Zhenghua Academy. Yet his mental focus was fixated on the secretly infiltrating Gu Xing. Although he implied that Gu Xing should single-handedly challenge all the new students, he had no intention of forcing these students into combat against Gu Xing. How Gu Xing would compel over 1,000 new students to willingly engage was also a critically important test. Besides Long Jinghua, this training ground was under the scrutiny of several king-level beastmasters. They were equally curious about what abilities this young lad possessed to audaciously propose such a request to enter the sacred beast pool. Now, let us invite the representative of the new students, Ying Bing, to deliver a speech. Just as Ying Bing was about to rise, she caught a glimpse of a familiar figure stealthily approaching the podium out of the corner of her eye. A smile crept onto her lips as she halted her steps. "Please, the representative of the new students, come to the stage." The host called out again. However, the anticipated Ying Bing did not appear. Instead, a lithe figure leapt onto the podium. In the astonished gaze of the staff, Gu Xing snapped his fingers. Boom! The resplendent golden divine fire erupted, and an 8-winged angel unfurled its dazzling wings, hovering in midair, illuminating the entire podium as if it were a sacred altar. Gu Xing's fingers swept across the assembly of new students, his voice, imbued with mental force, resonated in every corner. "Pardon my frankness. Who among you present is worthy of being called the first among new students, aside from myself?" A mocking smirk graced his lips. Could it be that all of you present are mere trash? A stunned silence enveloped the crowd, followed by an eruption of uproar akin to a tsunami. Who the hell is this guy? I can't take it anymore. I must take him down today. We're the staff. Hurry and drag this lunatic away. Among the crowd, Ying Bing could no longer maintain her icy demeanor upon hearing Gu Xing's words. She burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Qin Tian silently gave Gu Xing a thumbs up from the stage. As expected of Brother Xing, he knows how to play the game. The senior students in the stand were collectively dumbfounded. What the hell? This new student is extraordinary. This will incite everyone's wrath. He won't be beaten to a pulp, will he? Wait, could this be the Gu Xing everyone has been talking about? At that moment, Tang Xinro, gripping Gu Qianqian's sleeve, was visibly excited. "Qianqian, my husband, my husband." Gu Qianqian's lips twitched incessantly. Is this really my obedient little brother? Long Jinghua gazed at the audacious Gu Xing on the podium, nearly pulling out his beard in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Gu Xing would provoke the entire assembly in such a manner. Yet, the outcome seemed surprisingly effective. However, just as the new students were on the verge of an outburst, Gu Xing suddenly made a gesture for pause. "My apologies, I misspoke." He flashed an innocent smile. And in the moment everyone exhaled in relief, he swiftly turned his finger towards the stands, his voice suddenly rising. "What I meant to say is, including all the seniors in stands, you are all worthless." Chapter 57. The entrance examination. The crowd erupts. Silence. An absolute silence enveloped the entire venue. The new students gaped, their mouths agape, while the senior students in the stands rose in unison. If the previous commotion was merely a disturbance in the new student area, now the entire training ground was in an uproar. This batch of new students is extraordinary. By heavens, if we don't beat him until he can't walk, it'll be a clean sweep. "Principal, aren't you going to intervene?" Long Jinghua held his forehead, both exasperated and amused. This kid had directly ignited the flames of war among the seniors. However, upon further reflection, proving one's worth should not be confined to competing with peers. Intriguing. Long Jinghua narrowed his eyes, not only refraining from stopping it, but instead waving his hand, casting a barrier over the entire training ground. Simultaneously, the staff's voice echoed through the loudspeakers. After careful consideration by the school authorities, in light of Gu Xing's atrocious behavior, all individuals within the barrier are permitted to act freely. No sooner had the words left his mouth than this extraordinary staff member dashed out of the barrier. How ridiculous! Thousands of enraged, prodigious students, one misstep, and he would be caught in the crossfire. Gu Xing gazed down at the densely packed, furious classmates who seemed ready to devour him whole, instinctively swallowing hard. Although he had confidence in Liu Li's strength, under the scrutiny of so many furious eyes, he would not feel apprehensive. However, aside from the crowd of classmates glaring at him, several figures swiftly leapt onto the high platform, aligning beside Gu Xing, Shen Ruoxue, Ying Bing, Qin Tian, Gu Qianqian, and Tang Xinro. "Brother Xing, I give you full march for this maneuver." Qin Tian grinned widely, the war tree people standing behind him like sentinels. "But let's set a limit. I can only hold back 3 to 5 extraordinary level beastmasters." Ying Bing's expression was solemn. Though she was stronger than Qin Tian, there were still many extraordinary third-tier and even fourth-tier seniors present. She was uncertain how many she could hold off. Nevertheless, she would do her utmost to assist Gu Xing. Yet, the followers behind Qin Tian did not share such robust mental fortitude. Gazing at the menacing classmates ahead, their legs trembled like leaves. "Tian Gu, are we going to be beaten to death?" "Death seems unlikely, what with the principal around. But I feel like we won T escape without injuries." "Don't worry. The school has a healing team. We won T die." You saying that only makes me more anxious. However, some were exhilarated by the scene. At that moment, Tang Xinro's face was filled with excitement. "Husband, this is thrilling. I love you." The gazes of Liu Li, Ying Bing, and Shen Ruoxue instantly locked onto her. She was joking. Gu Qianqian dashed forward, covering her friend's mouth tightly and dragging her to a corner. Her gentle eyes now glinted with a chilling light, and in a low voice laced with unprecedented murderous intent, she warned Tang Xinro, "If you dare speak again, I will kill you." Startled by this sudden intensity, Tang Xinro nodded fervently like a chick pecking at grains. "Xing, what are your plans? With just this few, it seems a bit difficult to contend with these thousands of students." Gu Qianqian had already phrased it conservatively. In reality, it was not merely difficult. It was an outright crushing disparity in strength. Even if Gu Xing were exceptionally strong, with this many people, they could bury him under sheer numbers. Moreover, Gu Qianqian's gaze swept across several exceptionally powerful seniors in the front row, her heart sinking. Those extraordinary fifth-tier monsters, though merely watching with their arms crossed, exuded an oppressive aura that made it hard to breathe. Not to mention the dozens of extraordinary third-tier and fourth-tier experts below. Each one was a top talent in any other academy, and her brother had just offended all of them. Yet, Gu Xing unexpectedly stepped forward, shielding everyone behind him. "Please refrain from intervening. This is my assessment promise to Principal Long. It is imperative that I complete it on my own." However, Shen Ruoxue wished to voice her concerns, but her words were silenced by Gu Xing's raised hand. "Rest assured, I never undertake endeavors without confidence. Upon uttering this, Gu Xing's gaze swept across the swarming students, and he spoke coolly. Junlin. A silvery radiance blossomed in Gu Xing's eyes, and an imperial aura enveloped the entire arena. With Lu Li's current attributes, her seraphim form possessed sufficient attack power to dominate any student. Thus, in terms of offense, Lu Li was already formidable. Yet, defensively, while the divine protection could completely negate a single attack, the sheer number of students present posed a significant threat. In the chaos, a single misstep could lead to Lu Li's downfall. Therefore, he would compensate for her defense. Grant, protect. A blue shield instantly enveloped Lu Li's exterior. Additionally, the flames of the seraphim surged forth, forming a second fiery barrier. Satisfied, Gu Xing nodded. For standard attacks, the outermost flame shield would suffice. Even if a few strikes breached this shield, his protective barrier would stand firm. Sister Bing, are we truly abstaining from assistance? Qin Tian whispered behind Gu Xing. Ying Bing paused, her gaze drawn to the celestial being hovering above. She recalled the fear exuded by Ying Jia and Xian Shuang Bing Huang in the presence of that angel. No need. I have faith in him. With Ying Bing's unwavering conviction, Qin Tian reluctantly stepped back. Although uncertain of the source of her trust, he could only watch as Gu Xing advanced alone towards the ominous crowd. Quite bold. Wang Ting pushed through the throng, a sinister smile etched upon his face. If Ying Bing and her companions were to aid you, it might pose a challenge, yet you dare approach us alone? While we cannot slay you here, we can certainly leave you severely weakened, and I trust Principal Long would remain indifferent. Wang Teng's followers echoed his sentiments. Indeed, how dare you label us as useless? Today, we shall see what emboldens you to utter such words. A flicker of coldness passed through Gu Xing's eyes. He had been searching for a suitable target, and now someone had boldly stepped forward. This was precisely what he desired. Liu Li, engaja. With Gu Xing's command, Liu Li erupted in a blaze of crimson golden light. Her 8 wings unfurled in full, her seraphim form fully unleashed. A crimson golden fireball descended from the heavens, striking precisely at Wang Teng's location. Wang Teng, a first-tier beastmaster, did not even have time to react before being obliterated. The arena fell into a stunned silence. Gu Xing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his silver eyes surveying the dazed crowd. Shall we continue? Chapter 58. One against thousands, a startling display. With a thud, Wang Teng collapsed to the ground, his face frozen in disbelief. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though his grandmother was beckoning him. This is impossible, he stammered, his lips trembling as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. His beast, a peak epic tier entity, was also at the first tier level. How could this be? How could he be so effortlessly defeated? No one paid heed to the crumbling Wang Teng. The remaining freshmen regarded Gu Xing with grave expressions. Wang Teng ranked among the top 20 of the new students, yet he had been utterly vanquished without a hint of resistance. This implied that even if they took the stage, their fate would not differ much from his. In that moment, all present were frozen in place, none daring to advance. Meanwhile, several seasoned 5th-tier students observing from the sidelines exchanged glances. Their superior strength allowed them to discern more about Gu Xing's capabilities. The strength exhibited by that angel was on par with 5th-tier prowess, even suggesting a tendency to surpass it. The corners of their mouths twitched. A first-tier individual wielding 5th-tier strength was no wonder Gu Xing had proposed entering the sacred beast pool to the principal. However, this newcomer had not only provoked the freshmen, but also challenged them, the veterans. If they did not ensure this newcomer faced some adversity, how could they establish their authority? Soon, an unspoken agreement formed among them. Gu Xing must not be permitted to pass this assessment. Beyond the barrier, Long Jinghua had anticipated Gu Xing's strength and was aware that the angel's qualifications were of mythic caliber. If he could not effortlessly defeat an epic-tier beast, there would be cause for concern. However, his gaze remained fixated on Gu Xing's eyes. This talent had never been recorded in the annals of Long Xia Kingdom's history. As he gazed into those silver eyes, he sensed an underlying threat. It is known that he stood at the pinnacle of humanity. The apex of kingship represented the ultimate limit for mankind. Yet even in such a position, he could still feel a hint of danger. How formidable must Gu Xing's talent be? At this moment, after initial hesitation, the freshmen reached a consensus. He stands alone, while we number in the thousands. Can a single beast truly vanquish us all? Indeed, if we act in unison, even if his beast possesses 3 heads and 6 arms, it cannot withstand our combined might. Everyone, do not hesitate. Follow my instructions and strike together. The ranged beasts will attack in 3 seconds, and the melee beasts will join in once the ranged assault concludes. Observing a student emerging to orchestrate the offensive, Gu Xing could not help but admire their aptitude. Truly, they were gifted enough to gain admission to the National Academy. While initially taken aback by his strength, they swiftly organized their assault. However, sheer numbers might prove effective against typical beasts, yet for Lu Li, who currently boasted 2 layers of shields, it was utterly futile. The ranged beast attacks crashed against Lu Li's fiery shield, creating not even a ripple. They could not even breach the first layer of protection. Yet Gu Xing felt immense frustration. Given Lu Li's current attributes, should she exert herself even slightly, these extraordinary beasts would either be slain or grievously injured. Moreover, many of these beasts remained in their awakening stages. They would not merely suffer from a direct hit from Lu Li's attacks. Even a grazing blow would result in severe injury. This was not a battlefield. It was merely an assessment. If her actions resulted in the serious injury or death of a beast, Lu Li found herself in a dilemma. Although she could easily eliminate these beasts, achieving merely to incapacitate without killing them amidst 1,000 would be an exceedingly arduous task. Lu Li's restraint seemed to embolden the crowd. Do not give up. The melee beasts must launch another wave of attacks. That beast hesitates to retaliate due to a significant flaw in its defensive skills. In an instant, an array of energy attacks poured down upon the seraphim like a torrential rain. Qin Tian, witnessing this scene, stomped his feet in frustration. Sister Bing, what is Gu Xing waiting for? Just enduring the attacks without striking back. How can we win? Ying Bing's brow furrowed slightly as she too pondered Gu Xing's inaction. Logically, with Gu Xing's strength, this group of beasts should be easily dispatched. Wait, suddenly, Ying Bing comprehended the reason. Gu Xing harbored disdain for this group of classmates, fearing they would be unable to withstand his onslaught. The upperclassmen gradually sensed something amiss. What was up with this fellow? Why did he not retaliate against the new students? Observing his effortless defense, they speculated about his offensive capabilities. Weak? Are you unaware that the Angel clan is undeniably an attack-oriented beastmaster? Yet, the assaults from these newcomers could not breach his defenses. They felt unreliable. This could not continue. We must join in. We cannot allow this kid to continue his showboating. Soon, all the upperclassmen entered the fray, leaving only a few extraordinary 5th-tier beastmasters on the sidelines. What do you say? A 5th-tier beastmaster with a buzz cut, his eyes ablaze with battle intent, turned to inquire of his companions. Let us take him on together. That angel stood firm against so many skills without retreating an inch. Clearly, we have not yet reached the limits of that angel. Let us add fuel to the fire. Agreed, I have long wanted to test my skills against this newcomer. I am eager to see just how strong he truly is. As these 5th-tier beastmasters joined the battlefield, the fiery aura surrounding Lu Li finally exhibited slight fluctuations. Even with her current attributes, enduring the sustained attacks of thousands of beastmasters began to take its toll. It's working. As the effectiveness of their assault became evident, excitement flickered in the eyes of the students. If we can shatter the Angel's fiery shield, victory will be ours. Everyone give it your all. The attacks surged once more. Crack! Accompanied by the crisp sound of shattering, the shield constructed from the fiery aura finally crumbled. The students erupted into cheers, but their jubilant cries were abruptly stifled in their throats. A radiant azure barrier, even more splendid than the fiery shield, stood resolute in the aftermath of the shattered flames. How is this possible? Are you kidding me? Why is there still another shield? Despair was etched across the faces of the students. They had already exhausted their strength to breach the first shield, and now a stronger barrier awaited them. At this moment, Gu Xing made up his mind. He believed that with Long Zhengguo present, there was no possibility of these students coming to harm. Lu Li, he raised his right hand, his voice resonating throughout the arena. Fire domain. In an instant, the air within the barrier seemed ignited, the temperature soaring at an astonishing rate. In the void, crimson gold fire lotuses blossomed in succession, each petal exuding a chilling aura of destruction. Gu Xing's choice to unleash the fire domain was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but rather a result of careful contemplation. From Lu Li's various skills, it was evident that this little angel was an ultimate single-target beast. In the face of a siege by thousands, Lu Li's seraphim form and apocalyptic angel form offered little assistance. Thus, Gu Xing directly commanded Lu Li to utilize the fire domain. One reason was that the fire domain appeared to be Lu Li's sole area of effect attack skill. Another reason was his profound curiosity about the true strength of a skill that bore the term domain. Outside the barrier, Long Zhenghua suddenly stood upright. He gazed at the crimson gold flames coalescing into a domain within the barrier, his pupils narrowing in shock. How is this possible? Merely an extraordinary domain has breached the threshold of the domain. Though this was only a nascent form, it was important to note that Gu Xing had only just entered the extraordinary realm. If he were to continue refining this domain as his level increased, Long Zhenghua could scarcely imagine the heights this youth might attain. Perhaps he could truly transcend the curse of humanity. Within the barrier, time seemed to stand still. Thousands of students looked up, terror-stricken, at the slowly rotating crimson gold fire lotuses in the void. Is this truly a skill that can be wielded by an extraordinary level individual? Damn it, why do I sense the breath of death emanating from that fire lotus? This is not right. This seems to be the domain of a commanding level beast master. Domain? What nonsense is this? He is only extraordinary first tier. The expressions of several fifth-tier beast masters were equally grim. They had done their utmost to overestimate Gu Xing's strength. Yet reality revealed that their conjectures were but the tip of the iceberg. What manner of monster is this? The buzzcut fifth-tier beast master swallowed hard. He had completely abandoned any thoughts of contending with Gu Xing. Their strengths were simply not on the same level. Gazing at the terrifying fire lotuses suspended in the air, he had a premonition that even the slightest touch would incinerate his beast to ash. Let go. This is unwinnable. At this moment, the other fifth-tier beast masters shared the same sentiment. Within the school, if one's beast were to suffer severe injury, or even death, it would not be worth the risk. As several fifth-tier beast masters relinquished their resistance, the remaining students also surrendered en masse. If there had been even a glimmer of hope for victory, they would have fought to the bitter end. But now, there was no sight of triumph in the horizon. Gu Xing, observing the students capitulating, raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had initially intended to launch an attack to test the prowess of this domain. After all, with Long Zhenghua present, nothing could possibly go wrong. Yet, the moment the domain was unleashed, everyone surrendered. This caught Gu Xing completely off guard. However, securing victory in this assessment was sufficient. He waved his hand, signaling the little girl to dismiss the domain. The domain was still too taxing for Lu Li at this stage. The fact that she was able to successfully utilize it was already a stroke of luck. Maintaining it for an extended period would be an immense burden on her. A hint of fatigue flickered in her lively eyes. While it appeared she had done nothing in this battle, accurately defending against the attacks of thousands of beast masters had drained her mental energy tremendously. Liu Li, you've worked hard. She needed to recover as swiftly as possible in that moment. Meanwhile, Qin Tian, standing behind Gu Xing, was utterly dumbfounded. He stiffly turned to look at Ying Bing. Sister Bing, have you noticed? I feel as though Brother Xing has already entered a realm entirely separate from ours. Upon hearing this, Ying Bing also fell into a moment of contemplation. She recalled the time they had jointly participated in the Abyss-level trial, where she could sense that Gu Xing was stronger than her, yet she still felt there was a chance to catch up. But now, for reasons unknown, the gap between her and Gu Xing seemed to be widening exponentially. Gu Qianxian, likewise, gazed thoughtfully at Gu Xing's silhouette. Her younger brother had now completely surpassed her, reaching heights she could only look up to. Sister, Tang Xin Rose suddenly approached Gu Qianxian's side. Sister Qianxian, please, I beg you, introduce your brother to me. I have been utterly captivated by him. Gu Qianxian initially intended to reprimand her, but upon seeing the earnestness in Tang Xin Rose's eyes, the words of refusal stuck in her throat. She understood her best friend's personality. Despite her usually carefree demeanor and penchant for jokes, when she became serious, it indicated genuine intent. Her lips twitched, and she cast a glance at her brother. So far, she had noticed 3 girls enamored with her brother. Wait, she also recalled that little angel. The anxious expression she wore suggested she too harbored similar feelings. For girls, just the thought of it made Gu Qianxian feel a headache coming on. Xin Ro, although you are my close friend, I will not interfere with whom little Xing favors. If you truly can be together, I would still wish to bless you. At the very least, Gu Xing did not outright refuse. However, it seemed her brother had quite a few competitors. Just moments ago, Gu Xing had observed that when she uttered the words, "I will not interfere with whom Xiao Xing likes," both girls simultaneously released a sigh of relief. However, who decreed that one could only have a single girlfriend? If one cannot be the principal partner, is it not permissible to assume the role of concubine? At this moment, Gu Xing was entirely oblivious to the fact that a girl had already taken an interest in him. His focus was solely on Long Jinghua. According to Long Jinghua, he had already demonstrated his worth, but whether he could enter the sacred beast pool was beyond his control. Nonetheless, he must go to the sacred beast pool. The recent battle had made him realize that relying solely on Liuli as his beast was far too inadequate. Long Jinghua, sensing the boy's fervent gaze, couldn't help but chuckle. Did this lad think he would break his promise? Did he truly lack credibility? I approve Gu Xing's entry into the sacred beast pool. Who dares to oppose? Chapter 60. Renowned throughout the school, the sacred pool opens. As Long Jinghua's words echoed, the entire venue fell into a profound silence. The royal-level beast-tamers, who were closely observing this assessment, understood that Long Jinghua's statement was directed at them. Yet, in this moment, who would dare voice an objection? Gu Xing's earlier performance had already spoken volumes. The young man, with his extraordinary first-tier prowess, had decisively subdued over 1,000 peers of the same rank. More importantly, Long Jinghua's stance was unmistakably clear. He was determined to support Gu Xing unconditionally. The several royal-level beast-tamers exchanged glances, ultimately opting for silence. They were all too familiar with the principal's temperament. Any dissent at this juncture would likely result in immediate suppression. As for the students present, they had long been completely enamored by Gu Xing's display. He had single-handedly faced off against a multitude. With his extraordinary first-tier strength, he had nearly taken on half of the school. Who among them possessed the right to dissent? Long Jinghua's piercing gaze swept across the assembly, and upon seeing no one daring to speak, he tempered his imposing aura. Turning to Gu Xing, his voice held a note of authority. "The sacred beast pool shall open for you tomorrow." Gu Xing nodded solemnly. Once he entered the sacred pool, the slumbering second beast would awaken completely. 2 mythic-level beasts. His strength would undoubtedly undergo a transformative leap. He then turned to facing Bing and Shun Ruoxue, both of whom regarded him with complex expressions. They recognized that the chasm between them and Gu Xing was widening. As for the succubus, the moment Gu Xing's gaze swept past her, she lowered her head in embarrassment, striving to diminish her presence. Reflecting on her past actions, she felt utterly ashamed. "Xingge!" Qin Tian's followers suddenly chorused, bowing in unison at a 90-degree angle. The instigator, Qin Tian, gazed at Gu Xing with eager anticipation, clearly hoping for praise. Gu Xing's lips twitched slightly, but he ultimately nodded in resignation. After all, it was Qin Tian's heartfelt gesture, navigating through the crowd. His eyes finally locked onto the familiar figure of Gu Qianqian standing not far away, her face adorned with a proud smile. This was her brother. Simultaneously, the news of Gu Xing's extraordinary feat of challenging the entire school single-handedly swept through the academy like a tempest. Did you hear? A new student single-handedly took on the whole school. Single-handedly against the entire school? You must be joking. Is there any doubt? That newcomer has already secured entry into the sacred beast pool. Wow. I remember that several of our school's top geniuses have sought entry into the sacred beast pool multiple times without approval. The newcomers are simply terrifying. Before long, the following day arrived. "Xiao Xing, what do you think of the girls around you?" Suddenly confronted by this question from his sister, Gu Xing felt a twitch in his lips. How should he perceive them? Could he simply look at them? However, upon catching the earnest gaze of his sister, he replied, "Sister, I am currently focused solely on becoming stronger. Matters of romance are not on my mind." Gu Qianqian nodded in understanding. She had a fondness for Ying Bing and Shun Ruoxue. As for her close friend Tang Xinro, she was carefree. Emotional wounds mattered little to her. Regarding the other two girls, if Gu Xing chose either, the one left behind would likely suffer greatly. Currently, Gu Xing's indecision seemed the optimal outcome. Sigh. Gu Xing shook his head, casting aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind. He had no time to dwell on such matters. Awakening the nature spirit was his utmost priority. Everything else would have to wait. Meanwhile, within the beast space, Liuli glared at the suspended green cocoon above the fountain of life, gritting her teeth. As she watched the increasing number of suitors surrounding her master, she had spent the previous day perusing various human love stories. Now, she had come to grasp a new term, green tea. This nature spirit was indeed green. She epitomized the green tea archetype. The definition of green tea was someone who was exceptionally endearing. This nature spirit, even before awakening, had completely captured her master's attention. How infuriating! The poor tree of life, though unable to speak, trembled slightly, clearly expressing its helplessness. In the external world, Gu Xing had arrived at the designated location. He stood before the ancient teleportation array. Intricate runes beneath his feet, radiating a soft blue glow. This was one of the entrances to the sacred beast pool. The sacred beast pool did not exist in this world, nor in the alternate realm, but rather in the interstice between the two. It could only be accessed via a teleportation array. Humans had discovered 3 sacred beast pools, leading to the establishment of the 3 major forces: Longxia Kingdom, the Church, and the Council. 4 royal-level powerhouses. This was practically their sole avenue for ascending in rank. After all, once one reached this echelon, leveling up through hunting demon clans became exceedingly arduous. Yet, the energy produced by the sacred pool each year was extremely limited, prompting fierce competition even among royal-level experts. Thus, those beast-tamers hailing from prestigious families were vehemently opposed to an extraordinary newcomer gaining entry to the sacred beast pool. As Gu Xing pondered, he heard steady footsteps approaching. Long Jinghua arrived with his hands clasped behind his back, his robes billowing gently in the morning breeze. "You must have gathered the basic information regarding the sacred beast pool?" Gu Xing nodded, having specifically reviewed the materials the previous night. "Excellent. Now that you comprehend the purpose of the sacred beast pool, you understand its significance. You must cherish this opportunity." With that, he tossed a weathered bronze token to Gu Xing. Gu Xing caught it, feeling its weight. Intricate dragon patterns were etched upon its surface. If you encounter other royal-level individuals in the sacred pool, present this token. Otherwise, they may expel you. After delivering this caution, Long Jinghua waved his robe, and a water-blue spatial door gradually unfolded before them. "Go forth." Gu Xing took a deep breath and bowed deeply to Long Jinghua. His respect for the elder was genuine. Were it not for this man bearing the brunt of all the pressure and forcibly granting him entry into the sacred beast pool, he would never have awakened the nature spirit at the extraordinary level. As for Long Jinghua's advice to seize this opportunity, the sacred pool could not only elevate a royal-level beast-tamer's rank. The immense energy contained within had a certain probability of enhancing the aptitude of extraordinary-level beasts. Rising to his feet, Gu Xing's eyes brimmed with determination. He turned and stepped into the light curtain, his figure instantly consumed by the dazzling radiance. Chapter 61. Encountering Wei Yuan again. The myth returns. As the blinding light dissipated, Gu Xing found himself standing on a cloud platform imbued with a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues. Beneath my feet lies a crystalline floor, shimmering with a translucent brilliance, revealing the flowing liquid energy beneath. This is the purest essence of nature, condensed into the sacred waters of the holy pool. Is this the Beastmaster holy pool? Gu Xing gazes in awe at the scene before him. The entire space resembles a celestial paradise, with a massive pool radiating golden light. A newly arrived monarch level? No, wait. This mental energy is extraordinary. Since when could extraordinary levels enter the holy pool? Dispel him. A few monarch-level powerhouses took notice of Gu Xing's presence and began to murmur among themselves. One elder in a red robe raised his hand, poised to expel Gu Xing from the holy pool space. Just as the elder's spiritual energy was about to reach Gu Xing, a commanding voice thundered, "Stop!" The water's surface in the center of the holy pool surged violently, and a towering figure appeared beside Gu Xing, the gust of wind dispersing the elder's energy waves. Gu Xing turned, his pupils contracting. "Commander Wei?" Standing before him was none other than Wei Yuan, the highest commander of the Southern Military District. However, Wei Yuan appeared somewhat puzzled. Wasn't he Gu Xing at the extraordinary level? Why was he here? Gu Xing quickly understood and succinctly recounted the assessments set by Long Jinghua. Upon hearing that one person suppressed over 1,000 of the same level, a rare look of astonishment crossed Wei Yuan's usually stern face. While he was aware of Gu Xing's strength and talent, he never anticipated Gu Xing would be this formidable. Gu Xing's success in overcoming the abyss-level trial had indeed been a significant help to him. Additionally, upon learning that Gu Xing had not been specially recruited into the university, he took it upon himself to write a personal recommendation letter and send it to various universities' admissions offices. His intention was to provide Gu Xing with certain advantages. Little did he expect that Gu Xing would not only gain substantial benefits, but would also qualify for entry into the Holy Pool. Thank you, Commander Wei, for the recommendation letter you wrote back then. Gu Xing understood that without Wei Yuan's endorsement, he could never have attracted Long Jinggua's personal attention for special recruitment, let alone agree to such outrageous conditions. Wei Yuan, however, shook his head, his expression reflecting admiration. If your talent were insufficient, you would not have been able to gain these benefits. This is all a result of your own efforts. However, the individuals here are not particularly friendly, so stay close to me. Gu Xing nodded. He had sensed that the monarch-level beast masters here were indeed unfriendly. With a mere disagreement, they would expel him from the Holy Pool. Being near Wei Yuan was certainly much safer. Who is this connection? An extraordinary level entering the Holy Pool is one thing, but Wei Yuan is personally protecting him. Yet, what good does it do for an extraordinary level to enter the Holy Pool? Can he absorb the energy here? That is indeed the case. He would obediently withdraw later. Several sarcastic voices echoed from the edge of the Holy Pool. Wei Yuan's expression turned icy, his sharp gaze cutting through them, silencing their banter instantly. If Long Jinggua is recognized as the strongest in Longxia Kingdom, then Wei Yuan and the heads of the other 3 military districts are undoubtedly his equals. These newly initiated monarch-level beast masters lacked even the right to breathe loudly in Wei Yuan's presence. Leave. However, the words spoken by those monarch-level individuals were not without merit. The energy of the Holy Pool grows increasingly violent towards the center. Given your current strength at this point, Wei Yuan carefully chose his words. It is best to let your beasts stay in the peripheral areas. This advice was exceedingly cautious. The reason the Holy Pool limits entry to those of the monarch level is not only due to their strategic value, but also because the energy of the Holy Pool requires at least a commander level to withstand. Even in the peripheral areas, an extraordinary level beast master could be seriously injured if they recklessly approached. Wei Yuan's suggestion stemmed entirely from his regard for Gu Xing's legendary beast. With such a legendary physique, perhaps it could endure in the periphery for a moment. Although the beasts could enter, the beast master themselves could not touch it until they awakened their domain. Gu Xing understood that Wei Yuan's words were entirely for his benefit, and he nodded solemnly. Subsequently, Gu Xing gradually approached the beast master Holy Pool. Only upon nearing did he realize that the liquid within the pool was gaseous, merely appearing liquid due to its high concentration. However, it was perhaps precisely this reason that allowed for the successful awakening of the nature spirit. After taking a deep breath, Gu Xing summoned the nature spirit and placed it into the beast master Holy Pool. The emerald light cocoon immediately erupted into a dazzling brilliance upon contact with the spiritual energy. The energy in the pool, as if summoned, rushed wildly towards the light cocoon, swiftly forming a small vortex of spiritual energy. The surrounding monarch-level beast masters gasped in astonishment at this scene. What is this beast? ISNT extraordinary level? Why is it absorbing the Holy Pool's energy so ferociously? This doesn't make sense. Even with legendary qualifications, it shouldn't be able to withstand such an energy impact at the extraordinary level, right? An extraordinary level beast shows no fear of the Holy Pool's ferocity? What kind of qualifications does this beast possess? Wei Yuan's eyes shone brightly, his mental energy sweeping over the nature spirit in an instant. The next moment, this battle-hardened general stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. A mythical level. After a moment of shock, Wei Yuan sprang into action, a pale blue barrier enveloping Gu Xing instantly. The first mythical level beast in human history. This discovery made his breath quicken. No wonder Long Jinggua agreed to let Gu Xing enter the Beastmaster Holy Pool. It was due to this mythical level beast. At this moment, all his attention was captivated by the nature spirit, the true treasure of humanity. However, at the edge of the Holy Pool, Gu Xing was recklessly pushing his limits. His entire focus was drawn to the Holy Pool, the life tree within the Beastmaster space swaying wildly, every leaf transmitting the same message. Go in. Hurry in. Such an intense urging left Gu Xing momentarily dazed. Wasn't he the extraordinary level prohibited from touching the holy pool? Yet, inexplicably, he slowly extended his finger and gently touched the pool water. To his surprise, the anticipated agony did not arrive. Instead, a sensation of indescribable bliss surged through his fingertips, as if countless pores were simultaneously bathed in sweet spring water. Even more astonishingly, the rampaging spiritual energy flowed towards him like returning swallows, continuously streaming through his meridians into the beast master space. Within his internal view, he saw the life tree greedily devouring the incoming spiritual energy, each leaf radiating an emerald luster. To his astonishment, Liuli also conveyed a strong desire within the beast master space. Gu Xing swallowed hard, stealing a glance at the still astonished Wei Yuan. Since Principal Long had made an exception to allow him in, surely absorbing a bit more shouldn't be a problem, right? Chapter 62, Nature Spirit. Mia Inkiz. Confirming once more that Wei Yuan had not noticed his actions, Gu Xing steeled his resolve. With a splash, Wei Yuan turned his head at the sound, only to find that Gu Xing's figure had vanished from the shore. Where'd he go? Looking at the bubbling holy pool, Wei Yuan instantly realized something. You reckless fool. He flashed to the shore, only to see bubbles surfacing on the water surface. However, Gu Xing, submerged at the bottom of the pool, felt not a trace of pain. Instead, he was overwhelmed with exhilaration. The pure spiritual power surged into his meridians like a tidal wave, nourishing his body while continuously flowing into the beast master space. Simultaneously, feeling Liuli's intense desire, Gu Xing summoned the little girl forth. The moment Liuli emerged from the beast master space, her gaze locked onto the nature spirit. Seeing it absorb the holy pool's energy with such vigor, her eyes widened in disbelief. I cannot be outdone by this green tea spirit. The moment the six-winged state instantaneously unfolded, two spirals of spiritual energy thunderously formed at the bottom of the pool. Simultaneously, the tree of life and the fountain of life within the Beastmaster's space exhibited an equally fierce response. A third spiral subsequently emerged. Witnessing the scene, Wei Yuan's calm demeanor could no longer be maintained. Three spirals of spiritual energy appeared simultaneously. What astonished him further was that Gu Xing seemingly possessed not just one, but two mythic-level beasts. Such creatures had never before graced human history, yet Gu Xing commanded two. A glimmer of envy flickered in Wei Yuan's gaze. He too desired a mythic-level beast. The rate at which Gu Xing absorbed energy was astonishingly comparable to that of two mythic-level beasts. As he beheld this spectacle, Wei Yuan's pupils constricted in disbelief. How could this be? The two mythic-level beasts absorbed energy from the sacred pool due to their extraordinary talents. Yet, why was Gu Xing, a mere human, able to absorb energy from the sacred pool without sustaining any harm? Outside the barrier, the energy of the sacred pool suddenly fluctuated violently. The concentration of spiritual power around them plummeted at a visibly rapid pace, awakening several king-level beast masters who had been cultivating. Wasn't he the one inside the barrier Wei Yuan? Had he broken through again? Impossible. Even Lord Wei Yuan could not absorb energy at such a speed. Could it be that extraordinary little fellow? Are you mad? An extraordinary being absorbing energy from the sacred pool? How can you even utter such words? Although they were dissatisfied, they dared not confront Wei Yuan. After silently muttering a few complaints, they could only quietly distance themselves from the scene. At this moment, Gu Xing was entirely absorbed in his beast master space. The fountain of life, originally less than a meter in size, had now expanded to several meters, brimming with astonishing vitality. The tree of life, standing as tall as a person, thrived with lush foliage. Its trunk significantly thickened, and every leaf shimmered with an emerald-like luster. Gradually, the absorption rate of both began to slow. It seemed they sensed Gu Xing's physical limits and voluntarily ceased their energy extraction. Continued absorption would impose an immense burden on Gu Xing's body. Nevertheless, even so, Wei Yuan was rendered speechless upon witnessing the energy Gu Xing had absorbed. It was enough to elevate a king-level beast master by at least 23 ranks. Though it may not sound like much, it was indeed 23 ranks at the king level. What rank was Gu Xing at now? Extraordinary. Yet, after devouring such vast amounts of energy, Gu Xing's rank had not increased. How peculiar. At this moment, the energy absorption of the nature spirit reached its conclusion. A crisp crack echoed from the green cocoon. Gu Xing's heart jolted. In the next moment, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the cocoon's surface. Moreover, he distinctly sensed the wave of consciousness emanating from within the cocoon. The second mythic-level beast had awakened. Finally, amidst Gu Xing's anticipatory gaze, the green cocoon erupted. In a cascade of light particles, a petite figure slowly emerged. Golden hair cascading down to her waist flowed like a waterfall. Her skin, akin to white jade, glimmered with a lustrous sheen under the light of the sacred pool. Most astonishing was her flawless, delicate visage. Indeed, the spirit was a favored child of the deities. Yet, Gu Xing's lips twitched slightly. This appeared to be merely a 7- or 8-year-old little girl. Master, the little spirit suddenly opened her eyes, her emerald pupils reflecting Gu Xing's image. Before he could react, a soft little body leaped into his embrace. The sweet call, paired with those big, glistening eyes, struck straight at Gu Xing's heart. Adorable! Gu Xing instinctively caught the pouting little one, unaware of the mischievous glint that flickered in her gaze. Nature Spirit Vera, qualification, Mythic 1-star. Mythic 2-star, level, Awakening Stage 1, Strength, 30, Constitution, 35, Spirit, 102, Speed, 42, Skills, Nature's Lament, Elven Sovereignty. Nature Domain, Beginner. Nature's Lament. Unlocks triple-linked calamities. Bone-corroding Vine Sea, Celestial Thunderfall. Earth Vein Siphon upon use. Elven Sovereignty. Triples the spirit attribute upon use and automatically refreshes the Nature's Lament skill. Nature Domain, Beginner upon activation. All skills gain Overload mode. Evolution. Heart of Nature. Fountain of Life. Earth Essence. When Gu Xing glimpsed Vera's attribute panel, his pupils abruptly constricted. The spirit attribute displayed an astonishing figure of 100. Terrifying, undoubtedly deserving of her mythic level qualification. He swallowed hard. It was worth noting that when Lu Li awakened, her average attributes were merely 30 points. Yet Vera's spirit attribute was 3 times that of Lu Li. Even more shocking was that after absorbing a massive amount of sacred pool energy, Vera's qualification had ascended from Mythic 1-star to Mythic 2-star. Lowering his gaze, the skill list made Gu Xing gasp in astonishment. Nature's Lament, Elven Sovereignty, Nature Domain. Each one was a formidable area of effect skill capable of wreaking havoc on the battlefield. Coupled with her powerful spirit attribute, she became a veritable battlefield harvester. The term battlefield meat grinder instantly flashed in Gu Xing's mind. If paired with abilities that ignore defenses, this little girl could single-handedly dominate a battlefield. Gu Xing looked down at the innocent and pure Vera in his arms. Who could have imagined that this little girl harbored world-destroying power within her? However, at present, her level remained too low. To truly unleash the potential of these skills, she must quickly elevate her rank to extraordinary. Gu Xing suddenly recalled the secret realm in the National Academy specifically designed for nurturing second beasts. He could consider visiting it. Vera gently nuzzled against Gu Xing's chest, her verdant eyes fixated intently on Lu Li not far away. Master's mind. Meanwhile, Chapter 63, Mythic 3 stars. Liu Li's Alabation. Under Gu Xing's watchful gaze, Lu Li's qualification upgrade also neared its conclusion. The crimson gold sacred flame gradually receded, and the divine patterns on her 6 wings flowed as if alive. When the last trace of energy perfectly integrated into her body, Lu Li slowly opened her dazzling golden eyes. However, the first sight that met her gaze caused her pupils to contract sharply. There, in Gu Xing's embrace, a beast was proudly sticking out its tongue at her. To make matters worse, it deliberately rubbed against Gu Xing, appearing to relish the moment. This green tea spirit, Liu Li's lips wisha uncontrollably. She clenched her fists tightly, yet found herself powerless against this scheming spirit. Her disguise was far too convincing. This spirit had been in slumber for over 1,000 years, yet she had chosen to present herself in the form of a child. Watching Vera flaunt her dominance in her master's embrace, Lu Li felt her earlier joy at her qualification breakthrough dissipate entirely. She had merely awoken a tad later and had her home stolen. Meanwhile, Gu Xing's attention was wholly focused on Lu Li's attribute panel, entirely oblivious to the subtle interactions between his beasts. Holy Angel, Lu Li, qualification, Mythic 3-star, level, Extraordinary Stage 1, Strength, 1220 Constitution, 1210 Spirit, 1200 Speed, 1230 Skills, Seraphim Form, Apocalyptic Angel Form, Heavenly Fire Domain, Beginner, Evolution, Angelic Divine Blood, Radiant Divine Crystal, Ultimate Fire. Gu Xing meticulously scrutinized the attribute panel, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes. This qualification enhancement had not only propelled Luli up 2 stars, but her foundational attributes had surged by 200 points. Under the enhancement of the Seraphim form, the actual amplification reached an astonishing 400 points. The attributes of the extraordinary first tier have already surpassed those of the once formidable third-tier Miller, Gu Xing murmured to himself. Yet upon recalling Miller's father, a peak king-level battle angel, his brow furrowed slightly. With his current strength, attempting to forcefully breach the angelic clan's stronghold to rescue someone would be akin to throwing an egg against a stone. Master, Luli gently tugged at his sleeve, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. At that moment, Gu Xing was engrossed in his own plans, oblivious to the little girl's downcast mood, and habitually ruffled her hair. By the way, Luli, Gu Xing suddenly remembered something and cradled the nature spirit in his arms. This is Wei La. She will be our new companion from now on. As Wei La was presented before Luli, she immediately beamed with a pure smile, her big eyes fluttering as she sweetly greeted, "Hello, Sister Luli." As she uttered these words, Wei La playfully blinked her large eyes. Luli's lips twitched imperceptibly, but under Gu Xing's expectant gaze, she could only muster a strained smile. "Hello, Green Wei La." The last word was almost squeezed out through clenched teeth. Just a mere green tea spirit. Just wait. Gu Xing looked on contentedly at the harmonious interaction between the two, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, rumors should not always be taken at face value. It had been said that multiple summoned beasts would vie for affection, but it seemed that was far from the case. His 2 summoned beasts were truly affectionate. One was an 8-winged seraph, the other a millennial-old nature spirit, and with this prodigious master, he had no doubt that in due time, Gu Xing's achievements would undoubtedly surpass his own. Upon returning to the academy, he found that Long Jinghua had already departed. It was still early. Gu Xing glanced at the sky, his gaze resting on Wei La within the summoned beast space. The awakened first tier was indeed too low, unable to fully unleash the true power of the nature spirit. It was time to elevate her level. The awakening secret realm of the Zhenghua Academy was bustling with people. Newly enrolled students were queuing to enter. This special realm, dedicated to nurturing a second summoned beast, was lively and vibrant. When Gu Xing and Luli appeared, the entire square fell silent for a moment before erupting into a chorus of murmurs. "Look, it's that Gu Xing who single-handedly challenged half the academy. The fierce one who took on half the school. Is he here to awaken his second summoned beast? Could it be another monstrous existence like that angel? No way. Do you think beasts as strong as that angel are as common as cabbages?" Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Gu Xing strode directly towards Ying Bing and her group. "Xinggu." Qin Tian was the first to spot him, waving excitedly. Ying Bing also nodded slightly, but when her gaze inadvertently met Gu Xing's, her heart skipped a beat. She couldn't contract a second summoned beast and had no need for one. She didn't even know why she was here. At that moment, Qin Tian suddenly spoke up, capturing everyone's attention. "Xinggu, have you contracted your second summoned beast?" This question immediately piqued everyone's interest, and even Ying Bing couldn't help but glance back at Gu Xing. After all, the power of Gu Xing's first summoned beast was well known. They were all curious about what Gu Xing's second summoned beast might be. Gu Xing smiled calmly and raised his hand to summon the nature spirit Wei La. The little one obediently bowed slightly, saying, "Hello everyone, I am Wei La." The crowd, seeing such an adorable creature, instantly felt an affection for her. However, at that moment, a harsh voice interrupted from the side. "Summoned beasts are meant for battle. What use is there in merely being cute?" Upon hearing this voice, Qin Tian immediately turned his head in anger. There stood Wang Tung, arms crossed. Beside him squatted a dragon lizard engulfed in flames. Qin Tian frowned slightly upon seeing the summoned beast, and then turned to whisper in Gu Xing's ear, "Xinggu, be careful. This summoned beast is not simple. I heard that his family spent a fortune to acquire this dragon lizard, said to possess dragon bloodline." "Dragon bloodline?" Gu Xing raised an intrigued eyebrow. Molten Lava, Dragon Lizard, Qualities, Legendary 7 stars, Level, Awakening First Tier, Strength, 35, Constitution, 31, Mentality, 28, Speed, 34, Skills, Dragon Flame Breath, Scale Armor Defense. Gu Xing quickly scanned the attribute panel, his lips twitching slightly. An average of around 30 points in attributes. Was this what was meant by Dragon Bloodline? Compared to the former Lu Li, it paled significantly. At that moment, Wang Tung held his chin high, his face brimming with pride. He remembered his father's grand proclamation. With this dragon lizard contracted, my son Wang Tung will surely possess the qualities of an emperor. He had just reached the extraordinary level yesterday and had not yet had the chance to contract this summoned beast. It was merely an epic-level summoned beast, which was why he had made a fool of himself at the opening ceremony. But now it was time to redeem himself. Wang Tung clenched his fists in secret. Though he couldn't claim that his dragon lizard could rival that freakish angel, dealing with this little spirit that could only be cute was a different story. He cast a disdainful glance at Wei La, who was innocently blinking her large eyes. A cold smile crept across Wang Tung's lips. This time, I am certain to win. Chapter 64. What? Entering the secret realm. Watching the self-satisfied Wang Tung, Gu Xing found it hard to contain himself. If it weren't for his ability to discern the attributes of summoned beasts, he might have been fooled. Dragon bloodline? Gu Xing shook his head inwardly. If it were a pure dragon bloodline, it would be worth considering, but this lizard barely had a connection to it. Best to leave it be. However, at that moment, Wang Tung was completely immersed in the flattery of the surrounding students. If I am not mistaken, that one beside Wang Tung is the legendary top-quality molten lava dragon lizard. I heard the Wang family nearly used all their connections to acquire this summoned beast. With such a powerful summoned beast, it seems Wang Tung aims to break the record in this awakening secret realm and obtain the principal's reward. Hearing these discussions, Gu Xing felt a bit perplexed. What record? What reward? As a newcomer, he was still not well acquainted with many rules of the Zhenghua Academy. Xingge, look over there. Qin Tian timely pointed towards the entrance of the secret realm, where a stone tablet recorded the best achievements of past years. Gu Xing followed Qin Tian's finger and saw an ancient stone tablet inscribed with gilded letters. First place, Qin Shushua, 9 hours 15 minutes. Second place, Ing Chuan, 28 hours 17 minutes. Third place, Wang Kai, 28 hours 25 minutes. 10th place, Zhang Jian, 30 hours 7 minutes. Upon seeing this list, Gu Xing furrowed his brow slightly. Why was the gap between the first and second places so vast? The difference between the third and 10th places was merely 2 hours. Yet the disparity between the first and second places was a staggering 19 hours. Gu Xing instinctively turned to Qin Tian. Xing Yi. This list records the time taken for summoned beasts to progress from the first tier of awakening to the 9th tier. The top scorer was a genius who, like you, was specially recruited by Principal Long 5 years ago. Upon hearing specially recruited, Gu Xing recalled. Principal Long had only specially recruited students twice. Once for himself, and once for Qin Shushua. Because Qin Shushua's record was so astonishing. The Academy had long since declared that her achievements would not serve as a reference. Principal Long had once promised that anyone who could surpass the second place would be allowed to select any treasure from the Zhenghua treasure vault. As Qin Tian spoke, he cast a glance at Wang Tung, lowering his voice to continue. Wang Tung's possession of this summoned beast is likely because the Wang family has their sights set on a certain treasure in the Zhenghua Academy's vault, which is why they invested so heavily. Upon hearing the words Zhenghua treasure vault, Gu Xing's pupils contracted. He distinctly remembered that the holy essence liquid required for Liuli's last evolution had originated from that very place. As long as one surpassed the existing records, they would gain access to selected material. Gu Xing thought of his two beast companions, although both had reached the mythical level. Who would he desire their beasts to grow even stronger? Entering the national treasury, there was a chance he might encounter evolution materials for his two beasts. He resolutely decided he must go in. Missing this opportunity meant he might never know when he would gain the qualification to enter the national treasury again. Additionally, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the illustrious name at the top of the leaderboard. Qin Shushua. Like him, she had been personally recruited by Principal Long, a genius who dominated an era. A smile tugged at Gu Xing's lips as a long-buried competitive spirit flared within him. He was eager to discover how he measured up against this legendary senior sister. Meanwhile, Wang Tung, feeling completely disregarded by Gu Xing, was consumed by rage. Just as he was about to erupt, he suddenly sensed through their bond the fear emanating from his lava dragon lizard. Bewildered, he turned to see his beast, trembling and sprawled on the ground, its scales quivering, far from the imposing presence of a legendary beast. Did that terrifying angel appear again? But upon reflection, he remembered that the awakening secret realm prohibited the entry of extraordinary beasts. No matter how powerful that angel was, it could not determine the outcome of this secret realm. The first place was destined to be his. Yet, witnessing his dragon lizard's fearful state, he wisely retreated with his beast in defeat. Yingbing gazed at Wei La with uncertainty. Her mental strength was formidable, allowing her to sense the source of the earlier pressure. It was this adorable little girl. If she could instill fear in a dragon lizard with top-tier legendary qualifications, it indicated that her beast level might be akin to Liuli's, also mythical. Gu Xing slightly turned his head, his gaze landing on the seemingly innocent Wei La beside him. She was the instigator who had frightened the dragon lizard moments ago. Seeing Gu Xing look her way, she immediately stuck out her tongue. "Master, I just couldn't stand his arrogant demeanor. I apologize." Gu Xing chuckled softly, his long fingers gently tousling her golden locks. He naturally wouldn't hold such a trivial matter against his beast, as she was merely acting in his best interest. "It's all right." Perceiving her master's lack of anger, Wei La eagerly opened her arms, her voice sweet as honey. "Master, hug." This cute, endearing demeanor resembled that of a little girl seeking treats, causing Gu Xing's heart to soften, and he instinctively pulled her into his embrace. However, within the beast space, Liuli was stamping her feet in frustration, exclaiming, "This little green tea spirit." She glared at the cooing Wei La outside, her golden eyes nearly blazing with fury, feigning innocence, deceiving the master's affections. How detestable! The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, her gaze shifting to the trembling tree of life. At that moment, the hour had arrived. A teacher clad in a blue robe hovered in midair, waving his sleeve, causing the barrier at the entrance of the secret realm to ripple like water. Countless mysterious runes circulated in the void, ultimately converging into a radiant gateway. The awakening secret realm was officially opened. All students were to enter in order. In the principal's office, Long Jinghua frowned deeply as he reviewed Gu Xing's profile. Gu Xing's background was not favorable, which implied that the academy must take responsibility for Gu Xing's second beast. What kind of beast should he be paired with? Long Jinghua stroked his beard, muttering. The first beast was already mythical. The second must at least be top-tier legendary. Just as he was musing, the office door was abruptly thrust open. "Principal, something terrible has happened." Fu Yanjia rushed in, panting. Long Jinghua frowned disapprovingly. "Director Fu, what's with the commotion?" "Gu Xing has entered the awakening secret realm." Hearing this news, Long Jinghua initially thought little of it. So what if he entered a secret realm? But in the next moment he sprang to his feet, his wooden chair sliding back half a meter. What? He entered the secret realm. What does entering the awakening secret realm signify? It means Gu Xing has already contracted his second beast, but he was entirely unaware. If the qualifications of the second beast are subpar, Long Jinghua felt a chill run down his spine. As Gu Xing stepped into the secret realm, he was momentarily breathless at the sight before him. It was a land soaked in blood. The blackish-red soil was cracked with numerous grotesque fissures, bones partially buried in the dust, and the air was thick with an inescapable stench of blood. This was no secret realm. It was clearly a horrific battlefield. Gu Xing recalled the information about this secret realm. It was once a spatial fissure connecting to another world. 70 years ago, the demonic army surged forth like a tide, attempting to use this as a springboard to invade the present world. That battle lasted 3 months, ultimately costing the lives of 1 million soldiers for Longxia Kingdom to successfully avert the catastrophe. Because so many demons fell in this area, under the accumulation of demonic energy, new demons would continuously arise. To prevent these demons from growing and ultimately undermining the seal of this passage from within, Long Jinghua ordered this passage to be designated as the Awakening Secret Realm, used for training students' second beasts. This would not only cultivate the students of the National Academy, but also provide an opportunity to exterminate the demons generated within the secret realm, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Suddenly, a piercing roar shattered the stillness of the secret realm. Gu Xing's expression hardened as he saw 10 grotesque, skin-peeled demons closing in from all directions. Skinning Demon. Level. Awakening Stage 5. Qualification. Demon Lieutenant. Strength. 60. Constitution. 51. Spirit. 21. Speed. 45. Skill. Flesh Peeling. These notoriously brutal low-tier demons were known for skinning their prey alive, thus earning the title of Skinning Demon. Although these are the most numerous low-tier demons, why were there suddenly 10? Gu Xing furrowed his brow. Not everyone's beast was as extraordinary as his. While Wei La had already surpassed 100 in spirit attributes at Awakening Stage 1, other students, even those with legendary lava dragon lizards, had attributes barely in the 30s, facing 10 Awakening Stage 5 demons right off the bat. If the Beastmaster did not possess exceptionally strong talent, they would likely encounter danger immediately, just as the group of skinning demons was about to pounce. Wei La and Gu Xing's arms furrowed her delicate brows in displeasure. How dare these ugly creatures interrupt her bonding moment with her master? A glimmer of coldness flashed in her emerald eyes. The elven race had been annihilated due to demons. Thus, Wei La held no affection for these creatures. Furthermore, they were now intruding upon her and her master's cultivation of feelings. With a slight lift of her slender fingers, without even needing to employ a skill, 10 sturdy thorns suddenly erupted from the ground, ensnaring the demons in a cocoon-like embrace. This was the innate talent of the elven race, and, as a royal, Wei La's ability to control plants was unparalleled. With a few swift rustles, the thorns visibly shifted from green to red. In mere moments, 10 desiccated demon corpses lay scattered on the ground like tattered rags. As the ethereal glow of ascension enveloped Wei La, her attributes were displayed prominently. Natural Spirit, Wei La. Qualification, Mythical 2 stars, Level. Awakening 4th Stage. Strength, 120. Constitution, 134. Spirit, 480. Speed, 123. Skills, Natural Elegy, Elven Sovereignty. Natural Domain, Initial. Evolution, Heart of Nature, Spring of Life. Gazing at the exaggerated figures on Wei La's attribute panel, Gu Xing could not help but twitch at the corner of his eye. If Lu Li was a versatile warrior with a balanced development of attributes, then Wei La was unequivocally a specialist. At merely the Awakening 4th Stage, her spirit attribute was already nearing the formidable 500 mark, surpassing many extraordinary level beastmasters. Master, the little spirit raised her delicate face, her azure eyes brimming with anticipation. Gu Xing understandingly reached out to tousle her golden locks. The next step was to elevate Wei La to the Awakening 9th Stage at the swiftest pace. With Wei La's current spirit attribute, utilizing her skills would enable her to trample over the Awakening period demon kin effortlessly. Thus, Gu Xing's gaze was fixated on the center of the secret realm, where he sensed the strongest aura of the demon kin, marking it as their gathering point and the optimal place for leveling up. At the entrance of the secret realm, students were retreating in disarray, their faces etched with fear. What the hell? I just entered and encountered 5 demon kin at the Awakening 5th Stage. Wasn't it just a few scattered ones in previous years? This year feels like we VE poked a hornet's nest. My epic beast saw that scene and retreated immediately. Witnessing these unexpected circumstances, Ying Bing furrowed her brows. She distinctly remembered a similar occurrence 5 years ago, rumored to be a riot among the demon kin within the secret realm that led to a dramatic increase in their numbers. This peculiar situation had allowed Qin Shuxue to achieve a remarkable breakthrough from Awakening 1st Stage to 9th Stage in just 9 hours. Bing Jia, do you think Xinggu will be alright? Although Qin Tian had already reached the extraordinary level, his family had yet to find a suitable second beast for him. Hence he did not participate in the Awakening secret realm this time. Observing the chaotic scene, a hint of worry crossed his face. Despite his unwavering confidence in Gu Xing's abilities, at present, Gu Xing could only utilize one Awakening period beast. No matter how talented Gu Xing was, it seemed implausible for him to create miracles with just one Awakening period beast. The mentor overseeing the Awakening secret realm suddenly turned grave, realizing the gravity of the situation. The memories of the demon kin riot 5 years ago were still fresh. Had it not been for Qin Shuxue single-handedly pacifying the secret realm, the demon kin would have likely broken free from their seals, resulting in calamity. Now, there was no prodigy like Qin Shuxue to stabilize the situation. The mentor dared not delay, immediately initiating emergency contact procedures. At the same time, in the principal's office, Long Jinhua had just seen off Fu Yinjia when the red alert blared abruptly. What? An anomaly in the awakening's secret realm? The communicator in Long Jinghua's hand cracked open with a sudden fissure. Another high-ranking demon kin had emerged, and his expression darkened like iron. He was all too aware of the truth behind the riot 5 years ago. At that time, a demon king-level entity had been born within the secret realm, and had it not been for Qin Chushua's intervention, the consequences would have been dire. Currently, there were two options. First, to personally eradicate the entire secret realm, which would sever the critical avenue for cultivating second beastmasters. Second, to dispatch students with awakening 9th-stage beasts into the secret realm for extermination. If they could eliminate the demon kin before the situation worsened, he would not need to directly obliterate the secret realm. This way, the crisis could be averted while preserving the secret realm. Soon, an urgent notification rapidly spread through the campus broadcast system. Attention all faculty and students. An anomalous disturbance has occurred in the secret realm. All students possessing awakening 9th-stage beasts are to assemble immediately at the entrance. As the emergency summons was issued, eligible students quickly gathered at the secret realm's entrance. Gu Qianqian and Tang Xinro were present. Despite Ying Bing's formidable strength, she could not participate due to her beast's level restrictions. Among the crowd, the newly promoted extraordinary level Shun Ruoxue stood out. Although she had not contracted a second beast, her rare talent for spatial teleportation had granted her special permission to join. When the last student arrived, Long Jinhua appeared before the assembly, his demeanor unusually stern. According to our monitoring, a demon king level entity may be gestating within the secret realm. However, due to the realm's rules, its level will not exceed the awakening period. Your mission is to eliminate the demon kin as efficiently as possible, focusing on slaying that legendary demon kin. But remember, he swept his gaze over each youthful face. If you encounter danger, retreat immediately. Your safety is paramount. After all, should they fail to kill the demon king, he could still personally eradicate the secret realm. But if students were to perish, the secret realm would open. With Long Jinghua's command, a spatial rift gradually unfolded. In the crowd, Tang Xinro leaned closer to Gu Qianqian, confidently assuring her. Gu Qianqian helplessly rubbed her temples. Truth be told, she did not worry overly much about Gu Xing. Given the school's emphasis on Gu Xing, it was unlikely they would assign him a beast with poor aptitude. Coupled with Gu Xing's innate talent, as long as he did not encounter that demon king, he should be safe within the awakening period's secret realm. Xinro, Gu Xing can take care of himself. You just ensure your own safety once you enter. Rest assured. Tang Xinro patted her chest. The spatial passage fully opened shortly thereafter. Within the secret realm, Gu Xing advanced steadily toward the center with Wei La, encountering a rapid escalation in both the quantity and level of the demon kin along the way. However, for Wei La, these demon kin were easily dispatched without the need to unleash any skills. With her mythic qualification and overwhelming spirit attribute, she merely raised her hand, and the countless crimson vines that erupted from the ground swiftly ensnared and eliminated the demon kin. Not far off, a beastmaster witnessed this scene and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. My heavens, did I just see that correctly? A group of awakening 8th and 9th stage demon kin was effortlessly annihilated by a single beast. This beastmaster's talent lay in perception, allowing him to dodge the demon kin's attacks upon entering the secret realm. As he approached the center, he encountered several companions who had also evaded the demon kin. At this moment, upon hearing his exclamation, his teammates exchanged skeptical glances. Don't be ridiculous. We can barely manage 2 or 3 high-ranking demon kin through our combined talents. How could anyone eliminate a whole horde at once? Exactly. Most students were eliminated the moment they entered, right? We've barely advanced together, and it's already a miracle if anyone can keep pace with us. Buddy, focus on scouting for any isolated demon kin instead of getting distracted by fanciful thoughts. One teammate patted his shoulder. Right now, these demon kin are all in groups. How can we level up our beasts? The beastmaster rubbed his aching eyes. Indeed, given his mental strength and the distance, that spectacle might have been an illusion. He shook his head, self-deprecatingly saying, well, even a beastmaster of Wang Tang's caliber couldn't instantly annihilate a whole horde of high-level demon kin. I must have imagined it. Meanwhile, Gu Xing furrowed his brow slightly, sensing an anomaly. As he delved deeper, he realized that the energy gained from defeating these demon kin seemed somewhat diminished compared to the initial encounters. Moreover, this phenomenon became increasingly pronounced as he approached the center of the secret realm, as if something were siphoning the demonic energy from these kin. He glanced at Wei La's level. Upon entering the secret realm, she had slain 10 awakened 5th-tier demon creatures, elevating her to awakened 4th tier. Yet now, after half an hour had passed, and he had also vanquished numerous high-tier demons, Wei La's level had barely reached awakened 6th tier. Were the Beastmasters from earlier aware of Gu Xing's thoughts, they would undoubtedly seek a pillar to crash into. They had fought tooth and nail, collaborating to defeat demons. Yet their levels had only just reached awakened 3rd tier. Meanwhile, Gu Xing, within half an hour, achieved awakened 6th tier and was still unsatisfied. Greed. Utterly greedy. At that moment, Gu Xing pondered the potential for increasing the speed of leveling up. Given Wei La's prowess, she was more than capable of crushing all demons within the secret realm. Coupled with her formidable area attack skills, it meant that as long as she could attract a sufficient number of demons at once, her strength would allow her to annihilate them in an instant. Wei La, when the demons gather, unleash your skills with full force. Wei La turned her head in confusion. Although she understood that clustering the demons together would enhance efficiency significantly, the main issue remained how to attract them. However, as she watched in astonishment, Gu Xing sliced open his hand, and blood began to drip down instantly. Demons were exceedingly sensitive to blood. The scent alone could summon a throng in an instant. Moreover, the current secret realm was already overflowing with demons. Yet the next moment, her eyes widened in shock. Gu Xing, without hesitation, cut his palm, the crimson droplets falling onto the charred earth. Master, you! Wei La's pupils constricted violently, her eyes reddening as she lowered her head. I'm sorry, Master. It's all because of Wei La's inadequacy that you have to resort to such means. Observing the little sprite's overwhelming guilt, Gu Xing was momentarily taken aback, but quickly comprehended. For a beastmaster, allowing their master to be harmed was the gravest dereliction of duty. Seeing the little girl on the verge of tears, Gu Xing hurriedly reassured her, this minor injury is inconsequential. Besides, a little bloodletting is beneficial for health. Really, truly? Wei La lifted her head, skepticism evident in her expression. After Gu Xing's repeated assurances, she reluctantly calmed her emotions. Subsequently, at Gu Xing's request, Wei La unleashed wind magic to spread the scent of blood, which rolled out like a tidal wave across a 3-kilometer radius. Upon detecting this odor, all the demons halted their movements, their crimson eyes collectively turning towards the same direction. A cacophony of roars erupted, and the dark tide of demons surged towards the source of the blood. Chapter 67. I, Wang Tong, must be destined for greatness. However, Gu Xing's audacious maneuver caused considerable distress to Wang Tong, who had just arrived nearby. At that moment, he was huddled within the crevices of a giant rock. Holding his breath, his gaze fixated on the throng of demons surging like a tidal wave in the distance, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Damn it! Which fool deliberately lured so many demons? Do they wish to court death? He muttered through clenched teeth, shrinking further into the stone crevice, wishing he could meld into the rock itself. Although he had contracted a legendary top-tier lava dragon lizard, in the face of such a multitude of demons, even awakened 9th tier would be torn to shreds, let alone an extraordinary level. Damn it, my leveling plan has been completely ruined by this idiot. He cursed again, his voice barely above a whisper, fearing to attract the demon's attention. Upon entering the secret realm, he had sensed something amiss. The number of demons was far beyond the norm, almost identical to the cataclysm 5 years prior. Initially, he had felt a surge of excitement, believing he could easily shatter records, but reality had dealt him a harsh blow. The energy gained from slaying demons was pitifully scant. Damn it! He shot a glance at the lava lizard beside him. Despite its legendary qualifications, it had just barely crossed into awakened 4th tier, still a step away from 5th tier. However, once the lava lizard leveled up 2 tiers, he would be able to turn the tide and no longer have to hide like this. At that point, his lava lizard would sweep through the entire secret realm. Suddenly, the ground trembled as an awakened 9th tier demon appeared, unleashing a terrifying pressure. Wang Tong's body stiffened, and he instinctively held his breath, shrinking further into the stone crevice. nearly merging with the shadows. First, I must develop cautiously, he thought, a fierce glint in his eyes. Once I grow, I shall undoubtedly possess the potential of an emperor. Meanwhile, Gu Xing observed the surging tide of demons, a smile curving his lips. Since the energy from individual demons had diminished, he would compensate with sheer numbers. If one wave of attracting demons was insufficient for Wei La to ascend to awaken 9th tier, then he would call for 2 waves. The demons, having discovered the source of the blood scent, descended into madness, roaring as they charged towards Gu Xing. The dark tide of demons nearly obscured the sky, and the ground trembled violently under their countless feet. Yet Gu Xing stood firm, unyielding. He slowly raised his head and fixed his gaze upon Wei La. Act. At Gu Xing's signal, Wei La gracefully ascended into the air. Although she was currently only at awakened 6th tier, as an area attack beast, she excelled at overcoming larger numbers with fewer forces. Moreover, her attributes were impressive. Nature spirit, Wei La. Qualification, mythical 2 stars, level, awakened 6th tier, strength, 180, vitality, 204, mentality, 810, speed, 193, skills, nature's lament, elven sovereignty. Nature domain, beginner. Evolution, heart of nature, spring of life. Wei La's mental attribute had reached an impressive 800 points. It is worth noting that even awakened 9th tier demons possessed attributes barely around 300 points, and Wei La's attributes were almost threefold that of these demons. This indicated that as long as her mental energy was not exhausted, she could consume all the demons that dared to approach. Nature's lament. Wei La's golden hair danced wildly without wind as she slightly raised her hands. Behind her, a jade-green divine ring erupted, dyeing the entire sky a vibrant emerald. The first calamity, bone-corroding vines. The earth groaned in agony as countless blood-colored thorns tore through the surface. These living vines, akin to ravenous demons, drained the blood and flesh of any demon they touched, leaving only bones that clattered to the ground. The second calamity, celestial thunderfall. The clouds erupted with countless emerald lightning bolts, each main strike fracturing into hundreds of lightning snakes upon hitting the ground. The entire battlefield transformed into a forest of lightning, as demons convulsed and turned to char in the flickering light. The third calamity, earthly pulse absorption. A massive natural magic array materialized on the ground, forcibly extracting the demonic energy from all demon carcasses. This dark energy flowed within the array, purifying into a steady stream of emerald mental energy, continuously replenishing Wei La. The first 2 calamities delivered powerful output, while the third calamity maintained Wei La's endurance. A perfect closed loop. Was this the true power of a mythical level beast? As Gu Xing gazed at the battlefield transformed in hue, he experienced firsthand what it meant to possess divine prowess. Although Wei La's level was merely awakened 6th tier, the might of her skills rivaled that of extraordinary levels. And as the demons continued to be annihilated, Wei La's level gradually ascended. Nature spirit, Wei La. Qualification, mythical 2 stars, level, awakened 9th tier, strength, 310, vitality, 320, mentality, 1130, speed, 300, skills, nature's lament, elven sovereignty. Nature domain, beginner. Wei La's mental attribute had directly surpassed the milestone of 1,000 points, and the level directly broke through to awakening 9th rank. On the edge of the battlefield, the previous squad stood frozen in disbelief. I can't be mistaken. The voice of that perception type beast master trembled. There truly exists someone who can annihilate the demon horde in an instant. No need for perception anymore. The captain was fixated on the distant emerald divine light. We all witnessed it. The faces of the few were etched with incredulity. How could the beast masters who entered the secret realm together possess such extraordinary strength? Hundreds of demons were obliterated under a single skill. What level of beast master could that be? Legendary? No, it's impossible for a legendary to wield such power. On the other side, a tremendous roar echoed. Wang Tung, hidden within the crevice, felt as if his eardrums were about to burst. Cautiously, he poked his head out, just in time to behold the emerald divine ring illuminating the heavens, torrents of lightning cascading down, and a sea of crimson vines devouring countless demons. This is impossible. Wang Tung's pupils narrowed to pinpricks, his blood seemingly frozen. His lava dragon lizard also boasted top-tier qualifications. Yet even upon breaking through to awakening 9th rank, it could never achieve such earth-shattering devastation. How could this be? His pride was shattered in that moment. It must be a mythical level. This realization sent tremors through his body, fueled by both fear and an overwhelming jealousy. Outside the secret realm, a sudden gasp arose from the crowd. Look, the leaderboard has been refreshed. All eyes swiftly converged on the leaderboard. First place, Gu Xing, 57 minutes. Second place, Qin Shuxue, 9 hours 15 minutes. Third place, Ying Chuan, 28 hours 17 minutes. After a brief silence, the scene erupted. This is impossible. Has Gu Xing truly activated some cheat? How could he surpass senior sister Qin? 57 minutes? Is he even human? The time just for traveling can't be less than that, right? Doesn't he need to hunt for demons? Ying Bing's pupils suddenly contracted, but soon, a flicker of understanding crossed her eyes. She recalled the unusual sensation upon encountering that beast for the first time. Everything made sense now. Meanwhile, Long Jinghua gazed at Gu Xing's top ranking, momentarily entranced. Gu Xing took less than an hour? What level is his second beast? It is known that Qin Shushue's beast was personally selected by him and is the pinnacle of legendary beasts. Yet even so, her clearing speed lagged 8 hours behind Gu Xing's. What does this signify? It indicates that Gu Xing's second beast can overpower the highest tier of legends. Could it be that he possesses another mythical level beast? Chapter 68. Turn and flee. As if he had made a resolute decision. Within the secret realm, Gu Xing was preparing to advance further with Wei La when suddenly, a violent surge of demonic energy swept from the heart of the realm. Damn humans! You dare to slaughter so many demons. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a wolf-like demon, wrapped in blood-red demonic runes, appeared before the two. Its eyes ignited with hellish flames. Fixated on Gu Xing. His name is Vorn, a legendary demon king slain by humans 70 years ago. However, with the aid of the blood and demonic energy within the secret realm, he successfully resurrected 5 years ago. Moreover, the unique environment of the secret realm allowed him to advance to the demon god level. This corresponds to the mythical level of humanity. 5 years ago, when Vorn first awakened, he encountered a powerful human. At that time, he cleverly found a scapegoat to escape calamity. Now, his level has reached awakening 9th rank. In this secret realm, he is invincible. Human, you are very unfortunate. Vorn's claws ignited with dark, purple flames. You remind me of that woman from 5 years ago. Prepare to face the wrath of the gods. Unbeknownst to Vorn, he now faced a being more terrifying than that perverse human from 5 years ago. Gu Xing regarded this deranged demon with a look of confusion. Is this demon mentally impaired? Given Wei La's demonstrated prowess earlier, how dare it approach? Wolf God, Vorn, qualification, Demon God 1 star, level, awakening 9th rank, strength, 802, constitution, 804, spirit, 642, speed, 820, skills, Demon God body, blood escape. Upon seeing the attribute panel, Gu Xing finally comprehended the source of this demon's confidence. Demon God level. However, when his gaze fell upon the kill reward, his pupils abruptly contracted. Humanity has never slain a demon god in history, and thus no one knows this rule. Killing a demon god allows a beast master to contract an additional beast. Gu Xing's eyes narrowed as they fell upon Vorn. This could be the only opportunity to slay a demon god. He was acutely aware that in other dimensions, demon king level demons are exceedingly rare, let alone demon gods. Even encountering a demon king would have a level of at least sovereign. With his current strength, attempting to confront a sovereign is merely a fantasy. Humanity, if you are willing to ally with the demons, I can spare your life. Vorn continued to prattle on. This was his first true encounter with humanity, and he felt compelled to extend the greatest leniency to this human. However, he was utterly oblivious to the fact that Gu Xing's gaze had grown increasingly perilous. If he were to slay this demon god, he could contract an additional beast at the transcendent level. The thought quickened Gu Xing's heartbeat. The strength of a beast master is directly correlated with the number of contracted beasts. Adding another beast does not merely represent a simple numerical increase, but a qualitative leap. The combined strength of several beasts could yield exponential enhancements. Humanity, I am speaking to you, waiting in vain for Gu Xing to kneel and beg for mercy. Vorn's fury intensified. It was one thing to have not restored his strength upon waking last time, but now he was a demon god at awakening 9th rank. How dare this human treat him with such disdain? Unforgivable. Meanwhile, Gu Xing had already issued a command to Wei La. There could be no leniency for this demon god. It must be a decisive strike. Wei La. With Gu Xing's command, Wei La unhesitatingly unleashed her strongest attack, Elven Sovereignty. The divine ring behind Wei La suddenly shimmered. Nature Elf Wei La. Qualification, Mythical 2-star. Level, Awakening 9th rank. Strength, 310. Constitution, 320. Spirit, 1130. Speed, 300. Skills, Nature's Lament, Elven Sovereignty. Nature Domain, Beginner. 3,000 points of terrifying spiritual power surged through the void. Yet Gu Xing was still unsatisfied. Not enough. A silver gleam flashed in his eyes as the Emperor's gaze activated. Sovereign Presence. Blood-red, killing intent entwined around Wei La's form, intertwining with the emerald divine light. Were it not for the limitations imposed by the awakening level, Gu Xing would have wished for Wei La to unleash her domain as well. Nature's Lament. A second divine ring manifested behind Wei La, and the dual divine might began to warp the air. Vonnesiniste visage abruptly froze. How could this pressure be possible? He was horrified to realize that despite being at awakening 9th rank, the oppressive force emanating from across made his very soul tremble. But isn't he the strongest at the demon god level? However, there was no time for him to ponder the situation any further. Demon god body. Without a moment's hesitation, Vorn activated his strongest skill. In Gu Xing's view, Vorn's strength and speed doubled in an instant. Yet, compared to Wei La now, the disparity remained immense. Not to mention, Wei La also had his innate enhancements. Wei La slowly raised her delicate arm. The seemingly gentle motion warped space itself. But just as this fatal blow was about to descend, Vorn suddenly turned and fled, utterly disregarding the dignity and glory of the demon clan. The fleeing figure exhibited not a trace of hesitation. What on earth is happening? Gu Xing found himself momentarily stunned. In his understanding, the demon clan had always been synonymous with brutality and bloodlust, preferring death in battle over a cowardly retreat. Yet, the being before him, claiming to be a demon god, was indeed fleeing? Is this truly the demon god? However, the entire secret realm is not that vast. Where could it possibly escape to? Wei La pursue. This demon god must perish today. Due to Long Jinghua personally initiating the secret realm, Gu Qianqian and her companions did not scatter, but were directly transported to the central area of the realm. As soon as they landed, everyone immediately formed a defensive formation, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. After all, the number of demons in the altered secret realm should be exceedingly vast. However, it was eerily quiet. After a prolonged wait, not a single shadow of a demon was seen. Strange, where have all the demons gone? Could they possibly know of our arrival? That seems implausible. Even a legendary demon king could not possess such high intelligence. Why do I feel as though the demons here have been cleared out? Impossible. With 90 new students expelled, who could possibly cleanse the demon horde? Unbeknownst to them, Gu Xing had already slaughtered all the demons within a 3-kilometer radius. Just as the group was engaged in discussion, a sudden sound of something slicing through the air broke the silence. Something is approaching. At this speed, could it be that legendary demon king? It's charging towards us. All personnel, be on guard. Prepare for battle. As Vorn drew near, everyone commanded their beasts to attack this demon. Yet, all attacks landed upon Vorn without leaving a single mark. Were their efforts completely futile? Is this truly a demon king? In the eyes of the alarmed onlookers, Vorn charged straight at them, but unexpectedly, this so-called demon god soared over their heads without even casting a glance in their direction. I get the feeling it seems to be fleeing for its life. Chapter 69. The Ghost Clan Maiden. After much deliberation, the group unanimously decided that Shun Ruoxue should report the situation. The threat posed by this demon was evidently beyond their capability to handle. Shun Ruoxue did not hesitate, promptly activating her innate ability to step outside the secret realm, where she located Long Jinghua. Principal Long, we have encountered a unique demon. It resembles an upright battle wolf, and our attacks at the 9th tier of awakening are entirely ineffective against it. At first, Long Jinghua thought it was a newly awakened demon king, but upon hearing the description of the upright battle wolf, his expression changed dramatically. Vorn, the demon king who nearly reached the pinnacle of royalty, 70 years ago has revived? What shocked him further was Shun Ruoshua's subsequent description, revealing that despite numerous full-force attacks from 9th-tier Awakeners, not a single scratch was left. He immediately grasped the severity of the situation. If Vorn were still at the Demon King level, it would be impossible for him to be so formidable. This could only mean one thing. Vorn had transcended the Demon King level. Immediately, inform everyone to evacuate the secret realm, Long Jinghua decisively commanded. The situation within the secret realm was evidently beyond the capacity of these students to manage. A demon god-level being could not possibly be defeated by this group of students. He prepared to take action himself. Although it would cost the loss of a secret realm, there was no alternative now. Moreover, this was a demon god-level entity. Within the secret realm, Gu Xing looked at the stunned Gu Qianqian and the others, confusion etched on his face. Sister, hasn't your second beast already awakened to the 9th tier? Why are you still here in the secret realm? Gu Qianqian's lips twitched. Clearly, her brother was entirely oblivious to the happenings within the secret realm. After some explanation, Gu Xing finally understood that they intended to snatch his target. That is absolutely unacceptable. He had already earmarked this demon god as his target. He was even contemplating what race to contract for his third beast. If someone else took it, who would he turn to for justification? Absolutely not. This cannot happen. At that moment, Shun Ruoshua's figure reappeared in the secret realm. Principal Long has ordered everyone to evacuate immediately. He is going to take action himself. Simultaneously, Wang Teng and the others arrived at the scene. When his gaze fell upon Gu Xing, all thoughts of competition faded from his mind. The skill that had annihilated the demon horde had left an indelible shadow in his heart. This disparity, his eyes swept over his lava dragon lizard. A flicker of disdain crossing his gaze. He then fixed his eyes on Weila, who stood beside Gu Xing, jealousy igniting within him. Why does he get to possess such a powerful beast? Seemingly sensing the malice, Weila abruptly turned her head. The elf clan possesses a keen sensitivity to hostility, and she quickly pinpointed the source. This individual poses a threat to my master. Weila silently noted Wang Teng's aura, her jade-like eyes glinting with a hint of coldness. Subsequently, the group began to prepare for their retreat from the secret realm. However, you all should leave the secret realm first. I wish to attempt something. This statement struck like thunder, leaving everyone frozen in place. Did he just say he wants to attempt to confront a demon god? Gu Qianqian also looked at her brother in astonishment, but soon came to a realization. She understood that her brother was not an impulsive person. Since he uttered those words, he must have his own plans. Xinro, let us go. She tugged at her friend Tang Xinro, only to find her friend gazing dreamily at Gu Xing Qianqian. Tang Xinro's eyes were glazed over. I've noticed your brother is becoming increasingly handsome. Gu Qianqian's lips twitched, and she directly pulled this infatuated friend out of the secret realm. Soon, apart from Wang Teng, everyone had exited, just as Shun Ruoshua was about to follow suit. She was stopped by Gu Xing Ruoshua. Your talent is related to space, right? Could you assist me with something? Although Weila's mental attributes are astonishing, her other attributes are somewhat average. To catch up with the speed of Vorn, external assistance is essential. Shun Ruoshua's spatial talent is, of course, the best choice. No problem. Facing Gu Xing's request, Shun Ruoshua agreed without a moment's hesitation. Just as the two were preparing to set off, they noticed Wang Teng still standing still. You're not leaving? Shun Ruoshua asked in surprise. Wang Teng, however, appeared quite confident. My beast is strong. I want to take this opportunity to elevate its level further. If danger arises, I will withdraw myself. After all, the message from Long Jinghua had already been conveyed. Wang Teng was not like Gu Xing. She wouldn't concern herself with this person's life or death. She then turned to Gu Xing, her fair cheeks suddenly flushing. It's important to note that while she could take someone along, it required physical contact between them. Gu Xing, I need to hold on to you to activate my talent. Her voice was barely above a whisper. Yet, Gu Xing calmly opened his arms. Come on. Having been accustomed to flying with Liu Li, he was entirely unperturbed. Seeing Gu Xing's nonchalance, Shun Ruoshua took a deep breath and wrapped her arms around him from behind. Meanwhile, although Weila's face was full of discontent, she understood that allowing Shun Ruoshua to take the lead was the swiftest approach. She advanced and nestled against Gu Xing's embrace. In the next moment, the three figures vanished amidst a ripple in space. Wang Teng, left behind, wore a sinister expression. After a brief hesitation, he immediately pursued them. What if he could take advantage of the battle between Gu Xing and that demon? He could not afford to miss this chance. The Wang family had already lost their qualification to enter the treasury. After the few individuals vanished from that spot, the space rippled slightly, and two elegant figures quietly emerged. Sister, the human possesses spatial talent. The unicorn maiden on the right excitedly shook her sister's arm, her stunning visage filled with anticipation. Should we recognize her as our master? The unicorn maiden on the left gently pressed down on her younger sister, her gaze lingering on the direction Gu Xing had vanished. Not yet. Her voice is as melodious as a clear spring. Let us observe a little longer. After all, we have endured for such a long time, so there's no need to rush. The girl on the right, upon hearing her sister's voice, slightly pouted. All right, you. Let's proceed. The girl on the right gracefully raised her delicate hand, and as her fingertips glided through the air, the space around them was effortlessly torn asunder like silk. The two graceful figures vanished into the void, as if they had never existed at all. Should any discerning individual be present, they would surely be struck with astonishment. This is undeniably the most enigmatic ghost clan of the YKNGN. In the brutal hierarchy of YKNGN, the ghost clan ascends to the ranks of the higher races, attributed to two remarkable talents. The first being strength, capable of lifting mountains with a single arm, a testament to their peak power among YZ. The second is their affinity for the void, inherently attuned to space, allowing them to dwell eternally in the realm of nothingness. However, it is noteworthy that they, who should possess two horns, now each lack one. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for the generous gifts. Regarding this book, greetings to all the readers who have journeyed this far. Iaeme de autor, dadi. Below are some thoughts from the humble author. Unlike other full-time writers, I am a student. During the day, I attend classes and write papers. Thus, I hurriedly begin typing only after my evening bath. As a novice in the world of online literature, my typing speed is not particularly swift, mainly due to the occasional plot blockage. Although I feel somewhat embarrassed to admit it, this is the truth. Nevertheless, I am genuinely elated by the achievements this book has garnered thus far. To be honest, I often find myself both astonished and overjoyed, fearing that this stroke of luck might suddenly vanish. I recall one day when my update was exceptionally late. That day, I sat at the computer from 8 in the evening until 1 in the morning, my fingers trembling. I feared that my writing might not meet expectations, and I was anxious about disappointing everyone. That day was particularly stressful. After finishing, it felt as if I had not slept at all. However, I have come to realize that those who appreciate this book will likely continue reading, while those who do not may not reach this point. Additionally, I must express my profound gratitude for your kindness. This is the first time I have received such a precious gift. Of course, I also appreciate every reader who persistently votes and supports me daily. Your encouragement is etched in my heart. When I find the time, I will certainly compile a list to thank each of you individually. For now, I shall say no more, for I fear I may weary you. Lastly, I am truly grateful that you enjoy this story. It is your support that has allowed me to experience the joy of creation. Love you all. Finally, I wish everyone a good night and sweet dreams. Chapter 70, Hongyue, Qing. On the other side, the space twisted slightly as Shun Ruoxue activated her talent once more, teleporting Gu Xing in front of Vaughn. This marked their third leap. As their figures solidified, Vaughn abruptly halted, a flicker of undeniable fear crossing his eyes. He had just witnessed the power of that elven beast master. Even if he exerted all his strength, he seemed no match for her. How could this be? Vaughn was engulfed by a sense of absurdity. He was a demon god. The first human he encountered upon awakening could force him into such a predicament? 70 years had passed. Had humanity truly grown this formidable? Humans. Vaughn's eyes turned crimson as he growled menacingly. Do you truly believe I am powerless against you? It is crucial to remember that beings of the demon god level possess not only immense personal combat strength, but also the ability to command all lower-ranking demon kin. And at this moment, this secret realm was teeming with demon kin. With a roar, Vaughn issued a command, causing the demon kin within the entire secret realm to erupt into chaos. The earth trembled, and countless shadowy figures surged from all directions. Like a tide of darkness, rushing towards this location. Shen Ruoshue's expression changed slightly, but when she turned to look at Gu Xing, she found him still calm, even sporting a faint smile. Her taut heartstrings relaxed a bit. Gu Xing observed Vaughn's movements with indifference, his gaze sweeping over the throngs of demon kin approaching, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. This was fortuitous. Vera was currently at the bottleneck of awakening to the 9th tier. If she could eliminate all these demon kin, perhaps she could break through to the extraordinary level. The most crucial point was that in the face of absolute power, numbers had never been a concern. As the dark mass of demon kin assembled behind Vaughn, a sinister smile finally crept onto the demon god's face. "Umans, you have underestimated me." Vaughn spread his arms, his voice laced with twisted pride. The next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. The demonic energy enveloping the surface of all the demon kin writhed, as if alive, transforming into countless black threads that surged into Vaughn's body. His form began to swell, muscles bulging, and strange demonic patterns emerged on his skin. His attributes surged to a terrifying level. Wolf God, Vaughn, qualities, Demon God 1 star, level, Awakening 9th tier, Strength, 802, 1802, Constitution, 804, 1804, Mentality, 642, 1642, Speed, 820, 1820, Skills, Demon God Body, Blood Escape. Gu Xing squinted, the numbers on the data panel causing his expression to tighten. The ability of high-ranking demon kin to absorb lower-ranking demon kin to forcibly enhance their strength has always been a significant concern for humanity in their struggle against the demon kin. The demon god's capacity to absorb his kin is evidently even more formidable. Each attribute surged by 1,000 points. If coupled with the ability of the demon god body to further enhance attributes, it seemed he would require something substantial to contend with this demon kin. Ha ha! Vaughn's laughter reverberated, causing the surrounding stones to tremble. Humans, summoning these demon kin is the gravest mistake of your life. Yet, Gu Xing merely shook his head gently, a hint of pity gleaming in his eyes. Some individuals perpetually dwell in the fantasies they weave. Only through the most brutal means can they be dragged into reality. A dangerous smile crept upon Gu Xing's lips. At present, even if Vera utilized the Elven Royal Authority, her mental attribute barely reached around 3,000 points. With such strength, eliminating this demon kin would prove challenging. It appeared he must resort to his second talent. He slowly closed his eyes, and his mental world surged violently. In an instant, his consciousness was drawn into a blood-red ocean, crimson mental energy flooding his entire being, every nerve trembling. Soul Devour. The moment this talent activated, an eerie blood glow erupted from Gu Xing's body. This straightforward yet powerful talent had but one effect. It doubled all attributes of the Beast Master. Vera. Gu Xing suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils swirling with bloodlight. Elven Royal Authority. The spiritual energy enveloping her transformed from emerald green to crimson, ultimately becoming a resplendent golden red. The numbers on her data panel fluctuated wildly. Nature, Elf, Vera. Qualities, Mythical 2 stars, level, Awakening 9th tier, Strength, 310,620, Constitution, 320,640, Mentality, 11306780, Speed, 300,600, Skills, Nature's Lament. Elven Royal Authority. Nature Domain, Initial. The double amplification of the Soul Devour talent combined with the triple effect of the Elven Royal Authority caused Vera's mental attribute to soar astronomically. 6780 mental strength. This was more than triple Vaughn's. Both were at the 9th tier of Awakening and of Mythical level. Yet at this moment, their attributes were worlds apart. This is the terrifying aspect of the Soul Devour talent. As the foundational attributes of the Beast Master increased, the benefits brought about by this percentage amplification would grow exponentially. Now, he lifted his gaze to the dazed Vaughn. It is time for this demon god to witness what true despair entails. Beside him, Shen Ruoshue's eyes widened in shock at the crimson aura emanating from Gu Xing. This hue was not right. She distinctly remembered that during the opening ceremony, Gu Xing had displayed a talent of pure, pristine silver. Yet now, this bizarre, sanguine glow suggested a second talent? This thought detonated like thunder in her mind. The textbooks did indeed document a related theory. Only those with unparalleled talents have a minuscule chance of awakening dual talents. However, she had never heard of a real case in reality. In the void, the breath of the ghostly sisters came to a halt. How could this be? Qing Shuang's pupils trembled slightly, her violet eyes fixated on Vera. The awakened ninth-tier elf radiated such oppressive power that even they, both extraordinary ninth-tier beings, felt suffocated. It should be noted that their qualifications were of the highest mythological grade. As a member of the Void Clan, she had witnessed numerous temporary enhancement methods. Yet, to enhance an awakened beast to this extent, that man's talent was terrifying. Sister. Suddenly, Fei Yu tugged at Qing Shuang's sleeve, her crimson eyes glimmering with excitement. What if we became his beasts? If he grants you this state, you could surely crush that group of old-timers in our clan. However, Qing Shuang shook her head lightly. Humans at the extraordinary level can only contract 2 beasts, and that human already possesses 2. Then when can we find our own master? If we do not contract due to physical flaws, we will forever be trapped at the extraordinary level. Qing Shuang gently embraced her sister, her fingers brushing against her horn. Just wait a little longer. If that human proves worthy, we can wait for him to reach the commander level. Chapter 71. Master, I am so tired. I want a hug. The blood-red storm engulfed the battlefield, and Vorn's pupils constricted violently. The aura of death once again enveloped him. Blood escape. Without hesitation, he activated his life-saving skill, his form instantly transforming into blood mist. But this time, how could they allow him to flee? Ruoxue. Shen Ruoxue immediately understood. As the ripples of space undulated, their figures blocked the blood mist's path. Vorn's escape was forcibly interrupted, his reformed shape staggering into view in midair. He looked on in despair at the still undissipated spatial ripples, finally realizing that today there was no way out. This human had pushed him into a corner. Vera slowly raised her hand, destructive energy coalescing at her fingertips. Upon witnessing this, Vorn's heart hardened. Suddenly, he knelt, his knees striking the ground, creating spiderweb-like cracks in the hard surface. Please, my lord, spare me. Once, he was a brave and fearless warrior of the demon clan. But after being resurrected 70 years later, he now feared death. If he could live, he would pay any price. However, Gu Xing coldly gazed down at the kneeling demon, his eyes devoid of any emotion. He was only interested in the reward for killing him. Surrender? Not allowed. Vera. Natural elegy. Celestial thunderfall. The world abruptly changed color. With 6,000 points of mental energy unleashed, the entire secret realm began to tremble violently. The clouds were torn apart by the raging thunder elements, forming a colossal thunder dragon composed of pure lightning in the vortex, with each scale shimmering with destructive blue light. Witnessing this, Vorn's body trembled in fear. Divine retribution. This word suddenly surfaced in his mind. Although he was at the demon god level, the power Vera exhibited at this moment had surpassed his comprehension. But after fear came madness. He was a demon god. How would he die here? He still had a bright future ahead. The demon god's body exuded absolute defense. Dark demonic energy continuously gathered towards him. In front of his body, a giant bone shield gradually formed, its surface etched with countless wailing souls. But then boom! At the moment the thunder dragon descended, the so-called absolute defense bone shield crumbled like thin paper. The last thing Vorn saw was the devouring lightning. The unyielding thunder dragon crashed down upon the earth, transforming into countless thunder serpents rampaging through the area. Everywhere they passed, the demon clan was reduced to ashes. This region, under the baptism of thunder, momentarily transformed into a pure white thunder purgatory. Wang Tong curled up behind a rock wall, his pupils dilating in terror. This madman Gu Xing not only killed the demon god, but aimed to eradicate the entire demon clan in the secret realm. What would happen to my beast's upgrade? Jealousy and anger surged within him, yet he dared not utter a sound. Silver lightning spread like a tidal wave, annihilating the demon clan in its wake. No, I must retreat. After gnashing his teeth in rage, he attempted to exit the secret realm. However, a swift green vine coiled around his ankle like a venomous snake. Tightening instantly, Wang Tung's body stiffened, icy dread coursing up his spine. It was that beast. Had she discovered me long ago? Fear overwhelmed his reason like a tidal wave as he struggled frantically, but the vine only tightened further. The silver lightning had reached his feet. The blinding electric light reflecting his twisted visage. No. In the instant the lightning consumed him, Wang Tung's eyes were filled with endless regret and despair. Had I known, I would never have provoked this monster. In the next moment, his figure was utterly obliterated in the lightning, leaving not even ash behind. Then, as the lightning dissipated, the world returned to silence. Gu Xing's gaze fell upon the spot where Vorn had vanished. A dark divine pattern floated in mid-air, emanating mysterious waves. He raised his hand, beckoning, and the divine pattern swam into his palm like a fish. Could this object increase my contracting qualifications? Rubbing his fingers against the rough pattern, Gu Xing furrowed his brow. Suddenly, a faint tremor pulsed from his palm. The black divine pattern seemed to sense something, slowly writhing as if it were alive, crawling up his fingertips. Just as Gu Xing intended to react, the divine pattern abruptly accelerated, transforming into a dark stream of light that swiftly entered his brow. With a cool sensation at his brow, it felt as if a drop of icy water had seeped into his mind. Gu Xing's vision darkened, and his consciousness was instantly pulled into the beast contracting space. In the darkness, the divine pattern swam like a fish, eventually hovering above the fountain of life, slowly rotating. A profound message flooded his mind. Demon God pattern grants an additional beast contract. Within the beast contracting space, Luli curiously circled the newly appeared black divine pattern. She cautiously poked at the pattern with her slender finger. It felt cool and posed no danger. After confirming this, she relayed information to Gu Xing through their mental link. Master, it seems that aside from allowing you to contract one more beast, I have found no other effects. As she spoke, Luli suddenly froze. Her amber eyes blinked, and her small face gradually fell. Contracting another beast? Did it not signify that her status would decrease yet again? With the qualification for contracting secured, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, he did not notice that Vera was secretly watching him with the corner of her eye, her elven ears twitching anxiously. After confirming that her master had indeed not noticed the previous incident, she quietly exhaled. Although she had helped eliminate hidden threats for her master, it was ultimately unreasonable for a beast to act against a human. Once at ease, Vera suddenly leaped into Gu Xing's embrace, nuzzling against his chest like a spoiled kitten. Master, I'm so tired I want a hug. Gu Xing. Outside the secret realm, Long Zhenghua stood like a statue at the exit. The moment Shen Ruoxue and Gu Xing appeared, he would erase this secret realm in an instant. As time passed, the crowd of onlookers began to stir restlessly. Could he have perished inside? His arrogance might well lead to his demise. How could he think he could confront a demon of such caliber alone? Yet, it is not merely his own death that is lamentable, but the fact that he has dragged Shen Ruoxue into this perilous situation alongside him. Just as his words trailed off, Long Zhenghua's piercing gaze swept across the room. An invisible pressure descended like thunder, causing several students to collapse to their knees. Drenched in cold sweat, discussing classmates warrants punishment. My apologies, Principal Long. Their faces turned ashen as they bowed their heads to the ground. After administering punishment to the students, Long Zhenghua redirected his attention back to the secret realm. Suddenly, the secret realm began to tremble violently. Long Zhenghua furrowed his brow. Such tremors indicate that an extraordinary battle must be underway within. Although he had faith in Gu Xing, this was the first clash between humanity and a demon of divine caliber. Whether Gu Xing would emerge victorious remained uncertain. However, just as his worries deepened, a ripple in space heralded the appearance of two figures. Chapter 72, Transcendence, the cornerstone of a domain. When Gu Xing and Shen Ruoxue emerged at the exit of the secret realm, all eyes were instantly drawn to them. They have returned. Could it be that the demons within were incapable of defeating them, and thus fled? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Long Zhenghua's gaze immediately locked onto the pair. While he had the power to obliterate the secret realm, he knew nothing of the events that transpired within. Yet, observing Gu Xing and Shen Ruoxue unscathed, he could surmise that the demon within had most likely been vanquished by Gu Xing. Just as Gu Xing was about to explain, his expression suddenly hardened. He sensed a violent surge of energy from the Beastmaster space where Vela resided. The energy accumulated from slaying numerous demons in the secret realm had at last breached the critical threshold. With a flourish, Vela's figure materialized, accompanied by the lava dragon lizard. Inside the secret realm, although she showed no mercy to Wang Tung, she merely rendered this beast unconscious. After all, the beast is innocent. At this moment, Vela could no longer contain the surging energy within her. Her body began to levitate slowly, enveloped in a dazzling emerald glow. Upon witnessing this, Long Zhonghua immediately grasped the situation. Considering the multitude of onlookers, he waved his hand. In an instant, a spatial ripple surged forth, transporting Gu Xing and Vela to a special training room. The students left behind exchanged bewildered glances, erupting in conversation. Wang Tung did not emerge. Was that beast not his lava dragon lizard? Faced with a divine demon, they could not even escape. Yet, Gu Xing truly exhibited compassion, thinking of rescuing the innocent beast even at such a critical moment. In the training room, Long Zhonghua stood to the side, his gaze transfixed by the scene before him. Vela was surrounded by a rich emerald light, her mythical aura surging like a tidal wave. Indeed, Gu Xing's second beast was also of mythical caliber. However, had not the elven race been long extinct? How could a mythical elf still exist? Just as he pondered this, Vela's transformation neared its conclusion. Gu Xing fixated on Vela's metamorphosis, watching as her form elongated in the glow, transforming from the appearance of a young girl into that of a tall, mature woman. Yet, the moment Vela opened her eyes, in an instant, Gu Xing was taken aback. Why did she still resemble a child? He had originally assumed that Vela's youthful appearance was due to limitations during her awakening phase. Yet now that she had transcended to an extraordinary level, she should have matured accordingly. Gu Xing was perplexed but chose not to dwell on it. After all, Vela's strength had undeniably increased. Nature Elf, Vela, Quality, Mythical 2 stars, Level, Extraordinary First Stage, Strength, 710-400, Constitution, 720-400, Mentality, 1830-700, Speed, 700-400, Skills, Nature's Lament, Elven Sovereignty. Nature Domain Beginner. Beholding this astonishing growth in attributes, Gu Xing could not help but marvel. While the mental attribute remained astonishingly high, the other attributes barely approached half of Lu Li's level. Master. Having just completed her enhancement, Vela joyfully opened her arms, eager to leap into Gu Xing's embrace as usual. However, a silver figure suddenly appeared between her and Gu Xing. Lu Li's slender fingers deftly grasped Vela by the back of her collar, lifting her into the air as if she were a kitten. The silver-haired girl elegantly turned, slightly bowing to Gu Xing. Master, may I be permitted to converse with Vela? Upon hearing Lu Li's calm demeanor, Gu Xing felt a chill run down his spine. A familiar sensation. Master, help. Vela flailed her little legs pitifully in midair. Gu Xing promptly averted his gaze. Please, converse well. It is entirely normal for beasts to develop emotional connections. After convincing himself of this, Gu Xing turned to Long Zhonghua. The situation regarding the secret realm surely required reporting. Furthermore, considering humanity's ignorance of divine demons, Gu Xing meticulously recounted all information pertaining to Vorn to Long Zhonghua. Awakening to the 9th tier grants extraordinary high-tier combat prowess. Long Zhonghua's brow gradually furrowed, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table. If such strength could be exhibited merely during the awakening phase, what of demons at the king's level, or even above? Could humanity truly withstand such foes? His gaze inadvertently fell upon Gu Xing. At present, throughout the entire Longxia kingdom, nay, one should say all of humanity, only this young man before him could contend with divine beings at the same tier. Yet, Gu Xing's current level was merely extraordinary first stage. Far too low. He must be expedited in his growth. Long Zhonghua suddenly slammed his palm upon the table, causing the teacup to rattle. He swiftly overturned the standard training regimen for ordinary students, which involved gradual advancement to extraordinary 5th stage before entering the battlefield. Such an approach would be nothing short of a waste of time for Gu Xing. Possessing 2 mythical beasts, even at this moment as an extraordinary first stage, his true combat prowess likely already reached the pinnacle of extraordinary levels. Gu Xing, how well do you understand the cultivation system of extraordinary levels? This unexpected question left Gu Xing momentarily stunned. As a new student, he had yet to systematically study the relevant theories. Sensing his confusion, Long Zhonghua paced with his hands clasped behind his back. The awakening phase is quite simple. Slay demons, enhance your beasts, and your mental strength will naturally grow. He suddenly pivoted, however, extraordinary levels serve as the cornerstone to the commanding level. Upgrading beasts can only reciprocate mental strength, whereas awakening a domain. Long Zhonghua abruptly seized the blue stone inkstone on the table, slowly curling his fingers around it. The hard inkstone creaked under the pressure of his grip until it finally crumbled into dust. Without corresponding physical attributes, one cannot wield a domain. Long Zhonghua extended his palm, letting the fine dust cascade through his fingers. The stronger the physical attributes, the more formidable the awakened domain. Upon hearing this, Gu Xing's pupils constricted. He had thought that one could simply level up by grinding demons at the extraordinary level, but now it appeared he had been overly simplistic. Yet regarding physical attributes, he instinctively checked his information. Gu Xing, beasts, holy angel, nature elf. Level, extraordinary first stage, talent, sovereign. Soul devourer, strength, 205, constitution, 201, mentality, 434, speed, 202, as he gazed at his attributes. He estimated that ordinary extraordinary first stage individuals would have attributes hovering around 100 points each. His mental prowess exceeds that of a typical extraordinary first-tier beastmaster by fourfold. However, his other attributes appear to be only marginally superior to those of an ordinary first-tier beastmaster. To ascend to the commanding level of the awakening realm, each of his attributes must reach at least 1,000 points. This signifies that his focus must now shift to enhancing these attributes. In Chapter 73, titled North Border, Heart of Nature, as Gu Xing was lost in thought, Long Zhonghua continued to speak. Originally, I intended for you to advance to extraordinary 5th tier at the National Academy. Yet that would too greatly constrain your talents. Therefore, I have decided to send you to the North Border ahead of schedule. North Border? Gu Xing searched his memory for this geographic name. It is located beyond the northern defense line of the Longsha Kingdom's alternate dimension, a unique area where the 3 great human factions coexist with numerous alien races. Most notably, it serves as the primary battlefield for the various races united against the demon race. In the North Border, not only can you hunt ample demons to level up, but you can also acquire a local specialty, a mineral specifically used to enhance physical attributes. More importantly, there exists a multitude of alien races. Should you conquer them, you can form contracts with them to become your beasts. Upon hearing this, Gu Xing made his decision. The 3 benefits Long Zhonghua mentioned were precisely what he urgently required. Both of his beasts needed to level up, and his physical attributes also needed enhancement. Most crucially, he now had an additional contract slot, necessitating the selection of a 3rd beast. Moreover, he sensed that remaining at the National Academy would yield limited growth opportunities. However, just before departing, Gu Xing suddenly raised his head, recalling the promise that breaking the record would grant him access to the National Treasury. You little rascal. Long Zhonghua was momentarily taken aback before chiding with a smile. Long Zhonghua, keep my word. Not only will you choose, but you may select 2 items. It is settled. Within the awakening secret realm, the once tumultuous demonic energy now lay in eerie silence, the shattered earth still harboring a terrifying aura of thunder. Suddenly, a fissure opened in the void, and 2 graceful figures descended lightly. The vibrant Fei Yu widened her scarlet eyes, her mouth slightly agape. The destructive power exhibited by the awakened beast was astonishingly fearsome. Even when compared to her sister, it seemed to be equally formidable. Yet, her sister's level was extraordinary 9th tier. How terrifying is the talent of that human. Sister, where shall we go now? That human seems to have ventured into another world, and I cannot follow. As incomplete members of the ghost race, each of them inherited only half of their ancestral powers. The lively Fei Yu inherited the power of the void, while the seemingly gentle Qing Shuang inherited the strength of the ghost race. It is all right. I am well aware of your abilities. Qing Shuang reassured her. The void power was nearly utilized to its fullest extent. If Fei Yu could not keep up, it indicated that the other world did not welcome their presence. However, at that moment, a rare look of confusion crossed Qing Shuang's exquisitely beautiful face. She turned to her sister, her voice soft yet hesitant. Do you think we should wait for him? Wait until he reaches the commanding level and acknowledge him as our master. That human was indeed the most talented individual she had encountered in many years, and his talents were remarkably compatible with their ghost race. Upon hearing Qing Shuang's inquiry, Fei was taken aback. They had wandered through the void for many years. If they truly sought a master, both sisters found it difficult to decide in that moment. After a prolonged silence, Feiyu finally lifted her head, her eyes glimmering with determination. Sister, if we do not contract with a human, we shall forever remain at the extraordinary level. I refuse to resign myself to this fate. Qing Shuang's pupils constricted. Her sister's words pierced her heart like a sharp sword. Likewise, she had long been troubled by their past predicament. Indeed, why should they accept their fates? Just because they possessed only one horn. They were to be despised by their kin, cast out from the ghost race like refuse. Suddenly, a resolute smile graced Qing Shuang's lips. You. Then we shall go to the north border. When he reaches the commanding level, we will acknowledge him as our master. However, before that, we must ensure that he recognizes our value. Otherwise, even if we acknowledge him as our master, we shall not receive the respect we deserve. Upon hearing Qing Shuang's decision, Feiyu was first stunned, then elated. Sister, are you serious? For years, the sisters had intentionally avoided other races, drifting through the void. For the vivacious Feiyu, such a life was exceedingly arduous. But now, her sister had finally relented. As for the north border, they had long since discerned the patterns. All talented humans invariably ventured to that region for training. Moreover, only in the north border, amidst the plethora of alien races, could the sisters remain inconspicuous. Observing her sister's exuberance, Qing Shuang nodded slightly. Indeed, sister, I love you the most. At the National Academy, Gu Xing, having received special permission from Longjinghua, was led by the staff through layers of restrictions to arrive before what appeared to be an ordinary warehouse. Although its exterior was unremarkable, Gu Xing keenly sensed several royal-level auras lurking within. Truly, it was the national treasury. After confirming his identity, the heavy alloy doors slowly creaked open. In an instant, a dazzling array of rare treasures filled his vision. However, Gu Xing was acutely aware of his purpose for entering the national treasury: to seek materials for the evolution of two beasts. The prior evolution had already elevated Lu Li's qualifications from legendary to mythical. Should he collect all the necessary materials once more to assist the two beasts in evolving? Would it not be possible for their levels to surpass the mythical? Thus, he bypassed the ordinary materials and focused intently on searching for the 6 materials essential for the evolution of his two beasts. Yet, as Gu Xing perused the treasury, he found no sign of Lu Li's evolution materials: angelic divine blood, radiant divine crystal, and ultimate fire. He had already held little hope for the angelic divine blood and ultimate fire. However, he did not anticipate that even the radiant divine crystal would be absent from the treasury. As for the materials needed by Wei La, the spring of life, heart of nature, and earth marrow, he had already acquired the spring of life. Suddenly, an obsidian oval object caught his attention. What is this? Upon discerning the item's information, Gu Xing's heart raced. Heart of nature, incomplete. Level, mythical. Function, enhances the qualifications of the elf race. Subsequently, he could not help but grimace in resignation. After finally locating a material, he discovered it to be incomplete. Nonetheless, having something was better than nothing. He would take it, continuing his search and confirming the absence of other useful materials. He had no choice but to take one of the few remaining mythical materials from the treasury. Twin hearts, level, mythical, function, unknown. Although its purpose remained unclear, its mythical quality was indisputable. Furthermore, among the various mythical materials, this twin heart was the most intact. Therefore, he decided to take it. Who knows when it might prove useful in the future? Chapter 74. I wish to journey to the north border. After securing the 2 mythical materials, Gu Xing left the treasury. The next flight to the north border was scheduled for 3 days hence. Thus he resolved to seize this opportunity to explore the imperial capital thoroughly. He also intended to cultivate his relationship with his 2 beasts. However, as the blue 7-pointed star array manifested before him, only Lu Li appeared. The silver-haired maiden lifted her skirt slightly, bowing gently, her silver locks shimmering softly under the sunlight. Upon observing Gu Xing's trance-like demeanor, Lu Li let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, men are drawn to gentle women. Gu Xing blinked, momentarily bewildered. Wasn't he summoning 2 beast companions? Why had Lu Li appeared instead? Upon hearing Gu Xing mention that green tea spirit, Lu Li's expression shifted slightly, but she quickly adorned her face with a soft smile once more. Master, Wei La mentioned she has not been feeling well lately. The green tea spirit has occupied your time for far too long. Now that you are finally free, how can we allow that spirit to interrupt our precious moments? Hearing Lu Li's explanation, Gu Xing's lips twitched. Could a beast with such robust physical qualities truly have issues? In the beast space, Wei La sat gloomily beneath the tree of life, hugging her knees. Recalling Lu Li's amiable reprimand, she kicked the tree root in frustration. If only she could defeat that angel. The tree of life trembled, curling its branches in fear of incurring the wrath of this little ancestor. Just as Gu Xing intended to spend quality time with Lu Li, Xinghe approached. Lu Li's lips twitched again. Why did he have to come at this moment? Xinghe, perceptive as ever, sensed the resentful gaze directed at him by Lu Li and was momentarily taken aback. When had he offended this beast? However, pressing matters dictated that he focus on the clan leader's directive. Gu Xing, our clan leader wishes to meet with you. Gu Xing pondered briefly before acquiescing. Having previously resided in the Ying family, and considering that Lu Li had even destroyed one of their estates during her advancement, it would be quite inappropriate not to accept the clan leader's personal invitation. All right, no problem. Gu Xing nodded, casting an apologetic glance at Lu Li. Under Xinghe's guidance, Gu Xing soon arrived at a conference room within the Ying residence. The fragrant aroma of tea wafted from the sandalwood table, while the shadows of trees danced outside the window, creating an atmosphere of peculiar stillness within. Before long, footsteps echoed from outside. Xinghe assisted an elderly man into the room at a measured pace. Gu Xing looked up and felt his pupils constrict sharply. According to the information he had gathered, Bing was the daughter of the Ying clan leader. By age, the clan leader should be around 50 years old. Yet, the man before him had hair as white as snow and a face etched with deep wrinkles. The only feature that belied his age was the sharpness of his eyes. Startled, are we? The old man's voice was hoarse yet laced with amusement, as he proceeded to explain the reason behind his appearance. The Ying bloodline was unique, allowing them to contract only a single beast companion. However, through their exceptional bloodline power, they could continuously enhance the strength of this beast, both in terms of aptitude and attributes. Yet, this enhancement was limited, as it could only elevate the beast to the pinnacle of legendary status. There was, however, a side effect. It continuously drained the life force of the Ying clan members, accounting for Ying Tian's advanced age. Upon hearing this, Gu Xing's brow furrowed slightly. No wonder each time he encountered Bing, her beast's power surged tremendously. At this rate, it seemed her beast was not far from reaching legendary status. Sensing Gu Xing's thoughts, a smile crept across Tian's wrinkled face. Though Bing is nearing the limit with her beast, her bloodline is highly concentrated, and she has gained opportunities in the Elven secret realm. Her health will remain stable for the time being, but in the future, suddenly, the elder's expression grew serious. He straightened his stooped back, his hoarse voice taking on a grave tone. Gu Xing, I implore you to assist Bing. I am aware you possess methods to enhance a beast's aptitude. I beseech you to help her when she can no longer endure. If her beast can transcend to the mythical level, the enhancement of her beast abilities may help her overcome her bloodline deficiencies. Gu Xing was momentarily taken aback by Tian's request. However, he quickly realized that it was not surprising for Tian to perceive this, as Lu Li had transitioned from legendary aptitude to mythical level within the Ying family. As a king-level beastmaster, it was only natural for Tian to notice this detail. Gazing at the pleading expression in Tian's eyes, Gu Xing felt a sense of resolve forming within him. He took a deep breath and solemnly replied, I consider Bing a friend. Should I be able to assist her, I shall do so with all my might. Upon hearing this, a look of relief washed over Tian's wrinkled face. He gently pushed away Xinghe's support and trembled as he bowed deeply to Gu Xing. On behalf of the Ying family, I thank you, young friend. Gu Xing hurriedly stepped forward to offer support. This venerable figure was renowned alongside Long Zhenghua, having achieved great feats for the Long Xia kingdom. Although his physical condition now limited his ability to act freely, the fact that this esteemed elder showed such profound respect towards him filled Gu Xing with a sense of humility. You honor me, esteemed elder. I truly do not deserve such reverence. As he exited the conference hall, Gu Xing's mind remained somewhat disoriented. Tian's earnest request instilled within him a sense of responsibility. Just as he stepped through the door, he fortuitously encountered Ing Bing. The young woman's cold, clear gaze flickered with surprise. Gu Xing? You. Gu Xing hesitated for a moment, but ultimately refrained from mentioning his conversation with Ing Tian. Instead, he fabricated an excuse. I will be departing for the northern frontier in 3 days, and I specifically came to bid you farewell, only to find you absent. Upon hearing that Gu Xing had taken the time to say goodbye, a rare blush graced Ing Bing's typically frosty visage. A warm sensation flowed through her heart, akin to a small light being ignited within. Afterward, Gu Xing took his leave. Watching Gu Xing's retreating figure, Ing Bing suddenly realized something. Gu Xing was leaving. In an instant, the light within her heart extinguished, leaving her with an overwhelming sense of emptiness. What was happening to her? Her hand instinctively pressed against her heart. Why did the news of Gu Xing's departure from the imperial capital cause her such distress? It felt as if a world that had once been illuminated by light had reverted to a cold, desolate void. In a daze, she instinctively sought out her father. Upon meeting Ing Tian's puzzled gaze, she froze momentarily. After a long pause, she finally lifted her head and voiced a request. This was the only time she would ever make such a plea. Father, I wish to enter the Ing's secret realm. I want to quickly elevate to the extraordinary stage 5. I want to go to the northern frontier. She had always understood the implications of advancing in rank. The stronger she became, the more her beast would siphon her life force. Her lifespan would inevitably be counted down. Yet, despite this knowledge, she was still eager to reach extraordinary stage 5 as swiftly as possible, to journey to the northern frontier and to reunite with that person. Ing Tian gazed at the flame he had never seen before in his daughter's eyes. After a moment of silence, a smile graced his wrinkled face, and he nodded slowly. Very well. Chapter 75. The Rise of the New Deities. In the northern frontier, within the city of chaos, howling icy winds swirled with fine ice crystals, dancing above the only city in the northern frontier where various clans converged. In the center of the city, 3 ancient stone arenas were arranged in a triangular formation. They corresponded to the levels of extraordinary, commander, and king. These arenas served not only as a venue for resolving disputes among the clans, but also held a deeper significance. When a masterless beast stepped onto the arena, it signified that it was in search of its master. Qin Shuang instructed Fei Yu to wait in place and ascended the arena. A stir erupted around the arena. The various clan powerhouses, upon noticing the lone figure on the stage, immediately realized this was no ordinary duel. Look, someone else has taken the stage. It seems they are seeking their master. However, what race is this? Why have we never seen them before? Wait, she somewhat resembles the legendary ghost race. But aren't ghost races supposed to have 2 horns? A one-horned ghost race? The power of the Gu clan derives from their dual horns. Surely, one horn must be deemed a defective product. Qin Shuang disregarded the piercing remarks that echoed around her. Over the years, despite her conscious efforts to avoid other races, she had encountered her fair share of similar mockery. Yet, someone dares to challenge me? This statement ignited the emotions of the Beastmen audience like a spark igniting a powder keg. It is well known that gaining attention through the arena is undoubtedly the quickest method, but such a tactic is akin to trampling upon the dignity of all races. To ascend by stepping on our faces? Such audacity cannot be tolerated. With a thunderous roar, the werewolf Walker leapt onto the stage, his muscles bulging and his eyes ablaze with combat spirit. However, Qin Shuang merely delivered a casual punch. That seemingly slender arm unleashed an astonishing force, causing the very air to quiver in its wake. Bang! Walker barely had time to assume a defensive stance before he was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily 10 meters away. Coughing and gasping, the werewolf struggled to rise, his eyes wide with disbelief. It was only at that moment he truly grasped the terror of this single-horned Gu clan member. In that instant, it felt as if an entire mountain was charging toward him. Is this truly extraordinary power? The arena fell into a sudden silence. The previously restless warriors from various races now found themselves involuntarily swallowing hard. Next, Fei Yu had somehow darted to the front row of the audience, waving a colorful flag she had obtained from somewhere. "Sister, you are amazing. Sister, you are invincible." Apart from Fei Yu, the other Beastmen warriors exchanged incredulous glances, their faces reflecting disbelief. Walker was defeated just like that? He was an extraordinary ninth tier. The epic walker fell to her with just a single move. This Gu clan member's potential must surely transcend the legendary realm. Are we about to witness the birth of a future monarch? In contrast to the beastmen, the human beastmasters in attendance gazed upon her with fervent eyes. An extraordinary ninth tier, a beastmaster of legendary caliber, actively seeking a master. Such an opportunity is rare indeed. Soon, an extraordinary ninth-tier beastmaster could no longer contain his excitement and leaped onto the arena. Suppressing his exhilaration, he attempted to display his sincerity. "Hello, my name is..." Yet, before he could finish, Qing Shuang's fist was upon him. Goodness! The beastmaster's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly summoned his two beasts to shield him. However, under the force of that punch, the two beasts, along with him, were sent flying like kites with severed strings, crashing heavily outside the arena. This was merely the result of Qing Shuang deliberately holding back. Had she applied herself, that punch would have been enough to obliterate them. Silence enveloped the arena. The previously restless beastmasters now stood frozen in place, cold sweat trickling down their brows. Such power, without sufficient prowess. Approaching her would be tantamount to courting death. "Is there anyone else?" No one responded from the crowd. The powerful figures from various races exchanged glances, yet none dared to step forward again. Qing Shuang frowned slightly. Is there truly not a single worthy opponent in this vast northern territory? Her words fell like a spark into a barrel of gunpowder, igniting the atmosphere instantly. Her statement clearly insulted all the diverse races in the northern territory. How remarkable the Gu clan is. Damn, I may not be able to defeat you, but I can certainly call for help. Indeed, although we may be weak, there must be someone in the northern territory capable of bringing her down. I know the last champion of the arena, Kaik. I will summon him to teach this beast a lesson. As she observed the agitated crowd, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Qing Shuang's eyes. This was precisely the effect she desired. Ascending by stepping on the entire northern territory is the swiftest method. She silently apologized to her defeated opponents, but her gaze soon regained its determination. Challenging all the diverse races of the northern territory was a choice she had deliberated carefully, if she rashly approached with her sister. Moreover, the human could only contract one beast. What if he refused to allow his sister to remain by his side? Fei Yu was adept in void powers, yet her attributes were exceedingly weak, while she, Qing Shuang, unconsciously clenched her fist, her single horn emanating a faint glow. Although she could not utilize her void talents, her strength was several times that of an ordinary Gu clan member. Before long, a commotion arose at the arena's edge. A towering figure soared into the air and landed heavily before Qing Shuang, causing the arena to tremble slightly. The dark blue scales gleamed with a metallic luster under the sun, and a robust dragon tail swayed gently behind him. He was Kaik, the dragon warrior who had previously gained renown in the northern territory by challenging all comers. Yet, upon his arrival, he immediately felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Kaik's golden vertical pupils constricted suddenly. He had initially thought yet another foolhardy challenger was seeking attention, but to his astonishment, he had encountered a true master. Kaik, the dragon man, spoke in a low voice filled with combat intent. "What is your name?" Qing Shuang's silver eyes flickered, revealing a rare moment of seriousness. An extraordinary ninth tier, and among the highest caliber of legendary potential. Addressing such an opponent, she slowly replied, "Qing Shuang." In the tradition of the Dragon Clan, exchanging names signifies the acknowledgement of the other as a worthy adversary. Despite the overwhelming pressure emanating from her, despite every instinct screaming of impending defeat, the Dragon Clan had never feared failure. Kaik suddenly unfurled his wings, exuding a fearsome dragon might. "Come, let us battle. No elaborate skills, no unnecessary probing." The Gu clan is renowned for their strength, and Kaik, flowing with dragon blood, is equally formidable. Boom! Their fists collided violently in the air, producing a deafening roar. The violent shockwave exploded outward from the two, sending the lower-tier onlookers tumbling. He can fight. Kaik's heart surged with joy, his muscles beneath the dragon's scales tensing. However, Qing Shuang's next words instantly chilled his fervor. "Your strength is commendable." This was sincere admiration, to withstand half of her power in a single punch. Kaik was indeed worthy of pride, but that was all. Once Qing Shuang unleashed her true force, the outcome was inevitable. Bang! In their second clash, Kike's robust form was sent flying like a kite with a severed string. Her precise control over power ensured he landed safely at the edge of the arena, unscathed. Yet, that was precisely what was most terrifying. To control power to such a refined degree, Kike knelt on one knee, his dragon tail drooping. I concede. The arena fell into silence. The once dominant champion had been defeated just like that. They bore witness to the rise of a new deity. Chapter 76. Departure to the Northern Territory. 3 days swiftly passed. The day of farewell had finally arrived. After bidding goodbye to Gu Xing and the others, Gu Xing arrived at the starting point for the journey to the Northern Territory. This was a flying beastmaster base located outside the Imperial City, where the flying beast could transport individuals to any destination. The expedition to the Northern Territory included several extraordinary fifth-tier students from the National Academy, alongside other elite members from different academies. Coincidentally, those from the National Academy were the very seniors he had subdued during the opening ceremony. Upon seeing Gu Xing, they exchanged glances filled with awe and immediately greeted him with enthusiasm. Soon, a commanding beastmaster began to verify the roster. Once all were confirmed present, he announced loudly, "Attention everyone, we shall now assign accommodations. The journey to the Northern Territory is lengthy, requiring entry into a different space and nearly a month of flight to reach the border. Thus, the backs of the flying beasts were equipped with small accommodations to ensure that everyone could rest during the extended journey. However, the number of rooms was limited, accommodating only 3 or 4 individuals, while the remaining members would need to squeeze into a communal sleeping area. Naturally, this was a deliberate arrangement, serving as a privilege for the strong and an encouragement for the weak. The distinguished beast master hailing from the Gu Xing naturally recognized Gu Xing. Without hesitation, he allocated the largest room to Gu Xing. However, this decision instantly ignited discontent among the other academy students. Why should he, merely a first-order extraordinary, monopolize a room? Connections make all the difference. He probably secured his spot in the northern region through his background, didn't he? How dare he, a mere first-order extraordinary, ride over us? Although, according to the original allocation rules, these individuals might not have received separate rooms either. Witnessing a first-order extraordinary enjoy such privileges gnawed at their hearts. This is the jealousy inherent in human nature. Yet, before Gu Xing could react, several other fifth-order extraordinary students from Gu Xing could no longer contain themselves. To insult Gu Xing as trash? Wouldn't that imply they were inferior to trash? This is intolerable. The most hot-tempered beastmaster, with a buzz cut, glared fiercely and stepped forward, bellowing, "Dare to insult someone from Gu Xing? Seek death." No sooner had he spoken than he raised his hand, instantly calling forth his beast, a fifth-order extraordinary epic-quality storm wolf. It is known that while epic-quality beasts are not rare in Gu Xing, to the students of other academies, they are undeniably overwhelming. The storm wolf merely let out a low growl, and the terrifying pressure left the onlookers pale. 3 minutes later, a line of students with bruised faces bowed deeply before Gu Xing, their voices trembling as they apologized. "Sorry, Xing, we were blind. We shouldn't have spoken so carelessly." Observing the battered yet submissive students before him, Gu Xing's lips twitched slightly, leaving him momentarily speechless. The buzz-cut beastmaster, Luo Li, scratched his head and offered Gu Xing a sincere smile. Gu Xing politely nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you." Upon hearing this, Luo Li became somewhat embarrassed and stammered. "Well, it's nothing. My name is Luo Li, from Chuanshu. I just think you're so impressive and strong. You shouldn't be insulted by them." He grew increasingly animated, his eyes even gleaming with excitement. Something feels off. Lu Li keenly sensed the anomaly and immediately cast a wary glance at Luo Li. Could it be that this fellow has taken a liking to her master? At this thought, Lu Li's pupils constricted. "Master, we should head inside." Without waiting for Gu Xing's response, she grabbed his sleeve and forcefully led him towards the room atop the flying beast. Luo Li stood there bewildered. His classmates exchanged knowing glances and instinctively took several steps back, creating distance from him. Something is amiss. In Wei Luo manner, "Old man, I want to tend Gu Xing." Veronica stomped on the mahogany table, hands on her hips, glaring down at the council's chief beastmaster, Wei Luo Kawen. He also holds another title, Veronica's father. This formidable figure, renowned alongside Long Jinghua, twitched his lips, but had to suppress his fury. No. Yuming has informed me that you wish to go to Longxia for that kid, named Gu Xing. As if any wild child could just whisk away my daughter? Dream on. Your say is not the final word. Veronica slammed the table, declaring, if you stop me, I will sever ties with you. Ka Wen's temples throbbed. Among the entire human race, only this Veronica would dare to challenge him so boldly. He forced a stiff smile. Even if I agree, Long Xia would never approve, right? Veronica tilted her head in contemplation. Indeed, given her identity as the speaker's daughter, should anything untoward happen in Long Xia, she could easily envision her father leading an army to turn Long Xia upside down. Then I will go to the northern region. Nonsense. I can send you the extraordinary materials you need. Why go to that cursed place? Old man, the girl pressed, inching closer if you stop me again. I will sever ties right now. Seeing Veronica's earnest expression, Cowan sighed deeply. He knew his daughter too well. Whether he agreed or not, she would sneak out. Fine, he suddenly said with seriousness, but you must sign a contract with the White Emperor. No, it's so ugly. Cowan nearly choked. That is a half-divine quality, king-level beast. A treasure that the entire council couldn't find a second of. No contract with the White Emperor, no deal. He stated firmly. Veronica's eyes darted. She understood this was her father's final bottom line. If her safety could not be guaranteed, Cowan would never let her leave. Deal. Beside them, the Yuming spirit leopard silently turned its head away, unable to bear witness to this father-daughter standoff. The young lady is simply too tightly controlled by her family, stifled, indeed. Suddenly, Veronica leaped forward and hugged its neck, her eyes sparkling. I heard there is a special secret realm in the northern region. The Yuming spirit leopard helplessly flicked its tail against her wrist. While it preferred a stable life, who could blame it for having such a mistress? At that moment, Veronica's expression suddenly drooped, and she muttered glumly, I have to contract with that stupid bear. The Yuming spirit leopard twitched its mouth. If anyone else had such a powerful beast, they would be elated. Yet, only its own mistress looked so disdainful. Forget it. Once the contract is complete, we will head to the northern region. Gu Xing will definitely go to the northern region too. Leopard, we will find him then. Chapter 77. No entry means no entry. In the heart of the northern region, in the city of chaos. A month later, Gu Xing and his companions finally arrived at the core city of the northern region. Upon landing, Gu Xing unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. Gu Xing. Sally waved her small hand excitedly amidst the crowd, her face beaming with joy. Gu Xing approached with Lu Li and Vera. Seeing them, Sally immediately bowed respectfully. Gu Xing, Liu Li, Vera. Gu Xing chuckled helplessly and advised, Sally, no need for such formality. Just call me by my name. No way. Sally shook her head resolutely. Aren't you a lord? Seeing her insistence, Gu Xing no longer pressed the matter and acquiesced. However, he was still very curious about why Sally was here. After he had left the Beast clan to Yi Xing he to handle, he had not intervened further. Through Sally's explanation, Gu Xing understood the reason. Due to certain risks associated with allowing foreign races to enter within the Long Xia defense line, after discussion, the Beast clan had been uniformly relocated to the northern region. This place, being a melting pot of various races, would hardly cause any ripples with the addition of one more Beast clan. Subsequently, under Sally's enthusiastic invitation, Gu Xing decided not to head to Jinghua Xue Fu's outpost, but rather to stay at her residence first. As they traversed the streets of the city of chaos, Sally guided the way while explaining the city's rules to Gu Xing. The most precious resource in the northern region is the Xing Shi. She pointed towards the towering exchange hall in the distance. For beast masters, it enhances physical attributes, and for us foreign races, it purifies our bloodlines. Gu Xing nodded thoughtfully. However, Xing Shi is relatively rare. It must be exchanged by hunting demon races? Yes, she confirmed, different demon races hold different point values, and using points, one can exchange for corresponding quality Xing Shi. Upon learning this information, Gu Xing nodded. Hunting demon races not only elevates beast levels, but also garners resources. Truly a win-win. In the midst of their conversation, the group arrived at the residence of the Cat clan. Upon seeing Gu Xing, the clan leader, Ron, immediately bowed respectfully with the entire clan. Upon learning that Gu Xing required Xing Shi the elderly man with his white hair. Without a second thought turned and instructed his clansmen, "Bring all the Xing Shi from the storeroom." "This won't do." Gu Xing quickly waved his hands. Ron, with tears glistening in his eyes, insisted on presenting a bee-skin bag filled with star stones, exclaiming, "My lord has saved our entire clan. What does this token of gratitude signify?" He solemnly accepted the star stones, silently vowing to return them in full after he hunted the demon clan. Soon after, Sally led Gu Xing to the guest room to rest, but instead of leaving, she remained nearby with a respectful demeanor. "Sally?" Gu Xing addressed her. "My lord." The young girl suddenly bowed deeply. "I took the liberty of enrolling in maid training. Please allow me to stay by your side to serve you." Gu Xing opened his mouth to speak, but she hurriedly interrupted, "I promise not to disturb you. I only wish to attend to your needs." After uttering this, Sally bowed once more, pleading, "I beg you." This was no mere request. Gu Xing observed the girl's tightly pressed lips, sensing that a refusal would provoke tears. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. He would not be in the city most of the time, and Sally would only be a nominal maid. Upon receiving his consent, her expression brightened. Then, "My lord, please rest. I will wait outside. Should you need anything, just call for me." Gu Xing attempted to reach out, but Sally hurriedly exited the room. He sighed, shaking his head. After signaling Lioli and Wayla to feel free, he turned his attention to the beast skin bag on the table. As he untied the knot, dozens of shimmering star stones tumbled out, producing a crisp sound upon hitting the table. Star stones, although they were merely of the lowest grade, according to Sally, when combined with specific materials, they could significantly enhance one's physique. Unfortunately, the Beast clan possessed inherently strong physical attributes and merely collected the star stones themselves. Suddenly, Gu Xing raised an eyebrow, his consciousness diving into the Beastmaster space. The fountain of life rippled, and the ancient tree's leaves stirred without wind. If one were to consider auxiliary materials, could there be anything better than these two items? However, considering that they were sacred relics of the elven race, Gu Xing decided to consult Wayla first. "Wayla, I wish to use some of the fountain of life and leaves from the world tree." "Use." Without waiting for him to finish, Wayla leapt up excitedly. "How much does my master need? I will fetch it right away." Gu Xing was momentarily speechless. Wait, is there something amiss with this reaction? Aren't these two items sacred to the elven race? Yet, Wayla's enthusiasm was palpable. Moments later, a large oak barrel thudded heavily to the ground, filled with the iridescent fountain of life, and dozens of leaves adorned with golden patterns floated atop the surface. "Master, is this enough? If not, I will go gather more." Bathing in the fountain of life. If word got out, he would surely be hunted by other beastmasters. Just as he was lost in thought, Wayla turned to dive back into the beastmaster space. Gu Xing swiftly grasped her collar. "That's enough. Any more would be wasteful." After confirming the materials were sufficient, Gu Xing unbuttoned his outer garment, suddenly freezing in place as he turned his head. Indeed, he found Lioli and Wayla staring at him intently, their eyes filled with anticipation. "No!" The two beasts exclaimed in unison, yet their bodies inched forward, betraying their eagerness. Acting decisively, Gu Xing grabbed them by the back of their collars and tossed them out of the room. With a resounding slam, he locked the door. Immediately, he heard a series of knocks and distressed whimpers from outside. No close contact between the sexes, not even for beasts. In the corridor outside, Sally tilted her head in confusion at the sight of Lioli and Wayla being ushered out. "Why are you two out here?" she asked, her emerald eyes blinking curiously as her tail swayed. Upon learning Gu Xing was bathing, she instinctively moved to push the door open. "I will help my lord wash his back." "Stop." Lioli and Wayla swiftly blocked the door, standing like two walls. Is this cat truly innocent or merely feigning ignorance? They exchanged glances, the innocence on Sally's face causing their temples to throb. "But this is a maid's duty," Sally protested, counting off tasks on her fingers, preparing towels, adjusting water temperature, massaging shoulders. With each word, the expressions of Lioli and Wayla darkened. Regardless, Lioli firmly pressed down on Sally's eager tail, asserting, "No entry means no entry." Wayla, too, used her skills to seal the door shut. Chapter 78. North of the North. The Demon Realm. Meanwhile, in a haze of steam, Gu Xing quickly shed his garments and leaped into the wooden tub brimming with the fountain of life. The emerald water enveloped his chest, the cool, gentle energy wrapping around him like silk. He then seized the beast skin bag and poured the dozens of star stones into the water. As the star stones splashed into the fountain, the entire tub erupted into a tricolored radiance. The fountain of life invigorated the spirit. The star stones fortified the body. And with the addition of the world tree leaves life essence, the combined effects were uncertain. Gu Xing closed his eyes and focused, his mental energy spreading like a web. Within his perception, the three distinct energies intertwined in the water. He carefully examined them. The blue energy belonged to the star stones, the white to the fountain of life, and the green to the leaves of the world tree. Kulme. His mental energy transformed into an invisible hand, drawing the tricolored energies into his body simultaneously. In an instant, a storm surged within his sea of consciousness. The talent of sovereignty radiated silver brilliance, while the talent of soul devourer burst forth with a crimson glow. The two forces clashed within his veins like beasts vying for territory. This is bad. Cold sweat trickled down Gu Xing's forehead as the veins in his neck bulged, his skin flickering between silver and crimson. If this continued, his mental strength would surely shatter. However, just at the brink of losing control, the opposing forces suddenly halted. The silver light and crimson glow each retreated half a step. As if reaching an agreement, they delineated a boundary. In the blink of an eye, the tricolored energies were neatly divided into two, beginning to be systematically absorbed by the two talents. Observing the delicate balance achieved within his body, Gu Xing sighed in relief. However, if the two talents were to consume all the energy, how would his physical attributes improve? Thus, Gu Xing exerted control over his mental energy, forcefully reclaiming some of the essence. Soon, the mist in the bathing area dissipated. Gu Xing slowly opened his eyes within the depths of his pupils. Silver and crimson intermingled in a fleeting shimmer. He glanced down at the tub. The fountain of life had long since dried up. The leaves of the world tree had turned to ashes, and even the once resplendent star stones had lost their luster, reduced to lifeless fragments. He shook his head in resignation. Although it was his body absorbing the energy, the two talents devoured it like ravenous wolves, nearly consuming all the benefits. Had he not forcefully restrained them, they might have devoured every last bit of energy. Nevertheless, the outcome was still satisfactory. With a thought, Gu Xing summoned his attribute panel. Gu Xing, beasts, sacred angel, nature, elf, level, extraordinary tier 1, talents, sovereignty, leveling up, soul devourer, leveling up, strength, 205,250, vitality, 201,250, mentality, 434,520 speed, 202250. Gu Xing scrutinized the attribute panel, his eyelids twitching. Indeed, the energy had been nearly entirely consumed by sovereignty and soul devourer, resulting in a dramatic increase in mental strength. Although his strength, vitality, and speed had also improved, the increase was markedly less than that of his mental attribute. These two talents. Gu Xing rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. If this trend continued, achieving balanced improvements in the future would likely require a significantly greater investment of resources, especially in star stones. However, his gaze was fixed intently on the two lines of text displayed on the attribute panel. Talent, Junlin, leveling up, Shihun, leveling up, his breath momentarily stilled. Normally, after awakening a talent, it remains fixed, yet Junlin and Shihun were still evolving. One must understand that both Junlin and Shihun were exceedingly rare top-tier talents. The fact that they were still developing was astounding. Gulp. Gu Xing instinctively swallowed, his heart racing. To what heights could these two talents ascend if they continued to improve? Realizing this, he abruptly rose from the bath. What is the harm in acquiring a few star stones? Tomorrow, he would venture into the demon realm to hunt the demon race. Since the talents were so insatiable, he would let them feast to their heart's content. The following day, in the chaotic city's exchange center, Gu Xing stood at the counter, receiving a black token handed to him by the staff. The token felt icy to the touch, its surface engraved with intricate magical patterns, with a dim crystal embedded at its center. This token served as proof of the number of demons slain. Name? Level? The staff member inquired without looking up. Gu Xing, extraordinary first level. Oh, extraordinary first level? The staff member suddenly lifted his head, eyes wide. What did you say? Extraordinary first level. His voice unconsciously rose, and the entire hall fell silent for a moment. The next second, the surrounding crowd erupted in commotion. Extraordinary first level? I must have misheard. This kid must be insane, going to the demon realm at that level. Murmurs of scorn, disdain, and pity were directed at him. However, Gu Xing remained unfazed, his attention firmly locked on the enormous luminous screen above the hall. Points exchange list. Low-level star stone, 10 points each. Mid-level star stone, 1,000 points each. At the very top, a line of striking golden text flickered. 1,000,000 points. Special Secret Realm, Entry Qualification 1, Special Secret Realm? Under the staff member's explanation, Gu Xing comprehended the significance of this special secret realm. Although it required 1,000,000 points to exchange for entry, it was worth the cost. Moreover, this secret realm consisted of 3 layers. With each layer cleared, the attributes of the participants would be significantly enhanced. Curiously, Gu Xing inquired about the origin of this secret realm. The staff member shook his head. This secret realm existed long before the establishment of the chaotic city. No one knows when it first emerged. Gu Xing nodded thoughtfully. After several hundred years, it was utterly impossible for humanity to fully explore another dimension. Are you truly certain you want to venture to the demon realm alone? The staff member could not help but advise again. The lowest level demons are already extraordinary, and you might inadvertently encounter a commander-level demon. He paused, his tone grave. Even a fully equipped team of high-level extraordinary would suffer over 30% casualties. In other words, for you, an extraordinary first level, it's akin to courting death. Gu Xing smiled, tucking the token into his pocket. Just register me. The staff member, seeing his resolute demeanor, sighed and completed the paperwork. Soon, a group of beast-tamers, under the guidance of specialists, boarded the flying beasts heading to the northern border, the entrance to the demon realm. As Gu Xing ascended the flying beast alone, he overheard blatant derision from those nearby. Bet or not, I wager he won't survive the night. Ha, I raised the stakes. This kid won't even leave a corpse. Gu Xing discreetly glanced at a few individuals, mentally noting their remarks. Chapter 79. Kindness is foolishness. At the border of the demon realm, the massive flying beast descended slowly, stirring up clouds of dust. The beast-tamer responsible for the transport stood on the beast's back, his voice cold. Remember, once you enter the demon realm, your life and death are your own responsibility. I will return to retrieve you in 10 days. His sharp gaze swept over the crowd, lingering momentarily on Gu Xing, who was alone. Those who missed the time will be left to feed the demons. The crowd stirred uneasily. Gu Xing surveyed the area. Aside from the 3 major factions of humanity, there were also numerous non-human races entering the demon realm. At that moment, a man from the Tiger clan stealthily approached Gu Xing. Human, would you like to join us? We can ensure your safety. Whispers surged around them. This newcomer is finished. He has caught the attention of the Tiger clan. But this newcomer has no star stones. Why would the Tiger clan want him? Fool. No star stones. But he can serve as bait. Serves him right for coming to the demon realm as an extraordinary first level. Even being bait is a contribution. Amidst the chatter, Gu Xing slowly turned to face the approaching Tiger clan member. The discussions had reminded him of the reality. This was the demon realm, where there were no laws or oversight, and strength dictated everything. Gu Xing summoned 2 beasts. As for strength, these 2 beasts represented his true power. Human, are you deaf? I'm asking you. The contemptuous attitude of the Tiger clan member provoked his ire. Damn it, you're asking for trouble. Today, whether you want to or not, you're coming with me. He lunged toward Gu Xing, aiming to grasp his shoulder. However, before his hand could reach Gu Xing's shoulder, swish. A flash of crimson sword light swept by. Thud. A severed arm fell to the ground, startling the Tiger clan member, who looked down at his now empty arm. Blood gushing from a stump. A mere extraordinary first-level human dares to strike against him. He roared in fury, turning to his companions. Kill him. How dare he injure our brother Tiger? 5 Tiger clan warriors charged forward, their murderous intent palpable. Yet, they had no idea they were facing a monster, an angelic princess of the Angel clan, possessing 1,400 points in all attributes and the bloodline of the Seraphim. Although these Tiger clan members were at extraordinary levels 7 and 8, none had attributes even exceeding 1,000. To Luli, this was merely a casual strike. Swish! The crimson sword light flashed again. Thud, thud, thud. 5 robust tiger arms fell to the ground in unison, blood splattering everywhere. The arena fell silent. The onlookers gaped, their faces etched with shock. Was this truly an extraordinary first level? The Tiger Clan S team would rank among the top 10 here, yet they were dispatched so effortlessly. The ease with which that angel wielded her power suggested she hadn't even used half her strength. No wonder he dared to venture alone into the demon realm. As the crowd gasped in astonishment, the few who had mocked Gu Xing on the flying beast now turned pale. They had only just reached extraordinary level 5, and even the weakest member of the Tiger Clan was beyond their capability to combat, let alone that terrifying beast that had crushed the Tiger Clan. Gulp. The few swallowed hard, stealthily attempting to retreat. Yet, just as they took their first step, boom, a wall of thorns erupted from the ground, instantly sealing off all escape routes. Damn it! The group hurriedly summoned their beasts, unleashing elemental attacks against the thorny wall. However, in terms of spiritual attributes, Wei La was even more formidable than Lu Li. Bang, bang, bang. Their attacks struck the thorns, not causing even the slightest ripple. Meanwhile, Wei La gracefully ascended, a verdant halo manifesting behind her. She gently raised her hand, and 4 thorn walls sprang up, encircling all present, both human and non-human. What does this mean? Does he intend to attack all of us? There are over 100 of us. Amidst the terrified murmurs, Gu Xing slowly spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, I now declare 2 things. First, everyone must hand over the starstones they carry. Yes, this is a robbery. Second, those from the Longsha Kingdom are exempt. You may leave immediately. Upon hearing Vela's words, an exit was promptly opened in the thorny wall. The beast masters of Longsha Kingdom, as if granted a reprieve, cast grateful glances at Gu Xing and hastily evacuated the scene. Meanwhile, those who had previously mocked Gu Xing now blended into the crowd, seeking an opportunity to slip away. Suddenly, several vines surged forth, entwining them tightly. I refer to the individuals from Longsha Kingdom, excluding you few. Their expressions changed drastically, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. They stammered, "Why, yes, we are sorry. We shouldn't have spoken carelessly. We truly realize our mistakes. Please spare us." They desperately pleaded for mercy, yet clutched their starstone bags tightly. For beast masters, starstones were akin to lifelines. Huh. Gu Xing let out a cold laugh as the glimmering blade of his sword flashed by. A few left arms fell to the ground with a thud. Refuse to comply? Gu Xing narrowed his eyes. Next time, it will be your right hand. The individuals trembled in pain, no longer daring to entertain any thoughts of deceit. They shakily produced all their starstones. Only then did Gu Xing turn his attention to the others. What about you? Make your choice. The faces of those present turned ashen. Yet under the watchful eyes of the 2 beasts hovering in the sky, they ultimately trembled and surrendered their starstones. Excellent. And as for those from the Tiger Clan, a cold smile crept upon Gu Xing's lips. He desired both life and starstones. As for the possibility of retaliation from those he spared, he had no concerns. Vela possessed the ability to sense malice. None with ill intentions could escape. Indeed, moments later, as rustling sounds echoed, Gu Xing nodded in satisfaction. He was no benevolent soul. For those seeking vengeance against him, he would not leave any hidden dangers. As for cruelty in the demon domain, kindness was merely foolishness. When he first arrived here, Vela had warned him that a significant portion of those present harbored malicious intent. Since that was the case, it was best to eradicate them at the outset. As for the starstones, having taken action, he intended to seize them all. After all, both his talents and physical prowess required such resources, which he was currently lacking. These individuals were simply stepping into his line of fire. Well done. Gu Xing ruffled Vela's hair, causing her to squint her eyes in joy. Subsequently, Vela manipulated the vines to gather the bodies, and the group ventured deeper into the demon domain. After all, to hunt sufficient demons, one must have bait. Chapter 80. 9,000 points of mental attributes. Comparable to a cheat. Meanwhile, at the command center of the United Army, the atmosphere was solemn. Representatives from Longsha Kingdom, the Parliament, the Church, and several powerful beings from other races sat in a row. The parliamentary representative, Hate, waved his hand, and a screen on the military wall displayed a map of the demon domain. The map was densely dotted with red points, indicating the various parties that had entered the demon domain. How many leader-level demons could this batch of bait attract? Hate stroked his chin, his tone indifferent. Upon hearing this, the representative from the church, Ryan, spoke with some dissatisfaction. Hate, Mind your wording. What do you mean by bait? They are clearly warriors executing a combat mission. Yet the next moment, his tone softened. However, the quality of this batch is indeed lacking. It's unlikely they will draw out high-level demons. The stronger the individuals entering the demon domain, the greater the likelihood of attracting higher-level demons. Ryan shook his head, expressing his disapproval of the current members entering the demon domain. At that moment, several representatives from other races chimed in. What caliber of individuals have you humans recently sent into the demon domain? Is it true that among this group, there is even a first-tier extraordinary? The human race has grown increasingly negligent. Just then, a sharp female voice cut through the air, silencing the command center instantly. All eyes turned towards the silhouette of Qin Shuxue, the representative from Longxia Kingdom, who stood with her back to them, gazing intently at the map. She slowly turned, her piercing gaze sweeping over everyone present. You dare use the lives of low-tier beast masters and other races as bargaining chips, and still have the audacity to quarrel here? Upon hearing Qin Shushue's voice, both humans and other races alike lowered their heads. The reason was simple. This woman was exceedingly powerful, the undisputed strongest at the leader level. After a moment, a representative from another race cautiously spoke up. Commander Qin, this is the result of a joint discussion among the various races. Qin Shuxue shot a cold glance at the speaker, but said nothing further. Though she was formidable, it did not change the outcome of the situation. After all, the overall strength of the demon race far surpassed that of the combined human and various other races. While it was unclear why the demon race had yet to launch a full-scale assault, the various races dared not let their guard down. After multiple discussions, they ultimately devised a cruel yet effective plan to use starstones as bait, prompting low-tier beast masters and other races to enter the demon domain to hunt demons. Once the number of low-tier demons killed reached a certain threshold, high-tier demons would appear for revenge. At that point, the strong from each race would step in to slay the high-tier demons. This plan had indeed proven highly effective. To date, they had successfully hunted dozens of leader-level demons. However, the cost was equally grave, with countless low-tier beast masters and other races forever lost in that dark land. If a leader-level powerhouse were to personally enter the demon domain, the demons would immediately vanish without a trace. Her cold gaze swept across everyone in the command room, eventually returning to the flickering holographic map. Just then, Qin Shushue's attention suddenly sharpened. On the map, a solitary red that was advancing into the demon domain at an astonishing speed, leaving all other points far behind. Her brow furrowed. According to common understanding, the exploration range of extraordinary beings in the demon domain was extremely limited, yet this red that was already nearing the extreme exploration area of the extraordinary level. Beyond this point lay the territory of high-tier demons. Find out who this is. Pointing at the red dot, Qin Shuxue instructed a nearby staff member. The tokens provided by the exchange hall not only recorded the number of demons killed, but also stored personal information and allowed for temporary communication. After retrieving the data, the staff member's expression changed drastically. Report, Commander. It appears this individual is a student from the State Academy. Upon hearing this information, Qin Shuxue was not surprised. The State Academy was the elite institution of Longxia Kingdom, and it was entirely normal for a student of extraordinary 9th tier to approach the border of the extraordinary zone. However, even so, they could not allow him to continue advancing. What, Commander? His registration information indicates he is only of extraordinary 1st tier. What? Hearing this, Qin Shushue's pupils constricted sharply. An extraordinary 1st tier? It should be noted that the deeper one delved into the demon domain, the stronger the demons encountered. The location of this individual was almost swarming with extraordinary 9th tier demons. More importantly, the fact that he could reach this position at extraordinary 1st tier indicated his talent must be exceptionally strong, perhaps even surpassing her own. After all, she had been unable to achieve such a feat at extraordinary 1st tier. Realizing this, Qin Shuxue immediately issued orders. You stay here and continue monitoring. If any high-tier demons appear, take action immediately. I am heading into the demon domain. After giving her orders, Qin Shuxue swiftly took her leave. With each passing second, the danger to that talented junior increased. However, just as she was about to dash out of the command room, the staff member suddenly shouted, Commander, we have detected energy signatures of high-tier demons. They are in close proximity. Qin Shushue's figure abruptly froze. Subsequently, with a resounding blast, she vanished from her spot. Meanwhile, Gu Xing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, coldly observing the tide of demons surging toward him. The number of the demon race here far exceeds his imagination. Moreover, with the allure of the Tiger Clan and several human corpses, these demons have descended into utter madness. However, this aligns perfectly with his intentions. Quantity holds no value in the face of absolute power, especially with Wei La's attributes. Enhanced by the skill of elven sovereignty, she has become indistinguishable from a cheat code. Nature Spirit, Wei La, qualification, mythical 2-star, level, extraordinary 7th tier, strength, 1310, vitality, 1320, mentality, 30309090, speed, 1300, skills, nature's elegy, elven sovereignty, increases mentality by 300. Natural domain, beginner. This data evokes a sense of sorrow for the demon race. It is noteworthy that even the extraordinary 9th-tier demon lords possess attributes around 2,000 points. In contrast, the opponent they face is the Nature Spirit, a child of the earth, with a mentality reaching 9,000 points and skills that can be refreshed. Nature's elegy. Wei La gently parted her crimson lips, unleashing a frenzied torrent of mental energy. Instantly, the heavens and earth seemed to be paused. A silver-white lightning dragon descended, and where it passed, the demons were reduced to ashes before they could even scream. The ground cracked, and the sky trembled. In a single strike, all demons within 1,000 meters were annihilated. This area, under Wei La's might, was stripped of a layer of its surface. Chapter 81. The method of breakthrough to monarch level. It was this very strike that propelled Wei La to the pinnacle of the extraordinary level, reaching extraordinary 9th tier. A mere step away from the monarch level. Nature Spirit, Wei La. Qualification, mythical 2-star, level, extraordinary 9th tier, strength, 1510, vitality, 1520, mentality, 3430, speed, 1500, skills, nature's elegy, elven sovereignty, increases mentality by 300. Natural domain, beginner. Having successfully ascended to extraordinary 9th tier, Wei La immediately turned to Lu Li, casting a provocative glance. She had taken charge. With the advantage of her area attack skills, she had single-handedly dealt with the majority of the demons on the battlefield. This led to Lu Li remaining at extraordinary 7th tier. Holy Angel, Lu Li. Qualification, mythical 3-star, level, extraordinary 7th tier, strength, 2620, vitality, 2610, mentality, 2600, speed, 2630. Skills, Seraphim form, Apocalypse Angel form. Fire domain, beginner. Observing Lu Li, who was still at extraordinary 7th tier, Wei La floated in the air, hands on her hips, her face radiating pride. She had ascended, just a mere angel. Before she could finish her sentence, swish, a silver light flashed, and Lu Li appeared before Wei La, her 6 wings unfurling. What did you say? Wei La froze instantly. She was countered. Despite her mentality soaring to 3,400 points, Lu Li's terrifying overall attribute of 2,600 points meant that in an actual confrontation, this fragile mage would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. I meant to say, Wei La decisibly conceded. The angel Lu Li was indeed the perfect match for her master. Yet, soon after, a sense of urgency surged within her. Even this little green tea spirit had reached extraordinary 9th tier. How could she lag behind? The problem was that Wei La's nature's elegy had nearly wiped out all the demons within 1,000 meters. Now, finding demons to level up was somewhat troublesome. Just as Lu Li was anxiously contemplating, a thunderous roar echoed from afar. A wave of pitch-black demonic energy surged like lightning. In the blink of an eye, a towering demon with dual wings appeared not far from the three. Gu Xing's pupils contracted. The aura of this demon was far more terrifying than those previously encountered at the extraordinary level. He quickly checked the creature's information. Winged demon. Level. Monarch 1st tier. Qualification. Demon Lord equivalent to epic qualification. Strength. 5,300 vitality. 5,700 mentality. 5,000 speed. 6,000 domain. Domain of the sky. Demonic wing aegis. Wind blade storm. Gazing at the attribute panel of this demon, a grave expression flickered in Gu Xing's eyes. Monarch-level demons are an entirely different concept compared to extraordinary-level beings. all attributes exceeding 5,000 points, especially the speed attribute reaching an astonishing 6,000. The most troublesome aspect was the power of the domain. The winged demon's domain of the sky was evidently in its complete form. This was problematic. Gu Xing's mind raced. Escaping was no longer an option. Even if Luli activated her seraphim form, her speed would still fall short of that of this winged demon. Moreover, he had to carry this burden. The winged demon looked down upon Gu Xing, its pitch-black eyes radiating a chilling aura. Human, having slain so many demons, it is time to pay the price. It had long been aware of this human, observing him slaughter demons and nurture his beast to extraordinary 9th tier. One had to admit, he was indeed a true genius. At the extraordinary level, even the demon lord would likely not be his match. However, the chasm between monarch and extraordinary levels is vast. The winged demon grinned as it spread its wings, saying, "Killing you will surely cause the humans great sorrow, won't it?" Lu Li and Wei La simultaneously positioned themselves in front of Gu Xing. The demon before them was the strongest adversary they had ever faced. "Master, be careful." Lu Li's gaze fixed on the winged demon, her fighting spirit surging. Gu Xing nodded solemnly. Although the power disparity was significant, he felt no fear. In a direct comparison of attributes, his two beasts were by no means inferior. The crucial question was whether the beginner domain skill could withstand the complete domain of the sky. Lu Li, fire domain. Wei La, natural domain. With Gu Xing's command, en explosion ensuite, blazing white flames and verdant divine light erupted simultaneously, crashing fiercely against the pitch-black demonic energy. Meanwhile, Qin Shushue's swiftly moving figure suddenly came to a halt. "Human, don't be in such a hurry to leave." A languid yet dangerous voice echoed from the void. Qin Shushue's pupils constricted, and the power of her domain instantaneously unfurled. Swish! The space ahead rippled like water, and a tall figure slowly materialized, apart from the swirling pitch-black demonic energy. This demon bore an uncanny resemblance to a human. Monarch level. Qin Shushue's crimson lips parted, her voice chilling to the core. "Allow me to introduce myself." The demon elegantly bowed. "I am Demon Lord Silek. It is an honor to meet such a beautiful lady like you." Yet, despite the cordiality of his words, his scarlet eyes glimmered with chilling malice. Clang! Without hesitation, Qin Shushua summoned her beast, revealing a long sword entirely crafted from silver. Interesting, Silek narrowed his eyes, intrigued that a monarch-level demon encountered in the demon realm would not flee. Flee? Qin Shushua scoffed, delicately caressing the blade. There was not a trace of fear in her eyes. 6 months prior, she had already reached the pinnacle of the monarch level, and her delay in entering the holy pool to break through was solely for the purpose of facing monarch-level demons. Monarch-level beast-tamers have 2 paths to ascend to the monarch level. One is to break through the powerful energy of the holy pool. The other is to slay a monarch-level demon to elevate oneself to the monarch level. Although both methods can lead to the monarch level, they possess fundamental differences. The first method allows one to ascend to the monarch level, but their beasts remain permanently fixed at the commander level. Thus, those who ascend to the monarch level through the first method are often referred to as pseudo-monarchs. The second method, which involves slaying a monarch-level demon while at the commander level to ascend to the monarch level, is exceedingly challenging. However, once successful, one becomes a true monarch. Throughout the realm of Longxia, the number of monarch-level powerhouses is in the hundreds. However, those who have achieved breakthroughs by vanquishing the demon race are fewer than 10. For Qin Shushue, if she is to undertake a task, it must be executed to perfection. She would rather endure a half-year wait at the commander level than opt for a shortcut to ascend. "Qingli, are you prepared?" The long sword in her hand emitted a melodious hum, its blade shimmering with an awe-inspiring cold gleam. Her unwavering position as the foremost figure at the commander level is solely attributable to her unparalleled sword heart talent. Unlike other beast masters, she embodies the mightiest sword. With her gaze like lightning, Qin Shushue fixed her eyes on Silek. Is he truly formidable? Before the thought could fully escape her lips, a brilliant sword light cleaved through the air. The union of her being with the sword enhanced her attributes, and this strike was so swift that it warped the very fabric of space. Silek had initially believed that this ambush was certain to succeed, given that he, a monarch-level demon lord, had personally intervened. How could it possibly fail? Yet, the moment he beheld the human woman drawing her sword, the realization struck him. He was gravely mistaken, and to an absurd degree. The momentum of Qin Chushue's advance bore no distinction from that of a true monarch-level warrior. Magic Shield. In a moment of panic, he frantically summoned the power of his domain, materializing a massive black shield before him. Yet, as the sword's edge passed through, the magic shield was sliced apart effortlessly, akin to tofu. Silic exerted every ounce of strength to evade, the sword's edge grazing his neck and drawing forth a cascade of dark demon blood. Damn it! He found himself 100 meters away, his composure shattered, replaced by a visage of rage and fury. A mere hair's breadth separated him from being decapitated by this human's blade. Slowly, he raised a hand to touch his neck, the flames of wrath igniting within his eyes. How could an insignificant commander-level human nearly slay him? Human, you seek death. With a fierce gesture, his hands came together. Boom! The black domain expanded instantaneously, enveloping Qin Shushue entirely. The greatest disparity between the commander level and the monarch level lies in the mastery of the domain. If the commander level represents a rudimentary application of a domain, then the monarch level signifies complete dominion over it. Silic observed Qin Shushue trapped within the obsidian realm, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He had indeed underestimated her. He had not anticipated that this woman's strength would approach the monarch level. Yet now, murderous intent surged within him. Such a prodigy must be extinguished. At the heart of the domain, Qin Shushue maintained her calm demeanor. Gradually, she unfurled her sword domain. The azure sword realm amidst the towering demonic aura resembled a solitary boat adrift in a tempest, poised for capsizing at any moment. When she chose this path of breakthrough, she had envisaged the worst-case scenario. To defy a monarch while at the commander level was an act of defiance against the heavens. Her adversary was a Tier 3 monarch, and she tightened her grip on the long sword, her eyes as cold as ice. The situation was even more precarious than she had anticipated. The only silver lining was that her attributes could rival those of this demon lord. The true chasm lay solely within the domain. Only one opportunity remained. Her gaze grew steely as she resolved to detonate her sword domain, forcibly shattering the demon lord's field. Then, with a single strike, she would deliver a fatal blow. However, should she falter, devoid of the domain's protection, she would lose all capacity for resistance. In the presence of this monarch-level demon lord, she would be akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Drawing a steady breath, she focused intently, seeking that singular opportunity. Meanwhile, Silic had completely relaxed. Within the monarch domain, he was the absolute ruler. Unless this human's domain surpassed his own, he was invincible. Yet, it was inconceivable for a commander-level domain to surpass that of a Tier 3 monarch. Silic looked down upon the trembling azure sword realm, confidence gleaming in his eyes. Human, I concede your strength. If it were an ordinary demon lord, perhaps you would indeed prevail. Noting Qin Chushue's lack of reaction, he shifted his tone. Do you wish to know why I, the monarch, personally intervened to intercept you? At these words, Qin Chushue's gaze stirred slightly. This was indeed unusual. Previously, not even a commander-level being would dare confront them head-on. Observing her growing curiosity, Silic began to elaborate. Your human race is truly fascinating, sending your genuine talents into the demon realm. A first-tier extraordinary being can sweep through our extraordinary ranks. Such a monster, and yet you would use him as bait? However, it is precisely such a genius that warrants my intervention. I shall kill you. As for that extraordinary human, do you believe he can contend with a commander-level demon? As he spoke, a cruel smile adorned Silic's lips. The disparity between the extraordinary and commander levels far exceeds that between commander and monarch levels. While there remains a possibility for a commander to triumph over a monarch, the notion of an extraordinary being defeating a commander is mere folly. To eliminate two talents of the human race in one fell swoop brought a flicker of delight to Silic's face. Yet, Qin Shushue, upon hearing his words, felt a sense of confusion. Why had the Gu Xing, a talent whose aptitude rivaled her own, perhaps even surpassing it, not been communicated to her before being sent to the demon realm? This was exceedingly illogical. It was as if someone had deliberately orchestrated these events. However, there was no time to ponder further. She could only hope that the talented individual could endure. Having said all this, prepare to meet your end. Silic, Losing interest in toying with Qin Shushiwe, prepared to deliver the final blow to this human. At that moment, Qin Shushiwe's eyes sharpened. She had awaited this opportunity. When Silic made his move, it was the moment when the Demon Lord's domain was at its most vulnerable. Now was the time. She summoned all her strength to activate her domain. The cold gleam in her eyes ignited as spiritual power surged within her. Success or failure rested upon this pivotal moment. Sword domain, explode. The azure domain abruptly contracted, then exploded outward like a starburst. Boom! The ferocious sword energy transformed into a stream of light, tearing a rift in the Demon Lord's domain. A trickle of blood escaped Qin Shushiwe's lips, yet she did not even flinch. The backlash from the domain's self-detonation would cause an ordinary beast master to writhe in agony, yet she seemed impervious to pain. With the Qingli sword held horizontally before her, it emitted a melodious hum. At this moment, no barriers remained between her and the Demon Lord. In an instant, Qin Shushiwe transformed into a radiant streak of sword light, hurtling towards Silic. This was her most potent move, her ultimate killing strike. Silic, upon witnessing the rift in his domain, sensed an imminent threat. As he beheld the azure lightning rushing toward him, a flicker of terror flashed in his eyes. I will die. Without a moment's hesitation, he hastily attempted to close the gap in the magic domain, but it was too late. Qin Shushiwe's foundational attributes were already on par with his. Previously, he had only been able to suppress her due to the advantage of his domain. Now, with the Demon Lord's domain forcibly torn asunder, they were finally on equal footing. Swish! The sword light flashed like lightning, a fleeting moment. Silic felt a chilling sensation at his neck, and the world around him began to spin. In the last moment before consciousness faded, he saw his headless body slowly kneeling, the gushing demon blood staining the earth black. The Tier 3 Demon Lord had fallen. Buzz. After slaying Silic, Qin Shushiwe's aura surged violently, a newfound power awakening within her. She had now taken her final step. The last vestige of obstruction at the commander level had been utterly obliterated, and Longxia was on the verge of gaining another true monarch-level warrior. Meanwhile, high above in the realm of MOU, a towering figure stood with arms crossed, his piercing gaze penetrating the clouds, quietly observing the battlefield below. He is Lei Zhan, the commander of the Northern Military District. At last, Lei Zhan's taut muscles relaxed slightly, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Qin Shushiwe had been stuck at the pinnacle of the commander level for far too long. When Long Jinghua relayed the news of Gu Xing's imminent arrival in the Northern Territory, a bold plan took shape in his mind, to use this genius as bait to lure out the king-level demon tribe. This would assist Qin Shushiwe in ascending to the king level. Although the success rate was less than 50% at that moment, gazing at the soaring king-level aura, he knew he had won the gamble. The Longxia Kingdom would soon gain another king-level powerhouse. His plan had succeeded. Gu Xing's mission as bait was accomplished. Lei Zhan was preparing to intervene, for after all, an extraordinary-level combatant against a commander-level opponent was an inherently impossible task. However, just as he was about to act, his pupils constricted in disbelief. He gazed incredulously at the center of the battlefield, where he intended to aid Gu Xing. The two beasts of the young man. Why were they able to utilize domains? At this moment, Lu Li and Wei La simultaneously activated their domains. The blazing domain of heavenly fire and the vibrant domain of nature instantly enveloped the winged demon. What? The winged demon's pupils dilated, gazing incredulously at the scene before him. Wasn't he this human merely at the extraordinary level? How could he possess a domain? Its body trembled involuntarily. Only a domain can counter a domain. Without a moment's hesitation, it unleashed its own domain of emptiness. The pitch-black domain of emptiness erupted, violently forcing the heavenly fire and nature domains to retreat. Under the pressure of the domain of emptiness, the areas occupied by the heavenly fire and nature domains were reduced to half their original size. Observing this, Gu Xing frowned slightly. It seemed that although the two beasts could utilize domains, there was still a significant gap compared to true domains. However, just how great was that gap? Wei La released the celestial thunderfall. At Gu Xing's command, Wei La acted without hesitation. The thunder dragon roared as it plunged into the domain of emptiness, only to dissipate into nothingness upon contact with the winged demon. This strike was not in vain. A glint of insight shone in Gu Xing's eyes as he finally grasped the suppression effect of the opponent's domain. With the enhancement of the heavenly fire and nature domains, the attack power of the summoned beast was only reduced by 50%. This meant that Wei La, as 3,400 points of mental attribute, could still exert an actual combat power of 1,700 points. This discovery relieved Gu Xing's heart. Normally, an extraordinary level attack against a commander-level opponent would result in a reduction of at least 90% upon entering a domain. This was one of the reasons why commander-level beings are the core powerhouses within a race. No matter how many extraordinary-level beings there were under the suppression of a domain, they were akin to ants. The two levels were simply not on the same plane. Yet now, thanks to the domains of the two summoned beasts, the gap between extraordinary and commander levels had been significantly narrowed. Humans, after all, are merely extraordinary-level ants. After witnessing the power of Wei La's attack, the winged demon completely relaxed, a trace of mockery flickering in its eyes. Initially, when he saw the two summoned beasts exhibiting their domains, he was indeed quite frightened. After all, in terms of attributes, the strength displayed by the two beasts was even more terrifying than that of the commander-level being himself. He had watched helplessly as those extraordinary-level demons were effortlessly slaughtered by these two summoned beasts. When he saw the two beasts activate their domains earlier, he almost turned to flee. After all, aside from the domain, he had no advantage over these two beasts. But now, observing the thunder dragon that hadn't even stirred a ripple, the winged demon finally set his heart at ease. It seemed that the domains of those two beasts were merely for show. Human, I will make you understand what it means to wish for death. The thought of being frightened by an extraordinary-level human ignited a brutal fury within the winged demon. This humiliation must be washed away in the most cruel manner. Yet he failed to notice that in Gu Xing's eyes, there was no trace of fear, but rather a hint of eagerness. Hearing the demon's intention to make him wish for death, a smirk crept onto his lips. It seemed this demon believed victory was assured. Then let him shatter that illusion. Soul Devour. The blood-red, mental energy instantly enveloped the two summoned beasts. Reduced by 50%? So what? He could just replenish it. Luli, transform into the angel of the end. Wei La, activate the elven sovereignty. With a single command from Gu Xing, crimson golden flames surged forth from Luli's body. In the eyes of the astonished winged demon, 10 wings gradually solidified as they burned with the crimson flames. As the 10 wings appeared, the crimson golden flames enveloping Lu Li's body gradually transformed into pure gold. 10-winged seraph. This was the first time Lu Li had unleashed this form since gaining it. With the enhancement of this form, the extraordinary traits of the mythic-level angel began to truly manifest. Holy Angel. Lu Li. Qualification. Mythic 3 stars. Level. Extraordinary stage 7. Strength. 26201570. Constitution 26101560. Mental 26001560. Speed 26301570. Skills Seraph form, Angel of the End form. Heavenly Fire domain. Lu Li's attributes exceeded 15,000 points. Even with the 50% reduction from the domain of emptiness, Lu Li's average attributes approached 8,000 points. The winged demon felt the overwhelming aura emanating from the 10-winged angel, leaving him completely frozen. This aura seemed to exceed his own by more than double. He swallowed hard. Looking at the domain of emptiness surrounding him, he felt for the first time that a domain could not provide him with even a shred of security. What chilled him further was that aside from this 10-winged angel, there seemed to be an even more formidable elf. Nature Elf, Wei La. Qualification, Mythic 2 stars. Level. Extraordinary stage 9. Strength 3020. Constitution 3040. Mental 34302050. Speed 3000. Skills Nature's Lament. Elven Sovereignty. Increases mental attributes by 300. Nature Domain. Initial. With the augmentation of the Soul Devour talent and Elven Sovereignty, Wei La's mental attributes directly surpassed the 20,000 mark. With mental attributes reaching this level, Wei La merely hovering in the air caused the surrounding air to begin to slightly distort. The winged demon, witnessing the full eruption of the two summoned beasts, regretted his decision. He regretted volunteering to come here to ambush this extraordinary-level human. Even if it meant facing a commander-level beastmaster, he would have preferred that. However, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Above the battlefield, Lei Zhan observed the aura radiating from the two summoned beasts, his mouth twitching incessantly. Is Gu Xing truly human? Though he had learned from Long Jinghua that Gu Xing's two summoned beasts were both of mythic level, it was still unfathomable that even at extraordinary stage 9, they could display the aura of high-tier commanders, given this boy's current display of strength. If he were to successfully ascend to the commander level, he could directly become a crownless king at that level. Even some weaker king-level beings might not be his match. Previously, he had been prepared to assist Gu Xing in dealing with this commander-level demon, but now he felt pity for the demon. How tragic. Chapter 84. Maximum Capacity. The battlefield at the center. 3 domains stand in fierce contention. The realm of the void still holds the upper hand. The pitch-black expanse of the void continues to dominate. Yet the face of the winged demon no longer bears the earlier arrogance, replaced by an unmistakable flicker of terror. Gu Xing's gaze swept indifferently over the winged demon as he slowly commanded, Vila, bone-eroding vine sea. Vila had already ascended to the extraordinary 9th tier, while Lioli remained at the extraordinary 7th tier. Thus, this final strike from the demon race must be entrusted to Lioli. However, before that, the prey must not escape. With a thunderous rumble, the earth trembled as countless massive vines burst forth from the ground, spreading like a tidal wave and swiftly enveloping the entire realm of the void. Even more terrifying, these eerie, green-glowing vines began to slowly penetrate the interior of the realm, advancing relentlessly towards the winged demon. This is bad. The demon's pupils constricted sharply as its wings flared open. Wind blade storm. It frantically flapped its wings, unleashing a multitude of razor-sharp wind blades that howled through the air, viciously slashing at the encroaching vines. Yet clink, 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 the wind blades struck the vines, leaving not even a trace behind. The bone-eroding vine sea, driven by Vila's 20,000 points of mental attributes, was not something the current winged demon could contend with, even with the realm's 50 reduction. This is impossible. The demon's voice began to tremble, its pride as a commander crumbling in an instant. Even its worldview began to shatter. You are not just extraordinary. It hysterically pointed at Gu Xing. You are commander level. It must be. Gu Xing merely shrugged nonchalantly, a faint smile gracing his lips. This gesture became the final straw that broke the camel's back. You are commander level. You are deceiving me. The winged demon shook its head wildly, the fighting spirit in its eyes replaced by sheer terror. The demon race is bloodthirsty, yet also values its own life. Gazing at the increasingly close death vines, one thought consumed its mind. Escape. I must escape. The winged demon flapped its wings desperately, but froze in place the moment it turned. All around, the bone-eroding vines intertwined to form a celestial web. It scanned its surroundings in horror, noticing a patch of sky above that had not yet been sealed off, seemingly offering a glimmer of hope. There is still a chance. It could flee. Hope ignited in its eyes as it shot upward like an arrow. However, the angelic race is undoubtedly the sovereign of the skies. Moreover, in its final angelic state, Lioli's attributes were nearly double those of the winged demon. Just as the demon prepared to act, a golden streak of light cleaved through the sky, blocking its path. The 10-winged seraph hovered above, holy flames swirling along the edge of its sword. In the face of the demon race, Lioli showed no mercy whatsoever. Amid the demon's despairing gaze, Lioli slowly raised her sword, the tip pointed directly at it. Instinctively, the demon wanted to counterattack. However, Lioli was faster. In its terrified gaze, a golden meteor charged towards it. The proud realm of the void offered no resistance against this golden figure. Thud! The instant the holy sword pierced its body, the demon's pupils dilated in disbelief. It looked down in shock, watching as golden flames spread from the wound. In that fleeting moment when it brushed past the 10-winged seraph, the demon finally acknowledged a grim truth. It had been pierced through the chest by an extraordinary angel. Extraordinary hunting down commander level. With its last ounce of strength, it turned its head, attempting to catch another glimpse of that human beastmaster's visage. Yet, the golden flames of the 10-winged seraph denied it that chance. In an instant, its remains transformed into scattered sparks, dissipating into the heavens and the earth. Above the battlefield in the northern region, that commander-level aura was thus extinguished. At the edge of the battlefield, the swiftly arriving Qin Chushua witnessed this scene unfold before her eyes. Her body, rushing forward, suddenly came to a halt. Having just slain that king-level demon, she had disregarded stabilizing her breakthrough and rushed recklessly to provide aid. Yet, the sight before her caused her pupils to constrict sharply. That extraordinary junior was bravely confronting a commander-level winged demon all alone. Even more shocking was that she watched as Gu Xing's two beasts coordinated seamlessly, ultimately leading to that 10-winged angel delivering the final blow. Extraordinary countering commander. Such an event, deemed impossible in the world of beast-tamers, was now vividly unfolding before her. In the skies above the battlefield, Lei Zhan's robust figure swayed violently, nearly tumbling from the clouds. Previously, having observed Gu Xing's two beasts activating their domain, he had endeavored to overestimate Gu Xing's strength. Surely, he could escape safely from the winged demon's grasp. Even further, he could stand toe-to-toe with the demon. Such speculation was already quite bold. If someone had told him that one could battle a commander-level demon at the extraordinary level, he would have deemed that person insane. Extraordinary and commander levels. How could they be compared? Yet now, he witnessed Gu Xing annihilate that commander-level winged demon with an almost crushing ease. Lei Zhan's worldview was utterly overturned. Meanwhile, Gu Xing remained oblivious to the shock of the two king-level beings, consumed by his focus on Liuli. Having slain the commander-level winged demon, Liuli successfully ascended to the extraordinary 9th tier. Divine Angel, Liuli. Qualification, Myth 3 stars, Level, Extraordinary 9th tier. Strength, 3020. Constitution, 3010. Mental, 3000. Speed, 3030. All attributes have reached 3000 points. Now, even in her seraph form, Liuli's attributes could rival those of the previous winged demon. Gu Xing silently assessed the strength of his two beasts. If they encountered lower-tier commander-level demons, they would undoubtedly possess the strength to confront them head-on. However, he quickly regained his composure. The domain suppression would strengthen with the demon's tier. If faced with higher-tier demons, the suppression on his two beasts would exceed 80. Even if he activated his soul-eating talent, victory would be difficult. In summary, he realized that he currently possessed combat power against lower-tier commander-level demons. However, as the tier increased, challenges would surely arise. Understanding this, Gu Xing recognized the urgency of awakening his domain. Now, with his two beasts having ascended to the extraordinary 9th tier, it also meant Gu Xing, Beast, Divine Angel. Nature Elf, Level, Extraordinary 9th tier. Talent, Sovereign. Soul Eating, Strength, 250. Constitution, 250. Mental, 1634. Speed, 250. His mental attribute had surpassed 1,000 due to the influence of his two beasts. However, other attributes left much to be desired. Gu Xing's lips twitched. It seemed the next objective was to enhance his remaining attributes. According to common logic, reaching 1,000 points in each attribute would allow an attempt to break through to commander level. Yet, that would only qualify as the weakest commander-level beastmaster. He certainly would not be satisfied with such mediocrity. How could he justify this to his two mythic beasts? Max out. He silently set a modest goal for himself to elevate all extraordinary attributes to their zenith. Chapter 85. A first-class honor medal? How pitiful. At some point, a figure clad in military attire stood resolutely at the edge of the battlefield. Just as he was about to speak, a blur caught his eye. The sound of military boots striking the ground was startlingly close. Gu Xing looked at the woman who had suddenly appeared before him, his gaze instinctively drawn to the gleaming star insignia on her shoulder. Even more alarming was the instantaneous movement she had displayed. She was undoubtedly at the king level. Senior. You may call me Qin Shuxue. Just refer to me as your senior. Her contract with Qing Li is at the demigod level. However, despite being at the extraordinary level, Qing Li's displayed prowess pales in comparison to the two guardian beasts accompanying her junior. This indicates that these two beasts must indeed surpass the demigod rank. And surpassing the demigod rank leads to the mythic level. The corners of her junior Qin Chushue's mouth twitched uncontrollably. At this moment, Gu Xing, upon hearing the name Qin Shuxue, was taken aback. It has only been a month since leaving the State Academy, and he has not forgotten that rumors about this senior were rampant within the academy. Indeed, he had acquired two types of mythic materials from the state treasury precisely because he had broken this senior's record. Greetings, senior. Gu Xing immediately climbed up the social ladder. Being obedient is never a disadvantage. He had many questions to ask, but seeing the surrounding magical aura, it was clear that this was not the place for conversation. She parted her red lips. Hearing this, Gu Xing nodded. Both guardian beasts have ascended to extraordinary 9th tier. Remaining here to hunt the demon race serves only one purpose: to earn points for exchanging for star stones. However, after slaying a leader-level demon, the exchange hall did not specify the value of a leader-level demon. Nevertheless, it can be assumed that the points obtained should be considerable. No problem, senior. In the sky, Lei Zhan observed the direction in which Gu Xing and Qin Chuxue had departed. After a moment of contemplation, he chose not to reveal himself. Given Gu Xing's talent, it is likely that he will soon elevate to the leader level. At that time, there will naturally be an opportunity to meet. He rubbed his chin and suddenly chuckled coldly. What a cunning old fox. But can you provide what I, the Northern Military District, cannot? Lei Zhan turned his form into a flash of lightning, heading straight towards the northern border. Gu Xing slayed a leader-level demon at the extraordinary level, providing him the perfect excuse to draw closer to Gu Xing. How pathetic. In the northern border, in a courtyard within the City of Chaos, Fei Yu sat on the windowsill, swinging her delicate little feet, nibbling on a candied hawthorn. Sister, I just saw the human arrive in the northern border. Haven't you already made your reputation known? Why hasn't he come to find us yet? After all, waiting until he truly breaks through to the leader level to seek his contract guardian beast would be rather late. Upon hearing her sister's words, Qin Shuang did not lift her gaze. Her fingers trembled lightly on the piano strings, yet the melody remained steady. It is normal for him not to come seeking a third beast without breaking through to the leader level. However, if he wishes to find his guardian beast in the City of Chaos, he will undoubtedly seek us out. Fei Yu pouted, momentarily forgetting to bite her candied hawthorn. It is easy for sister speak, but who knows if that human has a favorite guardian beast? If that human breaks through to the leader level and contracts as beast, wouldn't that leave my sister with no opportunity? With that thought, Fei Yu could no longer sit still. No way. Suddenly, Fei Yu leaped down from the windowsill, barefoot touching the ground. She must prevent such a situation from occurring. At the very least, she needs to make a good impression before that human. However, just as Fei Yu took half a step, a light knock came from the courtyard door. Miss Qin Shuang, a lord-level beast master wishes to visit you. The music abruptly ceased. In recent days, numerous beast masters had come to visit her. Not only extraordinary level, but even leader-level beast masters had approached her. Yet their sole purpose was to contract her as their guardian beast. None had been granted an audience. However, now a lord-level beast master had appeared. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to meet with him. After all, a lord-level beast master is considered the pinnacle of combat power in the northern border. If she and her sister wished to remain in the northern border, it was essential to show respect to this human. She slowly rose, casting a glance at her sister. Fei Yu shook her head. Sister, I won't go. She had no desire to meet other humans. Moreover, she still needed to keep an eye on that human to prevent him from contracting another guardian beast. She simply had no time to waste with other humans. Seeing this, Qin Shuang did not insist. After all, the human was there for her. At that moment, in the reception room of the small courtyard, Lord-level beast Master Wang Yu sat calmly, holding a cup of tea and waiting patiently. Although Wang Yu was unhurried, a leader-level beast master accompanying him could not remain still. Brother Yu, this ghost tribe is incredibly ungrateful. Making you wait here is simply unacceptable, no matter how good their qualifications are. Wang Yu raised his hand to silence him. His tone composed, it matters not. The strongest beast in the City of Chaos has the right to be proud. Upon hearing this, the leader-level beast master quickly changed his tune. Indeed, only you, Brother Yu, are worthy of her. However, I still do not understand why you would choose an extraordinary level beast. Hearing this, Wang Yu's lips curled into a faint smile as he recalled the arena from that day. He had witnessed Qin Shuang's overwhelming performance, effortlessly defeating a legendary top-tier qualified Dragon Man. This indicated that her qualifications were likely at the demigod level. With this thought, a flicker of intense eagerness crossed his eyes. At that time, his level was merely at the pinnacle of leader. He was uncertain if he could secure a contract with that beast. Therefore, after that day, he had prepared thoroughly for certainty. Now, having reached the Lord level, the pinnacle of human combat power. Furthermore, he lacked his fourth guardian beast. What reason would that ghost tribe have to refuse him? Meanwhile, the leader-level beastmaster, seeing this, began to flatter. Brother Yu, your foresight is admirable. This ghost tribe will undoubtedly be yours. Here, I shall preemptively congratulate Brother Yu on acquiring your fourth guardian beast. Chapter 86. I have no intentions of contracting a master. Just then, Qing Shuang gracefully entered the room. Faced with the lord-level beastmaster, she displayed neither fear nor obsequiousness, but merely nodded politely. Observing Qing Shuang's demeanor, the leader-level beastmaster could no longer contain himself. Regardless of how exceptional the beast's talent may be, one should not act arrogantly amidst favor. With a loud bang, the leader-level beastmaster slammed his palm on the table. He was about to speak when Wang Yu stopped him once more. Wang Yu slowly rose, a hint of eagerness on his face. Miss Qing Shuang, I will speak plainly. My purpose for being here is to form a contract with you. Your talent in my hands will undoubtedly be maximized. As he spoke, his voice resonated with confidence. This beast had originally ascended the arena to seek its master. Moreover, during these days, she had consistently refused meetings with extraordinary level and leader-level beastmasters. Did this not signify her desire to find a lord-level beastmaster? In the entire city of chaos, currently, there is only him who has reached the lord level and possesses the qualifications for a contract. Would this beast not choose him? Surely, she would select someone else? Thus, as Wang Yu expressed these words, he had already envisioned the scene of Qing Shuang bending her knee in agreement. However, in response to Wang Yu's olive branch, Qing Shuang's eyes remained as tranquil as water, and she politely shook her head. I am very sorry, but Qing Shuang currently has no intentions of contracting a master. She and her sister indeed require a contract to compensate for their innate deficiencies. Only by contracting with a beastmaster can she and Fei Yu break through to the leader level. But that does not imply that she would casually seek any beastmaster for a contract. Otherwise, after all these years, they would have already found their master. The regal beastmaster before her. No, the so-called pseudo-regal beastmaster clearly did not meet her expectations. Following such a person would confine her to the pinnacle of leadership for her entire life. Upon hearing Qing Shuang's rejection, Wang Yu's eyes darkened. He had gone to great lengths for this member of the ghost clan, yet she remained so unappreciative. He discreetly signaled to the nearby elite beastmaster, who immediately understood and stepped forward, saying, Miss of the Ghost Clan, I advise you to reconsider. You can have no allies in Chaos City. You and your sister are vulnerable. Aligning with a human is your best option. Otherwise, while you may possess enough strength to protect yourself, your sister, the elite beastmaster's voice trailed off, laced with a hint of menace. In Chaos City, the overall strength of the foreign races surpassed that of humans. However, the relationships among the foreign races were far from united. In fact, they were rife with conflict, even enmity between certain clans. Thus, while the human race was at a disadvantage, it was humanity that held dominion over Chaos City. At this, Qing Shuang's expression turned icy. Fei Yu was her only family in this world. She was her Achilles heel. If anyone dared to harm her sister, she would wager everything and fight to the death. What did you say? The moment Qing Shuang lifted her gaze, the temperature in the room plummeted. The elite beastmaster, unaware of the impending danger, continued with a sinister grin. Be careful of your sister. However, his words were abruptly cut short. With a thunderous crash, the elite beastmaster was sent crashing into the wall as if he were a mere rag doll, without even a chance to summon his beast. In an instant, 3 top-tier elite beasts surrounded Qing Shuang. Miss Qing Shuang, breaking the rules comes at a price. If you contract with me now, I shall overlook this incident. Chaos City has laws, and fighting within the city is strictly prohibited. The penalties for violators are severe. Hearing this, Qing Shuang's cold gaze turned to Wang Yu. She understood perfectly that the elite beastmaster's words were at the behest of this regal beastmaster. Yet, did they truly believe they could force the ghost clan into submission through intimidation? Absolutely not. With a hum, dark, ghostly patterns spread across her body like living entities, her pupils transforming into a vivid crimson. The Ghost King state. This significantly enhanced the attributes of the ghost clan. It also signified that Qing Shuang was now exerting her full strength. Although Wang Yu was merely a pseudo-regal beastmaster, his 3 beasts were still elite. The probability of her victory was nearly non-existent. Nonetheless, the Ghost Clan would never retreat. Wang Yu watched Qing Shuang's movements with a furrowed brow. If he engaged her today, it would render any possibility of contracting her obsolete. All his efforts to secure the qualifications for the sacred pool and elevate himself to a regal level would be in vain. Miss Qing Shuang, I will grant you 10 days to contemplate this matter. If within these 10 days you contract with me, I will treat this incident as if it never occurred. Otherwise, Wang Yu's eyes narrowed, and a regal aura swept across the room. You may discover the consequences. With that, Wang Yu turned and departed. If this beastmaster was not foolish, she would surely understand the choice before her. As she watched Wang Yu's retreating figure, the ghostly patterns on Qing Shuang's body receded like a tide, yet her eyes were filled with sorrow. 10 days. She knew she would not be able to wait for that human to reach elite status. It seemed she would have to abandon the idea of contracting with him. Despite the fact that he was the most suitable master for both her and Fei Yu in many years, it simply meant that fate had not favored their union. She had made up her mind. After 10 days, she would leave Chaos City. Although her strength was formidable, it still did not reach the level to contend with an elite. Opposing a regal beastmaster was beyond her capabilities at present. However, with Fei Yu by her side, if they wished to leave, no one could impede them. Meanwhile, as Wang Yu exited the door, he instructed several elite beastmasters to keep a close watch on her, ensuring she did not escape from Chaos City. He had granted 10 days, but he would not allow this Ghost Clan member any chance to flee. What he was unaware of, however, was that Fei Yu had mastered the void power far beyond that of ordinary Ghost Clan members. If she wished to depart, these elite beastmasters would perceive no fluctuations in her presence. Not only these elite beastmasters, but even Wang Yu, the regal beastmaster, had failed to notice her departure. Understood. The elite beastmasters acknowledged the command, immediately spreading their mental energies to envelop the entire courtyard. Wang Yu adjusted his collar and turned towards the United Army headquarters. Not long ago, he had received news that Qin Shuxue had ascended to the regal level, and in the most astonishing manner. At the entrance to the United Army headquarters, Gu Xing appeared somewhat dazed. The extraordinary level served as a foundation for breaking through to the elite level. The more solid the foundation, the further one could go. Before breaking through to the elite level, one must ensure that their attributes reach their limits. Only then, upon attaining elite status, would the awakened domain be significantly stronger. Qin Shuxue had informed him that exceeding 1,000 in all attributes to break through to elite status would denote an ordinary elite beastmaster. Surpassing 1,500 would signify an elite beastmaster, while exceeding 2,000 would classify one as a top-tier elite beastmaster. Moreover, she had achieved the pinnacle of the human race, an astounding 2,500 points. She had once attempted to surpass this limit, but had failed, leading her to reluctantly break through to elite status. Gu Xing rubbed his temples. He was not concerned about his inability to reach 2,500 points. Rather, it was the two thieving talents of his beasts. Each time they absorbed the energy from star stones, they would seize the majority for themselves. How many star stones would he need to elevate his attributes to 2,500 points? Fortunately, there were two pieces of good news. Because he had killed an elite demon at the extraordinary level, Qin Shuxue had granted him a special pass to a unique secret realm. This secret realm could only be entered once by each individual. Successfully navigating this realm would significantly enhance his attributes. It was also a crucial step in maximizing extraordinary level attributes. If one could not pass through this secret realm, it would be impossible for an ordinary person to elevate their attributes to the limit in their lifetime. Additionally, Qin Shuxue had rewarded him with 100,000 points. Initially, other members of the United Army headquarters had voiced objections to Qin Shuxue's favoritism. However, under the pressure of her regal aura, they all fell silent. Reflecting on this, Gu Xing quietly placed the secret realm pass into his beast space, cherishing Qin Shuxue's kindness in his heart. The secret realm would open in 2 days, and he would first head to the exchange center to trade for star stones to enhance his attributes. With this thought, he promptly made his way to the exchange center in Chaos City, accompanied by his two beasts. Fei Yu crossed her arms, biting her cherry lips. Should I just say my sister wants to contract with you? No. Fei Yu immediately dismissed that thought from her mind. It was too direct. It would make it seem as if her sister was eagerly pursuing a contract with this human. Watching Gu Xing's figure enter the exchange hall, she thought, no. Fei Yu stamped her foot, her resolve solidifying. Forget it. She would approach him first. No more hesitation. Resolutely, she strode towards the exchange hall. Inside the exchange hall, the very staff member who had assisted Gu Xing before was present. When the staff member looked up and recognized the visitor's face, they froze in place. He widened his eyes, and the pen in his hand clattered onto the table. He was profoundly impressed by Gu Xing, an extraordinary first-tier beastmaster. During the last registration, he lamented the potential of this young life. However, he never anticipated that Gu Xing would. Observing the staff member's reaction, Gu Xing understood his thoughts, but was not inclined to trouble a mere employee. Hello, could you assist me in exchanging for some Xing Shi? He gently placed a token on the counter, retrieved from his beast space. The staff mechanically accepted the token, but when his gaze fell upon the numbers inscribed upon it, he appeared as if struck by lightning. 3,500,000. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, blinking repeatedly, fearing he was hallucinating. 5 zeros. His trembling fingers counted each zero meticulously. Once, twice, thrice. After confirming the amount, he gulped. Incredulity etched on his face as he looked at Gu Xing. My lord, are you absolutely certain you wish to exchange all your points for Xing Shi? Gu Xing nodded nonchalantly. All of it. 3,500,000 points. Among them, 1 million was an additional reward from Qin Shuxue, while the remaining 250,000 were the fruits of his victories against extraordinary-level demon tribes in the demon realm. The crowd around them took note of this scene, and soon an uproar ensued. How much? 3,500,000. Did I hear that correctly? One person? Extraordinary level? How is that possible? Wait, I think I've seen him before. Isn't he the extraordinary first-tier beast master from before? Yet, in the face of these discussions, Gu Xing remained composed. Soon, the staff, hands trembling, presented a delicate jade box containing 35 high-grade Xing Shi, neatly arranged within. Xing Shi came in 3 tiers, low, medium, and high. 1 medium Xing Shi equated to the energy of 100 low-grade Xing Shi, while 1 high-grade Xing Shi was equivalent to the energy of 100 medium Xing Shi. At present, he possessed a total of 35 high-grade Xing Shi. He could hardly believe that those 2 robbers could consume all this energy. With the exchange complete, Gu Xing turned to leave, only to be abruptly blocked by a pink figure. Upon recognizing the figure, Gu Xing felt puzzled. It was a girl, seemingly around 16 or 17, with a striking horn upon her forehead. He did not recall having seen this beast before. Instinctively, he checked the information about this beast. Guizhu Fei Yu. Level. Extraordinary 9th tier. Status. Congenital defect. Qualification. Mythical 1 star. Strength. 100. Physique. 100. Spirit. 100 speed. 100 skill. Void after discerning the attributes of this beast. Even Gu Xing could not help but gasp in astonishment. It was not due to her formidable attributes, but rather the sheer peculiarity of her being. A mythical grade beast with all attributes merely at 100 points? The skills section held only the solitary skill of Void. Such statistics were even inferior to an ordinary exceptional grade beast. Could it be that, similar to his first beast, Lu Li, her congenital defect was the cause? Gu Xing involuntarily recalled his first beast. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that this was not the case. According to the system's information, even if this defect were healed, her attributes seemed unlikely to improve. Her attributes would remain at a fixed 100 points. Just as Gu Xing fell into contemplation, Fei Yu stood frozen in place. Although she exhibited an outwardly bold demeanor, over the years, every interaction had been accompanied by Qin Shuang's presence. And now, her sister was absent. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, she grew increasingly flustered. In a moment of panic, she stamped her foot and blurted out, "Brother, my sister has taken a liking to you." The instant these words escaped her lips, all attention in the room converged upon her. Even more alarmingly, 2 pairs of eyes simultaneously fixed their gaze upon Fei Yu. This beast dared to covet her master, and right before them, had she lost her mind? Chapter 88. I will find you after I decide. What does this beast mean? Is this a confession of affection? Truly, the other races are so straightforward. I've never witnessed a beast openly professing love to a human before. Each utterance felt like a flame, igniting a blush upon Fei Yu's cheeks. She felt her horn radiating heat, as if steam might erupt from her head. For the first time in many years, she directly experienced what it meant to socially die. She had merely intended to convey that her sister wished to form a contract with him. How did she end up stammering, "Brother, my sister has taken a liking to you"? Fei Yu's delicate toes awkwardly dug into the ground, her pink eyes shimmering with unshed tears. This was a disaster. This human wouldn't he think she was a weirdo, would he? Gu Xing was indeed taken aback by this sudden confession. However, witnessing the gathering crowd, he decided it best to escort this beast away first. This was not an ideal place for conversation. "Follow me," without waiting for a response. He grasped Fei Yu's slender wrist, feeling her cool, slightly trembling skin. Wait, Fei Yu exclaimed, yet she found herself stumbling after him. Lu Li and Wei La exchanged glances and promptly followed suit. Cat Clan Residencia. Sally respectfully served fragrant flower tea to the group before quietly retreating to the side. Amidst the delicate aroma of tea, Gu Xing's gaze fell upon Fei Yu, who sat upright across from him, her head lowered, her slender fingers anxiously twisting the hem of her garment. "Why don't you tell me your name first?" Fei Yu. She had initially intended to straightforwardly express that her sister wished to form a contract with him. However, her gaze unconsciously drifted towards Gu Xing's side. One was an elf, and the other an angel. Both were among the top races in this world. Moreover, she could distinctly sense the mythical level pressure emanating from these two beasts. Fei Yu involuntarily swallowed hard. According to her and her sister Qin Shuang's original plan, once this human beast master reached the commander level, her sister would form a contract with Gu Xing first. With her sister's assistance, this human should be able to swiftly ascend to the monarch level. Upon reaching the monarch level, this human would gain another opportunity for a contract. At that time, she could form a contract with him. However, this plan had a crucial prerequisite. Her sister must hold a significant place in this human's heart. Only then could her sister's presence secure a precious contract slot for her. Yet now, it seemed, Fei Yu's gaze wavered between Wei La and Lu Li. This human already possessed two powerful beasts. While her sister's strength was certainly on par with theirs, what about her? She was acutely aware of her own situation. Aside from that peculiar void skill, she possessed almost no combat capability. Did someone like her truly deserve to waste a precious contract slot? With this thought, a fleeting glimpse of melancholy flickered in her eyes before it was quickly concealed. As long as her sister could form a contract, that would suffice. As for her, it mattered not. Gu Xing observed the myriad expressions flitting across the young girl's face, puzzled. What was this beast contemplating? If she wished to form a contract with him, she should just speak up. He was already prepared to agree. Although her base attributes were indeed absurdly low, Gu Xing understood better than anyone that being rated at the mythical level by the system signified she must possess strength commensurate with such credentials. The most probable explanation was that peculiar void skill. At this moment, he happened to have a contract slot available. Would he let this beast escape without attempting to recruit her? Yet, she remained silent, driving him to distraction. No. As Sally approached for the third time with tea, Gu Xing could no longer contain himself. He cleared his throat and directly asked, "Are you interested in forming a contract with me?" Upon uttering these words, a flush crept across his face. After all, it is typically the beasts that propose such arrangements, and this was their first encounter. He felt like a dubious uncle trying to entice a young girl. Liu Li and Wei La exchanged knowing glances, both acutely aware of their master's thoughts. They sensed that this beast was not particularly formidable. Even if their master were to contract with her, she would likely assume a supportive role. In the heat of battle, it would be the combat-oriented beasts that forged deeper bonds with their master. The two beasts silently reached a consensus. This beast posed no threat. Her appearance was satisfactory, her potential acceptable, and her strength inconsequential. Overall, she was suitable for contract. However, upon hearing his proposition, Fei Yu's petite frame visibly trembled. Her gaze flitted among the others before settling on her own hands. The matter of the contract required careful consideration. If she were to inform her sister and propose that her sister take the contract while she withdrew, her sister's character would undoubtedly lead to a firm rejection. She needed to devise a foolproof plan to persuade her sister. As for relinquishing the opportunity, Gu Xing was the only human her sister had been satisfied with for many years. Terribly sorry. I'll come back to you once I've made up my mind. Fei Yu suddenly stood and bowed deeply to Gu Xing. Before anyone could react, a rift opened behind her, and in an instant, she vanished without a trace. Gu Xing's outstretched hand froze in midair. Rejected, he mechanically turned to his two beasts. Did I come on too strong? Lioli and Weila shook their heads in unison. Gu Xing's lips twitched. What was happening? The beast had clearly sought him out. Yet, why had his olive branch been so decisively turned down? There was not a trace left behind, as if no one had ever been there. This ability was truly extraordinary. Without any warning or incantation, it traversed the void at will, making her an absolute darling of the void. No wonder other attributes seemed so diminished. If she possessed formidable combat abilities as well, what chance would other beasts have? Even in her current state, her strategic value was alarmingly high. Just imagine if she and Lioli were to suddenly appear before an enemy. Combining Lioli's explosive power, even a commander-level beast master could find themselves in dire straits without their domain activated. No, this beast must be contracted. Gu Xing was resolute, but soon his expression fell. Where could he possibly find her again after such a decisive departure? Chapter 89. Sister is so hard to persuade. Sigh. Gu Xing let out a heavy sigh. He had no idea when he might next encounter that mysterious beast. Just then, he suddenly sensed an unusual ripple emanating from the beast's space. The mythical material he had selected from the National Treasure Vault, whose purpose he had yet to discern, was now radiating a soft pink glow. What is this? Gu Xing wondered as he retrieved it. The translucent crystal slowly rotated in his palm. Heart of the twins, quality, mythical, function, repairs the innate defects of twin beasts, allowing them to occupy only one contract slot. Gu Xing stared at the information displayed on the system screen, grasping the material's purpose. So that is how it is. Most races possess a single innate ability, like Lioli's seraph bloodline or Weila's natural power. However, some special races possess dual talents. For instance, the ghost race simultaneously wields ghostly power and void abilities. The term twins refers to an exceedingly rare exception among such races. Due to certain special circumstances, the dual talents that should have been unified are instead inherited by two separate entities. This often signifies that the strength of the abilities each twin inherits far exceeds the norm. However, this is not necessarily a good thing. Excessive power can impose a tremendous burden on the twins' bodies. Thus, from birth, they are afflicted with certain innate defects. For example, overexertion of their talents can lead to bodily disintegration. The heart of the twins not only perfectly repairs all innate defects, but also enables the twins inheriting dual talents to occupy only one contract slot when forming a contract. Nonetheless, upon realizing this information, Gu Xing couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Where on earth would he find a pair of twins that met the criteria? After meticulously selecting from a vault, he ended up with such an unusable mythical material. Was he not digging his own grave? Never mind. Gu Xing rubbed his temples. It was too late for regrets. His immediate priority was to enhance his own strength. However, before he could begin his training, there was still one matter to address. He needed to repay the cat clan's favor. He retrieved a piece of high-grade star stone emanating a ghostly blue light from the beast's space. Sally, Gu Xing said as he handed the star stone to the cat girl standing nearby. Please deliver this to your father. Upon seeing the item in her hands, Sally's cat ears twitched, and she nearly dropped the star stone. This is high-grade star stone. Master Gu Xing, this is far too precious. She hurriedly attempted to return the stone, her slender fingers trembling slightly. Previously, the cat clan had only given him a handful of low-grade star stones. And now, this high-grade stone was worth more than 100 times that. Moreover, Master Gu Xing had saved the entire cat clan, so it was only right for them to express their gratitude. How could she possibly accept such a heavy gift in return? Do not refuse, he insisted, intentionally prolonging his tone until he noticed Sally's ears twitching nervously. Aren't you to be my exclusive maid? This is your first task, and you must ensure your father accepts it. Upon hearing the word maid, Sally's body stiffened. The first lesson of maid training: absolute obedience to the master's reasonable requests. She took a deep breath, respectfully cradling the star stone against her chest, unconsciously adopting the most proper servant posture. As you command, Master Gu Xing, I will personally deliver it to my father. Sally bowed reverently, carefully holding the star stone as she exited the room. Once her figure disappeared beyond the door, Gu Xing's gaze instinctively shifted to Weila. After all, he had just expended a considerable amount of life spring and life tree leaves last time, and now he needed more. Yet before Gu Xing could speak, Weila had already vanished from sight. In the next instant, accompanied by a burst of emerald green light, A wooden bathtub, 3 times the size of the last one, appeared in the center of the room. Gu Xing gaped at the bathtub, which was filled with life spring. Its surface covered with a thick layer of life tree leaves, so verdant that the color of the spring was nearly obscured. Master, do not worry. My fairy clan may lack in some areas, but we have an abundance of life spring and life tree leaves. Weila boasted proudly, and with a triumphant glance at Liu Li, she added, what good is brute strength? To win a master's favor, one must provide genuine materials. Liu Li's lips twitched involuntarily. At this moment, she suddenly realized a harsh truth. She was utterly powerless in this regard. The only possession she had was a broken blade capable of severing boundaries, which was of no use at present. Observing Wei La's smug expression, an overwhelming sense of defeat washed over her, as if she had been outshined. The once vibrant life tree now bore only half its leaves, appearing particularly desolate. Meanwhile, a silent rift unfurled. Qin Shuang's delicate fingers continued to dance across the strings of the guqin, producing a melodious sound that showed no signs of halting. She had always known her sister, Fei Yu, was restless. However, given Fei Yu's capabilities, as long as she did not provoke a monarch-level entity, there were very few in this chaotic city who could truly detain her. Thus, upon arriving here, she refrained from inquiring too deeply into Fei Yu's affairs. Hee, I knew I couldn't hide anything from my elder sister. Barefoot, Fei Yu gracefully landed, nimbly darting to Qin Shuang's side. For now, she intended to keep her plans to seek Gu Xing from her sister. However, this encounter had at least confirmed one thing. The human was undoubtedly worthy of her sister. Otherwise, 2 mythical beasts would not willingly follow him. Yet, the current dilemma was how to persuade her sister. Fei Yu rested her chin on her hands, elbows propped on the mahogany table beside the guqin, her gaze fixed intently on her elder sister playing. Sister, she suddenly spoke. What do you think would happen if I didn't seek a master? I feel that after acquiring a master, I might feel uncomfortable. Qin Shuang's slender fingers momentarily paused on the strings, her eyes lifting slightly, but she soon returned her focus to the guqin. If you do not wish to seek one, then don't. Nothing is more important than my sister. Although she harbored grievances against the ancient figures of the Ghost Clan for driving them out, as long as her sister did not desire it, she had no qualms about letting those old ones be. However, Fei Yu immediately refuted her. As soon as she spoke, the music abruptly ceased. Realizing her sister was upset, Fei Yu quickly waved her hands. Sister, I was only joking. Only when the melody resumed did she let out a quiet sigh of relief. Do not make such jokes again. I am your sister, and if you do not wish to contract, I shall always accompany you. If a contract must be made, it must be together. Upon hearing these words, Fei Yu nodded vigorously, though a hint of sorrow lingered in her eyes. Sister is so hard to persuade. What should I do? Chapter 90. The Transformation of Talent. Meanwhile, Gu Xing skillfully expelled the 2 curious little creatures from the doorway and promptly locked the door behind him. Turning to face the barrel radiating a luminous green light from the life spring, he took a deep breath and stepped into the water without hesitation. The cool spring enveloped him instantly, every pore of his skin relaxing. With a splash, as 34 high-grade star stones were cast into the water, the entire barrel erupted into a boil. The surging energy transformed into visible blue streams of light, surging madly into his body. He immediately closed his eyes, concentrating on the flow of this energy within him. In his perception, the 2 talents seemed to be like sharks sensing blood, greedily devouring this energy. However, this time was different. The energy from the star stones was thousands of times greater than before, even with both talents fully activated and absorbing at maximum capacity. A substantial amount of energy still escaped, being absorbed by his body. Consequently, his attributes rapidly surged under such circumstances. Gradually, the rate of absorption by the 2 talents began to slow, akin to a satiated beast reducing its feeding pace. When the absorption of both energies reached saturation, Gu Xing felt a resonating buzz in his mind, as if a thin veil had been suddenly lifted. The world before him became unprecedentedly clear. Instinctively, he checked his status. Gu Xing, Beasts, Divine Angel, Nature Spirit, Contract Slots, 23, Level, Extraordinary 9th Rank, Talents, Sovereign, Enhanced, Soul Devour, Enhanced, Strength, 500, Constitution, 500, Mentality, 2,434, Speed, 500. Under the influence of the two talents, his mental attribute had soared to an astounding 2,434 points, nearly touching the limits of humanity. Although his other attributes remained relatively low, at least these two thieving talents were finally satiated. Observing the talents marked as enhanced, he immediately began to deeply sense the transformed abilities. Sovereign, reinforced. Effect, grants 3 battle states to the beasts. The talent of Sovereign now granted an additional state. Slaughter, attacks ignore defenses, cleaving through all in its path. Guardian, significantly enhances defense, providing divine protection. Unbreakable. Grace, purifies negative states, draped in holy light. Divine might descends. Gazing at this newly added state, Gu Xing nodded thoughtfully. Although this state did not significantly enhance the combat power of the beasts, it rendered them immune to all negative statuses, providing immense advantages in actual combat. Meanwhile, the other talent, Soul Devour, had also undergone transformation. Soul Devour reinforced. Effect, unconditionally enhances the beast by 200 across all attributes. Special state, sacrifice, by sacrificing a contracted beast. The enhancement effect doubles to 400. Upon seeing the word sacrifice, Gu Xing's pupils constricted sharply. Sacrificing a beast. Images of Lu Li and Wei Lai flashed through his mind. If either of his two beasts were to vanish, just the thought of this possibility made him shake his head, forcefully banishing the notion from his mind. No, even if this ability could lead to a qualitative leap in power, he could not accept the cost of losing them. Ceiling. This special state must never be employed in his lifetime. After thoroughly examining the two talents, his attributes had also reached their peak. Strength, 1,500. Constitution, 1,500. Mentality, 2,434. Speed, 1,500. As all attributes stabilized at 1,500 points, Gu Xing distinctly sensed his body had reached a state of saturation. With a splash, he rose from the tub, glistening water droplets cascading down his muscular contours. The water in the barrel had become crystal clear, with only a few remnants of the life tree floating upon its surface. However, 2 star stones lay forlornly at the bottom. With a casual wave, he collected them into the beast's space. It seemed that reaching the limit of 1,500 points through the use of star stones was indeed the extent of this method. As for his mental attribute, achieving such a terrifying level was entirely due to the two talents. Reflecting on this, he retrieved a shimmering purple special access pass from a beast space. No wonder Qin Shuxiue had urged him to perform exceptionally within the special realm. Only within this unique domain could various attributes be further enhanced. Draping a bathrobe around himself, he had time before entering the realm. He intended to search for his two beasts, hoping to find that ghost clan girl. After all, the position of his third beast had been vacant for quite some time. On the other side, at the council's residence, bang! The heavy oak door was kicked open, crashing against the wall with a thud that sent dust cascading from the ceiling. Heir abruptly looked up, fury surging within him. The council was one of the 3 major factions of the human race, who had the audacity to be so brazen. However, upon recognizing the visitor's appearance, he instantly froze. Miss Vera, what brings you here? Heir's anger swiftly morphed into ingratiation. Did the old man not inform you? I have come to the Northern Territory for the special realm. The young girl casually slapped the document onto the table. After Hai Te confirmed that this was indeed Lord Caven's command, his lips twitched violently. Only this young lady would dare to be so impudent towards one of the 3 pillars of the human race, Wei Luo Caven. Miss Wei Luo, the day after tomorrow marks the opening of the special secret realm. I shall escort you to the entrance. With Wei Luani Ka's status, there was no need for her to personally venture into the demon domain to slay the demon race for points in order to participate in the special secret realm. Wei Luani nodded. Her level had also reached the extraordinary 9th tier, with all attributes hitting the mark of 1,500 points. To continue her ascension, entering the special secret realm was imperative. This was also the reason why Wei Luo Caven permitted her to journey to the northern region. The secret realm comprises 3 layers. Each layer past grants a certain enhancement in attributes. She was confident in conquering the first 2 layers, but the 3rd layer posed an insurmountable challenge. It was more akin to a trial stage. Each time one vanquished an adversary, the secret realm conjured an even stronger opponent. Renowned as the foremost genius of the human race, Qin Shuxiue had continuously triumphed in the third layer until she encountered a commander-level foe, which ultimately led to her defeat. This was precisely why the growth limit for the entire human race was defined at 2,500 points. This figure represented Qin Shuxiue's attributes at the extraordinary level. Contemplating this, a glimmer of seriousness flashed in Wei Luani's eyes. The two contracted beasts she possessed by Di and Yu Mingling Bao were both former king-level beings. Caven's willingness to make such a significant sacrifice, allowing king-level beasts to descend in rank to contract with her, had one singular goal: to enable her to transcend human limitations. Wei Luani appeared nonchalant, yet she understood her father's expectations. She could indulge in play and act willfully, but she must never neglect her strength. However, this seriousness flickered only for a moment before she resumed her usual demeanor. By the way, has anything intriguing happened in the northern region recently? Do tell me. Hai Di, without hesitation, promptly informed her of the two significant events that had transpired in the northern region. A ghost clan member seeking a master had arrived and had seemingly become the strongest contracted beast in the northern region. Anything else? Wei Luani expressed little interest in contracted beasts. After all, her father had already made arrangements for her beasts. She wouldn't be contracting this ghost clan member. There was also an extraordinary human who had slain a commander-level demon. Hearing this, Bai Di and Yu Mingling Bao, who accompanied Wei Luani, simultaneously narrowed their pupils. As former king-level beings, both beasts understood the difficulty of an extraordinary being defeating a commander-level one. Even in their current state, without the use of their domains, they could only hope for a 50-50 chance against a commander-level demon. What is the name of this human? Wei Luani's interest was piqued. Gu Xing. Upon hearing this name again, Wei Luani's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Chapter 91. The Holy Maiden of the Church, Cecilia. The 2 days swiftly passed. During this time, Gu Xing traversed the chaotic city, yet he had not encountered that ghost clan maiden again. This was undoubtedly due to Qiyu intentionally evading him. She had yet to devise a method to persuade her sister, and Gu Xing's appearance would undoubtedly compel her to contract with him. Hence, she chose to hide from him altogether. Gu Xing sighed softly, momentarily suppressing this regret. More pressing matters awaited him. The entrance to the special secret realm was not far from the chaotic city, and soon he arrived at the entrance. Few could amass 1,000,000 points to qualify for entry into the special secret realm. Gu Xing surveyed the area and discovered only about 40 to 50 participants in this secret realm. Yet, every individual present was among the pinnacle of human talent. Just then, a delicate hand unexpectedly tapped his left shoulder. He instinctively turned, only to find no one behind him. Immediately, his right shoulder was lightly patted again. Gu Xing turned in surprise, and there was Wei Luani, elegantly crossing her legs, one hand resting behind her back, the other gently playing with her cascading golden locks. The sunlight cast a soft glow on her exquisite profile, and her voice was intentionally softened. Long time no see. Gu Xing's mouth twitched involuntarily. Had it not been for his knowledge of this young lady's notoriously bad temper, he might have been deceived by her fade of gentility. Hey, why are you making that face? Wei Luani's act crumbled immediately. Can't you at least play along? Gu Xing managed a strained smile. Long time no see, Miss Wei Luo. Only then did Wei Luani raise her chin, revealing a triumphant smile. Gu Xing shook his head helplessly, his gaze falling upon her two contracted beasts. The Yu Mingling Bao on her left he had seen before, while the 2-meter-tall white bear on her right was striking, especially with the fierce scar across its left eye, nearly bisecting its face. Is this the young lady's new contracted beast? Polar Bear King by D. Level, Extraordinary 9th Tier, Talent, Half-Step Mythical Status, Special Suppressed, Strength, 3,000, Vitality, 3,000, Mentality, 3,000, Speed, 3,000, Skills, Bloodline of the Bear King, Eternal Frost Lock, Winter Majesty. Seeing the half-step mythical talent, Gu Xing was somewhat astonished. This was likely among the most elite contracted beasts of the human race. Aside from its talent, this bear's attributes were somewhat monstrous. It nearly rivaled Lu Li. Meanwhile, Bai Di was also scrutinizing Gu Xing, a glimmer of appraisal flashing in its solitary eye. Is this the human who defeated a commander-level demon? As Gu Xing had not summoned his beasts, Bai Di could not accurately gauge his strength. However, based on Gu Xing's aura, this human appeared rather mundane. Could the defeat of a commander-level demon be solely attributed to the prowess of his contracted beasts? The Mingling Bao, noticing Bai Di's gaze, quickly discerned his thoughts and promptly warned, Bai Di, do not underestimate him. This human's talent. She paused, struggling to find a suitable descriptor. It's quite terrifying. The scene from the Elven secret realm flashed in her mind. Gu Xing's contemptuous gaze had left a profound impression on her. Hearing the Yu Mingling Bao's caution, Bai Di's solitary eye narrowed sharply, dispelling its earlier disdain. To elicit such a remark from a former king-level companion, this human could not be taken lightly. As Wei Luani observed Gu Xing's unwavering gaze fixed on Bai Di, she could not help but interject, Gu Xing, you think Bai Di is ugly, don't you? I think so too. Ugly? Gu Xing nearly lost his composure. For a demigod-level beast to be deemed ugly by this young lady was truly a rarity. Just as Gu Xing was about to retort, a crisp voice interjected. Miss Wei Luo. Gu Xing turned to see a girl clad in a pure white nun's robe walking gracefully towards them. The most striking feature was the silver cross adorning her chest. Meeting his gaze, the girl smiled gently and offered a slight bow. However, Gu Xing could sense a cold indifference emanating from her eyes, as if she were 1,000 miles away. This secret realm is quite lively. The young lady of the Wei family and the holy maiden of the church have both arrived. Wait, who is that young man with them? From Longxia Kingdom, I presume. Given his age, he must be a student from the National Academy. Do you think the three of them can surpass the record set by Commander Qin? Miss Wei Luo and the holy maiden are quite likely, but for that black-haired youth from Longxia Kingdom, I find it unlikely. From the surrounding whispers, Gu Xing confirmed the identity of the nun, Holy Maiden Cecilia, a formidable presence among the younger generation of the church. However, it appears that WLUNK is not particularly fond of the saintess. TSK, those in the church who wear their hypocritical masks are a bunch of sanctimonious charlatans. WLUNK rolled her eyes. Suddenly, she threw her arm around Gu Xing's shoulder and deliberately raised her voice. Gu Xing, you must strive diligently to trample that esteemed saintess underfoot in the secret realm. Gu Xing's lips twitched, casting a sidelong glance at S9LY. How bold this young lady is to say such things in front of the main party. Yet, S9LY completely disregarded WLUNK's disdain and began to reassess Gu Xing. The fact that WLUNK holds him in such high regard indicates that his strength is at least on par with her and WLUNK. In the church, only the powerful command respect. She elegantly lifted the hem of her gown and extended her right hand, adorned with white silk gloves. Pleasure to meet you. I am S9LY. Her voice remained gentle, yet there was a newfound seriousness in her gaze. WLUNK frantically tugged at Gu Xing's sleeve from behind, attempting to prevent him from reaching out. Nevertheless, S9LY is a saintess of the church. He could not forsake basic etiquette. He lightly grasped her fingertips, a fleeting touch. Gu Xing. Upon learning his name, S9LY, noticing WLUNK's unwelcoming demeanor, decided not to linger and embarrass herself further. We shall meet in the secret realm. With that parting remark, S9LY turned and departed. As Gu Xing watched her white figure vanish into the crowd, he lowered his voice to inquire of WLUNK. What do you think of her? Rarely dismissive, WLUNK shook her head gently. Once you witness the church's actions with your own eyes, you will understand. At her words, Gu Xing's brow furrowed slightly. To be candid, his understanding of the council and the church was superficial. He knew the council was managed by the WI family, and that the church governed the entire nation. But details eluded him. However, before he could ask further, WLUNK returned to her usual self, diverting the topic. Even though we know each other, I won't hold back if I encounter you in the secret realm. Seeing WLUNK's unwillingness to elaborate, he simply nodded. Subsequently, a man in military attire strode to the center of the plaza. All challengers, please enter the trial teleportation array. WLUNK pulled him towards the ancient magic circle, which spanned 100 meters in diameter. At the moment the last person stepped into the magic array, the military man waved his hand. Commence! Hundreds of star stones shattered abruptly, and the runes on the magic array began to move as if alive. The space began to warp, and the figures of the crowd gradually became transparent in the blinding light. Chapter 92, Above the Monarch. The Shackles of Humanity. In the joint military headquarters, While reviewing documents, Sue suddenly paused her pen, but soon resumed her writing. Moments later, the air in the command room distorted, and a towering figure tore through the space. Commander Lei, what brings you to the Northern Territory? Sue did not look up, her tone icy. Lei Zichen waved his hand dismissively, carelessly taking a seat. Girl, have you not broken through to the monarch level? I've come to congratulate you. Sue remained expressionless, her focus still on the documents in her hand. Commander Lei, was this not within your expectations? She had initially thought her breakthrough to the monarch level was a fluke, but the more she pondered, the more it felt amiss. With Gu Xing's extraordinary talent, how could he have appeared in the Northern Territory without any protection, venturing alone into the demon domain? Wasn't that just inviting trouble from the demon race? Clearly, this was a deliberate setup. This was a meticulously crafted trap, and in the Northern Territory, the only one capable of orchestrating such a scheme was none other than Lei Zichen, the top commander of the Northern Military District. Meeting his serious gaze, a rare hint of awkwardness surfaced on Lei Zichen's rugged face. He instinctively rubbed his nose, his gaze drifting out the window. He indeed acted unscrupulously in this matter. Sue was the head of the Northern Territory, and he had arranged this operation without notifying her. I admit I failed to consider this and did not inform you in advance. That is my fault. Hearing Lei Zichen's apology, Sue's frosty demeanor finally softened. She was the beneficiary of this operation, so she could hardly blame Lei Zichen too much. As for Gu Xing, who had been used as bait, she had already done her utmost to make amends. Yet at that moment, Lei Zichen shifted the conversation. Girl, where is that lad, Gu Xing? Has he entered the secret realm? Upon hearing this, Sue's expression turned serious once again. Yes. The young lady of the W.I. family and the saintess of the church are also participating in this secret realm. Upon hearing this, Lei Zichen's brows knitted together. The lineup for this secret realm was indeed unexpectedly extravagant. However, perhaps it was only through such a formidable assembly that the secrets of this secret realm could be unveiled. After all, this special secret realm bore another name, the Ascension Secret Realm. This was also why the Council and the Church were devotedly nurturing W-ILU-NK and S9LY. This secret realm involved the secrets of transcending the monarch level. Initially, they believed Sue could conquer the entire secret realm and uncover the truth. However, she failed. She faltered at the final step. Girl, do you think Gu Xing has hope? At that moment, the power he displayed had far surpassed the extraordinary level she once held. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke slowly. I believe in him. He is stronger than I am. Upon hearing this, Lei Zichen's gaze sharpened. After Sue's failure, they had intended to abandon the secret realm. After all, it was unlikely that another genius stronger than Sue would emerge in the Longsha Kingdom. Yet Gu Xing's arrival had rekindled their hopes. Above the monarch level, Lei Zichen suddenly rose, his eyes resolute. Girl, I will contact Old Long immediately. From this moment on, Longsha enters a state of high alert. I have a strong intuition that the shackles plaguing humanity will be thoroughly unveiled this time. Upon hearing this, Sue's expression grew grave. Only with a strong presence above the monarch level could humanity truly secure a foothold in this alien space. Understood. I will manage the entire Northern Territory. As for those foreign races, Lei Zichen's gaze hardened, his tone resolute. If they dare to harbor ill intentions, then we shall fight. A furious aura emanated from him, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Any force that obstructs humanity's growth must be eradicated. Within the secret realm, when Gu Xing opened his eyes again, the scene before him had transformed dramatically. Before him lay a desolate plain shrouded in gray mist, with dead trees standing like twisted skeletons. Behind him, however, was a vibrant oasis, with towering cities shimmering warmly under the sunlight. The stark contrast between the two was striking. He scanned his surroundings, yet saw no sign of W-ILU-NK or any other companions from the human race who had entered with him. It seemed that the challenges of this layer must be faced alone. Just then, a cold mechanical voice echoed in the void. Welcome, Challenger, to the first layer of the Ascension Secret Realm. Challenge content. Protect the city from being destroyed by the demon tide for 2 hours to advance to the next layer. Remaining time, 2 o'clock. 00. The challenge will commence in 30 seconds. Note: death within the secret realm will result in ejection from the realm. Hearing the mention of the Ascension's secret realm, he furrowed his brow slightly. This secret realm seemed far more complex than he had anticipated. In this context, the term God does not merely refer to the mythical qualifications of beast-tamers. Rather, Gu Xing gasped in astonishment. In an instant, he comprehended the meaning of this secret realm. As the countdown commenced, he recognized that the foremost priority was to navigate through the first layer of the secret realm. As for the secrets surrounding the god, he was certain he could unravel them within this domain. With a gentle wave of his hand, a blue summoning array materialized, and 2 beasts appeared before him in an instant. Upon seeing Weila and Liuli, Gu Xing suddenly realized that both Weila's mother and Liuli's father seemed to be above the monarch. Why not inquire with them? Thinking this, Gu Xing promptly asked, Weila, Liuli, are you familiar with those above the monarch? Both beasts shook their heads in unison. Faced with this, Gu Xing abandoned the notion and resolved to confront the challenge ahead. As the countdown reached its conclusion, a resounding announcement signaled the commencement of the challenge. The demonic horde in the distance seemed to receive a command, erupting into a frenzy. Like a tidal wave, they surged toward the singular city. Witnessing this scene, Gu Xing felt no trepidation. He had faced assaults from demonic beings numerous times before. For these extraordinary level demons, Weila was akin to their deity. Weila, Elven royal authority. He commanded. Understood, she replied, and in the next moment, a verdant divine ring manifested behind her. Although her mental attribute was a mere 10,000 points, it was more than sufficient to contend with these extraordinary level demons. Gu Xing's gaze fell upon the menacing figures of the demons. While their individual ranks were not particularly high, their sheer numbers were terrifying. He estimated that for an ordinary extraordinary 9th-tier beastmaster, the survival rate amidst such a demonic tide would be less than 10%, let alone having to defend the city behind them. However, he was no ordinary extraordinary 9th tier. Weila's expression sharpened as she surveyed the incoming tide of demons. Despite her strength far surpassing that of these low-tier demons, the task required her to hold the line for a full 2 hours, which severely tested the endurance of her beasts. In the face of this dire situation, she unleashed the triple cataclysm, drawing on the power of the earth. The divine ring behind her erupted in brilliant light, and a massive ochre array thundered to life on the ground thousands of meters ahead of Gu Xing. Within the array, an invisible force voraciously consumed any demon that dared to step inside, forcibly draining their life force and converting it into pure energy to replenish Weila's mental energy. In a mere 3 seconds, these low-tier demons would be completely drained, collapsing into withered husks. Yet, even so, the demonic tide continued to surge. As the demons at the front fell, those behind charged fearlessly into the array as if they were endless. Gu Xing frowned slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. He could sense that these demons were not mere illusions, but truly existing beings. Each time Weila struck down a demon, a faint energy was absorbed into her body. Where did all these demons come from in this secret realm? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he caught sight of Liuli standing nearby. The silver-haired angel pursed her lips, her gaze complex as she watched Weila displaying her formidable power. Ever since her master had contracted this green tea spirit, she had found her own opportunities to act diminishing. As a combat-oriented beast, this was not a promising omen. If her master were to contract another beast, would she be relegated to merely guarding the beast's space? The mere thought of that scenario made Liuli clench her fists. No, that could not happen. Her master possessed the ability to enhance the qualifications of beasts, which implied that in terms of combat, she had little advantage. Just then, Gu Xing's voice broke through her thoughts. Liuli, come with me to see where these demons are coming from. Liuli's body trembled, and her eyes brightened with excitement. An opportunity had arisen. This task required them to defend the city for 2 hours, meaning Weila could not leave her post. This would allow her to have some time alone with her master. The mere thought made her heart race. Leave this to you, Weila, Gu Xing instructed decisively. The elven girl maintaining the array turned abruptly, her verdant eyes widening in surprise. Her master intended to take the angel away, leaving her alone to toil. Weila opened her mouth to protest, but Gu Xing turned away, ignoring her. In facing the overwhelming demonic horde, Wayla was far more effective than Lioli. Guard the city, he said simply before signaling for Lioli to lead him toward the source of the demons. Upon hearing this request, Lioli's body stiffened momentarily. She swallowed, nervously, her slender arms wrapping cautiously around her master's waist. So close. The familiar, crisp scent enveloped her, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. This scene made Wayla, watching from a distance, bristle with annoyance. How infuriating. Usually, she kept a close watch, ensuring that this angel had no chance to get close to her master. And now, what good was her combat prowess? Her home had been invaded. Fuming, Wayla raised her staff, gathering the raging lightning elements around her. Heavenly thunder fall, she shouted, and the skies darkened ominously. As terrifying thunderclouds churned, a colossal dragon composed purely of lightning began to form, each scale glimmering with destructive blue light. With a roar, the thunder dragon swooped down, its blinding electric light engulfing demons within a radius of several miles. When the brilliant light faded, only wisps of smoke remained over the charred earth. This furious strike had cleared the battlefield of demons. Seizing the opportunity, Lioli hurriedly embraced Gu Xing and soared toward the source of the demons. Watching them depart, Wayla stomped her feet in frustration. That wretched angel, sneaking away. As Lioli clutched Gu Xing, they flew swiftly at low altitude, the level of demons on the ground increasing as they approached the source. Several elite demons with bony wings had already detected them, leaping up in attempts to attack. Oof. Lioli scoffed, instantly conjuring a semi-transparent flame shield of radiant golden fire around her. The demon's attacks met the shield, failing to create even a ripple. Yet at that moment, Lioli had no mind for these minor foes. Her master was so close, she could even feel his steady breath brushing against her neck. This realization quickened her heartbeat, and the silver feathers at the edges of her wings began to glow with a faint crimson flame. If only I could kiss him, the audacious thought suddenly invaded her mind, turning her ears a bright shade of pink. The temperature of her holy flame shield rose with her emotions, distorting the air around them. Lioli? Gu Xing, sensing the unusual heat, turned in confusion, only to meet the sight of her flushed cheeks and flickering eyes. Are you all right? And no, I'm fine. But when she once again met Gu Xing's concerned gaze, the emotions that had been suppressed for so long suddenly burst forth. Master, I like you. In that fleeting moment when the words escaped her lips, Lioli herself was taken aback. She had actually voiced her innermost feelings. Instinctively, she tightened her embrace around Gu Xing, the flames upon her wings leaping higher in exhilaration. Yet, after the excitement came the anxiety. What if her master rejected her declaration? Gu Xing visibly paused for a moment, but soon he regained his composure. This certainly could not be the affection between lovers. His understanding of beastmasters stemmed solely from memories. In the context of his former self, a beast was a companion, and beasts harbored a profound dependency on their masters. Thus, Lioli's expression of liking him should merely be an indication of a beast's reliance on its master. Lioli, I like you too. Upon hearing Gu Xing's words, Lioli instinctively felt a rush of joy. However, upon seeing the lack of comprehension in Gu Xing's eyes, she realized that her master had undoubtedly misunderstood her intentions. Her mood plummeted at once. Silly master, she murmured softly, her voice barely audible in the wind. What did you say? Gu Xing leaned in with curiosity. Nothing. Lioli hastily pointed towards the swirling, demonic energy ahead. I mean, we were almost there. Master. After Gu Xing turned his head, Lioli quietly buried her face against his shoulder, taking a deep breath. Even if regarded merely as a form of dependency, at least in this moment, she was the one closest to her master. Chapter 94. Encountering the demonic rune again. At Lu Li's urging, Gu Xing's gaze shifted forward. Before him lay a corpse. No, rather than a mere corpse, it resembled a complete and colossal demonic carcass, akin to a mountain. Strangely, there was not a single demonic figure in sight surrounding this massive remains. Yet, the thick demonic energy in the air was 100 times more intense than anywhere previously encountered. Gu Xing observed the scene. The source of the relentless demonic entities was undoubtedly here. Put me down. Lioli cumplia, Zhenli descending. Just as Gu Xing was about to approach for a closer inspection, he collided with an invisible barrier. A restriction? Just as he furrowed his brow in contemplation, an unexpected movement emanated from the Beastmaster's space. The mysterious demonic rune, which had been hovering above the fountain of life, suddenly began to tremble violently, transmitting a sense of urgency. It wants me to approach that corpse? Gu Xing's brow furrowed slightly. The function of this rune was already unclear, and now it was guiding him to touch a corpse emanating terrifying demonic energy. Something felt amiss. What if the demonic corpse were to rise again? Just as he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly thought of checking the information. Fallen demon god. Level. Totem level. Talent. Demon god. Status. Completely dead. Note. Contains special demonic rune. Acquisition recommended. Gu Xing's pupils contracted. Totem level. This surpassed the realm of kings, and even in death, the residual pressure still left him feeling apprehensive. However, since the system determined that it was utterly dead, he felt somewhat reassured. What concerned him further was that the system actively suggested acquiring the demonic rune. This was a first, although he was unclear about its specific purpose. Anything marked by the system was undoubtedly significant. The pressing question now was how to break through this barrier. Master, do you wish to enter? Lu Li's voice suddenly rang out. Gu Xing turned to see that she had inexplicably acquired a uniquely designed short blade, its blade shimmering with the fluctuations of spatial laws. The blade of breaking realms. Gu Xing suddenly recalled that this was a trophy obtained from defeating the battle angel Mi Lo. Can you unlock it? Liu Li confidenli nudda. The short blade emitting a faint hum in her grasp. As one of the treasures of the angelic race, any restriction would be rendered ineffective before it. With a graceful flick of her wrist, she traced an elegant arc in the air with the blade's tip. The once impenetrable barrier split open like torn silk, creating a passage for them to traverse. Without hesitation, Lu Li stepped forward, slightly unfurling her wings to shield Gu Xing behind her. In this unknown environment, she could not allow her master to take any risks. Fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly. Soon, they were standing before the corpse. When they truly stood before the demon god's remains, they felt the insignificance of their own beings. Just a single finger of the corpse was comparable to a massive boulder. What terrifying power must this being have possessed in life? Within the Beastmaster space, the demonic rune was now agitated, continuing to convey a sense of urgency. Gu Xing took a deep breath and slowly pressed his palm against the cold corpse. In that instant, another dark, purple demonic rune emerged from the remains, coiling around his arm like a serpent before ultimately merging into his forehead, floating alongside the previous rune above the fountain of life. Just as the rune was absorbed, an unforeseen event occurred. The entirety of the demon god's corpse began to visibly disintegrate, crumbling into countless black specks that scattered into the air. Even more astonishingly, all the demons in the secret realm simultaneously froze in place, then shattered like fragile bubbles. Simultaneously, the system announced, "Congratulations on successfully completing the trial. Due to the complete resolution of the demonic crisis, rewards have been doubled." Commencing reward distribution. Before the announcement concluded, a colossal surge of energy flooded into Gu Xing's body. Under the onslaught of this energy, his attributes improved once again. Gu Xing, Beast, Holy Angel, Nature Spirit. Contract slots, 23. Level, Extraordinary 9th Stage. Talents, Sovereign. Soul Devour. Strength, 1500 to 1900. Constitution, 1500 to 1900. Mentality, 2434 to 2834. Speed, 1500 to 1900. Originally, completing this layer of the secret realm would only yield a 200-point increase in attributes. But now he had gained 400 points. This propelled his attributes directly to 1900 points. Furthermore, his mental attribute had even surpassed 2,500 points, exceeding the limitations of humankind. Gu Xing pondered for a moment, ultimately attributing it to his extraordinary talents. After all, the little spirit was still left behind. On the return journey, Gu Xing was astonished to discover that the once barren wasteland, ravaged by demonic energy, now thrived with vibrant life. It seemed to be a result of the disappearance of that demonic corpse. As the two descended upon the city wall, they were met by a spirit with a face full of resentment. Gu Xing immediately offered his apologies. Just then, the mechanical notification sounded once more. In 3 minutes, the conqueror will be transported to the next layer. Not only Gu Xing, but everyone else within the secret realm received this message. Veronica and the Saintess Cecilia both noted the unusual circumstances of this trial. What should have required 2 hours of endurance was unexpectedly concluded in under an hour. Such anomalies? Meanwhile, within the city of chaos, Qin Shushua's directive for a level 1 alert caused the atmosphere of the entire city to tighten abruptly. Not only the Longxia Kingdom's council and the church, but also the other races began to stir restlessly. It seemed imperative to expedite matters. He narrowed his eyes, gazing towards the southern part of the city through the window. The urgent task was to quickly contract that ghostly race and cultivate it to the commanding level. Only in this way could they secure an extra measure of self-preservation in the impending storm. "Come here." With a quiet call, a commanding-level beastmaster approached. "My lord, what are your orders? What has become of that ghostly race?" Under our watchful gaze, that young lady of the ghost race remained steadfastly confined within her quarters. However, her sister often disappears without a trace. Her sister is of no consequence, merely a lowly beast-tamer of little use. Nevertheless, 10 days is an excessively long span. I am unwilling to prolong this any further. Relay my command. She has 3 days remaining to comply. If she persists in her obstinacy, Wang Yu's voice turned icy. 3 days later, the ghost girl still refused to form a contract. Upon hearing this, the commanding beast-tamer immediately understood. This subordinate will attend to it at once. Chapter 95. Sister, I have fallen in love. Wang Yu's mandate swiftly reached several beast-tamers monitoring Qin Shuang. Miss Qin Shuang, my lord has instructed us to inform you that your time is limited to just 3 days. Please make a prompt decision regarding the contract. This message was conveyed through their mental energies into the courtyard. Upon realizing the implications, Fei Yu rushed to Qin Shuang's side. Yet, upon hearing this declaration, Qin Shuang's expression remained unperturbed. The reduction from 10 days to 3 merely signifies a shorter duration in the city of chaos. Observing Fei Yu's evident anxiety, she spoke with a calm demeanor. "You, there is no need for concern. The last time, the monarch-level beast-tamer compelled me to form a contract. However, it matters not. I have resolved to depart this place in 2 days. With you by my side, they cannot impede our escape." Yet, upon hearing this, Fei Yu's distress heightened. If her sister were to leave, how could she possibly forge a contract with that human? "Sister, wait. We cannot leave so easily. That human is someone you have sought after with great difficulty. How can you so readily abandon this opportunity?" Upon hearing her words, Qin Shuang gently ran her fingers through Fei Yu's hair. "You, not everything unfolds according to our desires. The current outcome merely indicates that we lack a fated connection with that human. Thus, there is no need to force it." Witnessing her sister's nonchalant attitude towards the contract, Fei Yu sensed impending doom. Once her sister made a decision, it was unlikely to change. Furthermore, Gu Xing had just entered the secret realm, rendering him unable to contract with her sister. If this continued, they would indeed miss their chance. No, this cannot persist. Fei Yu's petite face scrunched in thought. Stubborn as a mule. Think quickly. How can I persuade my sister to stay? What does she truly care about? Suddenly, inspiration struck. Although her sister typically exuded an air of indifference, it appeared that matters concerning herself were different. "Sister, I cannot leave." Qin Shuang cast a puzzled glance her way. Fei Yu forced herself to meet her sister's gaze, her determination unwavering. "Sister, I cannot depart," she reiterated. "Why not?" Qin Shuang's brow furrowed slightly. Her sister had always been obedient. Why this sudden refusal to leave today? Under the intensity of her sister's questioning gaze, Fei Yu swallowed hard. "Human, I am sorry. I have no choice in this matter. I will apologize when we meet again." After silently apologizing to Gu Xing, Fei Yu took a deep breath. "Sister, do you know why I've been venturing outside lately?" Qin Shuang's brow furrowed deeper, her azure eyes flickering with intrigue. This statement indeed piqued her interest. "Sister, I have fallen in love. I have developed feelings for a human. I cannot leave this place." Fallen in love. Qin Shuang's pupils constricted sharply. She knew her sister well. Fei Yu had never defied her in all these years, and such a deviation today could only mean one thing. She spoke the truth. Boom! Dark ghostly patterns erupted across Qin Shuang's body as though alive, and a tempestuous aura surged upwards. The bricks and tiles of the courtyard shattered under this pressure, the walls tearing apart as if made of paper. How could her innocent sister suddenly fall for a human? There was only one possibility. The human had deceived her sister's affections. Where is that human? Qin Shuang's voice resonated with the fury of the abyss. Under this immense pressure, Fei Yu trembled but defiantly raised her chin. "My boyfriend? The ghostly patterns on Qin Shuang's body surged violently, causing the temperature in a 100-meter radius to plummet. She recalled the vile rumors of humans who prey upon innocent beings of other races, and now they dare to set their sights on her sister. Boom! An even more terrifying aura coalesced into a pillar of light, causing the entire district to tremble violently. The commanding beast-tamers, observing from afar, felt their faces pale in an instant. No wonder Lord Wang Yu insisted on forming a contract with her. I feel as though this ghost girl surpasses my beast in strength. I am a commander-level tamer. Quickly report to Lord Wang Yu. This ghost girl is about to escape. Within the secret realm, Gu Xing remained oblivious to the trouble Fei Yu had inadvertently stirred. At this moment, everyone had been transported to the second layer of the secret realm, perhaps due to the extraction of the magic patterns from the demon's corpse. The original 50 entrants faced no eliminations during the first layer's challenge. Now, all were gathered in a single square, discussing the anomalies of the initial challenge. This secret realm challenge seems off. It ended in less than 2 hours. Indeed, I have heard from previous participants that the first layer is particularly challenging. Each year, many are usually eliminated, yet this year, merely passing is our limit. There are only 3 spots available for the third layer. And look, our nation has the fewest participants. It seems unlikely that any of us will advance. Among the participants, only 10 hailed from Long Xia, while the church claimed 25, and the council occupied 15. Only 5 slots were available for advancement to the second layer, meaning 45 individuals would face elimination. In past trials, it was common for a powerful faction to clear the field, ensuring that only their own would enter the third layer. The fewer numbers of the weaker factions were often the first to be eliminated. This year, Long Xia found itself in that vulnerable position. To avert such a fate, a prodigy akin to 4 years prior must emerge to dominate the scene. In the church's ranks, a golden-haired knight stepped forward and whispered, "Lady Saint, I suggest we first eliminate the members of Long Xia. As for the council, we cannot contend with them." Their own Lady Saint was on par with that faction. If he were to voice this opinion aloud, he had no doubt she would swiftly kick him before the others to apologize. However, just then, Veronica suddenly stepped back, lazily waving her hand. "Members of the council, you may dispose of them as you see fit. It is of no concern to me." This statement struck like thunder, causing uproar among the council members. Yet, none dared to question Veronica's decree. Presently, the council members could hardly be the first to clear the field. Thus, all eyes turned to the lone soft target in the arena, the team from Long Xia. Chapter 96, The Blood-Red Church. Upon witnessing the alliance between the council and the church, the members of Long Xia swiftly responded. The powerful factions had joined forces to eliminate the weaker ones. This scenario had long been a commonplace occurrence in the secret realm trials. Close ranks. A voice rang out, and several beast-tamers from Long Xia instinctively formed a protective circle around Gu Xing brother. A burly man with piercing eyes spoke in a hushed tone. "The group now looks to you for leadership. Although our chances of advancement are slim, we cannot allow them to gain an easy victory." The other individuals entering the secret realm were all acquaintances of his, and they were well aware of each other's strengths. Only Gu Xing, at such a tender age, had qualified to enter the secret realm. His identity was not difficult to deduce. He was undoubtedly a prodigy from the Zhengguo Shui Fu. Within this secret realm, the command naturally fell to the strongest among them, and thus the burden fell squarely upon Gu Xing's shoulders. As they had just entered the second layer, a flood of information regarding the mysterious realm surged into his mind. This secret realm was originally a gift from this world to humanity, intended to aid extraordinary beast masters in ascending to the rank of commanders with greater power. However, several centuries prior, the demonic race invaded this land and deliberately left behind the corpse of a demon god, drastically reducing the chances for humanity to traverse the first layer. Thus, without being a top-tier genius, one could hardly hope to ascend through the first layer of this secret realm and enhance their attributes. This had directly resulted in a significant weakening of the strength of human commander-level beastmasters. But now things had changed. The demon god's corpse had vanished, and the secret realm had returned to normal. As long as humanity entered the secret realm, they could directly pass through the first layer and reap its rewards to elevate their attributes. At this moment, the remaining 9 individuals from the Long Xia kingdom all focused their gaze on him, awaiting his instructions. Opposite them, the council and the church surrounded a few individuals. However, Gu Xing felt no concern regarding the current situation. Observing his anxious compatriots, he reassured them, saying, "It's all right. Numbers have never been the key to victory." The citizens of Long Xia behind him had yet to comprehend Gu Xing's meaning when he stepped forward, positioning himself before the group. Although only 5 could advance this time, he was determined not to allow anyone from the council and the church into the third layer, save for Veronica and Cecilia. Upon witnessing Gu Xing standing alone before the people of Long Xia, an ominous premonition rose within Cecilia. Veronica's earlier detached stance now seemed particularly intriguing. She had chosen to withdraw without regard for her fellow council members. Cecilia speculated on 2 possible reasons for this. One was that Veronica, due to her acquaintance with Gu Xing, was unwilling to intervene. However, given Veronica's character, this probability was exceedingly low. Thus, the more likely possibility was that Gu Xing possessed a strength that made her wary. Contemplating this, Cecilia's expression grew grave. As the saintess of the church, she could not afford to be as capricious as Veronica. If she neglected the church members, it would surely undermine her authority within the church. "Saintess, it is time for you to act." Indeed, there were only 10 participants from the Long Xia kingdom this time. With just a slight exertion from the saintess, they could proceed under the urging of the church members. Reluctantly, Cecilia summoned her beast. With 2 crimson beams of light descending, her 2 beasts gradually materialized. One was a unicorn, gleaming like blood jade, while the other was a strikingly handsome man with a pair of ebony bat wings unfurling from his back. Upon seeing these 2 beasts, Gu Xing frowned slightly. Despite the sacred name of the church, the beasts were of a bloodline. The blood unicorn: status, blood transformation. Level: extraordinary tier 9, qualification, legendary tier 9 star, strength, 2200, constitution, 2300, spirit, 2500, speed, 2700, skill, crimson trample. The blood prince: level: extraordinary tier 9, qualification, half-step mythical, strength, 2900, constitution, 2900, spirit, 2900, speed, 2900, skills, blood shadow clone, blood fury. Bloodline? Gu Xing searched his memory for relevant information. This was a higher race renowned alongside the ghost race, feeding on blood and possessing an almost eternal life. They were also one of the top races within the alternate dimension. He scanned his surroundings and discovered that aside from Cecilia's bloodline beast, the other church members' beasts exhibited varying degrees of blood transformation traits: crimson eyes, sharp fangs, and faint blood-colored patterns visible beneath their skin. Now do you understand why I despise dealing with this group? Veronica had somehow sidled up beside him, her lips parting slightly. They call themselves the Church, but their full name is the Blood Church. She deliberately emphasized the word blood. Gu Xing, unfamiliar with this knowledge, gazed at Veronica with a look of confusion. Blood Church? Veronica shrugged. Their territory borders the demon realm. To fend off the demon race invasion, that empress willingly allied with the bloodline, offering her entire populace as sustenance for the bloodline, sacrificing citizens as food. Upon hearing this, Gu Xing's lips twitched. He finally understood why Veronica had labeled the church as hypocrites. "I suggest you eliminate Cecilia as well. She is not a good person." Observing Veronica's eager demeanor, Gu Xing instinctively disregarded this statement. If he truly prevented Cecilia from advancing, it would be akin to delivering a resounding slap to the church's face. Seeing Gu Xing's expression, Veronica knew her chances were slim. She shrugged her shoulders and moved aside. However, her gaze toward Gu Xing turned serious. Veronica was well aware of Cecilia's strength. They were closely matched, but regarding Gu Xing, she felt uncertain. Although she had witnessed Gu Xing in action during the Elven Secret Realm, she sensed that it was certainly not his limit. This time, she finally had the opportunity to observe him closely. Meanwhile, Bai Di and Yu Mingling Bao exchanged worried glances. They too were curious about the extent of Gu Xing's strength, wondering how he could defeat commander-level opponents despite being at the extraordinary level. At that moment, a mechanical female voice echoed through the void. The second layer assessment begins. Eligible advancement slots: 5. Successful candidates will receive rewards. Upon hearing this voice, Gu Xing summoned forth his beast. Brilliant blue light illuminated the space as the holy angel and the nature spirit appeared simultaneously, their terrifying aura sweeping across the area. The moment the Blood Prince beheld the two beasts summoned by Gu Xing, his pupils constricted, his gaze fixated on the angel's wings. 6 wings. As one of the oldest races in the alternate dimension, he knew all too well what 6 wings represented among the angelic kind, a mythic-level qualification. Moreover, judging by the aura emanating from the angel, she seemed to be the strongest seraph among them. As for the other beast, upon recognizing Wayla, his gaze similarly contracted. The once extinct elven race. It was said that only one elf had survived, the daughter of the elven queen. Her qualification was also at the mythic level. With either of these two beasts, he would not stand a chance. And now, both beasts had appeared simultaneously. What hope did he have? Yet Cecilia remained oblivious to this fact, slightly bowing as she respectfully said, "Your Highness, this battle requires your intervention for the church to secure victory." Upon hearing Cecilia's plea, the Blood Prince's lips twitched. He? Achieve victory? Get lost. Hearing this, Cecilia was utterly dumbfounded. Although the Blood Prince and Cecilia were bound by a contract. The contract had come about because the prince had developed a fondness for her blood, thus forming the pact with her. Therefore, it is unnecessary to command this bloodline prince. Even if she requires him to engage in battle, she must request it from him. Generally speaking, this esteemed prince seldom declines her pleas. Today, however, the members of the Holy See who witnessed this scene were taken aback. What has come over the prince? Could it be that he is in a foul mood? How could he refuse to fight? This is the first time I have heard the prince utter words of reproach. Nonetheless, even if the prince refrains from intervening, the Saintess still possesses the unicorn, ensuring a stable outcome for this battle. Saintess, we implore you to take action and eliminate the people of Longxiagua. Observing this unusual situation, the assembly members turned their attention to Xie. It seems that the situation is amiss. Let us first allow this Holy See Saintess to gauge the strength of Longxiagua under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Xie could only summon the unicorn, her determination stealing her resolve. Yet, the unicorn, gazing at Lu Li, dared not approach. Both beings share a divine attribute, and this legendary unicorn found its bloodline suppressed before Lu Li. Not only did it hesitate to act, but it also lacked the courage to meet Lu Li's gaze. It is evident that Xie 2 summons were severely restrained by Gu Xing. Meanwhile, Veronica observed with a twitch of her lips. She had anticipated the opportunity to assess Gu Xing's prowess, only to discover that a confrontation was virtually impossible. Gu Xing, witnessing the awkwardness of the situation, also felt his lips twitch. He had expected at least some effort would be required. After all, that bloodline creature possessed half-step mythic qualifications. However, he was taken aback when Vela remarked that the bloodline being likely refrained from acting due to the presence of Lu Li. The bloodline creatures are notoriously astute. As Vela spoke, she attempted to draw closer to Gu Xing. However, Lu Li, quick on her feet, seized Vela by the neck and pulled her aside. How could the green tea sprite speak so freely and then attempt to act inappropriately? Master, Vela's assertion holds merit. My flames exert considerable pressure upon him, and he likely fears engaging with me. Her seraphic flames inflict significant damage upon demons and exert substantial suppression on bloodline creatures. Furthermore, considering the hierarchy between the bloodline and the Holy See, it is only natural that he would not dare confront his nemesis on account of these humans. Upon hearing the explanations from the 2 summons, Gu Xing nodded in understanding. However, although the Saintess refrained from attacking him, he would show no mercy. Lu Li, spare Xie and eliminate all others. Understood. Lu Li nodded slightly. In the next moment, she appeared before a member of the Holy See. The member had no time to react before the passing seraphic flames incinerated him to ashes. With Lu Li's current attributes, dealing with these fellow extraordinary 9th-tier humans required no effort whatsoever. She need not even enter her seraphic state. Her mere attribute dominance sufficed to eliminate them effortlessly. As Vela observed Lu Li's departure, she initially intended to leap into Gu Xing's embrace. After all, Lu Li had consistently hindered her. It had been ages since she had been held by Gu Xing. Just as she prepared to act, Gu Xing commanded, Vela, handle the assembly members. Vela's stealthy approach toward Gu Xing came to an abrupt halt. She turned with a resentful glare towards the assembly members. Accursed humans, the assembly members. Witnessing Lu Li's effortless elimination of the Holy See members, realized the terrifying strength of Gu Xing. Upon seeing Gu Xing direct another summon to act against them, they immediately became vigilant. There is no need for concern. The human cannot possibly have two exceptionally strong summons. Yes, that angel is already so formidable. This summon cannot possibly be equally powerful. Gather together. Let the summon stand on the periphery. She cannot separate us and strike. The assembly members acted swiftly. Within moments, they huddled together. However, Vela would not eliminate them one by one as Lu Li had done. Moreover, these humans had just interrupted her cherished moments with her master. Celestial thunderstorm. Vela raised her hand gently. A thunder dragon gradually emerged, its form solidifying. For Vela, dealing with these humans was even simpler than confronting the demons on the first layer. After all, the relentless assault of the demons required her to maintain her skills. But these extraordinary ninth-tier humans? She merely needed a slight gesture. The thunder dragon charged forth with an unstoppable momentum towards the clustered assembly members. In an instant, the gathered individuals faced Vela's unleashed skill and were utterly decimated. The people of Longxiagua stood by, utterly stupefied. In mere moments, the two great factions of the Holy See and the Assembly had been completely eradicated by Gu Xing. The previously vocal man gazed at Gu Xing's retreating figure and swallowed hard. So, this is the genius of the National Academy? The gap between him and us extraordinary ninth-tier beings is astounding. Veronica, witnessing this scene, felt no surprise. She bent slightly to inquire of the White Emperor. White Emperor, what do you think of the strength of those two summons? A glimmer of contemplation passed through the White Emperor's single eye before he spoke slowly. The angel seemed not to have exerted her full strength when eliminating the Holy See members. I cannot ascertain her depth. However, when that sprite unleashed the Thunder Dragon, I sensed that she must have used her full power. Although she is indeed powerful, I believe that if I exerted my full strength, I could triumph over her. Upon hearing the White Emperor's words, Veronica nodded. After all, this individual had been personally selected by the Elder. Her strength should not be lacking. Indeed, Chapter 98, the third layer of trials. However, had the bloodline prince within Xie, Shilia's summoned space heard the White Emperor's words, he would have rolled his eyes in disbelief. Are you boasting? As a bloodline prince, he could only obediently shrink within the summoned space before those two creatures. You, a half-step mythic qualified polar bear, dare to claim you could defeat both the angel and the sprite, the two premier races? Nevertheless, the bloodline prince gazed through the summoned space at Gu Xing. This human has managed to gain the favor of two premier races. Such an extraordinary circumstance must be reported to the blood ancestor. This human is too exceptional. As one of the oldest surviving races in this realm, they are well aware that this space holds a particular fondness for the human race. Even this secret realm, had it not been for his contract with Xie Shilia, he would not have been able to enter. Reflecting on Jividia. He cursed inwardly once more. Fool. In the outside world, Lu Li and Vela's combined efforts had cleared away the remaining members of the Assembly and the Holy See. Returning to Gu Xing's side, Lu Li once again pulled aside the sprite, attempting to leap into Gu Xing's embrace. This sprite has been getting a bit too bold lately. After eliminating the other members of the Assembly and the Holy See, Gu Xing's gaze fell upon the remaining individuals from Longxiagua. He, Veronica, and Xie Shilia already occupied 3 slots. This meant only 2 slots remained. Yet, there were still 9 individuals left from Longxiagua. Before Gu Xing could speak, the remaining 9 members of Longxiagua raised their hands in unison. I withdraw. I withdraw as well. As the declarations of withdrawal rang out, they promptly and decisively cut their own throats. I too withdraw. The burly man who had approached Gu Xing earlier drew a dagger from his possession, preparing to end his own life. Gu Xing quickly reached out to stop him. Wait. Enough, enough. Gu Xing spoke hurriedly. The burly man turned to glance back and realized that apart from one female teammate left by his side, the others had already withdrawn from the secret realm by slitting their throats. A flush of crimson suddenly appeared on his face. However, beneath his dark skin, it was barely noticeable. I am called Gu Xing, he said, scratching his head, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. The other female team member introduced herself as Shunman Gu Xing. After exchanging greetings with the two, the trials of this level came to a close. Congratulations to the 5 trialists for passing. Rewards are now being distributed. The familiar sensation from the first level resurfaced as Gu Xing checked his information. Gu Xing Beast, Sacred Angel, Nature Spirit Contract Slots, 23 level, Extraordinary 9th rank talents, Sovereign, Soul Devourer Strength, 1900 to 2200 Constitution, 1900 to 2200 Spirit, 2834 to 3000 Speed, 1900 to 2200 except for the Spirit attribute. The other three attributes had each increased by 300 points. However, the Spirit attribute had reached its absolute limit. Gu Xing frowned slightly. It appeared that 3,000 points was the maximum threshold for humanity. Considering that Qin Shuxue had reached 2,500 points, with the first level granting an increase of 200 points and the second level 300 points. It followed that in the third level, Qin Shuxue had achieved a total of 500 points in attributes. Nonetheless, Qin Shuxue had not been able to pass the third level. This implied that if he could successfully navigate the third level, would he have the opportunity to elevate all his attributes beyond 3,000 points? A mechanical female voice echoed once more. The third trial commences. Arena Challenge. Failure to challenge will result in being transported out of the secret realm. Gazing at the 5 identical arenas, Gu Xing casually selected one to step onto. Veronica, Cecilia, and the others also chose their respective arenas in succession. However, Cecilia's gaze remained fixed on Gu Xing. She was not foolish, having witnessed the earlier display of the Blood Prince. She was merely momentarily taken aback. Yet, upon this realization, she inhaled sharply. What kind of formidable beast could instill fear in a prince? As the 5 ascended the platforms, a demon appeared in each arena. Peeling Demon Level, Extraordinary 9th rank qualification, Demon Officer, equivalent to Excellent Level, Strength, 1400 Constitution, 1600 Spirit, 1100 Speed, 1600 Skill. Flesh stripping. The initial appearance of the extraordinary level demon was far too weak. Even before the demon's form fully solidified, it was drained by the vines summoned by Vera. With the demon's defeat, Gu Xing distinctly felt an increase of 10 points in all his attributes except for spirit. It seemed rather effortless. However, following the demise of this demon, the subsequent demon appeared tenfold. Now before him stood 10 peeling demons. Yet, they posed no threat to him whatsoever. There was no need for Liuli to intervene. Vera's vines effortlessly subdued the demons. As the 10 demon officer level peeling demons fell, the next to appear before Gu Xing were 10 demon general level peeling demons. While this posed little danger to Gu Xing, it proved to be a significant challenge for Gao Chong and Shen Man. The two struggled immensely to defeat the 10 demons. Next, an extraordinary 9th rank demon king emerged. Such a level was beyond the capabilities